Chapter 2390 Young Master Yi Qian. The voice was a bit familiar. Long Chen looked over to see a pretty young lady looking at him with wet eyes. Wan Qing, you're here. Long Chen was surprised to see her here. When they stood facing each other, Long Chen wanted to rub her head. But the current Wan Qing was no longer a little girl, so such an action was a bit inappropriate. Pill Valley is exchanging some pointers with the divine families. I'm here to purchase some precious ingredients. I just had a discussion with the Grand Master alchemists of the divine families, and then I came here. Wan Qing looked at Long Chen emotionally. There was happiness but also bitterness within her eyes. She didn't come? Asked Long Chen. Wan Qing shook her head. She has been in seclusion the entire time. It was supposed to be her coming here for the alchemy discussion, but she refused. The Valley Master was helpless to order her, so he sent me. With how skilled the alchemists of the divine families are, I feel like I've lost face for Pill Valley. More tears appeared in her eyes. This time, she had suffered quite a bit during the alchemy discussion. Although she had reached an extremely high realm in alchemy, compared to the Pill Fairy, she lacked maturity. After all, she wasn't the daughter of the Valley Master. Their starting points were completely different. Although the Pill Fairy had taken her in later, her foundation was naturally weaker. The divine families wanted to compare who is more skilled. Asked Long Chen with surprise. Not exactly a comparison but simply an exchange of insights. They truly are powerful. The most frightening thing is that the one to exchange pointers with me was a young disciple who had his own special insights on alchemy. It could even be said that he is capable of blazing new paths that others have never imagined. In the end, after a simple competition, I ranked second behind him. But I saw that the other three were secretly holding back to let me win. I'm still lacking compared to them, said Wan Qing sadly. Foolish girl, how could you be lacking compared to them? Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen waved his hand. Just think about how old you are compared to them. When did you start training compared to them? Where were they born and where were you born? If the positions were switched, they would definitely be inferior to you. Hee, big brother Long Chen really knows how to talk. Wan Qing smiled slightly. Are you here to buy medicinal ingredients? We can go together. Then can you hold my hand just like back then? Asked Wan Qing bashfully. Of course. No matter how much time passes, our relationship won't change. Long Chen smiled and held Wan Qing's little hand. Wan Qing felt the same warmth that she had held back then. He was the same Long Chen. However, some people had changed. Thinking of that, Wan Qing's eyes reddened. Long Chen stopped and softly stroked her head. There are many things in this world that we can't control. No matter how high our cultivation base, no matter how skilled we are, it doesn't matter. But no matter how the rest of the world changes, we can make sure to keep our hearts the same. Everything else can pass by. Life is short and bitter, so make sure to favor the joy or you won't have anything to get you through the hard times. Even if you lose that happiness in the future, the memories can still be cherished. Wan Qing nodded, slightly comforted. She was about to speak when a group of people walked over. There were over 10 of them, all of them wearing violet robes with a pill furnace embroidered on the front of their robes. There was a medicinal pill above the pill furnace made of golden thread, looking like it was radiating light. They had the mark of the divine families on their sleeves. It seemed that they were people from the divine family's alchemy division. Who are you? The leader of this group was a young man. Seeing how intimately Long Chen was acting with Wan Qing by rubbing her head, his expression was cold. Wan Qing hastily started to introduce them. Young Master Yi Qian, this is. What does who I am have to do with you? Demanded Long Chen. Seeing the fury in this person's eyes, how could he not understand what was going on? He couldn't be bothered with such a person. Although this person could count as handsome, the arrogance in his eyes was irritating. It was like there was not a single person worthy of entering his sight within this world. You dare to be rude to the leader of the Divine Pill Division? Are you looking to get kicked out of the divine families? Shouted a person beside the leader. With how arrogant you are, I suspect you must be the leader of the divine families. If you act any bigger, this whole hall might not be able to contain you, sneered Long Chen. Wan Qing covered up a smile. Long Chen really was the same as back in the day. She had no good feelings toward these geniuses of the Divine Pill Division either. Although they were powerful, they were extremely arrogant. Although they meticulously maintained a certain politeness with their words, their arrogance leaked out heavily. With the way they talked, it was like they felt that everywhere other than the divine families was trash. In fact, Some of them had been extremely rude when discussing Pill Valley's alchemy arts with her. Wan Qing was reserved and hadn't said anything, but that didn't mean that she wasn't angry with them. Seeing Long Chen going against them, she smiled inside. Her big brother Long Chen was always the bane of bad people. "Who are you?" demanded Yi Qian, killing intent appearing in his eyes. Yi Qian was the most famous junior alchemist of the divine families. He was highly viewed by the higher-ups, and his status made it so that he was about on the same level as Feng Fei in terms of reputation. Within the divine families, he was the only one who wasn't part of the main bloodlines but had to be called senior. That was evidence of his special status. Yi Qian was known as a once-in-a-millennia alchemy genius. With the divine family's support, his alchemy arts were unparalleled. Of course, that description was given to him by himself. In his eyes, the only one who could compare to him was the Pill Fairy. The gathering that Wan Qing had just attended had been held in order to have the Pill Fairy come. But she hadn't. The fact that the Pill Fairy hadn't come had been extremely irritating to them. But Wan Qing with her particular graceful and subdued air had moved their hearts. Yi Qian in particular had never encountered a beautiful woman with a temperament like her. He instantly felt an urge to pursue her. During the discussion, he had made the others allow her to win second place just to give her a good impression. However, this woman he was pursuing was now being so intimate with another man. The most unacceptable thing was that this man was actually viewing him as trash. Within the entirety of the divine families, there were few people who dared to speak to him like this. Even Feng Fei would be polite to him when requesting pills. The anger in Yi Qian's voice drew quite a bit of attention. People were drawn over. Heavens, isn't that Yi Qian of the Divine Pill Division? Why is he here? He wouldn't be bullying someone again, right? Shut up, you don't want to end up provoking the Divine Pill Division. In just a moment, everyone on this level was drawn over. Even though people were whispering, they had to be careful with what they said, afraid of offending Yi Qian and the others. Who is that black-robed person? He's strutting around like he doesn't recognize Yi Qian. What an unlucky fellow. No, he seems a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen him before. Why can't I remember? It's that person from the Martial Heaven continent, Long Chen. The people in the divine families knew of what was happening on the Martial Heaven continent. The outstanding members of the continent were all known. Some disciples even went to see what was happening on the continent, but most of them didn't pay much attention. In their eyes, the people of the Martial Heaven continent were frogs at the bottom of a well. It took a while for someone to recognize Long Chen. Even Long Chen didn't know that he had ended up being ranked number 1 on the Divine Family's list for people to watch out for on the continent. Ah, I remember him now. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he's a heavenly genius of the Martial Heaven continent. TCH, so what? Having come to the Divine Families, even a tiger has to kneel. This is the territory of dragons. He wants to act arrogant here. His life has probably come to an end. Just as people were discussing this, Shen Chengfeng was drawn over by the disturbance. He instantly turned white when he saw what was happening, and his soul almost leapt out of his body. He rushed over, shouting, "Long Chen, you can't kill people here." Chapter 2391 Heaven Gathering Blood Flame. Shen Chengfeng immediately panicked upon seeing Long Chen and Yi Qian in close contact. In his panic, his mouth slipped. He should have said that it was forbidden to fight here, but he ended up directly saying that it was forbidden to kill. Long Chen didn't recognize Yi Qian, but as the commander of the 8th Legion, Shen Chengfeng had to recognize him. If Long Chen's temper flared, then Long Chen could take his life in one move. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," declared Shen Chengfeng, getting in between them. "Let's just leave things be." Things had yet to even start, allowing Shen Chengfeng to relax slightly. Did Long Chen have one of those legendary constitutions for drawing calamity? It had just been a moment, but he had somehow ended up going against the Divine Pill Division's Yi Qian. Yi Qian was not an easy figure to find within the divine families. He was quite elusive, but Long Chen had ended up running into him so quickly. "Who are you? Do you have a place to speak here?" "Scram!" shouted one of Yi Qian's followers. Shen Chengfeng was wearing his commander robes of the 8th Legion, so it was easy to tell his status. However, that person didn't give a damn about a commander. Shen Chengfeng didn't get angry. For the experts of the Divine Pill Division to not recognize me is normal. But let me express my sympathy for your blindness at such a young age. Shen Chengfeng gestured toward the clear mark on his robes that indicated his position and name. You also don't recognize that this is Long Chen, the #1 person on the watchlist for the Martial Heaven continent. If it wasn't for me, the divine families would be losing some alchemy geniuses today. I will tell you directly that he has killed more people than you have ever seen. Don't say anything about how he'll be killed as well if he kills you. If you really want to die with him, then you can just pretend I didn't say anything and continue as you were, said Shen Chengfeng, gesturing for them to continue. He was also angry with these idiots who didn't realize that he had just saved their lives. For alchemists like them who only knew how to refine pills, he could kill them as easily as killing chickens. You are Long Chen. Yi Qian's expression changed. All of them retreated a step. They knew that Long Chen was a devil king, and nothing could restrict him. He killed heavenly geniuses without blinking an eye. His temper was also infamous, and he never accepted being threatened. He had done countless things that had shaken the world, along with causing countless calamities to befall him. But none of those calamities had taken his life. It could be said that even throughout the entire history of the Martial Heaven continent, Long Chen was the only one who could court death every day and still be living happily. The reason that Yi Qian's expression changed was because Long Chen didn't know him. He, Yi Qian, was known by everyone in the divine families, but not to Long Chen. If Long Chen had killed him right at the start, that would be far too sullen of a death. Even if the divine families would then tear Long Chen's corpse to pieces, he wouldn't come back to life. To exchange a life for a life was not worth it for him. Yes, this is Long Chen, the only person in this world that I love. Young Master Yi Qian, I am not blessed enough to receive your feelings. Hopefully, we can end things without any hurt feelings. I trust that with young Master Yi Qian's character and talent, countless women would wish to be with you. Due to my heart already belonging to someone else, I hope that young Master Yi Qian can forgive me. Wan Qing suddenly curled up against Long Chen's arm, causing Long Chen to stare at her. She wanted him to help her escape her predicament. It seemed that Yi Qian had expressed himself to her. Most likely, she had politely evaded, but Yi Qian had yet to give up. Long Chen, you've fallen for some toad of the Martial Heaven continent. HMPH, your vision is lacking, sneered Yi Qian. He was the most talented disciple of the Divine Pill Division, someone with unlimited prospects. Any woman he wanted had never refused him. What, are you going to turn hostile just because of a rejection? Love must be mutual. Do you think all the women in the world must love you? Someone who thinks like that would be garbage, said Long Chen. Long Chen reached out an arm and placed a hand on Wan Qing's shoulder, pulling her in. Wan Qing leaned her head on his shoulder, intentionally letting Yi Qian see, but acting as if it was natural. In his hold, with his particular scent in her nose, Wan Qing smiled. Ignoring the ashen Yi Qian, Long Chen walked over to one of the counters and pointed at an ingredient. Can I see this 7-star snow lotus? The attendant put on a pair of particular gloves. She was about to take it out when Yi Qian shouted, hold it. Long Chen turned back to look at him. What, do you want it? Yi Qian sneered, I don't want it. I am here to announce a temporary lock on the selling of medicinal ingredients on behalf of the Divine Pill Division. Are you trying to cause trouble? Long Chen looked at Yi Qian and then looked at his own hand. He tilted his head and stared closely at Yi Qian's face. He nodded. Your face isn't bad, the shape is excellent. Not used to Long Chen's way of talking, Yi Qian didn't understand what he was saying. He assumed he was insulting him. Young Master Yi Qian, don't you think you're going too far? This doesn't seem to be the style of the divine families. If such a thing were to be learned by others, what would happen to the image of the divine families? Demanded Wan Qing. One of the disciples beside Yi Qian shouted, Slut, shut up. This place isn't. That disciple didn't even get to finish talking when Long Chen slapped him, sending him flying. This simple slap caused half his face to collapse. He flew in an arc before landing in the distance, unconscious. Every expert gasped. For a moment, the entire hall was silent as they stared at Long Chen. He actually dared to strike someone from the Divine Pill Division. Here, furthermore, it was right in front of Yi Qian. Shen Chengfeng's expression had changed as soon as that person had started cursing. He tried to stop Long Chen, but was one step too late. Fuck, your face is really big. Did you think a big face would be enough to protect you from my hand? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen, you are courting death. Roared Yi Qian. Shen Chengfeng immediately tried to hold Long Chen back, only for Long Chen to push him aside. Long Chen, don't. Shen Chengfeng's vision flashed. He was thrown off as soon as he grabbed Long Chen's arm. He prayed that Long Chen would hold back at least slightly. Long Chen's hand reached out like a sharp claw, reaching for Yi Qian's throat. Yi Qian snorted and clapped his hands together. A blood-colored light enveloped him. Yi Qian's heaven-gathering blood flame is an inherited flame containing divine energy. It is even capable of incinerating divine weapons. As an alchemist, Yi Qian wasn't experienced with fighting, but his flame was particularly terrifying. Others didn't even dare to touch it. The barrier of fire that he summoned was perfect. His control was extremely skillful. There was not a single weak spot. Yi Qian had absolute confidence in his flame. As long as Long Chen dared to touch it, he would be turned into a roasted pig. Even if he didn't die, he'd be heavily injured. Long Chen's hand slammed into the flame barrier. In that instant, his hand turned the same color as fire. His hand freely passed through it. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, Long Chen grabbed Yi Qian's throat and raised him into the air. Courting death. Who, you? Sneered Long Chen. Suddenly, buzzing passed through the hall. Shen Chengfeng's expression changed. People had set off the alarm. After that, he shoved one of his stunned vice commanders. Quick, report this to Elder Long. The vice commander woke up and hastily rushed away. Shen Chengfeng almost wanted to cry. Elder Long had told him to stay with Long Chen and look after him so that he wouldn't cause trouble. However, after being apart for just a short time, Long Chen had caused a calamity. He didn't even dare to try advising Long Chen to let go, afraid that Long Chen might crush Yi Qian in a rage. Bastard, you are courting death. Release senior apprentice brother Yi Qian, or... One of the disciples roared, only to be kicked away by Long Chen. He coughed up blood and slammed into a stone wall. He slid down, leaving a line of blood on the wall. It was unknown if he was alive or dead. The people of the divine families trembled. Long Chen was really vicious. He didn't have any misgivings about their status. They were finally bearing witness to his domineering side. Long Chen, what do you want? Shouted Yi Qian, shocked and infuriated. It's not what I want. It's what you want. If you want to reincarnate, then just nod. To tell the truth, I'm quite skilled in that, said Long Chen indifferently. Suddenly, lightning exploded out of Long Chen's body. Rumbling rang out as the lightning ended up shattering some kind of invisible energy. Play a stupid game like that against me again, and I'll kill this idiot. If you don't believe me, just try it. Long Chen appeared in the sky, lightning wings on his back. He was staring coldly at an old man who had appeared at the entrance. Chapter 2392 The Pill Doyen. Elder Long, Long Chen, he and Yi Qian. The vice commander hastily ran into a large palace and tried to make a report. However, halfway through he realized that the deputy elder was present as well. He hastily bowed. Disciple greets the deputy elder. The deputy elder and Elder Long looked at the vice commander. The deputy elder said, "We already know. You can go." Yes. The vice commander withdrew. Elder Long sighed. Long Chen's fate truly is strange. He somehow manages to surround himself with enemies without even trying. Do we need to take action this time? The deputy elder shook his head. This isn't the underlying flow of fate. This was arranged by someone. There was a chessboard between the two of them. It was currently displaying the scene of Long Chen grabbing Yi Qian's throat. Lightning continued to flicker around him. Someone arranged it. You mean? Yes, it was them. We don't need to worry about it. Someone else will come out. The one to attack Long Chen just now was Yi Yaochen. However, today, his face wasn't as dark as before. Although his hair was still white, his face looked much younger. If Long Chen hadn't noticed his aura, he wouldn't have recognized him. Just now he had tried to use a spiritual attack against Long Chen, and he had used his lightning to block it. With Yi Qian in his hand, Long Chen looked coldly at Yi Yaochen. Fortunately, his spiritual strength was strong enough to sense Yi Yaochen's sneak attack. Long Chen, release Yi Qian. That is the only way you'll live to see tomorrow, shouted Yi Yaochen. Although that was what he said, Long Chen heard some well-hidden delight in his voice. His anger was a cover for himself. I don't believe that doing so is my only way to live. Your words are just like a fart. I can't be bothered to even listen. I'm going to wait here for someone with actual authority to come, sneered Long Chen. Just at this moment, the crowd parted, and a group of elders in golden robes walked in. Their leader was a white-haired elder. Upon seeing that elder, Yi Yaochen bowed. Senior Pill Doyen, this matter has actually disturbed you. The elder shook his head. In all my years, I've never seen someone capture one of the Divine Pill Division's disciples. My eyes have been opened to the world. I just want to see who has such ability. The elder walked over to Long Chen accompanied by his group. Yi Yaochen barked, Long Chen, this is the great Pill Doyen of the Divine Pill Division. Get the hell down from there. Long Chen laughed. Yi Yaochen, are you an idiot? Or do you have some enmity with the idiot in my hand and want me to kill him? Long Chen's hand tightened, and Yi Qian started to turn purple. He struggled but was unable to escape Long Chen's hold. Long Chen said, don't blame me. That fellow down there wants you to die. How do you know him? Apparently he wants me to kill you and then he'll have an excuse to kill me. But even if I released you, he'd do the same, so I'm wondering if I should just kill you and then make my escape. Although my chances of escaping aren't very high, bringing a scapegoat like you down with me doesn't seem that bad either. No, don't. Yi Qian barely managed to choke out a few words. At the same time, he was filled with hatred for Yi Yaochen. Yi Yaochen wanted this matter to get bigger, and he didn't care if he died or not. Long Chen, that's about enough. If you have something to discuss, we can discuss it calmly. Your life is a life, and Yi Qian's life is also a life. Neither one is more valuable than the other. To exchange a life for a life is nothing more than words of anger. I trust that you wouldn't do such a thing unless you had no other choice left, and the current predicament clearly hasn't reached that level, said the Pill Doyen. Surprisingly, he didn't seem angry. He appeared confident, as if he was in complete control of this situation. Long Chen smiled. You are correct. To tell the truth, I really am unwilling to exchange my life for his. But sometimes, some people do such infuriating things that it makes people want to directly slap them to death. Respected Pill Doyen, can I ask if all the disciples of the Divine Pill Division are gods who come to the mortal world? Are they supreme beings that will not allow other people to reject them? Are they people who can demand anything from anyone, otherwise they will go hostile? Just now, everyone present witnessed what happened. I'm not slandering anyone. May I ask if the great Pill Doyen can give everyone a satisfactory explanation for this? Quite a few people had witnessed the entirety of the events that had occurred. Who was right and who was wrong was very clear. Yi Qian didn't have a leg to stand on. Which young person hasn't been impetuous due to their vigor? If every person was as deathly as his elders, the divine families would have no hope for the future. Rather than right and wrong, the most important thing is to learn and grow. Someone who runs around being arrogant will naturally have to pay the price one day. That is a natural process for growth. Yi Qian is at fault. As the head of the Pill Division, I was unable to discipline him and so I also have to take responsibility for this matter. If you feel that you have suffered an injustice, then how about I apologize to you for it? Said the elder. Senior Pill Doyen. The elders beside him were all shocked. The Pill Doyen's status was incredibly high. For him to apologize to a youngster was something extremely humiliating. The Pill Doyen waved his hand. A wrong is a wrong. Does it have anything to do with status? Long Chen couldn't help reappraising this elder. He hadn't expected such a reaction. However, the elder's aura was concealed. He had no way of sensing his power, and his spiritual fluctuations were also impossible to grasp. Long Chen didn't feel any malice, but he also didn't feel any kindness either. This person was in existence on the same level as the deputy elder, someone who was above Nether Passage. He had to be careful around him. For senior to so courageously admit to a mistake humbles me. With your example, it would make me appear petty to not let this matter go. Long Chen smiled at him. He then turned to Yi Qian. Do you see, to be qualified to be arrogant but not act arrogant is the mark of a true expert. A full bottle doesn't make noise, but a half-full one makes a bunch of noises. That's a reference to people like you. You should try to learn from your senior. Long Chen tossed Yi Qian away. Just as he released him, Yi Yaochen shouted, capture this brazen interloper. Yi Yaochen was the first to step forward. But before he could do anything else, a dark hand appeared on his shoulder, making him unable to move. Seeing that hand, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was the hand of the Pill Doyen. His hand was black like charcoal. There were some wooden veins on it as well. The body is the furnace, life is the flame. The Tao is contained within the palm. Senior is truly a behemoth of the Pill Tao. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Long Chen was moved. He bowed toward the pill doyen respectfully. The pill doyen's hand was like that because he had used his body as the furnace and burned his very life to give birth to medicinal pills. His hand had been burned by countless flames. It could be said that someone who was capable of doing such a thing was not simply pursuing higher realms. Such a person was someone who viewed alchemy as a kind of belief, a belief that was even more sacred than their life. Alchemy was a grand profession, but the majority of alchemists were only after status and wealth. This profession in particular easily twisted people's original hearts. That resulted in most alchemists being extremely arrogant. However, someone who was able to view alchemy as even more important than their own life was definitely worthy of respect, especially from another alchemist like Long Chen. The pill doyen was surprised that Long Chen could instantly see through this. Within the entire history of the Divine Pill Hall, he had been the only one to reach this step. Even the elders of the current Divine Pill Division didn't know why his hand was like this. You really are a master of the pill Tao. You instantly saw through me. That's very admirable, praised the pill doyen. Most importantly, despite being so young, Long Chen was not only capable of instantly capturing Yi Qian to show off his domineering side, but he was also able to instantly recognize his hand and put away his arrogance. You also know how to refine pills. Yi Qian was enraged inside to hear this praise. He had thought that the pill doyen had come here for him, but now it seemed that he had just lost his face. I wouldn't dare to say such a thing. I just have a slight understanding, said Long Chen. He smiled faintly, already knowing what he had to say. As expected, Yi Qian sneered, I hear that you secretly learned the alchemy arts of Pill Valley. Even Pill Valley's representative was defeated by me in alchemy. Do you have the guts to compete with me? I'd guess that you don't. Your guess is correct, I don't have those guts. Long Chen turned away from Yi Qian to the pill doyen. Junior still has to buy some things. Will this matter affect my shopping? Of course not, said the pill doyen. Then Junior will say goodbye. Long Chen pulled Wan Qing away to buy the ingredients he wanted, enraging Yi Qian. Coward. Long Chen acted like he didn't hear. He began perusing the various wares. Yi Qian suddenly shouted, do you want to have a gamble? If you beat me, I'll give you all my wealth. Do you dare? Long Chen's eyes instantly brightened. He turned back. Then can I ask how much money you have? Chapter 2393 Pill Competition. How much money? To use such a vulgar word to weigh my household, it seems you really are a poor ghost, sneered Yi Qian. Long Chen curled his lips. Despite your eyes looking like that, they at least managed to see that truth. So tell me, how many points are you worth? If it's not enough, I'm not interested. The 300,000 points in his hands were not enough for these medicinal ingredients. The cheaper ones were already 20,000 points, with the more expensive ones being over 100,000 points. He guessed that some of these ingredients might be unique items. Due to not being able to produce more of them, they became especially precious. Based on what he had seen, there were many of them that he wanted, so he needed more points to buy them. For Yi Qian to challenge him to an alchemy battle was perfect. Points. Ha ha ha, if you want to calculate according to that, I have at least 100 million points. Do you want to gamble? Sneered Yi Qian. What kind of gamble? What are the stakes? Asked Long Chen. It's very simple. There are 873 12th tier pill formulas within the divine families. You can pick any one. As for the stakes, I know that you're a poor ghost, so I won't want your points. All you'll have to do is kneel in the divine family's plaza for 3 days and bark like a dog. How's that? Yi Qian was extremely confident. Big brother Long Chen, don't bet with him. You don't have any chance of winning, said Wan Qing. She had witnessed Yi Qian's terrifying alchemy arts. She was much weaker than him and had seen that he had been holding back. She hadn't even managed to get him to bring out his full abilities. Although Long Chen had also taught her alchemy arts, and the pill fairy herself felt great admiration for his alchemy technique, he was not a pure alchemist. He spent the majority of his time cultivating. He was under immense pressure just to survive. On the path of alchemy, being stagnant meant going backward. No matter how great Long Chen's alchemy arts were, having not used them for so long, there was no way they could have made any real advances. Based on Wan Qing's estimate, at best, Long Chen's current skill in alchemy was only one level greater than hers. That level was not enough to challenge Yi Qian. What? Even Fairy Wan Qing is worried about you losing. It seems you really are a spineless coward, sneered Yi Qian. Long Chen smiled and told Wan Qing, although I haven't focused on alchemy the past few years, it's enough to handle him. If my hands have gotten rusty, then I can just take off my shoes and use my feet to beat him. That will show him what a true expert is. You, Yi Qian's expression darkened. Long Chen was looking down on him far too much. Yi Qian admitted that in terms of martial might, he was a far cry from Long Chen. But he had absolute confidence in his alchemy. Long Chen was nothing to him in that regard. The elders of the Divine Pill Division also turned gloomy. Long Chen really was so arrogant as to not care about the Divine Family's alchemy arts. On the other hand, the Pill Doyen was still standing there expressionlessly. If you were to look at him, he wouldn't seem like some supreme Pill Doyen. He seemed more like an ordinary elder who had come to watch something interesting. Then does that mean you agree to the bet? Let's go to the Divine Pill Division for the competition, said Yi Qian, gesturing. Slow down. Although winning should be easy for me, on the off chance, said Long Chen. On the off chance that you lose. What? You don't dare to bet? Did the mighty Long Chen gain his fame by going back on his word? Snorted Yi Qian. Shut up. Do you think I'm that Yi Lingfeng of your Yi family? Responded Long Chen disdainfully. Nonsense. I might be surnamed Yi, but I'm not a member of the Yi family. Don't think yourself clever, sneered Yi Qian. Ah, no wonder that fellow wanted me to kill you just now. So you're not from the same family. If you had just said that earlier, I might have given you some more face. Little fellow, how did you end up offending that idiot for him to want you dead? Did you give him some infertility pills? Asked Long Chen. Yi Yaochen's expression sank. Long Chen, don't try to sow dissension where none exists. Long Chen, don't play this game with me. You aren't a good person either. Are we betting or not? Demanded Yi Qian. From this sentence, one could tell that Yi Qian detested Yi Yaochen on the same level as Long Chen. Well, continuing from where you interrupted me, of course I couldn't possibly lose, but what about the off chance that we end up drawing? Asked Long Chen. What a huge joke. You can't possibly lose, but a draw. If it's a draw, I'll give you 20 million points. It'll be up to you to have that ability, sneered Yi Qian. Alright, since you want to lose so badly, I'll bet. Long Chen laughed confidently. Wan Qing grew uneasy, but there was nothing she could do about it now. The Pill Doyen simply smiled, while one of the elders behind him shook his head. This Long Chen is so reckless. He can't possibly beat Qian. This elder was the division head of the Divine Pill Division. He oversaw everything occurring in the Divine Pill Division, and his position was only second to the Pill Doyen. The Pill Doyen rarely bothered with the Divine Pill Division, so it could be said that the division head was the ruler of the Divine Pill Division. The division head was Yi Qian's master, and he was well aware of Yi Qian's alchemy arts. There were many areas where Yi Qian had already surpassed him. In terms of alchemy, Yi Qian could only be rated as monstrous, so he was of the same attitude as him. Long Chen couldn't possibly win. The Pill Doyen said, "You're wrong. Qian has already lost." What? The division head looked at him in shock. Senior Pill Doyen, may I ask you to be the judge in this matter? I don't want someone to lose and then renege on the deal. Long Chen cupped his fists to the Pill Doyen. It just so happens that I have nothing else to do. It's been a long time since the last pill competition in the Divine Pill Division. I'd like to watch it. Lu Feng, spread the news. The competition will begin in 2 hours. Anyone who wishes to watch may enter the Divine Pill Plaza. Lu Feng, an assistant to the division head, nodded and left. The crowd began to grow excited for the show. Long Chen, I'll watch how you embarrass yourself. I'll await the show in the Divine Pill Plaza. Yi Qian sneered and walked away. This child has no manners. The Pill Doyen indifferently shook his head. Senior, let me apologize. Qian is still young and is immersed entirely in alchemy. He truly is lacking in manners. I'll give him a proper lesson later, said the division head. Being arrogant isn't a bad thing, but past a certain point, it's not a good thing. The Pill Doyen shook his head and left. The fact that Yi Qian hadn't even greeted him before leaving was clearly rude. The division head hastily followed behind him. The crowd immediately flowed out to the plaza. Even some of the people overseeing the wares were unable to stay still. They also wanted to go watch. Hence, they hastily looked for people to take over, with some offering to pay a large price to have them take over their shift. Long Chen, I'll look forward to seeing you crawl like a dog. Hee hee, it'll definitely be marvelous, laughed Yi Yaochen. The shape of your face isn't bad, said Long Chen with a faint smile. You. Yi Yaochen was infuriated but also afraid. He was truly afraid of Long Chen's slap. He had never witnessed anyone within 30 meters of Long Chen managing to escape his slap. Countless people had seen his slap, but for some reason, the people he struck were unable to dodge it. Although this move had no killing power against an expert's tough body, the mental damage was truly frightening. Despite being a fourth-step netherpassage expert, Yi Yaochen was maintaining a certain distance from Long Chen. For Long Chen to say that the shape of his face was not bad, that was clearly a provocation. But he had no intention of getting any closer, so he gloomily left. With him gone, the only ones remaining beside Long Chen were Wan Qing and Shen Chengfeng. Neither of them were happy. Wan Qing shook her head. Long Chen, are you really confident? Long Chen laughed and rubbed her head. Foolish girl, do you think I'd do something if I wasn't confident? Years ago, I was capable of teaching you alchemy. Years later, I'm still able to teach you. Just watch as I show you what true alchemy arts are. Wan Qing relaxed slightly and smiled sweetly. After that, the three of them walked out of the treasury. The 8th Legion's warriors were awaiting them, all of them looking at Long Chen oddly. Enough with the stares. Do you have the drums and gongs? Asked Long Chen. Good, you'll be holding another performance today. Help me display the song that made the 8th Legion famous. Long Chen laughed, causing the 8th Legion's warriors' expressions to grow even odder. Shen Chengfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was Long Chen really not the slightest bit afraid? He had bound himself and the 8th Legion to Long Chen, so he could only follow to the end. Chapter 2394. A draw. The Divine Pill Plaza was quickly filled up. It was square like a chessboard and was filled with disciples. Normally, this place was used as an exam room for the Divine Pill Division's disciples. This allowed them to pick out the most outstanding disciples and give them greater benefits. Normally, each disciple would have a huge space between them and others. But today, there were only 2 large platforms set up in the center. Yi Qian was already seated on one. He had his eyes closed in meditation. Compared to his previous appearance, he looked like a completely different person. Yi Qian really is skillful. Once he focuses on his alchemy, he can instantly reach a perfect mental state, whispered Wan Qing. Although she didn't like him, she had no choice but to admit that he was shockingly talented at alchemy, even more so than her. Senior Feng Fei has also come, exclaimed Shen Chengfeng. Following his gaze, Long Chen saw a small empty area. Everywhere else was filled with people, but that one spot only had Feng Fei and a dozen attendants revolving around her. Even amongst that group of beautiful women, Feng Fei stood out. Feng Fei looked back at Long Chen, seemingly with some surprise. She most likely hadn't known that Long Chen could refine pills. Beside her, an attendant was whispering something to her. Her eyes were also locked on Long Chen. Most likely, she was giving Feng Fei some information on him. Looking around, Long Chen noticed that the ones who had come were the young disciples of the divine families. He didn't see members of the senior generation. The Pill Doyen had appeared on the overseeing platform. It seemed he was very interested in the upcoming competition. Big brother Long Chen, you have to win. Wan Qing was still nervous. If he lost, the consequences would be worse than if he was killed. Don't worry, have you forgotten? Your big brother Long Chen is a warrior of the starry sky. I'll pluck some stars for you in the future, said Long Chen. Wan Qing smiled. She was no longer that foolish girl from back then. Even though she now knew that the story had been nonsense, she was still happy. For an imposing hero like Long Chen to make up stories to amuse her as a child warmed her heart. Long Chen slowly walked over to his platform. Since one was already occupied, it went without saying that the other was his. As soon as he walked in, people began whispering about him. They had clearly investigated who he was. How can a frog at the bottom of a well who hasn't seen the world be qualified to challenge senior apprentice brother Yi Qian? Suddenly, loud voices began to ring out over the crowd. That's right, with senior apprentice brother Yi Qian's honorable status, how can a dog or cat challenge him? He's clearly using this opportunity to elevate his own status. What a sinister person. Whether he wins or loses, he benefits. Despicable. Lowbred. The ones speaking were people wearing the robes of the Divine Pill Division. They were practically directly cursing Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head and walked onto his platform. This seclusion of mine lasted for 23 years. Who would have thought that the disciples of my Divine Pill Division would end up getting so energetic? Not bad, said the Pill Doyen. The division head began to sweat. The pill doyen was not happy. He hastily said, Qian is the strongest alchemist of the junior generation and is viewed as an idol by his peers. Now that someone has provoked him, those disciples naturally feel dislike for Long Chen. Dislike means being allowed to spit on others. Why don't you look at Long Chen's expression? If this spreads further, it will lose the face of the divine pill division. If Long Chen loses, it will be recoverable. But if he wins, it won't just be a slap in the divine pill division's face but also in the faces of all the divine families. In my opinion, it seems that the position of division head needs to be replaced, said the pill doyen slowly. Senior pill doyen, the current divine pill division looks flourishing from the outside, but the disciples are too hot-tempered and egotistical. They don't know how to exercise restraint. They are unable to reach the pinnacle of the pill Tao, and that includes you. You've already walked down the wrong path. You have yet to understand the words I told you before I went into seclusion. The pill doyen shook his head disappointedly. Everyone, shut up. What do you think you're doing by spouting such vile words in public? The division head shouted, and the disciples cursing Long Chen instantly fell silent as if they had been slapped. Pill doyen, the division head looked at the pill doyen. We'll discuss it later. Carry out the competition. I essentially already know the result, said the pill doyen. The division head helplessly nodded. Just at this moment, an elder of the divine families appeared on the stage. This competition is being personally presided over by senior pill doyen. Once it starts, there will be no room for regret. Are the participants ready and willing? Yi Qian smiled and confidently said, yes. Long Chen also nodded. The elder continued, based on the agreement, Long Chen must pick one of the pill formulas contained within the divine pill hall for this competition. Go ahead. The elder sent an exceedingly ancient-looking beast hide over to Long Chen. It was covered in tiny characters. Over 10,000 pill formulas were written on top of it, all of them over the 10th tier. But only 873 were of the 12th tier. Since you wanted me to choose, then I won't stand on courtesy. Today, let us refine the life and death reincarnation star pill. Long Chen pointed to one of the formulas. When the name of the pill was announced, everyone turned deathly silent. The elders and disciples of the divine pill division were especially shaken. Yi Qian sneered, what nonsense is that? The life and death reincarnation star pill requires the alchemist to have a cultivation base in the 4th step of nether passage. It requires samsara power to refine. Can you refine it? Asked Long Chen. HMPH, I naturally can't, but you definitely can't either, snorted Yi Qian. You can't refine it, alright, then I guess that this competition is over. Pay up. Long Chen walked off his platform and extended a hand. What are you talking about? Demanded Yi Qian. He started to get a bad feeling. You can't refine it, and I can't refine it either. This competition ends in a draw. According to our agreement, if there's a draw, you have to pay me 20 million points. So, big boss, pay up. Many thanks. Long Chen smiled. That smile was definitely sinister. In the distance, Wan Qing covered her face, not wanting others to see her laugh. That would be rude. She had also underestimated Long Chen's treachery. Yi Qian had essentially been scammed from the start and had fallen for its hook, line, and sinker. Shen Chengfeng and the others were amazed. This really was sinister. Without doing anything, he had ripped a chunk out of Yi Qian. Just going up the platform and coming off was enough to earn him 20 million points. Yi Qian's hair stood on end. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so sinister. What, are you backing out on your promise? No way. There's senior pill doyen here overseeing everything as well as countless people watching. Long Chen made a show of looking over the giant crowd. Long Chen, the division head's expression also changed. Lowbred, get the fuck out of the divine families. Someone like you isn't fit to stay here. Every disciple present began to shout. They had originally been anticipating a competition between behemoths. They wanted to see how Yi Qian would beat Long Chen and show the might of the divine families. But instead, Long Chen used such a sinister trick. Long Chen ignored their cursing. He looked at the sky, even extending a hand as if encouraging them to continue. He just wanted Yi Qian's money. Being wrong isn't disgraceful. What's disgraceful is being wrong and not admitting to it, instead blaming others. I already said that one must be responsible for their own actions. Treat others as you wish them to treat you. That is the way to open your mind and create a greater path for yourself. However, you didn't understand what I said 20 years ago. Not only have your own alchemy arts not progressed, but you also grew obstinate and opinionated, resulting in you raising such a herd of disciples. The pill doyen shook his head at the division head. His tone was flat, as if nothing could make him angry. But the division head was sweating. Although there was no master and disciple relationship between him and the pill doyen had given him many pointers and had high hopes for him. It could be said that despite the lack of a formal relationship, they were no different from master and disciple. However, this informal master of his was extremely disappointed in him. Disciple knows what he must do. The division head nodded and suddenly stood up. Seeing him take a stand, quite a few of the disciples began to cry for him to uphold justice. Senior division head, Long Chen is a swindler. Kick him out. Trash like this actually dared to challenge senior apprentice brother Xianxia. He's not even fit to carry his shoes. How can such a person just be expelled? He has blasphemed our sacred alchemy arts. He needs to be executed. All of you, shut up. The division head's voice rang out loudly in those disciples' ears, causing them to instantly shut their mouths. Xianxia, you were the one who made the bet. Having a loophole you left exploited is your own fault, and if a person wishes to gamble, then they have to be willing to lose. Do you not know what you have to do? The division head shouted at Xianxia, causing him to turn green. Chapter 2395 Heavenly Flame Orb. But Long Chen, Xianxia was extremely aggrieved. What buts? A man's word must be kept. Are you going to go back on the terms of the bet? Demanded the division head. Xianxia was astounded. Ever since he had taken the division head as his master, he had always treated him even better than a son. But now he was suddenly acting like this. Hence, Xianxia clenched his teeth furiously. Fine, I admit defeat, but I don't have that many points on me right now. I'll have to trouble senior to help me out with a loan so I can repay it later. 20 million points. That was a frightening amount. Who would carry that many points on them? Even the First Legion's yearly income including the rewards that the divine families gave them was only 15 million points. 20 million points was enough to turn anyone's eyes red. When a crystal card landed in Long Chen's hand, all the experts present felt sour. 20 million points had landed in his hands just like that. That kind of swindling was intolerable. This Long Chen really is sinister. Against someone who only knows how to refine pills and has no experience with the rest of the world like Xianxia, Long Chen can easily play him to death. Elder Long and the deputy elder were watching the scene. Elder Long couldn't help feeling that it was funny. It doesn't matter if it's a sinister scheme, above-board play, or something that cannot be seen. As long as it's a victory, it's a good move. The deputy elder smiled, but the curious thing is why the senior pill doyen is personally bearing witness to this. Is he really just going to watch as his disciple is scammed? Wondered Elder Long. It's not curious. The pill doyen is one of the few people that I admire. He is infatuated with the pill Tao, using it to peer into the heavenly Taos. His dedication is admirable. Long Chen's little tricks cannot possibly escape him, said the deputy elder. Then why didn't he give a warning? Why would he? Speaking is an instinct, while not speaking is wisdom. Do you think that it's a coincidence that Xianxia ran into Long Chen? No, someone set it up. Everything is within the pill doyen's control. Watch closely. Your character is a bit similar to the pill doyen's. Try to learn from him, and you might find your chance to make a breakthrough, said the deputy elder. Many thanks for the pointer. Elder Long hastily bowed before falling silent and continuing to watch. Long Chen smiled widely upon receiving the crystal card. His eyes were like slits from how wide his smile was. He cupped his fists. Many thanks for your patronage, boss. I wish you a long life of fortune. Well, I'm busy, so I'll take my leave. Long Chen swaggered away. That appearance of his really made people want to beat him to death. But the people of the divine families couldn't find a reason to do so. They could only endure, suffering so much that it seemed like they were about to injure themselves. Suddenly, flames exploded out of Xianxia as he lost control of his pill flame. Long Chen, you coward, do you dare to have an honorable competition with me? Did we not just do that? Through that extremely narrow battle, we managed to end up drawing, with neither being above or beneath the other. Long Chen cocked his head back at him. That was no competition. Are 20 million points enough to satisfy you? If you beat me, you can have all my 100 million points. I'm not a greedy person. 20 million points is enough for me. If I need more money, I'll definitely come find you, don't you worry. After all, Such a good boss is hard to find. Long Chen turned his back around. Seeing him walking away just like this, Yi Qian suddenly took out a colorful orb. Heavenly Flame Orb. The division head's expression instantly changed. He was about to say something when the Pill Doyen waved his hand, indicating for him to stay silent. Flame energy filled the air. It was thrumming, as if it was bowing to the orb. Even Long Chen was shocked. There was a kind of flame fluctuation coming from that orb, one capable of suppressing all flames in this world. Within his body, Huo Long instantly woke up, expressing that it had to have that. Yi Qian sneered, "It seems that you don't recognize this. It is a priceless treasure from another world. It is called the Heavenly Flame Orb and is a divine item from an ever higher plane. The strongest flames of the martial heaven continent are the earth flames. The inverse Tao water spirit flame that you possess is ranked number 1 amongst the earth flames. But earth flames are not pill flames. They are violent and not easy to control. Only sub-rate alchemists would use them. True alchemy masters have their own inheritances for their pill flames. My heaven gathering blood flame and the pill fairy's white void flame are such inherited flames. They are created through the efforts of countless generations. These inherited flames are not inferior to your earth flame when it comes to alchemy or battle. Most importantly, they are one with our bloodlines, allowing us to use them easily. Stop nattering and get to the point. My understanding of alchemy is far greater than yours." "What is that thing?" interrupted Long Chen. This fellow actually wanted to start using his learning to win back his lost dignity. This heavenly flame orb contains the essence of a heavenly flame that lies above the earth flames. It is said to have flowed down all the way from the immortal era. Although the energy inside it cannot be directly absorbed, just allowing your pill flame to rest inside of it will purify it, and over a long time, it will increase its power and maybe even mutate it. This is a truly priceless treasure. The divine families only possess 3 of them, while this is one of them. "So, do you want to gamble?" demanded Yi Qian. "That's a good treasure. If you really want to give it to me, I don't feel good declining. But I want to know, will you cry if you lose?" asked Long Chen. "What a joke. As long as you win, this heavenly flame orb will be yours. It's just up to you to see if you have that ability," sneered Yi Qian. Shen Chengfeng and Wan Qing stood there with the 8th Legion. Shen Chengfeng shook his head. This Yi Qian has gone crazy. He wants to beat Long Chen no matter the price. However, both of them seem so confident. I wonder who is actually better. Yi Qian was the number 1 genius of the Divine Pill Division, but he never appeared outside. There were signs that he was surpassing his master. Among the so-called geniuses in the same generation, none were fit to even carry his shoes. That had resulted in his arrogance. As for Long Chen, he was not a pure alchemist. For such a person to challenge the divine family's number 1 alchemist should be a joke, but the more he was in contact with Long Chen, the less he saw through him. That confidence of his made it seem like there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Wan Qing didn't say anything. She was still worried for Long Chen, because she was profoundly aware of just how frightening Yi Qian was. Everyone's focus was on Long Chen. They were all anticipating him accepting this battle. In their eyes, as long as he accepted, he would definitely lose miserably. That would win back the lost dignity of the divine families. "Fine, since you want to lose so badly, I'll accept this heavenly flame orb. I'll treat it as a tuition fee," said Long Chen. When Long Chen walked back onto the platform, the divine family's disciples cheered. They all knew that Yi Qian was about to win. "Hold it," shouted Yi Qian. "What, you want to just directly accept defeat? That would be best. I'm pretty busy, so you can just give it to me now." Long Chen extended a hand. Are you a fucking idiot?" Yi Qian almost coughed up blood. He roared, "I've taken out the heavenly flame orb, so you have to increase the stake as well." "What do you want?" asked Long Chen lightly. "A poor ghost like you doesn't have anything good. I'm only doing this to show the uncivilized people of the martial heaven continent what true alchemy arts are," sneered Yi Qian. Long Chen shook his head. "What big words. Are you not afraid of choking yourself when you have to swallow them? Pill Valley possesses the inheritance of true gods and their alchemy arts. Although I am their enemy, I admit that they are the true masters of alchemy. As for you, what right do you have to call them uncivilized? I really don't know how your master taught you. The Pill Dao requires one to control their temper. Alchemists must associate with fire, but they cannot allow that fire to affect their character. To refine pills is to refine the heart. When the heart is not present, Any pills refined will lack spirit. For me to compete with you is practically bullying you. If it weren't for that heavenly flame orb, I wouldn't bother. But I will give you one last chance. If you regret it now, you can take it back. Otherwise, once you lose, don't blame me for bullying a child. I don't need to think about it. If I lose, you get the heavenly flame orb. If you lose, other than returning the previous 20 million points, you also have to use your tongue to clean up every brick here. Do you dare? Roared Yi Qian. What child's play? Fine, I agree. What will we be competing with? Long Chen shook his head disdainfully. He hadn't been planning on beating Yi Qian too badly, but he had just changed his mind. Chapter 2390 600 Dao Merger Spirit Pill. Speak. I'll let you choose how we compete. You can choose what you're best at. Long Chen tossed the beast hide to him. Of course, you can also choose the same one that I chose. That will be your only chance to draw with me. Long Chen's confidence was finally starting to shake some of the divine family's disciples. Was he really so assured? Or had he simply accepted his fate? As you're the guest, I will leave the right to choose to you. You can choose any pill other than the life and death reincarnation pill. I will beat you at your strongest pill to show you how outclassed you are, sneered Yi Qian, tossing the beast hide back to Long Chen. Yi Qian had his own pride and confidence. Other than the life and death reincarnation pill, he was confident on everything else on the list. Fine, I didn't want to pick because I don't want people to say that I bullied you. But since you don't want to pick either, we can have others pick. Long Chen tossed the beast hide to the overseeing elder. The elder caught it, confused. Long Chen suddenly threw out 3 small fruits. They landed amongst the distant crowd, smattering 3 people with blood-colored juice. The 3 of them jumped and began wiping, only to find that their faces were already dyed red. This is the blue flower blood fruit. Long Chen, this was a medicinal ingredient. The flower was pure blue, but the fruit it bore was as vividly red as fresh blood. Without a few months' time, there was no way for the color to fade once it touched someone's skin. It wasn't poisonous, but it enraged them. Just now, you 3 were the ones shouting the loudest from the Divine Pill Division. Now I'll give you a chance to get back at me. Each of you, pick a number between 1 and 10, said Long Chen. Why should we? Long Chen, you are provoking the Divine Pill Division. Shut up, pick a number, ordered Yi Qian. 5, 9, 3. The 3 of them extremely unwillingly picked a number. They hated Long Chen to the core now. Their only desire was for Yi Qian to trounce Long Chen. 5, 9, 3. That's what you 3 picked, and I wouldn't possibly collude with you. Everyone can see their hatred for me. There's no chance of me cheating, so this number wasn't something anyone could have picked beforehand. Examiner, I'll trouble you to read out the name of the 593rd pill, either from the front or the back, up to you, said Long Chen. Everyone realized that Long Chen had done this to make sure that no one would have any advantage over the other when it came to the pill chosen. The pills on the list were not listed according to their difficulty to refine. Instead, they were listed based on when they were discovered. As a result, the difficulty was random. The 593rd pill is, the examiner started to read, but his expression changed slightly. The 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill. The name of this pill left most of the disciples confused, but the disciples of the Divine Pill Division sucked in cold gasps of air. That was an extremely difficult pill, requiring not just a powerful flame but also an enormous amount of spiritual strength. Other than the normal requirements for refining pills, it also required the ability to inject heavenly Dao energy into the pill. In truth, it could not be considered an ordinary pill. It was a pill that possessed an innate spirituality. The heavenly Dao energy that nourished it, during the refinement would result in it having its own spirituality, a spirituality that was qualitatively different from the spirituality bestowed upon a pill as a result of pill lightning. Long Chen, you'll definitely lose. This 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill is not only one that I can refine, but it is also one of the pills that I excel most at refining. Let's just see how you embarrass yourself. Yi Qian laughed heartily. Senior apprentice brother Yi Qian really is amazing. Not only can he refine the 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill, but he excels at it as well. How will this bumpkin compete with him? How can such a person even be compared to senior apprentice brother Yi Qian? That would be an insult to senior apprentice brother Yi Qian. Hee, I want to see how Long Chen crawls on the ground and barks. Haha, thinking of how arrogant he was, I can't wait. The Divine Pill Division's disciples seemed to already be able to see the conclusion and were all growing excited. Wan Qing shook her head. Are all the disciples of the Divine Families so stupid? How are they going to survive the embarrassment if Big Brother Long Chen wins? Is it so satisfying to be slapped by your own words? Cough, Fairy Wan Qing, let me just correct your phrasing. It's not all the disciples of the Divine Families, it's the disciples of the Divine Pill Division, said Shen Chengfeng awkwardly. Oh, sorry, I misspoke, said Wan Qing. She truly had misspoken by lumping in Shen Chengfeng and the 8th Legion with them. Shen Chengfeng smiled. It's fine, the current Divine Pill Division is like this. Although they look to be flourishing, they're too arrogant. We don't like them, but they are alchemists that the Divine Families need, so we have to let them be arrogant. If you walk by them, they might be in a mood and curse you for being rude, as if not bowing to an alchemist is a huge offense. I've wanted to slap them myself in the past, but I don't have Long Chen's guts. The disciples of the Divine Pill Division were so arrogant that the other disciples avoided them. It wasn't that they were afraid of them, but that they were worried they wouldn't be able to hold themselves back from beating them. Many of the regular disciples of the Divine Families were quite satisfied to see Long Chen slap their faces. While they didn't believe that he could win, they wouldn't mind seeing him slap their faces again. A couple of disciples appeared carrying precious medicinal ingredients. They were then arranged on the platforms. There were over 700 ingredients, and 3 sets, indicating that both of them had 3 chances. Considering that you are refining the extremely difficult 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill, which takes a great deal of time to refine, and adding on the pressure of so many people being present, you would normally be given 3 days. However, there are too many Empyreans present which will naturally affect the surrounding heavenly Dao energy. As a result, we have extended the timeline to 5 days. Are the 2 of you prepared? If you are, then we can start at any time. The examiner took out a large hourglass. As long as the 2 of them nodded, the time would start counting down. Let's start. The sooner we start, the sooner it's over. After I take that orb, I still have more things to do, said Long Chen. Yi Qian sneered and didn't reply. He simply nodded to the examiner. Then let the competition begin. The hourglass's runes activated. Dark red sand began to fall from the top. Yi Qian took a deep breath. He instantly seemed to become a different person. His arrogance, his wildness, his tyrannical air, they all vanished, replaced with a calm serenity. It almost felt like he had been acting before. He, once senior, apprentice brother Yi Qian starts refining pills, he enters a perfect state of forgetting everything other than the refinement. I'll probably never be able to reach such a perfect realm, said one of the Divine Pill Division's disciples worshipfully. Even though he could also be classified as a genius of alchemy, he was not in the same realm as Yi Qian. Yi Qian's master, the division head, looked at the pill doyen. Qian is capable of calming all his emotions once he starts refining pills. It's very difficult for a young disciple to reach this level. Even many senior alchemists cannot do this. Yi Qian was his pride. He treated him better than a son, and he didn't spare any effort in raising him. To be able to have such a disciple, he felt that any regrets that he had could be entrusted to him. He was proud to have raised such a disciple. He looks calm on the surface, but that does not represent that there are no fluctuations in his heart. Even if the surface of the water is calm, what if some outer power were to interfere? The pill doyen didn't praise Yi Qian. The division head didn't know what to feel about that. Having the pill doyen not look favorably upon Yi Qian made him feel terrible. But the pill doyen's position in the Divine Pill Division was supreme. Are you unconvinced? Just watch, said the pill doyen with a faint smile. The division head gloomily continued to watch. He suddenly smiled coldly. Chapter 2397 Tuition Fee. Yi Qian seemed to have forgotten Long Chen. Blood-colored flames were currently enveloping one of his ingredients. That ingredient was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The impurities were gradually expelled. At the same time, a strange fluctuation came from within Yi Qian's body. That fluctuation seemed to have some accordance with the ingredients. The void shook. Seemingly without using any techniques, the surrounding heavenly Dao energy began to naturally merge into his pill flame to assist in his refinement. This was the most amazing thing about an inherited flame. Due to the bloodline inheritance, it was easily controlled, and through the nourishment of countless generations, it was already accepted by the heavenly Daos. When the flame appeared, the heavenly Daos followed. An inherited flame is a true pill flame. It cannot be considered on the same level as earth flames. As for Long Chen, from the moment he accepted senior apprentice brother Yi Qian's challenge, he had already lost, sneered one disciple. Every time I see senior apprentice brother Yi Qian refine pills, I feel like prostrating myself toward him. To enter this state of forgetting everything but the pill Tao is something I'll spend a lifetime trying to reach. Those disciples weren't sucking up. They really did feel worship for Yi Qian's abilities. Why isn't Long Chen moving? Does he have no idea how to refine the pill? Who knows? That might be normal considering what a dismal place the martial heaven continent is now. That's fine. In any case, senior apprentice brother Yi Qian will definitely be the one to win. We just need to see how Long Chen embarrasses himself. Who has any hopes of witnessing his alchemy arts? While the other disciples of the Divine Pill Division didn't have any interest in seeing Long Chen's alchemy, Wan Qing, Shen Chengfeng, and the others were all looking forward to it. But they were nervous now. Could it be that he really didn't know how to refine it? Otherwise, why wasn't he moving? The 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill was something that Wan Qing had come into contact with before, but she had never refined it. The Pill Fairy had said that with Wan Qing's current power, she was still unable to refine that pill. Long Chen was simply sitting there, watching Yi Qian refine his ingredients with interest. It was unknown what he was thinking. In the distance, Feng Fei frowned. She was frowning not because of Long Chen, but because of the Divine Pill Division's disciples who were nattering. Have them shut up, said Feng Fei to one of her attendants. That attendant immediately walked over to those disciples and shouted, "Shut up. If you keep shouting, Senior Feng Fei won't be able to focus on watching. If fawning over others could increase your power, then there would be no need for anyone to cultivate." After saying that, she walked back without even looking at those disciples again. Just that one shout was very effective. Those disciples gloomily looked at Feng Fei, but they didn't dare to say another word. Things fell very silent. The silence was refreshing as if a group of houseflies had been swatted. The other disciples not of the Divine Pill Division looked at Feng Fei gratefully. Only she was able to suppress these fellows. Everyone looked at the center. Yi Qian was reaching the final moment of refinement for his first ingredient. Even Yi Qian had to be careful with such difficult ingredients. The requirements for the flame control were extremely high. Long Chen calmly looked at Yi Qian. He suddenly asked, "Brother, what's your surname?" "I'm surnamed." Yi Qian began to speak without thinking about it, but his expression then changed. The precious ingredient that had reached the final part of refinement suddenly exploded due to the distraction. "Bastard!" raged Yi Qian. Long Chen had once more played a treacherous con against him. "Bastard, what a strange surname. I've never heard of such a name. Ah, so you aren't part of the Yi family. Your full name is Bastard Yechen. Now I understand. I'm Long Chen. Nice to meet you." Long Chen cupped his fists toward him. The Pill Doyen indifferently said, "This is your so-called perfect state of forgetting everything but alchemy. This is Long Chen's con. Such a thing would never have occurred otherwise," said the division head, also dumbfounded. How had Long Chen managed to pull Yi Qian out of that realm with just a question? Long Chen didn't do anything. He didn't use spiritual strength, spiritual yuan, or the power of his astral space. He simply asked a very normal question at the moment of Yi Qian's flame change. Yi Qian's spiritual fluctuations were slightly scattered due to how careful he was being, resulting in him being distracted by this simple question. Have you not taught him that when he focuses, he has to relax? At most, 70% of his mental energy should be concentrated. He had already passed 95%, so he had no way to react at all to Long Chen, instead responding instinctively. Is this how you teach your disciples? The Pill Doyen's expression finally grew severe toward the end. The division head could finally no longer bear it. Senior Pill Doyen, Long Chen is being sinister and intentionally harming Qian. Instead of criticizing Long Chen, you're blaming me and Qian. Aren't you? The division head didn't have the guts to finish his sentence. Favoring an outsider. The Pill Doyen suddenly laughed. After living for so many years, you've grown more and more immature. Let's ignore any favoritism for now. Tell me, with such concentrated mental energy, how is an alchemist supposed to handle the sudden invasion of a heart devil? But Qian doesn't have any heart devils. He has never run into any setbacks, argued the division head. He doesn't have one now, but what about in the future? Are you planning on looking after him for a lifetime? What about when you die? Or are you planning on bringing him with you? Your pampering is not helping him, it is harming him instead. Even if he doesn't run into a single setback his entire life, does that mean that he won't have a heart devil? Ah, there's no point in saying these things. Just watch. The pill doyen sighed. The division head's expression was ugly. He placed all his hatred over this matter onto Long Chen. Long Chen, how can you be so despicable? If you think you can beat me this way, you're wrong. You're definitely going to lose. Yi Qian suddenly burst into flames, using this method to block Long Chen from his sight. He restarted his refinement. After a while, Long Chen stood and stretched his waist. He yawned. Yi Qian, as an alchemist, I need some music to get in the mood. I'm sure you won't mind. Long Chen beckoned to the 8th Legion's warriors. In front of countless shocked gazes, the warriors began to take out drums and gongs. Ear-piercing sounds rang out like blades in people's ears. The experts present instantly shot up, cursing. But their cursing was drowned out by the music. Yet again, the flame in Yi Qian's hand went out of control. The medicinal ingredient he had been refining exploded. Long Chen, what do you want? Roared Yi Qian. His voice was hoarse with rage. Long Chen waved his hand. The 8th Legion's warriors immediately stopped. Seeing how murderous the gazes of the other disciples were, they hastily put away their instruments. Long Chen, you are absolutely despicable. You aren't fit to be an alchemist, roared one of the Divine Pill Division's disciples. Long Chen had used despicable means to ruin Yi Qian's refinement twice now, angering them. Even the elders were angered, along with the other disciples of the divine families. He was treating them as monkeys to toy with. As long as the pill doyen gave the order, they would be happy to pounce and tear Long Chen to pieces. Despicable. Isn't this all your own fault? I had no enmity with the Divine Pill Division, so why was I dragged here to gamble with this fellow? Are you blind or stupid? As soon as I arrived here, you mocked and ridiculed me to affect my mental state. Was that not the same thing? Now you say I'm not fit to be an alchemist. Then how are you fit to be alchemists? I've seen shameless people, but not people as shameless as you. Long Chen's words left those people at a loss for words. He turned to the furious Yi Qian. Little fellow, you should thank me, as well as the fact that you have a good senior. Otherwise, you would be screwed for this lifetime. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand. The medicinal ingredients before him flew into the air. A ball of lightning struck them, turning them to ash and shocking everyone. They looked at his table to see that he had destroyed 2 sets of his ingredients, leaving him with only 1. Even Yi Qian was stunned. He had destroyed the same ingredient twice, leaving him with only 1 chance as well. Now Long Chen had returned them to an even playing field. He didn't know what to say. The others who had called Long Chen despicable were also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Using my real abilities to defeat you isn't worth my time normally. These little tricks are beneath me as well. The reason I am doing this is because I've accepted your tuition fee, said Long Chen. Bring out your full abilities. Show me what supports your arrogance. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back, no longer looking crafty and sinister. Instead, there was an indescribable confidence and domineering aura coming from him. Chapter 2398 The former master of the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Leaving us both with 1 chance is because I'm busy. We now have 1 set each and can bring out our true skills, said Long Chen indifferently. He had completely changed. Now that he was serious, he definitely possessed the air of a master. Then I'll show you. Yi Qian's fury and arrogance finally faded. Now he understood that like himself, Long Chen also had absolute confidence. If he continued like this, the one to lose in the end might be him. Yi Qian waved his hand. An ancient pill furnace appeared before everyone, and every alchemist present grew envious. The Dragon Phoenix Cosmos Furnace. I'm finally getting to see this priceless treasure in person. All the Divine Pill Division's disciples stared at it, and the cry of a phoenix and dragon could vaguely be heard. Clouds began to gather in the sky, with heavenly Tao energy surging over. This was an extremely ancient divine furnace. An alchemist using it would find refining pills much easier. Take out your pill furnace. If you don't have one, I don't mind giving you one, sneered Yi Qian. Although he now viewed Long Chen as an opponent, he couldn't hold back his rage at being conned thrice, in addition to having his throat held inside the treasury. I really don't have a good pill furnace. Why don't you give me one? Long Chen also sneered. He waved his hand, taking out a pill furnace that was covered in rust and looked worn down. Everyone was silent, but then the Divine Pill Division's disciples began to laugh. What a poor ghost. He's actually using such a rusty furnace to compete with senior apprentice brother Yiqian. Why not just take out a chamber pot? Feng Fei frowned. One of her attendants was about to stand again, but Feng Fei shook her head. These fools don't even know what a priceless treasure that is. In a bit, they'll know how blind they are. Even the elders of the Divine Pill Division were startled. What was Long Chen thinking by using such a broken furnace? Was he trying to insult the Divine Pill Division? However, the Pill Doyen's body shuddered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Is this real? The Pill Doyen actually stood and walked over to Long Chen. Senior, you recognize the Moon and Star Refining Furnace? This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected someone to recognize it. Of course I recognize it. How could I not recognize the leader of the ancient era's 10 great pill furnaces? The Pill Doyen respectfully rubbed the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. He sighed. The ancient records state that the Moon and Star Refining Furnace's final master was Yan Qingsheng. In a battle alongside the sovereign, the alchemy Grand Master Yan Qingsheng fell, while the Moon and Star Refining Furnace was broken. Who would have thought that the ancient records were wrong? It is still present, but it's badly damaged. Although its soul has gradually awakened, it's still a very long way from being fully restored. This was Long Chen's first time hearing most of this information. He hadn't known that the Moon and Star Refining Furnace's origins were even greater than he had thought. It was the head of the 10 great pill furnaces of the ancient era. Right now, its soul was too badly damaged, and he could only communicate with it simply. An item's spirit was different from a human, and its core was badly damaged. He hadn't expected that this cauldron that the mechanism sect had sent his way thanks to the Dongfang family would end up profiting him so immensely. Long Chen, if you are interested, my Divine Pill Division will give you a nice price for it, said the division head. As soon as he said this, killing intent appeared in Long Chen's eyes. He vanished, appearing in front of the division head and grabbing his throat. Do you want to try repeating what you just said? Long Chen's sudden hostility made everyone jump. Furthermore, did he not realize he was holding the throat of the division head? With his left hand holding his throat, Long Chen's other hand was pressed against his chest. Destructive power thrummed in his palm. As long as he released it, the division head would be blasted apart. The division head was furious at this. He had just asked if Long Chen wanted to sell his furnace, but Long Chen somehow became crazy. He didn't dare to do anything, afraid that Long Chen would really kill him. Alchemists were not martial cultivators. They had very weak bodies, and a lack of battle experience meant that even a fourth-step nether passage alchemist could be easily killed by Long Chen at such a close distance. The various experts present began to take out their weapons, surrounding Long Chen. Everyone, stop, shouted the Pill Doyen. He turned to Long Chen. Long Chen, my apologies. He is not a martial artist and doesn't know certain rules. On account of this old man's face, can you forgive him this one time? The Divine Family's people didn't dare to believe their ears. The Pill Doyen was actually apologizing to Long Chen. Had the world gone insane? Long Chen gloomily tossed the division head to the side. On account of Senior Pill Doyen's face, I'll let you off. If not for him, even if the master of the Divine Families came, I'd still kill you. Free from him, the division head furiously shouted, you. The Pill Doyen said, shut up. This is the result of your own ignorance. In the Divine Families, our pill furnaces are all inherited, so you don't know the rules of the outside world. A pill furnace with its own spirit like the Moon and Star Refining Furnace will not easily choose a new master. Once chosen, it will not find another master unless the previous master dies. The master of the pill furnace is the same, and they will protect their pill furnace with their life. You wanted to buy his pill furnace without even understanding this. That's one of the gravest insults. If Long Chen said that he wanted to buy your wife, what would you do? The division head fell silent. He hadn't heard of such a thing before. The other members of the Divine Families also came to an understanding. Seeing that the division head really hadn't known about such a rule, Long Chen's expression softened slightly. Just now, he had really wanted to kill him. Thanks to the Pill Doyen's explanation, the misunderstanding was cleared up. But even if he had been mistaken, the division head couldn't apologize to a member of the junior generation, especially not after Long Chen had grabbed his throat and made him lose face. The Pill Doyen sighed. The Moon and Star Refining Furnace was actually damaged to such an extent. That battle must have been terrifying. Yan Qingsheng was a Grand Master of the Pill Dao. Of the current pill formulas used in the world, hundreds were created by him. He was able to progress the techniques of ancient alchemists and innovate new ideas, allowing future generations to become closer to the pill Tao easier. It can be said that he is a monument in the history of alchemy, someone with unmatched contributions to the path of alchemy. Most admirable of all, even when the Dark Era came, he chose to participate and died in battle. While it saddens me that he died, his heroism is moving. Many thanks for informing me about the history of the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Its item spirit is still too injured and just woke up. It was unable to tell me about this history. Long Chen cupped his fists. For the Moon and Star Refining Furnace to accept you as its master means that you are definitely a match for it. Well, haha, it seems that I've said too much. The competition can continue. The pill doyen looked once more at the Moon and Star Refining Furnace before returning to his seat. Everyone was deathly silent. Those disciples of the Divine Pill Division in particular felt a fiery, hot sensation on their faces. Their blind mocking had now turned into a giant slap in their faces. Yi Qian looked at the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. He was unable to tell what was so amazing about it, but the pill doyen's words were still ringing in his ears. The leader of the 10 great pill furnaces of the ancient era. As for his Dragon Phoenix Cosmos furnace, although it was a priceless treasure, it wasn't qualified to enter the top 10. In fact, its history could not be traced back to those times. If you dare to get an idea about my pill furnace, I'll kill you right here. Don't test my bottom line. At such a close distance, no one can stop me from killing you, said Long Chen preemptively. No matter how famous the Moon and Star Refining Furnace was, he had never viewed it as a tool. It was one of his companions. If someone wanted him to use it as a gambling chip, it would be one of the worst insults. Yi Qian snorted. So what if you have a good furnace? Its body is broken and its item spirit has yet to fully awaken. You can't beat me with that. Yi Qian suddenly patted the Dragon Phoenix Cosmos furnace. 2 pillars of divine light soared into the sky, intertwining like a dragon and phoenix. A medicinal ingredient entered his pill furnace. He was finally starting his alchemy, and the atmosphere tensed once more. Chapter 2399 Endless Ridicule. Long Chen also didn't continue talking. He placed a hand on the Moon and Star Refining Furnace, causing translucent flames to begin dancing inside. He needs to warm the furnace. These are rudimentary techniques. Is he really a master of alchemy? Long Chen's actions could be considered standard. There was nothing outstanding about them. Many disciples of the Divine Pill Division did not need to go through the process of warming their furnaces first because they had reached the level of having their heart be one with their furnace. When they wanted to refine pills, the pill furnace would automatically warm up on its own and enter a refining state. On the other hand, Yi Qian was already refining his medicinal ingredients. His spiritual strength was flowing in smoothly, and the images of a dragon and phoenix above the furnace were growing clearer and clearer. His flame control was perfect. That control was something that no other disciple of the Divine Pill Division was able to achieve. The title of the Divine Pill Division's #1 genius was not for nothing. Even Wan Qing had no choice but to admit that she couldn't find one flaw in Yi Qian's alchemy arts. The only one whose alchemy could surpass Yi Qian was the Pill Fairy, so Wan Qing didn't have very high hopes for Long Chen. Furthermore, after warming the furnace, Long Chen began refining his first ingredient. Everything he was doing was simply standard, with nothing to praise. As for the Moon and Star Refining Furnace, it was still deathly silent, looking to be powerless. Sneers began to ring out all around him, but Long Chen wasn't listening. He was now focused on his alchemy. What they were saying was something about how other than looking like a master, everything about Long Chen's alchemy was in line with an amateur. Long Chen's already lost. His inverse Tao water spirit flame might be the #1 earth flame, but it seems that he cannot fully control it. There are many impurities he has failed to expel in his ingredients, said one of the elders of the Divine Pill Division. With his vision, he could clearly see that the impurities had not been fully expelled. For an ordinary disciple, that level of purity could be considered excellent. But it was still lacking in their eyes. After all, Long Chen was facing Yi Qian. Yi Qian had an inherited flame, and even without a pill furnace, he was capable of refining ingredients without leaving the slightest trace of impurities. As for Long Chen, even with the assistance of a pill furnace, he was unable to achieve the same level of purity. It made them wonder if Long Chen himself was this weak, or if his pill furnace was too badly damaged. Most inexplicable of all, it seemed that Long Chen was unaware of the impurities remaining in his refined ingredients. He was focused on refining more of them. For the moon and star refining furnace to land in his hands really is a waste of a treasure. One elder sighed sadly, for the head of the 10 great pill furnaces of the ancient era to fall into such a novice's hands was truly sad. Well, another elder opened his mouth, only for the elder beside him to glare at him and make him shut his mouth. They glanced toward the pill doyen, but the pill doyen didn't seem to be listening to them. He was focused on Long Chen, seemingly pondering something. Most people's gazes were concentrated on Yi Qian. He was elegantly refining, with his flame undergoing 1,000 transformations every second. Both alchemists and martial artists were capable of learning various things from his display. As for Long Chen's movements, there was nothing spectacular about them. 99% of the people here didn't bother to look at him anymore. Even if they did, it was only to sneer. Feng Fei was beginning to frown. One of her attendants said, "How about we leave? This competition is entirely just Yi Qian showing off. We're wasting our time." Feng Fei hesitated before shaking her head. "Let's just keep watching. We're already here. I still feel like this Long Chen isn't a good person. Why would he jump into such an obvious trap?" "That's true. I've investigated his history. I can't even count how many people he has conned to death," said that attendant. Feng Fei was naturally irritated that Long Chen had essentially kicked her out last time when the 8th Legion had reclaimed their camp. He hadn't given her any face. As a result, she had decided to investigate him to find what kind of person he was. The investigation had shocked her and her attendants. His history was practically a miracle. But during his growth, he had also used many evil moves. In the Xuantian monastery's disciple selection, he had kicked someone into a river and pissed on him. There was a time he had conned a whole group of people, only to step in and reap the jade butterfly queen bee honey. He had dug a hole and had the Dragonblood Legion crap into it, all for drawing someone with mysophobia inside of it. There was too much of his mischief to count. The con of the 3rd Legion was nothing compared to his past cons. As a result of this, they had labeled Long Chen a sinister and wicked fellow. Such a person wouldn't just jump into someone's trap for no reason. That was why Feng Fei wanted to see the conclusion even if she was bored now. There were many ingredients to purify, which took a great deal of time. The slightest mistake could ruin everything during this process. This was why every alchemist's spiritual strength needed to be strong. Time passed bit by bit. Refining hundreds of different ingredients was a huge labor that didn't allow Yi Qian or Long Chen to slack off. However, people gradually came to notice something curious. Yi Qian's movements were all beautiful and perfect. His dancing flame's efficiency was extremely high. On the other hand, Long Chen's actions were slow and clumsy. Yi Qian's refining speed should have far surpassed his, but somehow, they were still refining the same ingredient at the same time. Although Yi Qian would pick up his next ingredient first, Long Chen would always follow. The speeds of their refinements were equally matched. No matter how Yi Qian tried, he was unable to shake off Long Chen. At this time, people started to sense something, and looking closely at Long Chen's movements, one person sneered, "To keep up, he hasn't managed to purify many of his ingredients." What nonsense! These disciples didn't have the vision of the elders. After all, they didn't have that much experience. Only now did they notice that Long Chen's refined ingredients still had a trace of impurities in them. The disciples of the Divine Pill Division grew even more spiteful of Long Chen. In pursuit of speed, he was leaving impurities in his ingredients. That was so foolish that there was no cure for it. The result was obvious. Time quickly passed. Long Chen's movements continued to look dull. No one paid further attention to him. Just refining all the ingredients took 3 days, but in the end, they finished at the same time. Yi Qian snorted and formed a hand seal. His medicinal powders began to merge together inside the pill furnace one by one. His flame energy soared once more. A dragon and phoenix revolved around his pill furnace. Long Chen followed suit. He began sending his medicinal powders into the pill furnace. He's using his hands. When people saw that Long Chen was using his hands to send the powders inside the pill furnace, the alchemists almost staggered. Was that not the technique of an amateur? Even a new student should be able to use their spiritual strength to send the powders inside the furnace. What was Long Chen doing? If Long Chen's actions had seemed lackluster before, it was understandable. But what was this for? Was it an intentional insult to the divine families? The Divine Pill Division's disciples grew angry once more. Let's just see how long he can act arrogant for. When the results are in, will he still be able to act that way? I'm looking forward to seeing him bark like a dog and clean the bricks, sneered one of them. Suddenly, Yi Qian's pill furnace rumbled. He had closed the lid. A dragon and phoenix cry resounded through the world. The world's energy formed a giant vortex around his pill furnace. It was a shocking sight that made the other alchemists' blood heat up. The moment that every alchemist anticipated the most was about to arrive. Long Chen has also closed his lid. When did that happen? Asked one person suddenly. Long Chen had also reached the final stage of his refinement at some point. He's just messing around. Who cares? Sneered someone else. All their focus was on Yi Qian. All the heavenly Tao energy is gathering around senior apprentice brother Yi Qian. Long Chen hasn't managed to absorb a single trace. There's no way his pill will form, said another disciple coldly. Although Long Chen had closed his lid, there was no phenomenon of absorbing the world's energy. With Yi Qian present, his pill couldn't absorb any heavenly Tao energy. The competition's conclusion was already clear. At this moment, Long Chen's worn-down pill furnace finally began to light up, and the rust spots ignited. Suddenly, a starry sky appeared around everyone. In that instant, all the experts involuntarily stared at the moon and star refining furnace, filled with shock. Chapter 2405 Color Pill Lightning. The moon and star refining furnace, which had been silent this entire time, suddenly began to shine. Stars appeared in the air, and it was like an entire cosmos was whirling around the furnace. This sight finally drew people's attention away from Yi Qian. Long Chen was still calm, but the fluctuations of the moon and star refining furnace were growing ever stronger. The rust and worn-down areas of the furnace were still present, but they were no longer able to cover up the pill furnace's divine light. A ripple suddenly spread in every direction from the moon and star refining furnace. It was a gentle power that passed through the entire plaza. People felt the soft energy ripple by them. After flowing out, the ripple faded. Things fell silent, with people simply staring in confusion. After a while, the moon and star refining furnace's stars began to move according to a set pattern. The flame fluctuations grew hotter. Flames enveloped Long Chen, and a wave of heat made the experts present feel like they were being roasted. This idiot, he's actually using such a violent flame just as the pill forms. The outside will be damaged, while the inside won't be evenly heated. It would be crazy if the pill even condenses at this rate, sneered an alchemist. This was the action of a layman. Did he think that he was cooking food? Just at this moment, rumbling rang out. Tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Senior apprentice brother Yi Qian has finished his pill. The heavenly Taos have sensed it and are unleashing pill tribulation. Yi Qian's pill furnace was trembling. His 100 Tao merger spirit pill was about to come out for its tribulation. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I'm done. You've lost, laughed Yi Qian. He shouted, bring down the heavenly tribulation screen. The plaza became covered by a translucent barrier, and his pill furnace instantly called down. This barrier was made for blocking pill tribulation. The pill tribulation wouldn't be able to sense the pill, and the pill wouldn't be able to sense the tribulation. After that, the lid opened and a wild spotted tiger came roaring out. Heavens, a top-grade spirit pill form. Even without heavenly tribulation, it has its own spirit. Senior apprentice brother Yi Qian is so powerful. Every spot on this tiger contained its own Tao charm. The tiger itself was so powerful that a single roar from it shook their ears. Ha ha, Long Chen, now are you convinced of your loss? Yi Qian stood. Light shot out of his furnace, forming a net that bound the tiger. However, it didn't return to its original shape. He was clearly showing it off. Yi Qian himself was very proud of this refinement of his. Although he had refined the 100 Tao merger spirit pill before, he was surprised to find that today's pill was the best quality he had ever refined. The Divine Pill Division's disciples cheered thunderously at the sight of the tiger, while even the elders were shocked at Yi Qian's advancements. The division head smiled proudly. Yi Qian was his disciple, and Yi Qian's accomplishments were his pride. He silently glanced at the pill doyen, expecting to see praise on his face, only to find that the pill doyen wasn't even looking at Yi Qian or the 100 Tao merger spirit pill. Instead, he was looking up at the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Long Chen, don't you think it's time to admit defeat? Stalling for time will only show how much of a coward you are. Even if you manage to condense a pill, it will at most be middle grade, a defective product. You've lost miserably, said Yi Qian proudly. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Starry Sky was still revolving around his furnace, but nothing else had happened. In terms of alchemy, Long Chen isn't even fit to carry senior apprentice brother Yi Qian's shoes. He should hurry up and admit defeat. Yes, just kneel and start barking like a dog. The bricks here are quite dirty, and we're anticipating your performance. What are you waiting for? Long Chen, are you planning on backing out? I'll really look down on you then. Wan Qing was pale, with Shen Chengfeng feeling helpless. Although they had felt that Long Chen would lose, this result was still difficult to accept. Long Chen suddenly smiled and pointed at the sky. It would be best if you put away your pill now. Otherwise, your joy might turn into sorrow. Long Chen, have you gone mad from your defeat? Don't stall for more time. In front of my absolute power, your little tricks are a huge joke. Yi Qian suddenly trailed off. Due to Long Chen, people were looking at the sky, only to see something strange. Due to the activation of the barrier, the aura of the 100 Dao merger spirit pill had been hidden from the heavenly tribulation. So why were the tribulation clouds still present? The disciples of the divine pill division were bewildered. This had never occurred before. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning slammed down from the heavens, blasting away the tribulation clouds and striking the barrier. Cracks instantly appeared throughout the entire barrier. It looked as if a second attack would shatter it. What's going on? Strengthen the barrier. Qian put away the 100 Dao merger spirit pill. Shouted the division head. Turn off the barrier. At this moment, the pill doyen's voice rang out over the chaos. What are you talking about? The division head stared at him in confusion. Yi Qian didn't need a reminder. He immediately put away his pill, but there was no sign of the tribulation clouds dissipating. Instead, they only grew denser. Lightning began to condense inside. In the end, they formed 5 giant vortexes of different colors. Heavens, isn't this 5-colored lightning? I thought only a few rare cultivators could face such a tribulation. Has senior apprentice brother Yi Qian's alchemy skills already progressed to the point of finding an unprecedented pill lightning? Heavens, just what level has he reached? He's in a completely different world from us. To be able to witness such a heavenly genius is enough meaning for this lifetime. Yi Qian was also staring in shock at the 5 vortexes of pill lightning. He hadn't expected this pill to result in such a disturbance. Pill lightning was something common to the divine pill division, but there was no record of 5-colored pill lightning. Master, I wish to borrow the power of this tribulation to cleanse my 100 Dao merger spirit pill. Even if it's a failure, I wish to experience it. This is not just an opportunity to me, but all my fellow disciples, shouted Yi Qian to the division head over the thunder. The division head nodded. This heroism filled him with pride. He looked to the pill doyen, expecting him to encourage Yi Qian. If the pill doyen wasn't present, he would already be allowing Yi Qian to go through with it. The pill doyen looked at him oddly. He hesitated for a moment and then sighed. Have Qian retreat. This pill lightning isn't his. What? The nearby elders almost fell to the ground from their shock. If this pill lightning wasn't Yi Qian's, then... They stared in disbelief at Long Chen. Their expressions were extremely odd. Master, are you worried about this 100 Dao merger spirit pill? I was able to refine one, so I can refine more. To exchange one pill for valuable experience in alchemy is worth it to me and the rest of the divine pill division, shouted Yi Qian, thinking that the division head was unwilling to lose the pill he had just refined. The division head's expression grew extremely unsightly. He didn't know how to reply. The other disciples of the divine pill division were cheering Yi Qian's name. Their worship for Yi Qian had reached an unprecedented point, filling him with pride. If the division head were to tell him at this moment that this pill lightning wasn't his, then the impact to him. It seems that your master is too embarrassed to say it. Fine, let me. I'll trouble you to move out of the way. My pill is about to come out of the furnace, and the tribulation is waiting for it. Long Chen looked at Yi Qian sorrowfully. The cheering came to a sudden stop. Everyone looked at Long Chen with shock. Chapter 2401 The Tao of Annihilation. The cheering in the plaza, which was even louder than the thunder, was like the cause of millions of crows. However, at this moment, those millions of crows were all killed. Yi Qian felt like he had been slapped. He turned to look at Long Chen and then at the terrifying pill lightning gathering in the sky. Yi Qian screamed. This pill lightning wasn't his, but Long Chen's. He refused to believe it. Long Chen's display from the start had been mediocre. How could this pill lightning possibly be his? You don't believe it? Then I'll explain it. Your pill lightning was already smashed apart by my 5-colored lightning. This tribulation now has nothing to do with you. Do you not see that the eye of the tribulation is pointed at me? Long Chen pointed at the center of the 5 vortexes of lightning. There was a shape similar to an eye there. The 5 types of energy were slowly pouring into that eye. A sharp lightning sword condensed there, pointing at Long Chen. How is that possible? The Divine Pill Division's people were filled with disbelief. Only the Pill Doyen had been staring at the tribulation lightning the entire time, seeming to be pondering something. If you don't get out of the way quickly, I won't care if the lightning splits you apart. I don't really care about your life or death, but hand over what you wagered first. If not, please write a will, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the 5-colored lightning sword condensing in the eye of the tribulation shot toward Long Chen. The world rumbled as that sword screamed through the air. Although it was clearly pointed at Long Chen, everyone felt a sharp pain in their souls. The lightning sword pierced through Long Chen and his furnace. It exploded, transforming into streams of lightning that spread in every direction. Just as the lightning sword exploded, Yi Qian finally flew back. However, he was one step too slow, and the lightning brushed against him. Blood-colored flames covered his body, but they were unable to fully protect him. He was sent flying, his face pale. Blood leaked out of his mouth. Yi Qian didn't care about this injury. He was pale because of his defeat. Pill lightning was the best way to appraise the quality of a pill. It was the fairest, most impartial method with no way to cheat. His pill lightning had been destroyed by Long Chen's pill lightning. His pill lightning was like trash that had been kicked aside by Long Chen's pill lightning. The division head caught Yi Qian and patted his shoulder, transmitting, "Don't worry, Long Chen won't necessarily be able to pass this tribulation. If he fails, you'll be the winner." These words were clearly refusing to accept defeat. If Long Chen's pill really was destroyed by the pill tribulation, he would be unable to bring out a pill, so he would be defeated. But that would be a mocking victory for Yi Qian's pride. He was unable to accept such a thing. His expression was extremely ugly. The moon and star refining furnace's stars absorbed the power of the lightning, causing its light to grow stronger. Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. This bolt was double the power of the first, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. This terrifying tribulation was filled with the will of annihilation. Even a third-step netherpassage expert would be killed. These disciples were unable to say a single word. Ignoring Long Chen's alchemy arts, the fact that he dared to allow this terrifying lightning to strike him directly was enough to shake them deeply. This terrifying tribulation, which would kill others in one move, was being ignored by Long Chen as if he didn't even feel it. The lightning continued to grow stronger. Every attack contained the power of annihilation that was part of the heavenly Taos. In front of this power, the power of man felt incredibly minuscule. However, no matter how powerful the lightning grew, Long Chen continued not to do anything. It seemed that he was waiting for something. The moon and star refining furnace was growing brighter and brighter, while the stars were revolving faster and faster. Finally, it felt like something had awoken within the pill furnace. A boundless aura slowly rose. "This aura, what is going on?" asked one of the Divine Pill Division's elders. This completely toppled their understanding of alchemy. For the aura of the pill to only appear now, didn't that mean it had only condensed at this moment? But for pill lightning to come, it should have been formed from the start of the tribulation. Everyone looked at the pill Doyen. With so many gazes on him, he finally said, "This is another way to refine this pill. The most important part of the 100 Tao merger spirit pill is the merger aspect. The Divine Pill Division has 17 ways to refine it, but there is one that has never managed to succeed, so it was discarded and forgotten. That is why you only know 16 ways. I coincidentally saw the 17th technique in the hidden scripture pavilion in an abandoned storehouse. At that time, I felt that the principles behind it were too ridiculous to be feasible. It seemed to be the crazy raving of some senior who had indulged in fantasy. It could not be used in reality, but today, my eyes have been opened to the world." "What is this method?" asked the division head. "The scripture stated that our current techniques for refining the 100 Tao merger spirit pill all depend on luck. To absorb the energy of the heavenly Taos to condense the pill's spirituality does not depend on the alchemist, but on the mood of the heavens. We cannot absorb more energy than the heavens are willing to give us. As a result, While the final quality of the pill is affected by the skill of the alchemist, it also depends on the mood of the heavens. The top-grade pill that Xianxia refined truly is not bad, but a large aspect of that was luck. Who can say when the heavens will be willing to give more energy or less? If they're lucky, the pill will be good. If they're unlucky, the pill's quality will be inferior. But what about the pill that Long Chen is refining? Long Chen's method is the one mentioned in that scripture. It is to rely on a person's power instead of luck. He is grasping every part of the heavenly Taos himself and merging them into the pill, said the pill doyen. That's impossible. No one can control the heavenly Taos. Not even a god, although there were those such as Heavenly Fate Island capable of reading the ephemeral flow of fate. Those sects could only vaguely grasp a few things from the future and calculate probabilities of certain events occurring. That was not the true heavenly Taos. No one could truly read the heavenly Taos. From ancient times to now, no one had ever managed to fully grasp the heavenly Taos. This is a question that perhaps only Long Chen knows the answer to. All I know is that the 100 Taos that he gathered into his pill were missing one. He merged 99 Taos, leaving the final one to be the Tao of annihilation within this pill lightning, said the pill doyen. That explanation was something that would have been scoffed at if said by another. But he was the pill doyen, the true number one of the divine pill division. How was it that the Tao of annihilation could be merged into a medicinal pill? The Tao of annihilation within pill lightning was used to destroy medicinal pills. Wasn't that contrary? Furthermore, if that was the case, who would possibly consume such a pill? Would it not be poison? There were plenty of ways to kill oneself, so there was no need to make it so complicated, right? Perhaps the pill doyen understood, but he didn't seem to be in the mood to explain it any further. He was focused on Long Chen, clearly not wanting to be disturbed. Everyone fell silent once more, simply watching as one giant lightning sword after another fell upon Long Chen. The aura of the pill inside the moon and star refining furnace continued to grow stronger. However, after a short while, the division head's expression changed. The runes on the bricks of the plaza were starting to dim. That meant that the lightning was exhausting their energy. No need to worry, said the pill doyen before the division head could give orders. The lid to the moon and star refining furnace slowly opened. A strange fluctuation came from within. The experts present sensed their own auras within that fluctuation. Just at that moment, a fist-sized pill flew into the sky. The heavens rumbled. The 5 vortexes of lightning merged together into a supreme vortex. Following that, a tempest of lightning arrows rained down upon the pill. Chapter 2402 Earth Rank Top Tier Tribulation Pill. What is that? How can it be so big? When they saw that pill, everyone was surprised. It was even a bit bigger than an adult's fist. Even giant pills were only the size of a baby's fist, so the size was definitely off. Furthermore, the pill was black and covered in thick veins. Its appearance was definitely not that of the 100 Tao merger spirit pill. Lightning arrows rained down from the tribulation at the pill. Long Chen actually made no move to stop them, simply allowing them to strike the pill. Shockingly, those veiny marks on the pill actually lit up and blocked the tribulation. The lightning shattered on contact with it. Is that really a medicinal pill? People were unable to believe their eyes. That black ball seemed to possess the aura of a medicinal pill, but they didn't sense any of the fluctuations of a spirit pill. It was just a black ball hanging in the air motionlessly as it was struck by lightning. Long Chen stood beside it. He was also not reacting to the lightning arrows. Ever since his last tribulation when Sovereign Mo Li had stabbed him with his sword, he found that his internal organs that had been blasted apart had become stronger after recovering. Lightning was no longer able to invade them. Even Long Chen didn't know if this was a gift that Sovereign Mo Li had given him. This level of tribulation was nothing to Long Chen. As for Lei Long, it didn't even have a desire to consume this level of lightning. It had also gotten picky, and lightning that wasn't strong enough was no longer worth consuming. Seeing him standing so indifferently in the face of this lightning assault, one of the divine family's young women suddenly said, "You know, Long Chen isn't actually that hateful. He's pretty handsome." As soon as she said this, the surrounding male disciples glared at her, causing her to shut her mouth. However, even though they didn't like Long Chen, they had to admit that the current Long Chen was definitely attractive. Everyone's gazes were attracted to him, but he seemed completely unaffected by them. People suddenly realized that his expression also hadn't changed when they had been taunting him. He didn't seem pleased or dazzled at all. It was a stark contrast to how Yi Qian had seemed after refining the 100 Dao merger spirit pill. One acted as if he was unmatched in the world, while another was silent. According to reason, this was the best moment for Long Chen to mock the people that had taunted him, but he didn't say anything. Those disciples of the divine pill division felt like they had been silently slapped by his disdain. The tribulation continued to grow stronger, until crunchy sounds began to come out of the pill. The pill's going to break. Cracks appeared on the pill. Everyone looked at Long Chen, only to see him watching indifferently. Finally, the lightning grew so strong that the pill couldn't endure it. Pieces of it began to fall off. When the black pieces fell off one by one, people found that inside was a red pill that had been covered by a black shell. The black shell was the pill veil. If the pill veil is already so powerful, then how powerful is the actual pill? A pill veil was not rare. Many people would refine a pill veil to protect the pill. That was to maintain the medicinal energy within the pill and make sure that it didn't leak outside. A pill veil was normally very weak, but Long Chen's pill veil was strong enough to block this terrifying lightning. When the red pill appeared, the tribulation grew stronger once more. An incense stick's worth of time later, it also began to crack. What? This is also a pill veil. Shockingly, when the red exterior shattered, it revealed a violet pill inside. The red layer was also a pill veil. 2 layers of pill veils. How did he do that? One of the elders of the divine pill division cried out in shock. It was hard enough to refine a single pill veil while refining the pill, so the concept of refining 2 was so difficult that it only existed in theory. No one would ever do such a thing in reality. By the point that a pill veil was refined, the pill was essentially finished. There was no need to take the risk of destroying the entire pill just to create a second layer. The lightning grew stronger again, growing berserk as if it had to destroy this pill. The violet pill suddenly exploded into powder, making everyone jump. One of the disciples suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, it was a failure. Just as he laughed, he realized everyone was looking at him like they wanted to slap him. Even enemies wouldn't laugh at other alchemists for having a pill fail a tribulation. This kind of display was a complete disgrace. It isn't a failure. That violet layer was also a pill veil. Just what kind of pill did Long Chen refine? A pill the size of a baby's fist appeared within the violet dust. It was as white as jade, glowing like the moon. The plaza was illuminated by its sacred light, making people feel like they were in a daydream. How beautiful! Some of the female disciples couldn't help sighing in wonder. The 5-colored pill lightning in the sky suddenly condensed. It transformed into one giant 5-colored sword the size of a mountain. It had condensed the full power of the tribulation. Then it whistled toward the pill with endless destructive power. A hand reached out and caught the lightning sword, shattering it. It transformed into lightning runes that filled the plaza. The pure white pill was immersed within the sea of lightning runes. Suddenly, runes lit up all over it. Flower petals began to bloom beneath it. The petals began to absorb the lightning, growing larger and larger. Every petal represented a Tao. Looking closely, there were 99 petals. They supported the pill like stars around the moon. Everyone was straining their necks just to get a better look. The lightning faded, leaving behind that sacred flower. At the center of that flower was a pure white pearl. This sight was deeply imprinted within the minds of everyone who saw it. It was a sight that they would remember for the rest of their lives. Yi Qian was pale. Seeing that flower, he was unable to say a single word. It felt like he had lost his soul. He had lost, and very miserably at that. He had never imagined that he would lose to someone from the same generation. Furthermore, the difference was so immense. Everyone was silent. The Divine Pill Division's disciples didn't dare to say a word. Now there was a trace of reverence in their eyes when they looked at Long Chen. His pill Dao had reached a height that they couldn't even hope of reaching. They were the ones unqualified to carry his shoes. When they thought back to their mocking, they realized just how ignorant and childish they had been. They didn't dare to say a word because their faces hurt too much. Although many people were questioning whether this was really the 100 Dao merger spirit pill, they were afraid of further slapping their own faces. Long Chen waved his hand. The petals around the pill faded, and it floated over to Long Chen. When it landed in his hand, the radiance filling the world vanished. Looking closely, people were able to see ripples within the pill that seemed to be manifesting some kind of Dao charm. It was as if the pill contained its own world. Marvelous. I didn't expect to be able to personally witness the birth of an Earth-ranked top-grade tribulation pill. Finally, The pill doyen stood and clapped. Senior is praising me. This 100 Dao merger spirit pill cannot be said to have reached the earth rank due to not having its spirit awaken yet, said Long Chen. Awakening the spirit should be nothing more than lifting a hand to you. You're too modest. The pill doyen smiled. Long Chen returned the smile. Not continuing on that topic, he hesitatingly asked, Senior, I'm embarrassed to say this too directly, but I wonder if you can take the initiative a bit. I'm rather busy, so I have to go soon. The pill doyen clapped his forehead. Ha ha ha, I've grown muddled with age. He turned to the frozen Yiqian. If you are willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Hand over what you staked. Chapter 2403 Fortune or Calamity are decided by yourself. Yiqian looked like he had lost his soul. The impact of this defeat was immense to him. Ever since he had learned alchemy, he had progressed smoothly, reaching the peak without ever suffering such a miserable defeat. He looked at the pill doyen in dismay and slowly took out the heavenly flame orb. At this moment, the division head said, Wait a minute. We have yet to test Long Chen's pill. How do we know whether it's really the 100 Dao merger spirit pill? Although his pill, shut your mouth. There is no need to test the pill. It's Qian Er's loss. The pill doyen coldly glanced at the division head before turning back to Yiqian. Qian Er, you should know what to do. Yiqian nodded. With his head drooping, he walked over to Long Chen and handed the heavenly flame orb over. You win. I, Yiqian, am not one to renege on my debts. Here, Long Chen smiled and received the heavenly flame orb. Sensing the fluctuations inside it, he knew that he hadn't worked for nothing. Many thanks. In front of countless envious gazes, Long Chen put the heavenly flame orb away. He tossed it inside the primal chaos space. Huo Long let out a heaven-shaking roar and devoured the orb. Long Chen had never sensed such excitement from it. The competition is over, so I won't disturb you any longer. Senior Pill Doyen, goodbye. Long Chen cupped his fists at the Pill Doyen. You can go. If you have time, come visit the Divine Pill Division. The Pill Doyen nodded. He smiled, seemingly not at all displeased by Long Chen's win over Yiqian. Long Chen nodded and began walking away slowly. Wan Qing held his hand and walked away with him. Seeing them walking away, the Divine Pill Division's experts' expressions were extremely unsightly. They felt hatred as though he wasn't giving them any face. But then they thought that if he had lost and had to bark like a dog, would they have given him any face? Elder Long and the Deputy Elder were watching from their chessboard. Elder Long curiously asked, Are they really going to let Long Chen go just like this? The Deputy Elder laughed. What else can they do? Although the heavenly flame orb is precious, the face of the Divine Pill Division is more important. But Long Chen isn't giving the Divine Pill Division any face. Just look at the division head's face. It's purple, said Elder Long. You're still lacking experience. The division head doesn't matter. Just watch the Pill Doyen, said the Deputy Elder. Seeing that Long Chen was about to vanish from sight, Feng Fei rose and prepared to leave as well. This competition had definitely been worth coming to. She had truly been amazed by Long Chen's skill in alchemy. Why has he stopped? Asked one of Feng Fei's attendants. Feng Fei looked back to see that Long Chen and Wan Qing had paused suddenly just before vanishing from sight. Long Chen sighed and turned back. Looking at the Pill Doyen who was still smiling faintly, he said, Senior wins. This medicinal pill can be left for everyone as a lesson. Long Chen sent the 100 Dao merger spirit pill flying toward Yiqian. He then left with Wan Qing, going straight to the treasury. Once they were out of sight, Wan Qing couldn't help asking, why would you give them such a precious pill? You clearly won. That 100 Dao merger spirit pill was the strongest and most perfect pill that Wan Qing had ever seen, but Long Chen had given it away. She couldn't help feeling some pain over that loss. Long Chen sighed, the Pill Doyen is just too smart. If someone had blocked our way or made things difficult while we were leaving, I could have kept the 100 Dao merger spirit pill without a care. But the Pill Doyen let us leave without any trouble at all. I was even walking slowly so that someone would stop us, but regretfully, no one did. Having taken a priceless treasure like the heavenly flame orb, if I didn't leave behind something as well, it would be too much. Although I don't need to give face to anyone else within the Divine Pill Division, the Pill Doyen is someone I respect. Long Chen was actually disappointed, but there was no way around it. The Pill Doyen had been smart, and having obtained the heavenly flame orb, an absolutely priceless treasure, he couldn't not give something back without offending the Pill Doyen. After all, the pill doyen was currently the only one that Long Chen could truly admire when it came to alchemy. He had given his life to alchemy. Such a person was a true alchemist. Although he did feel like the pill doyen had seen through this aspect and intentionally set it up this way, Long Chen had to accept it. In the end, he had been forced to leave behind his pill. As a result, this became a trade. Everyone within the Divine Pill division, including Yi Qian, had ended up saving some face. Long Chen's original plan was to give the Divine Pill division a vicious slap without giving any face due to how irritating Yi Qian was. But in the end, Yi Qian hadn't really touched Long Chen's bottom line, and he was a pampered child that Long Chen couldn't be bothered to quibble with. So he left the 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill with him. Despite how incredibly pampered he was, Long Chen also saw that he was truly talented. The Divine Pill division would be relying on him in the future. The pill doyen was also focused on his growth. Big brother Long Chen, I never knew your pill Dao is so amazing. I was actually worried for nothing. Wan Qing looked at Long Chen with a somewhat wronged expression. Foolish girl, didn't I tell you? Your big brother Long Chen is the strongest reincarnation of a warrior of the starry sky. I'll never lose, said Long Chen. Let's go, pick some medicinal ingredients. Hee, I want to experience what it's like being rich. Seeing that expression of his, Wan Qing laughed. The two of them stepped into a transportation formation and vanished. Yi Qian was stunned. He instinctively caught the 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill. In that instant, a vast energy shook his soul, almost making him cry out. Just touching this pill was enough for him to sense a vast and majestic energy that he felt like it might explode. He actually. Yi Qian simply stared. Long Chen had given him this pill. His mind was a mess. This action also dumbfounded everyone else. Only the pill doyen smiled as if he had expected it. Is this really the 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill? It looks different from when I refined it. The energy inside it is crazy. If someone consumed it, wouldn't they explode? Could we have been tricked? This is basically a poison pill. The various elders began to examine and discuss this pill, causing the pill doyen to say, who told you that this pill was to be consumed? Those people immediately shut their mouths and looked at the pill doyen. The other disciples also looked at him expectantly, hoping for an explanation. Even the non-alchemists were curious about this pill. Feng Fei was also seated once more, looking for an explanation. Looking at everyone, the pill doyen solemnly said, fine, then I'll give a lecture on how Long Chen has refined this 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill. Disciples of the Divine Pill division, listen closely. The tuition fee for this lecture was truly high. It truly was a high price. To trade a priceless heavenly flame orb for a 100 Dao Merger Spirit Pill was a huge loss. Yi Qian blushed, but there was no hole for him to hide himself in. Qian, you don't need to blame yourself. This heavenly flame orb was given to you by the Divine Pill division, so you simply lost your own item. In exchange, you've given a lesson to everyone here. Although it was expensive, as long as everyone is able to understand this lesson, it's not a loss. Perhaps we even profited. Fortune or calamity are decided by yourself. Whether something is a blessing or a disaster is decided by the final result, not a temporary win or loss. The pill doyen's words made Yi Qian feel better about his loss. He was extremely grateful to him. The pill doyen's gaze swept across all the disciples of the Divine Pill division. He finally said, perhaps you aren't aware of this, but this competition was actually set up by myself. What? Everyone present was startled, unable to believe their ears. Yi Qian looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 2404 Pill Sovereign's Divine Radiance. This competition had been the result of the pill doyen's direction, and yet no one had known beforehand. Even Yi Qian was confused. It had clearly been him that had challenged Long Chen. No one had told him to do so. The pill doyen smiled. No need to be surprised. I arranged for Qian to go to the treasury. But, the division head started. It's very simple. I know Qian and Long Chen's characters. As long as they ran into each other, things would naturally develop to this result. Suddenly, the pill doyen's smile vanished, and it was replaced with frost. When I came out of seclusion this time, I saw that the Divine Pill division was filled with arrogance and hot tempers. There was not a single person who had the character of a true alchemist. I said that to refine pills is to refine the heart. By opening the heart, it is possible to walk further on the pill Dao. Ask yourselves, are you really a true alchemist in your current state? Fawning and sweet-talking those amongst you, while acting high and mighty to others? Is that capable of improving yourselves? Is that enough to allow your alchemy to progress? If that was the case, I don't know which great god was able to find such an amazing approach. Who was it that created this miraculous cultivation style? Stand up and show yourself so our eyes can be opened to the world. Everyone was silent. They knew that the pill doyen was truly angry. However, his anger didn't explode thunderously like some people. His anger was contained, which was precisely why everyone was starting to feel uneasy. Usually, it was possible to judge how angry someone was by their tone, but they were unable to judge the pill doyen. They had no idea just how angry he was. Senior pill doyen, it was my fault. I know where I was wrong. The division head actually knelt toward the pill doyen in front of everyone. The pill doyen didn't look at him. Where were you wrong? It was my lack of discipline toward my students that resulted in the divine pill division's atmosphere. I cannot escape my responsibility for this. It wasn't your lack of discipline to your students but your lack of discipline to yourself. How can you guide others when your own heart is astray? Before going into seclusion, you were not like this. I didn't expect a single talented disciple in the shape of Xianxia to cause you to turn into this. Your entire focus is now on him. Are his accomplishments your accomplishments? Tell me, ever since accepting him as a disciple, have you ever seriously refined pills? Demanded the pill doyen. The division head became covered in cold sweat. It seemed that he had never truly refined pills since accepting Xianxia. To refine pills is to refine the heart. When you stopped refining your heart became unrestrained like a wild beast. Think back to the old you and the current you. Just how great of a change has occurred during these years. The pill doyen shook his head disappointedly. Disciple knows his wrong. Go into seclusion. Find your heart again. The position of division head will temporarily be granted to Zhang Fei, said the pill doyen. Everyone's heart shook. The pill doyen had actually removed the division head from his position. That was huge. Normally, removing someone from that post required a deliberation from the divine families, but the pill doyen had actually directly made the order. The disciples, as well as the senior elders, were apprehensive. They had never seen the pill doyen dole out such a heavy punishment. Furthermore, it was in front of the entire divine pill division. He wasn't giving any face to the division head. The division head was pale but silently accepted it. He didn't dare to resist. The pill doyen was someone with top authority within the divine families. Even the leader of the divine families had to be respectful toward him. Senior pill doyen, it was my mistake. If there is to be a punishment, I should bear it along with my master. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly knelt as well. The division head was moved and was about to tell him to back off when the pill doyen laughed. Is this a punishment? Xianxia looked at the pill doyen in confusion. The pill doyen continued, your master's heart has deviated from the pill Tao. He needs to find his heart again to return to his old self. What is more important, the pill Tao or some empty title? Many thanks for the reminder. Disciple understands, said the division head before Xianxia could reply. The pill doyen nodded. He laughed. You can get up now. As long as you understand, this tuition fee wasn't bad for nothing. To strike for personal fame and profit is the foundation of human desires. Even gods and devils are like that, let alone mortals like us. Desires can be controlled, but they cannot be obliterated. The extent of how far you are willing to let your desires go depends on each individual. That is why you must find your old heart. You must compose yourselves. Do not let your desires control you. Only then can you focus on the pill Tao. Many thanks for your teachings. Disciple understands, said the division head. You shouldn't thank me. I wasn't the one teaching you, laughed the pill doyen. Are we supposed to thank Long Chen? Demanded the division head in a daze. We already paid him his fee, so why would we have to thank him? If you want to thank someone, thank your disciple. The heavenly flame orb was his. He paid the price all by himself, but everyone is profiting, said the pill doyen. Xianxia blushed, not knowing what to say. All right, everyone listen well. This pill is extraordinary. Even I cannot refine it, announced the pill doyen, putting away his smile and turning to the 100 Tao merger spirit pill. What? Even the pill doyen is unable to refine it? Everyone was shocked. The pill doyen was someone above the nether passage realm, the strongest alchemist within the divine families. They could not believe that even he was unable to refine it. Can't you refine heaven rank top grade pills? The earth tier should be nothing to you, exclaimed the division head. Of everyone present, only he knew the pill doyen's power. High-grade pills were ranked according to how many rings they had, while top-grade pills were split into heaven, earth, and mortal ranks. Essentially all pills floating throughout the marketplace were mortal rank. The earth rank's pills were essentially impossible to buy, let alone heaven rank. Even amongst the divine pill division, only a few disciples had managed to see an earth rank pill. Meanwhile, only a portion of the elders were qualified to study them. I can refine a heaven rank top grade pill, but I am unable to refine this 100 Dao merger spirit pill. That is because Long Chen's Dao is different from mine and different from everyone's here as well. He allowed his imagination to run rampant and created an entirely new way to refine this pill. Qian defeat cannot be blamed on him. Qian don't hate me either. You had gone astray and needed someone to knock you back, said the pill doyen. Disciple understands, said Yi Qian immediately. His resentment toward Long Chen had faded. If it was someone that even the pill doyen admired, then competing with him was purely courting death. He couldn't blame someone else. The pill doyen nodded. Let us discuss the 100 Dao merger spirit pill. When refining it, you gather the energy of the heavenly Daos. That is up to the heavens. When Long Chen refined this pill, what he took was everyone's Dao. Do you remember the wave of light that swept past you? This reminder made everyone think of the light that had suddenly rippled out of Long Chen's furnace. At that moment, it had felt like their souls were being peered into. Could it be? Wondered Yi Qian. Yes, everyone's Dao is different. Darkness, greed, laziness, and other emotions are all a kind of Dao. Long Chen gathered your negative emotions to combine into the 99 Daos and in the end added the heavenly tribulations Dao of annihilation to create the 100 Daos, explained the pill doyen. But that doesn't make sense either. How can the Dao of annihilation enter a pill? Furthermore, if Long Chen gathered our negative emotions, then why are there no negative emotions within the pill? Asked one person. The pill doyen answered, that was where Long Chen was smart. He used the Dao of annihilation to suppress those negative emotions, balancing it with them to form a very contradictory merger. This is part of the heavenly Daos and also part of the human Dao. The human Dao will never be perfect, and because it is not perfect, there is room for change. However, even I cannot tell what the core of this 100 Dao merger spirit pill is. Hence, I also must keep my heart humble when it comes to the pill Dao. There are always more things to learn. Everyone nodded along with the pill doyen. They hadn't expected an alchemist from the martial heaven continent to have such abilities. Their eyes had truly been opened. This pill is not to be consumed. It is used to comprehend the heavenly Daos. To Qian its value is even greater than the heavenly flame orb, said the pill doyen. To Yi Qian, he said, your talent is the best of everyone I've seen, but your path has been too smooth. There has always been someone sweeping obstacles out of your way, resulting in you lacking perceptiveness. Suffering this blow now is recoverable, but if you had continued growing more arrogant, this blow might have been fatal to you. That's why you shouldn't hate Long Chen. Without him, this life of yours would essentially have been crippled. To pay a tuition fee and learn a lesson is worth it. You also don't need to feel inferior or bad. Long Chen has definitely paid far greater tuition fees in blood. That is why he is stronger than you. Disciple understands. I don't hate him, I'm very grateful to him. Yi Qian nodded. Good, then everyone can leave now. If you've gained some insight, then go into seclusion to think it over. If you didn't gain anything, then do whatever work you have to do. Once everyone was gone, the pill doyen looked in the direction where Long Chen had left. He muttered to himself, I almost misjudged. That wasn't the 9-cycle pill light, it was the pill sovereign's divine radiance. But the martial heaven continent has never produced a sovereign of the pill Dao. Chapter 2405 Sovereign Sprout. I didn't think that Long Chen's alchemy skill was so terrifying, said Elder Long with shock. They had done a thorough investigation of Long Chen and were aware that he knew how to refine pills. But they had had no idea that his skill in alchemy was so high. Long Chen was a martial artist. Dual martial and pill cultivation was essentially a dead path. Alchemists would always focus on alchemy, and all their techniques would be focused on their pill flame. They wouldn't learn other techniques. However, Long Chen also had Thunder Force, as well as the 9 forms of Split the Heavens and a multitude of other skills. According to reason, even if such a person had once been a Grand Master of alchemy, they would still be crippled from learning those abilities. Long Chen has many unknown secrets. He has never had a mountain to rely on but was still able to reach this level. He must have something he depends on. Countless people have grown greedy for his secrets, which resulted in his path being so thorny. He must possess a tough life force. If we could use him well, he would be of great assistance to our Long family. Aoshin and the others are about to return. We can introduce them properly then. With Long Chen assisting Aoshin, our Long family might be able to far surpass the others. But Long Chen isn't so easy to control, so we'll have to think of a way to entice him. We also have to be careful of the Yi family. They've been keeping a close eye on Long Chen. We cannot allow them to kill him. The Yi family has already seen through our goal, so this is the most dangerous moment for Long Chen. I'll leave this matter to you, said the deputy elder. You don't need to worry about that. I've prepared everything. There's just one thing. Long Chen and the original devil race, probed Elder Long. The deputy elder thought about it and said, that truly is a problem. The original devil race is the enemy of the entire world. If caught, the Yi family will have an above-board reason to target Long Chen, while we'll be helpless. However, it's not as important as the rest. Just keep an eye on the Yi family's movements. Long Chen won't expose himself so easily. Moreover, the Starfield Divine World will soon open. The Yi family's attention should be focused there. We cannot overlook this matter, but we also cannot ignore it. Then I understand. I'll arrange things now. I'll make things easy for Long Chen to express our sincerity. Elder Long nodded and left. Within 2 hours, Long Chen's 20 million points in winnings and his original 300,000 points were used up. He now had 370 new 12th tier medicinal ingredients, as well as stocks of over 20 different kinds of divine material. Despite the shocking amount of wealth which was 20 million points, he found that these points were just a drop in the ocean of this treasury. Long Chen wished he could plunder this entire treasury. Originally, he had been planning on buying even more 12th tier ingredients, but Wan Qing had stealthily stopped him and told him that she had some of the ingredients. Pill Valley was focused on raising her. Ever since the Pill Fairy had become the divine daughter, her interest in alchemy had faded, resulting in Wan Qing becoming the future leader of Pill Valley. She had started refining 12th tier pills now, and having come to the divine families for an exchange of knowledge, she naturally couldn't appear too poor. She had brought quite a few precious ingredients with her. Wan Qing gave one of every ingredient she had to Long Chen. After Long Chen planted them within the primal chaos space, he would have an endless supply of them. Long Chen calculated it, and adding on the ones that he had found himself, as well as the ones that Zheng Wenlong had helped him gather, he had over 1,300 12th tier medicinal ingredients. He was able to refine over 200 different pills with these ingredients. He had truly managed to profit this time. With 12th tier pills, he could quickly raise his realm. Having encountered Feng Fei here in the divine families made him feel immense pressure. The demon king that she had killed had given him a sensation of mortal danger even though it had just been a corpse. For Feng Fei to be able to kill it and keep its corpse perfectly intact meant that her power was unfathomable. Having spent the money, Long Chen felt that it was time to leave. He said goodbye to Elder Long as well as Shen Chengfeng and the others. Long Chen, why don't you come join the divine families? I'll give you my commander spot. You can lead us into being the first legion, said Shen Chengfeng sincerely. Long Chen laughed, even without me, you can become the first legion. You just need time, work hard. Long Chen left with Wan Qing, and they sat on a transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent. However, when they returned, Long Chen was shocked. He thought that they had been brought to the wrong place. The clear sky had vanished, and a haze covered the sky, filling the world with a deathly air. While you were in the divine families, the Martial Heaven continent underwent this transformation. The aura of other worlds has started to creep in, causing spatial disturbances. The seals on the other worlds are weakening, and their laws are mixing into the continent. Darkness will soon envelop the world. This is also why it's called the Dark Era, said Wan Qing with a sigh. This upcoming tribulation might not be one that they could survive. In the past, a sovereign had always been there to get the Martial Heaven continent through the Dark Era. But even then, less than a tenth of the experts during those times managed to survive. Now, there was no sovereign at all. Don't worry, we just need to be able to face them ourselves, said Long Chen. Wan Qing shook her head and suddenly her eyes reddened. I'm not afraid of anything else. I just don't want to see you and big sister Qingshan fight to the death. She's been in seclusion in the divine palace the entire time. No one has seen her. I feel like she's getting farther and farther from me. Long Chen grew gloomy. There was nothing anyone could do about this. The two of them eventually parted. Instead of returning to the Martial Heaven Alliance, Long Chen went to the Wine God Palace. Upon meeting Long Xiaoyu again, he saw that she had grown again. She grew delighted upon seeing him. His father and mother were still the same. His mother was tending her garden, while Long Tianxiao was immersed in winemaking. The Wine God Palace was isolated from the rest of the world, so they didn't sense the danger to the Martial Heaven continent. It was only here that Long Chen managed to feel at peace. He accompanied his family in a quiet, happy dinner before going to see the high priest. He went by Tu Qiansheng's little house, but he wasn't home. When Long Chen asked around, he learned that Tu Qiansheng was still roaming the outside world. It had been a long time since he had returned. After that, Long Chen arrived at the high priest's residence. The high priest immediately laughed and indicated for him to sit, bringing out his wine. When Long Chen reached out to pour the wine, the high priest waved his hand, doing it himself. "What kind of impression did the divine families give you?" asked the high priest. "To tell the truth, my impression of them isn't very good." Long Chen took a light sip of the wine and instantly felt refreshed. This wine seemed to be able to make him forget all his vexations. "I can't say. The divine families just give me a very strange feeling. Other than the pill doyen, I was unable to see through the others. The only one I have a good impression of is the pill doyen," said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't hold anything back when it came to the high priest. He had great trust in this senior. The Divine Pill Division's pill doyen should be Yin Chong, right? He's definitely worthy of admiration. The high priest nodded. Long Chen was startled. "You know the pill doyen?" "I don't remember the exact time because it was so long ago, but he came to the Wine God Palace and used the pill Dao to discuss the wine Dao. He gave me a marvelous impression. He allowed me to see many things that I had never seen before. That is why I chose to allow the collaboration with Pill Valley for the medicinal wines, but you also know that not all people are able to make alchemy their conviction." Long Chen was surprised to learn that there was actually such a history behind the Wine God Palace and Pill Valley's collaboration. "You should be careful of the divine families. They are a den of tigers. The divine families have their own secrets, and as an outsider, they will definitely not allow you to be a part of them. If you get too close to them, you'll get burned," warned the high priest. Long Chen nodded. "The divine families are like a riddle, but I have no choice but to work with them. However, I'm not being careless with them." Long Chen had no choice but to work with the Long family. Other than for the benefits, he had a feeling that his origins were very likely related to the Long family. However, such a thing could not be directly investigated. The divine families were on guard against him, and even the deputy elder had been probing him. If he asked about it directly, it would immediately raise the Long family's alarm. Right now, he could only take things one step at a time. The only one that Long Chen could possibly trust was the pill doyen. He gave Long Chen a feeling of absolute trust. It was a strange feeling. Moreover, Long Chen was unable to fully trust Shen Chengfeng, Elder Long, or the deputy elder. "Have you witnessed any of the geniuses of the divine families who are sovereign sprouts?" asked the high priest. "Sovereign sprouts?" asked Long Chen. "Could it be?" Chapter 2406 The High Priest's Support. After hearing of the existence of sovereign sprouts, the first thing that Long Chen thought of was Feng Fei. Could it be that the divine families were trying to raise a sovereign? "By a sovereign sprout, you mean?" probed Long Chen. The high priest smiled faintly. "It's just as you imagine. The divine families have always wanted to raise a sovereign, so they have been grooming sovereign sprouts. But although they were able to raise supreme geniuses, they never could raise a sovereign. However, they have yet to give up. With all the karmic luck of the world gathering within the geniuses of this era, they must have prepared themselves. I would estimate that the four families are not unified, so they all have their own thoughts. As they fight amongst themselves, their true goal, well, to get back on topic, I was just wondering if you've seen any sovereign sprouts." Long Chen couldn't be sure, so he gave a simple explanation of Feng Fei. The high priest nodded. To be able to kill a matured blood-winged demon king and keep its corpse intact is truly the power of a sovereign sprout. A matured blood-winged demon king has power on the same level as the divine family's heaven elders. Based on that, your current chances of beating this Feng Fei in battle are very low. Long Chen's heart pounded. For the high priest to say this, it meant that a sovereign sprout had even more power than Long Chen had thought. Although you are already very powerful, compared to a sovereign sprout, you are lacking their foundation. Do you know what the 3 requirements are for becoming a sovereign? Asked the high priest. You've mentioned it to me. It's the spirit blood, the spirit root, and the spirit bone, said Long Chen. You know of the spirit blood and the spirit root, but the spirit bone is something you have yet to come into contact with. There are some things I shouldn't be telling you for fear of damaging your heart, but in the current state of the world, we must discuss this problem. High priest, you were able to tell that my spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone were taken. Can others see that? The high priest's words had made Long Chen think of something. Last time, the high priest had said that without spirit blood, a spirit root, or a spirit bone, he was unable to become a sovereign. What if the Long family had noticed this as well? That was not good for him. As if seeing through his worries, the high priest comforted him. I was able to tell because I sensed it the first time I saw you. As your cultivation base grew, I was no longer able to tell. You don't need to worry about this. Others are unable to sense this secret any longer. Furthermore, you've fully merged with the Azure Dragon Essence blood. Your original essence blood had been completely masked by it. No one will be able to pursue the original source of your spirit blood. This explanation put Long Chen at ease. If he truly was someone from the divine families, then the person who had taken his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone was also definitely someone from the divine families or someone related to them. It would be far too easy for them to get suspicious of him if they knew that he was lacking his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Although his spirit root and such had been previously tested in the Xuantian Dao sect, that had just been an ordinary examination. Any information about it had vanished thanks to Li Tianxuan, who had hidden it for him. When Long Chen had found that out, he knew that Li Tianxuan knew something. But this also wasn't entirely out of the ordinary for a sect. Some large sects would cover up the history of their talented disciples to keep things confidential. Some disciples themselves were unable to learn their own origins. Li Tianxuan had truly arranged everything for Long Chen in that regard, so he had nothing to worry about there. Long Chen, the era of top geniuses fighting for the position of sovereign is coming. If you continue to stay this conservative, what comes next will be very miserable for you. Sovereign Mo Li saved you once, but the multiplication of that karma will still come eventually. A young person should have a youngster's vitality. Release yourself. The Wine God Palace will be your strongest shield, said the high priest profoundly. High priest, are you saying? Long Chen was startled. The Wine God Palace had always remained aloof from the rest of the world. How could he say such a thing? The high priest smiled. The workings of fate cannot be divulged. All you need to do now is that when you are at an impasse, the Wine God Palace will be behind you. Although the divine families are strong, the Wine God Palace has its own power. We don't like fighting, but that doesn't mean we don't have the power to fight. This is all the Wine God's will. Furthermore, if you continue acting so cautiously, there won't be a way out in the future. Give yourself free rein. When the heavens collapse, the Wine God Palace will hold them up for you. I have found that you no longer dare to take risks. Have you forgotten that while you accumulate power, others are also accumulating power rapidly? You are fighting alone, while others have millions of people supporting them. The more cautious you are and the fewer risks you dare to take, the faster your enemies will grow past you. Long Chen was startled and delighted to hear that the Wine God Palace would support him fully. Furthermore, it was even the Wine God's will. Many thanks. Your support truly means a great deal to me. It's not just me supporting you. You don't like to rely on others, so you are unaware of just how many people are standing behind you. The Wine God Palace is simply being the first to state it outright so that you stop wasting your precious time, said the high priest. Long Chen had never been able to sense the full depth of the high priest. He was like an ocean. There was no way to tell how deep it went below the calm surface. Although Long Chen could not sense his cultivation base, Long Chen's intuition told him that the high priest was definitely another expert above the nether passage realm. The high priest was low-key, so for him to say such big words meant that he definitely had the confidence to do so. That made Long Chen feel confident. Well, if I have your support, then there's nothing to fear. I don't need to hide things. Long Chen clenched his fists. His alchemy, Sha Chen's formations, Guo Ran's forging, Long Chen was forced to gather the materials for these things secretly. In truth, It was possible to directly buy the materials, or even finished and half-finished products. Guo Ran in particular was forced to waste a great deal of time and manpower refining materials that could be bought in an already refined state. That was wasting time. As for his own alchemy, it was something he had never been able to reveal. After exposing it in the divine families, he even felt some regret. Thinking of how countless gazes would be on him to spy on his alchemy was extremely irritating. But with the Wine God Palace's support, Long Chen felt strengthened. He bade farewell to the high priest and had another meal with his family before leaving. Upon leaving the Grand Shah, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm. Someone's watching me. This was a feeling that came from the 9-star hegemon body art. He was almost unable to sense anything at all due to how well hidden it was. Furthermore, whoever it was, they were intentionally not targeting him to avoid drawing his attention. It's not the aura of the Bloodkill Hall. Long Chen instantly removed the Bloodkill Hall from the possibilities. The feeling was completely different. Someone else would definitely not be able to sense whoever it was, so it had to be a supreme expert. Long Chen could only sense some vague hostility thanks to the 9-star hegemon body art. It was rare for him to be unable to even pinpoint where the hostility was coming from. Long Chen smiled coldly. Since leaving the divine families, only Wan Qing had known where he was going. Furthermore, Long Chen had been disguised before going to the Wine God Palace. That wasn't to trick anyone, but simply to avoid the imperial family and causing a fuss. Based on that, the only ones capable of following him here were the divine families. Amongst the divine families, the ones who wanted him dead the most was the Yi family. Acting like he didn't sense anything, Long Chen sped off, silently crushing a ball of medicine. Colorless, odorless powder floated through the air. When he reached a large, barren mountain range, Long Chen suddenly came to a stop. Evilmoon appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down behind him. The void exploded. From within countless fragments of spacetime, a man in a silver mask appeared. It was an old man with white hair who was skinny and tall. Beneath the silver mask lay a pair of shocked eyes. He didn't know how Long Chen had sensed him. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and coldly said, "The Yi family actually sent an old dog to chase me." "What? You want to bite me?" Long Chen's spiritual yuan began to circulate within him at full power. His 108,000 astral spaces activated, filling him with energy. This old fellow was very powerful. "Obediently let yourself be captured and I won't kill you. Otherwise, I'll have to get forceful. You can't blame me if you die then." The masked elder's voice was hoarse and painful to listen to, but contained an unquestionable tone. Chapter 2407 Samsara Void Extinguisher. A fourth-step nether passage expert whose aura is close to the Heaven Elders, but who is skilled in hiding. It seems that the Yi family isn't looking down on me. They actually sent such an expert after me. That makes me feel good. Long Chen looked at the silver-masked elder with a smile. "With death at hand, you're still so arrogant. It seems you won't be coming peacefully. I can only take you by force," snorted the masked elder. He suddenly raised a hand. That one hand covered the heavens and caused the void to collapse. It covered Long Chen from every direction. That hand contained life and death energy but was still silent. All the power was condensed within it without any leaking at all. "When have I never not been arrogant?" sneered Long Chen. His aura suddenly changed. A dragon roar rang out, and white scales covered his body. His divine ring appeared along with 6 stars in his eyes. "Split the heavens 8. Evilmoon slashed down. Even in the face of a fourth-step nether passage expert, Long Chen didn't dodge. He fought him directly. When his attack struck the hand, Long Chen's body trembled. His attack crumbled, while the hand only paused slightly before continuing toward him. "An amateur who just entered nether passage dares to compete in terms of power with me. Do you think you're someone like Senior Feng Fei? Be suppressed." The masked man sneered. The hand continued to press down upon Long Chen. The energy that Long Chen had managed to cancel out with his own attack rapidly restored. So this is the cycle of life and death, samsara. It is unending. Long Chen had a spark of insight from witnessing this hand. He managed to progress the slightest bit into the mysteries of the samsara realm. It was a kind of cyclic power, as well as a kind of law. Unless the cycle could be severed with absolute power, it could not be broken. It would simply restore itself naturally. No wonder it was said that a third-step nether passage expert was like an ant in front of a fourth-step nether passage expert. Although it was just one step, the power difference was like heaven and earth. Long Chen attacked again with his saber, with even greater force. As a result, he was blown back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Be suppressed obediently and you might live, sneered the masked elder. His hand once more recovered from any damage that Long Chen had caused it and continued onward. What chariot are you? Although I'm not Feng Fei, killing you is easy. Long Chen smiled and attacked again. This time, it wasn't split the heavens but an ordinary slash. Kill me, ha ha ha. The elder laughed like he had heard the world's funniest joke. However, that laughter was cut off when Evilmoon met his hand. Both attacks exploded. As the elder was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing, lightning flickered. Long Chen appeared in front of him like a specter. His saber came slashing down, causing the elder to hastily retreat. Evilmoon left a long cut in his throat. Your physical body is this weak. Nice, then I really am confident in killing you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Asked Long Chen. The elder was shocked. If he had reacted the slightest bit slower, his head would have been cut off. How do you have such powerful life energy? I'm not your dad, so why do I have to tell you? Has your head grown muddled with age? Ah, the samsara realm isn't as great as I thought, sneered Long Chen. Although Long Chen had been injured by the last two attacks, he had managed to grasp some of the mysteries of the samsara realm. It was a kind of law of half-life energy and half-death energy. The two energies were in a cycle, capable of restoring each other. Unless his power could surpass the elder's power, he wouldn't be able to do anything to it. With just power, Long Chen could not break that cycle. So, on his third attack, he didn't use power. He used his life energy. An expert who had just entered the Nether Passage realm was capable of using life and death energy. But that life and death energy was separate, and not in a cycle like a samsara expert. As the first step in the Nether Passage realm, despite possessing both life energy and death energy, using either one was very difficult. That was why the first step was just the foundation. The second step was using life energy, while the third step was using death energy. When life and death could be controlled, it was possible to enter the samsara realm, the fourth step of Nether Passage. Going from the first step to the second step was comparatively easy. There wasn't much danger, but going to the third step was difficult. It required one's death energy to suppress one's life energy. When the death energy filled the body, leaving only the slightest trace of life energy, it would be the peak of the death realm. After that, by using the slightest trace of life energy, the death energy would be driven away until they were balanced. However, when the death energy was strong, it was all too easy for the life energy to be extinguished. When the life energy was too weak, it would be unable to return and balance the death energy. In the end, the death energy would overwhelm it and end the cultivator's life. The 4 Grand Elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance were in that kind of state. Their life energy was too weak. Although Long Chen had found medicine that could strengthen their life energy and keep them alive, they had been in the third step of Nether Passage for too long. Their death energy had eroded their bodies and taken over. Hence, there was no longer any way for them to reach the fourth step. What Long Chen had found essentially was that life and death energy needed a certain balance in order to sustain itself. So on his third attack, he had forcibly inserted his own life energy into the saber. According to reason, even a third-step Nether Passage expert would not be able to break the equilibrium of a fourth-step Nether Passage expert's life and death energy. However, Long Chen's life energy came from the primal chaos space. Although he was only able to utilize a trace of its power, it was enough to throw his opponent's attack into disorder, causing it to explode. The masked elder snorted. It was definitely a coincidence. A black and white sword appeared in the air behind him and shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber once more. His life energy surged, and the white color instantly took over the black color of the sword, causing it to lose its balance and explode. I understand now. You're just a rookie who only just entered the fourth step. No wonder your balance is so stiff. Well, since you're so weak, I'll just slaughter you here. Long Chen had figured out this person's skill level. Even amongst fourth-step Nether Passage experts, there were immense differences. This person still had quite a distance from being on the same level as Elder Long and the other Heaven Elders. Like a bolt of lightning, Long Chen charged toward the masked elder. HMPH, even so, killing you is as easy as turning a hand. The masked elder seemed enraged by this ridicule. A sword appeared in his hand, and an icy air erupted. This was actually an ice sword. Aren't you afraid of swallowing your tongue with such big words? This bragging really has no skill, taunted Long Chen. Evilmoon's 2 dragon marks lit up. Ice crystals exploded into the air when Evilmoon met the ice sword. It was as if the entire world had been frozen. My ice energy. The elder was most likely about to introduce just how amazing his ice energy was when he was slapped away by Long Chen. Shut up. No one has time to listen to you natter. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of shattering the mask when he struck his face, but he found that the mask was part of his body. He couldn't remove it. Long Chen sneered, "This ice energy is a huge joke in front of me." When it came to ice energy, he only admired Yi Ziqiu. After being with her for so long, he had managed to build up his own resistance toward ice energy. As his future wife, he had to be prepared for her ice spirit body. Without any natural immunity, there would be no way to do any pleasurable stuff. Even holding hands could get him frozen. This elder's ice energy might be able to freeze others, but it was nothing more than a slight chill to Long Chen. "Since you want to die so badly, fine." The masked elder roared and the void behind him rumbled. A black and white core appeared, and a star blazed into existence around it. In that moment, the masked elder's power erupted. Samsara Void Extinguisher. Chapter 2408 Unexpected Failure. That star seemed to ignite all the energy within the masked elder. Boundless samsara energy whirled within it, causing Long Chen's heart to shake. The masked elder slashed through the ice. His ice energy froze space and time. This was the power of a Tao. Long Chen was locked down by this sword. With a deep breath, he poured his power into Evilmoon. As a result, a dragon roar resounded throughout heaven and earth, and an evil air exploded out of Evilmoon. It was like a fiend had broken through the gates of hell to devour the mortal world. As if coming alive, Evilmoon roared as it slashed into the sword. A huge explosion sent Long Chen and the masked elder flying. Long Chen felt like his bones were about to crumble, and he couldn't help being shocked. What was that star for it to be so powerful? In that situation, he had been forced to use Evilmoon's power, and Evilmoon hadn't disappointed him. It had managed to block that terrifying attack. However, his own physical body was unable to endure it. While Long Chen was shocked, the masked elder was even more shocked. That star behind him was a manifestation of his astral space. His life and death energy had gathered into his astral space at the core. That gave him greater control over his life and death energy, and it would prevent Long Chen from using his life energy to break the masked elder's abilities. If it was an expert on Elder Long's level, then there would be no need to summon this star outside their body. Someone on that level would be able to balance out their life energy before their technique collapsed. However, this masked elder had yet to reach that level. He had clearly just reached the 4th step. With his astral space manifestation, the masked elder was no longer afraid of Long Chen disturbing his techniques with life energy. However, he definitely hadn't thought that Long Chen would be able to face his attack with pure power. "It seems that this blade of yours is a treasure. A child isn't suited for such a thing. I'll be taking it." The masked elder grew greedy upon realizing that the source of Long Chen's power was Evilmoon. "Fuck, does he dare to touch me? Long Chen, kill him," raged Evilmoon. "Let's test his power first," said Long Chen. "Test what? This kind of novice is worth testing. In my peak, I could crush a mass of these fellows with a fart." "Just kill him." Evilmoon continued to rage. Not waiting for Long Chen's response, dark energy swirled out of Evilmoon and entered Long Chen's body. His white scales became half black. Following that, 72 of Long Chen's acupuncture points began to quiver. A giant saber image tore into the sky, sucking away the energy of heaven and earth. Long Chen let out a cry. Although this was also the 8th form of Split the Heavens, when using Evilmoon's full power to unleash it, this blow cut through the restrictions of space and time. It was like a god's blade slashing down upon the masked elder. The masked elder was horrified. In just an instant, Long Chen had transformed into another person. Even his aura had changed, becoming dark and sinister like a devil king. The masked elder hastily formed hand seals, causing the star behind him to quiver. Life and death energy burst forth like a volcano, merging into his sword. After that, a streak of light erupted out of it. The sword and saber clashed. Long Chen was unable to keep a grip on Evilmoon, and it went flying out of his hands. Moreover, both his hands were badly mangled. As for the masked elder, he shot back like a shooting star, blasting through 3 big mountains before coming to a stop. He coughed up blood, which came out of the sides of his mask. His ice sword was destroyed, leaving behind only a hilt. Not only that, but the destructive power within Long Chen's sword was wrecking his body. He was shocked to find that even his life energy was unable to heal his injuries. His heavenly Tao energy was isolated from him. Just at that moment, a burst of blinding light appeared. A lightning spear pierced toward his head. The masked elder was appalled and suddenly took out a jade tablet. That piece of jade was almost the exact same shape as the one that Long Chen had, but it was a different color, blue. He crushed the jade, and a curtain of light appeared in front of him. Furthermore, a withered hand came reaching out of the light to strike Long Chen's lightning spear. The lightning spear instantly crumbled. Long Chen was shocked, and when he retreated, he found that everything around the light barrier was affected by a strange law. His movements were slowed down. The hand reached toward Long Chen's throat. Life and death energy surged within the hand, energy that was far stronger than the masked elders. This is someone on the level of a heaven elder. Long Chen's heart pounded. The Yi family had even sent such a backup just to kill him. Just at that moment, Evilmoon came flying back of its own accord, striking the hand. The hand went from a claw to a fist and instantly became pitch black. It blocked Evilmoon just like that, and a metallic ringing filled the air. Gloves. Long Chen instantly realized that this was a set of divine items. Borrowing Evilmoon's power, he retreated from the light. Within this light, he was unable to use his full power. The owner of the hand came out. He wore black robes and also had a silver mask. His hair was black, and although it was not possible to see his face, based on the fluctuations of his blood qi, there was no sign of old age. His hands pulled on the void, and space twisted. He suddenly appeared right in front of Long Chen, a claw reaching for his throat. This fellow's much stronger. This domain only allows life and death energy to be used. Were it too much of a disadvantage, said Evilmoon. Long Chen and Evilmoon felt like they were moving in water. The more power they tried to use, the more that they were impacted. After 7 moves, that fellow's claw reached Long Chen's shoulder. 5 bloody holes appeared in Long Chen's shoulder. That person pulled, and Long Chen let out a pained grunt as a piece of his flesh was ripped off. Those gloves of his were so sharp that even the Azure Dragon battle armor was unable to block them. What an unexpected failure. Long Chen shook his head. He had fallen for a trap. If he hadn't been in a rush to kill the elder, he wouldn't have ended up in this trap. This was clearly a supreme expert on par with a heaven elder, and yet he didn't care about his face and actually came to target Long Chen, a rookie who had just entered the Nether Passage realm. That meant that they viewed killing him as a must. The masked man tossed away the flesh he had ripped off of Long Chen. Without a word, he continued attacking, not giving Long Chen any breathing room. A cyan brick appeared in front of Long Chen, blocking his claw. Long Chen had taken out the heaven flipping seal at this critical moment. Having been accumulating power for so much time, it suddenly unleashed a wave of power, blocking the attack without any struggle. Good job, exclaimed Long Chen. After being nourished for so long, the heaven flipping seal was now on the same level as Evilmoon. This brick he had found within the mysterious coffin in Devil Spirit Mountain had mysterious origins. Even Evilmoon had a high opinion of it and was constantly trying to teach it how to use its power. Now, those lessons were paying off. Even the masked man was startled. The heaven flipping seal was so hard that even in his gloves, his hand hurt. It felt like it might break. The heaven flipping seal expanded, separating Long Chen from the masked man. Long Chen suddenly felt his body lighten as he escaped the masked man's domain. His gaze instantly turned icy. Evilmoon once more unleashed its power. Long Chen was furious. That domain had been far too stifling, and it had almost killed him. Evilmoon was just as angry as he was. The feeling of having power but not being able to release it was infuriating. A scale-like pattern appeared on its blade. As a result, Long Chen felt his spiritual yuan and the power of his astral spaces pour into Evilmoon. A giant saber image appeared in the sky, filled with killing intent. When it slashed into the light domain, the entire light domain exploded. The masked man blocked with both hands, and a giant star appeared behind him as he used the same technique as the elder. A muffled bang rang out. The masked man's star blazed with light, seeming to suck away all the power of Long Chen's attack. Suddenly, the masked man coughed up a mouthful of blood. The impact of the attack caused his mask to fly off, revealing his face. Even Long Chen jumped in shock. Chapter 2409 Visiting the Mo family. The silver mask of that man came ripping off with the skin of his face, revealing a bloody appearance. With his face torn off, the man hastily grabbed the mask, terrified. However, without hesitation, Long Chen slashed the mask. The mask instantly exploded, and the man let out a mournful shriek. A black mark suddenly appeared on his forehead and spread throughout his entire body. Curse energy turned the space around him black. Long Chen hastily retreated, feeling a chill. He didn't want to be touched by that black light. A deathsorn. Long Chen's heart shook. Although he didn't know what was up with the mask, it was clear that it was used to control him. With the mask off, the curse erupted. Ah! The man screamed as if millions of sinister ghosts were devouring his soul. It was a hair-raising scream. A grand fourth-step nether passage expert was actually being controlled by someone. That was a frightening thought. When the black mark fully covered his body, he exploded. Seeing that, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. The Yi family was truly vicious. He had a new understanding of the Yi family. Long Chen suddenly slashed Evilmoon again, sending a saber image tearing toward the masked elder who had been about to flee. "Speak, who sent you?" demanded Long Chen. The masked elder detonated without hesitation. The power of his astral space exploded along with his physical body, sending a wave of death everywhere with him as the epicenter. This was different from the previous fellow whose curse had activated. Mountains vanished without a trace, and a bottomless hole appeared in the area, with the laws of space in complete chaos. This single detonation was incredibly powerful. After a while, Long Chen came crawling out of the mud and hacked up a few mouthfuls of blood. Just then, the detonation had been extremely sudden. He had expected the elder to still have a few trump cards and had been hoping to slowly grind them out and capture him alive. But the latter had simply killed himself. The detonation of his astral space in particular had been extremely terrifying. Being caught at such a close range, Long Chen's body had almost been blown apart. Anyone else would have been blasted out of existence. What a disaster of a day. I didn't get anything. Long Chen spat out some blood hatefully. The Yi family had actually sent 2 deathsorns to kill him. They were even stronger than he had thought, as well as vicious. The first elder had definitely been bait. They had most likely calculated that he wouldn't be a match for Long Chen and were using him as bait to get Long Chen closer. When Long Chen tried to kill him, the second one would then come out. Furthermore, they had most likely not wanted to kill him but capture him alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come one after another. Did they want my secrets? Long Chen sneered inside. It seemed that after the alchemy competition, the Yi family had grown covetous. It was unknown if it was due to his alchemy techniques or the moon and star refining furnace. Looking at the battlefield, Long Chen shook his head. Even after such an irritating battle, he hadn't gained anything. After patting the dust off of himself, he sped off. Once he left, 2 figures materialized in the air. One of them was Elder Long, while the other was the elder that had sat beside Elder Long during the joint hearing. He was another heaven elder. That elder frowned. What is the Yi family doing? They sent 2 silver maskers to chase Long Chen so brazenly. Elder Long waved his hand. Fragments of ice flew over from every direction. Those were the shattered fragments of the masked elder's ice sword. He indifferently said, "Do you still not understand the Yi family? With the family head in seclusion, they have Yi Ziwei in charge. Yi Zhiqing is from her bloodline, and they have pretty much the same character. With Yi Zhiqing stirring up trouble and Yi Ziwei's foolishness, do you think it's possible for them to come up with any better of a plan?" When speaking of Yi Ziwei, Elder Long was clearly disdainful. "Long Chen is quite powerful. He was able to settle things without us interfering," said the other elder. Both those fellows died aggrieved. They thought that their life and death domains would be enough to handle Long Chen since he has yet to reach that realm. That resulted in them trying to capture him alive. When Long Chen shattered the fellow's domain, it left fragments of his energy in the surrounding space, so when he tried to use his life and death energy against Long Chen, he was affected by his own power that hung in the air. As a result, he only managed to unleash at most 80% of his power against Long Chen's attack. His internal organs were shattered and came flying out of his mouth, causing his mask to fly off. He was definitely resentful about that as he died, said Elder Long. That's not right either. The masks of the silver maskers don't come off just like that. How could coughing up blood make it fall? Other than the actual person, it's very difficult for anyone else to remove the mask. It was a sum of factors from when he was struck. His blood chi erupted, his mind received an impact, and the runes on his mask loosened. Adding on how hard he coughed up the blood, it resulted in the mask flying off. That's why I said he was definitely vexed upon dying. His luck was truly bad. Otherwise, Long Chen would have had to pay a price to handle him and might not have been able to kill him at all, explained Elder Long. Looking around and not seeing anything else that they needed to handle, the two of them faded back into the void. Long Chen found a nearby river. He washed his clothes and cleaned himself up. After killing two fourth-step nether passage experts, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Instead, he was solemn. The first masked expert had just reached the fourth step and was only there to test him. The second one was the true killer. The only reason he had managed to kill him was because his mask had fallen off, resulting in the curse activating. Otherwise, even if Long Chen could beat him, his chances of killing him were extremely low. However, the high priest had said that a matured blood-winged demon king was on the same power level, and Feng Fei was able to kill one easily. That showed the difference between them. It seems that I really do need to get stronger. Perhaps only once the sixth star is fully condensed and my realm rises will I be able to match the sovereign sprouts. But first, I need to go to the Mo family. I need to know what's up with Mo Nian. Thinking of Mo Nian, Long Chen helplessly sighed. As others were cultivating, he was rushing around. The difference between them was starting to grow. However, complaining only led to resentment. He had certain burdens he had to carry. He quickly set off for the Mo family's ancestral land. When he arrived, he saw that they were on high alert. The Grand Formation was active as if powerful enemies might arrive at any moment. When they saw Long Chen, they jumped. Old fellow, what's going on? The one to receive Long Chen was Mo Nian's grandfather, Mo Yi. Mo Yi's cultivation base had reached the sea expansion realm, but due to his age, even with great medicinal pills and resources, he had essentially reached his limit. The branches of the Mo family had gathered once more. This place was filled with experts, and with Mo Yi's cultivation base, he was unable to reach the higher ranks. However, despite his low cultivation base, everyone in the Mo family respected him. He was the only one capable of giving Mo Nian a beating and scolding him. It's probably those cowards from the ancient family alliance. I don't know what's gotten into them, but they've been surveilling us. We have no choice but to be on guard, answered Mo Yi. Let's not talk about that. Child, it's been a long time. When we get a chance, we should have a proper drink. Mo Yi was delighted to see Long Chen. It could be said that he had watched Long Chen and Mo Nian grow up. When Long Chen had shared the celestial inheritance with Mo Nian, he had essentially allowed Mo Nian to become a mutated celestial capable of reaching the peak. It could be said that Mo Nian owed some thanks to Long Chen, but as brothers, his thanks were not expressed through words. Otherwise, that would be diminishing their relationship. The drinks will have to wait. I came to see Mo Nian. Has he woken up yet? Asked Long Chen. I don't know what happened to Nian. Even after so long, he's still in the netherworld. But his soul star is still present, said Mo Yi worriedly. Mo Nian was currently the pillar of the Mo family. He was needed to take charge. Although Mo Yi was able to temporarily take his place as his elder, as time passed, that would become unacceptable. Although the current Mo family looked unified and calmly ready to face their enemies, they were all anxious. I'll bring you over and see if you can help him at all. Mo Yi quickly led Long Chen to the rear mountains. Chapter 2410. Once more entering the netherworld. Mo Nian was within one of the secret rooms beneath the Mo family's ancestral land. Even with Mo Yi leading the way, they had to go through 13 blockades and be investigated time and time again before being let through. Mo Nian's safety was paramount to the Mo family. He was not just Mo Yi's grandson now but the hope of the entire Mo family. There could not be any mistakes. There were over 30 nether passage experts guarding the secret room. What surprised Long Chen was that one of them was at the fourth step. Greetings, family head. Mo Li hastily bowed upon seeing that man. Long Chen had never known that the Mo family possessed an expert on this level. No wonder Mo Nian had been able to run rampant in the outside world. The old man nodded at Long Chen kindly. Your reputation precedes you, Long Chen. I'm honored to see you in person. Senior overpraises me. As Mo Nian's brother, I should have come to see you a long time ago. I'm ashamed of being held back by so many trifles, said Long Chen. What kind of joke is that? Don't be so serious. Come in. Mo Nian is inside. The head of the Mo family personally opened the door, bringing in Long Chen and Mo Yi. The final barrier to Mo Nian was actually the head of the family. Mo Nian's body was seated atop a stone disc. His fiancée, Lu Zongying, was beside him. She looked like she had been weeping. Long Chen. Upon seeing Long Chen, Lu Zongying's reddened eyes brightened. Long Chen nodded toward her and walked over to Mo Nian. His face was dark without the slightest trace of life. He was like a corpse. However, this was the natural husk left behind when attacking the Nether Passage realm. The soul was already in the Netherworld. It could be said that in some ways, Mo Nian was already dead. Long Chen, you have to help Mo Nian. Lu Zongying bit her lip and began to cry. Although she was normally fierce toward Mo Nian, her feelings for him were true. Even after all this time, Mo Nian had yet to awaken. She felt like her sky had fallen, and she had been unable to calm down enough to cultivate during this time. After reaching the Nether Passage realm, she stayed beside him, refusing to leave. I'll think of a way. Long Chen nodded and pressed a finger against Mo Nian's forehead. This action made the others jump. The family head hastily said, Long Chen, you can't. If you send your soul inside his body, you will be drawn into the Netherworld. The laws there will not permit you to enter, and you will be destroyed. Such a thing is in defiance of the heavenly Tao's. Although the martial heaven continent's side knew very little about the Netherworld, some of its laws were well known. A state like Mo Nian's had occurred in the past of the cultivation world. When others tried to help them, they all died without exception. No one could help someone cheat their way through the Netherworld. Lu Zongying regretfully said, Long Chen, I'm sorry for saying that. If something happens to you, Mo Nian won't forgive me when he wakes up. Her intention had never been for Long Chen to do such a thing. Don't worry about me, I'm not suicidal, I'm just seeing if I can link up with Mo Nian and see what state he's in, said Long Chen. He pressed the rest of his hand onto Mo Nian's forehead. Mo Yi's heart was pounding hard. This was far too dangerous. If something happened to Long Chen, they would have no way to explain themselves to Mo Nian. They all became apprehensive, in a mix of hope and uneasiness. Long Chen's spiritual strength slowly entered Mo Nian's mind sea. It was completely empty. As Long Chen carefully entered Mo Nian's spiritual space, even he was a bit nervous. This truly was dangerous. If his soul was drawn into the Netherworld, then considering that he no longer met the requirements for attacking the Nether Passage realm, he would be exterminated by the laws of the Netherworld. He kept absolute control over his spiritual fluctuations, not disturbing the core of Mo Nian's mind sea. That core was a dark yellow ball of light, the essence of his soul. That place was also called the Niwen. It could be considered a bit similar to a magical beast's crystal core. If his spiritual strength fluctuated and activated the Niwen, then he would be instantly drawn into the Netherworld. What he wanted to do was fully enter Mo Nian's body without disturbing his Niwen. That was essentially impossible considering the harsh requirements over someone's spiritual strength. However, this was the best option that Long Chen had thought of before coming here. He had great confidence in his spiritual strength. But to say that he wasn't nervous would be a lie. To be safe, he kept a portion of his spiritual strength within his own body. Just in case, perhaps he would be able to rip his soul back out if something happened. Damn, when did this fellow's spiritual strength become so powerful? I've already passed 40%. Past 50% and I won't be able to pull back. Long Chen's heart tightened. He had originally thought that Mo Nian's spiritual strength wasn't so strong, and that he could take control with under half of his spiritual strength. But with how powerful Mo Nian's spiritual strength actually was, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to follow through with that plan. Long Chen cursed. When did this fellow become so low-key? If Long Chen didn't fill his spiritual sea, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen continued sending in his spiritual strength, his nerves growing more and more tense. He had to avoid disturbing Mo Nian's Niwen. Finally, when around 60% of his spiritual strength had entered, Mo Nian's body shook ever so slightly. Long Chen instantly stopped. Long Chen sighed. He had managed to avoid touching Mo Nian's Niwen. He slowly focused on Mo Nian's Dantian, in particular the giant star. That was Mo Nian's astral space. He looked around it and didn't see the 5-element sun-hunting bow, making him have a trace of hope. So Mo Nian had managed to bring the 5-element sun-hunting bow into the Netherworld with him. It seemed that Long Chen wasn't the only one who possessed the ability to bring objects into the Netherworld. Evilmoon, can I use you as a bridge to communicate with Mo Nian? What are you using me for? The laws of the Netherworld aren't to my taste. Using Ling would be better. She is a demonic furnace and the materials that went into creating her came from the Netherworld, said Evilmoon. Long Chen immediately turned to Ling who agreed. Using the demon moon furnace, he entered Mo Nian's astral space. When the demon moon furnace entered Mo Nian's astral space, it began to thrum according to a specific rhythm. However, even after a long time, there was no further reaction. Long Chen didn't give up, and the demon moon furnace continued to thrum. Eventually, it said, "Big brother Long Chen, there is a fluctuation calling me. Should I go?" Long Chen was delighted. "Not yet. Continue connecting with it. I will transmit my spiritual fluctuations over as well." Mo Nian finally responded. This was Mo Nian's astral space, and it had a definite connection to Mo Nian's soul. Using the demon moon furnace's fluctuations, he tried to draw Mo Nian's attention, and had finally succeeded. This meant that Mo Nian was definitely alive. "Ling I will entrust my soul to you. When Mo Nian calls you over, bring me with you," said Long Chen. "Evilmoon, you protect the bit of my soul that connects with me here. When I want to return, if I don't have the ability to, help pull me back," said Long Chen. "Don't worry about it," said Evilmoon. "Thanks." Long Chen sent his spiritual strength pouring into the demon moon furnace. In that instant, his aura vanished. Long Chen, Mo Yi, the family head, and Lu Zongying all let out startled cries. They instantly turned as pale as paper. Long Chen had gone to the netherworld to bring Mo Nian back. "There's no need for you to worry about him." Evilmoon's icy voice rang out, shocking them. Within the demon moon furnace, Long Chen followed Mo Nian's spiritual fluctuations, and he appeared in a dark world. "Long Chen, is that you?" From within that darkness, Mo Nian's voice rang out. "Who else would it be? A ghost? Get out here," snorted Long Chen. Not sensing any danger, he jumped out of the demon moon furnace. Upon seeing Mo Nian, he jumped in shock. "Who did this to you?" Chapter 2411 The Netherworld's Ancient Tomb. When Long Chen popped out of the demon moon furnace, he jumped in shock upon seeing Mo Nian. Half of Mo Nian's body was gone. He was curled up in a dark corner, his aura extremely weak. Seeing Long Chen come out of the demon moon furnace, Mo Nian was delighted at first, but then upon hearing what he said, he raged, "Do you have the face to say such a thing? I was implicated by you and almost died. I implicated you. When did you change your name to Lazy? Go slander someone else," said Long Chen. He used his own energy to help heal Mo Nian's wounds, only to find that there was some strange law trying to devour Mo Nian's vitality. That was why his recovery was so slow. However, with Long Chen's help, they managed to suppress that power. Mo Nian finally began to recover quickly. As he recovered, he said, "Tell me, do you know someone named Hong Yaoyang?" "Hong Yaoyang? Never heard of him." Long Chen shook his head but then suddenly said, "That does sound familiar. I think I've heard of him." Long Chen suddenly felt that he had heard this name, but no matter how he tried, he was unable to recall it. That fellow claimed to be a nether god. I had just broken past the final trial and was about to leave this world when that bastard suddenly came out of nowhere, roaring about how anyone related to you had to be killed. The path collapsed, and countless nether warriors appeared. I was hunted throughout the netherworld. Fuck, it really pisses me off. Mo Nian ground his teeth. Long Chen suddenly recalled this fellow. He had met him in Ming Kangyu's palace. Seeing his expression, Mo Nian snorted, "So, who is slandering who? I was implicated by you, right? What did you do to offend a nether god?" Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "I didn't really do anything. I just didn't like looking at him so I slapped him." Mo Nian's jaw dropped. After a long pause, he laughed, "Not bad. Fuck, no wonder I was chased for so long. If I knew this was the reason, I'd have felt much better. When am I going to get a chance to slap him as well?" Mo Nian felt quite satisfied, as if he had been the one to slap Hong Yaoyang. "Many of my memories of the netherworld are fading. If you didn't say that he was a nether god, I wouldn't have remembered him. That idiot took his anger out on you. We'll definitely repay him for this," said Long Chen hatefully. Back then, Hong Yaoyang had come to discuss something with Ming Kangyu, only for her to ignore him. Then upon seeing Long Chen, he had suddenly grown jealous and attacked him, only for Ming Kangyu to freeze him. Long Chen had taken advantage of that to slap him. Actually, he hadn't even managed to injure him, it was his own hand that hurt. Hong Yaoyang was infuriated though, and after saying some vicious words, he left. Long Chen had ignored him since they weren't in the same netherworld and wouldn't run into each other again. He hadn't expected that fellow to take out his anger on his friends. He a nether god, had actually used some method to find the people related to him. Mo Nian was truly unlucky to have run into him. Now he was unable to leave this place. Hehe, since that's the case, then I guess I'm not wrong. You slapping him is just like me slapping him. Mo Nian chortled, slowly standing up. He stretched, his body fully recovered. Long Chen said, since you've passed the final trial, your Yuan spirit has received the Netherworld's approval. As long as you return to the martial heaven continent, you'll be a nether passage expert. I have the demon moon furnace and evil moon on the other side, so I can return at any time. But after being chased down for so long, do you have any thoughts on giving Hong Yaoyang a beating? The reason that Long Chen didn't directly drag Mo Nian back was because he was unwilling. Mo Nian had been beaten into this miserable state. If they didn't strike back, how were they supposed to accept this? Long Chen first asked Mo Nian what he was thinking. After all, he had been here for so long. Hehe, you really are my brother. You really understand me. After being chased for so long, I've already prepared everything. Actually, I had a way to get out, but I didn't want to leave empty-handed. I wanted something big. An evil smile appeared on Mo Nian's face. Long Chen rolled his eyes. As you waited for your opportunity, the people on the martial heaven continent were worrying themselves sick over you. Lu Zongying has yet to leave your side and was weeping when I saw her. The Mo family's people are sick with worry. When Long Chen explained the current state of the Mo family, Mo Nian was shocked. What? It only feels like it's been 10 days. Over half a year has passed on the continent. The flow of time here is different. Let's hurry up so we can get back to the continent. What plan do you have? Asked Long Chen. Time was passing much quicker here. He had to get back soon. Alright, since you've come, let's do something big. I'll bring you to a certain place. Mo Nian led Long Chen out of the darkness. He touched the walls as he walked, eventually pushing aside a large rock. Long Chen realized that Mo Nian was hiding beneath the rubble of a statue. Is this a statue of that bastard Hong Yaoyang? Asked Long Chen. Once they came out of the back of the statue, he saw a towering palace. This was most likely the Nether God's palace. Mo Nian had actually chosen to hide here. Hehe, this is the darkness under the light. They definitely wouldn't expect me to hide here, snickered Mo Nian. Long Chen, I ran all over the Netherworld dodging them. I've figured out many rules of the Netherworld. Do you see that curtain of light up ahead? That is the testing area for the Nether Passage realm. As long as I go there and release my aura, those Nether warriors will quickly appear to kill me. After being chased for so long, I've learned how to hide my aura here, which is how I was able to thwart them. If I had wanted to, I could have hidden my aura and disguised myself as someone else to get by them. However, I discovered that there's an ancient tomb on the opposite side of this palace that has no one guarding it. When I tried to get in, I was injured by some dark light that almost killed me. I'm guessing that there's definitely treasures in there. When he mentioned the ancient tomb, Mo Nian's old habits of his profession popped up. His eyes were blazing with passion. Long Chen disdainfully said, so your injuries were your own fault, and you blamed me for them. Cough, well, if you trace it to the source, it all stemmed from you. Haha, let's not talk about that. I'll teach you my amazing aura concealing art. Mo Nian taught Long Chen a very specific technique. It was essentially using his own aura to imitate a different fluctuation. It was very simple, and Long Chen even had doubts that it would work. However, Mo Nian swore that it had worked for him. Concealing themselves in black cloaks, they carefully crept forward. Within a mountain, Mo Nian pushed aside a boulder, revealing a large cave. Upon entering, Mo Nian returned the boulder to its original location. Entering deeper into the cave, Long Chen realized that it was freshly excavated. You brought all your tomb-robbing equipment here, exclaimed Long Chen. How many times do I have to tell you, it's archaeology? It's archaeology equipment, corrected Mo Nian. Eventually, they arrived at a fork that diverged into 3 paths. Long Chen rolled his eyes. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Hehe, safety first. I naturally left myself ways out, chortled Mo Nian. The two of them quickly passed through the caves. When they arrived at a dead end, Mo Nian formed some hand seals, causing a certain mechanism to activate. A stone door actually revealed itself on the wall and opened. After that, an aura of decay came out from within, one that was so corrosive that Long Chen had no choice but to resist it with the power of his Yuan spirit. You dug up tombs all the way to the Netherworld. If this information gets out, it'll probably shake the world. Not bad, praised Long Chen. It's curious. When I started grave robbing archaeology, it was because I was forced to in order to restore the power of the 5-element sun hunting bow. But as I did it, I found that many experts left behind their secrets in their tombs. By digging out their historical remains, I've learned a great deal of history that no one else knows. You know me, I'm very smart and eager to learn. Don't look at me like that, I really am studious. Fine, well, I found I've gradually come to love archaeology. I have a grand aspiration of using my tools to excavate the entire history of the world for everyone to see, said Mo Nian. There was a practically holy light in his eyes. Fine, if you can find out the lost history of the continent, it truly would be a sacred profession. Long Chen nodded. Hee, good brother, you have vision. My family is extremely against it. My grandpa curses me every day, but what does he know about the significance of archaeology? Let me tell you, let's talk about it later. Alright, we'll get to work, said Mo Nian. Now truly wasn't the time to talk about such things. Mo Nian brought Long Chen through 7 doors. It went without saying that his skill in this area was amazing. Long Chen didn't even see how he had managed to open those stone doors one after another. When the 8th door is opened, the black nether chi will gush out. Last time, I was injured at this moment. Do you have any ideas? Asked Mo Nian. Chapter 2412, A God's Mortal Husk. Last time, Mo Nian had been gravely injured upon reaching this point. The dark nether chi most likely isn't a mechanism. It's something that accumulated due to how long this place has been sealed. I'm sure there's some treasure inside. But the dark nether chi will burst out as soon as the door is opened. There's no way to dodge it. After some thinking, I've found a way to block a bit of it, but not all of it. I would say that we wouldn't even be able to last a few minutes within it, said Mo Nian. That was too little time, and it was a conservative estimate. I'll handle it. Long Chen began to communicate with the demon moon furnace. A pile of mud appeared in his hand. Long Chen suddenly smeared the mud over Mo Nian's face, enraging him. What time is it for something so senseless? Don't move. This mud is a treasure. The dark nether chi will be unable to go through it, said Long Chen, adding more to Mo Nian's body. Are you telling the truth? Don't con me. Mo Nian looked at Long Chen doubtingly. Long Chen ignored him. After applying it all over Mo Nian's body, Mo Nian turned into a mud person. Long Chen then started applying it on himself. He was unable to reach his back, so he needed Mo Nian to help. The two of them quickly became mud people. This mud was the black soil of the primal chaos space that possessed its own particular death energy. Even the death spirit water had been unable to get through it, so Long Chen was confident. Don't let the mud fall off. Open the door, said Long Chen. Mo Nian nodded. Since Long Chen was so confident, there shouldn't be a problem. With their bodies covered in soil, they looked very comical. They could only use their divine sense to see. Mo Nian touched several spots on a pillar beside the door. A different colored rune lit up every time he touched it. Rumbling rang out and the door slowly opened. A flood of darkness swept over them. If they hadn't been prepared, they would have been blown away. It really is immune to the dark nether chi, exclaimed Mo Nian in delight. The black soil completely isolated them from it. Eventually, the force behind the deluge of nether chi weakened enough for the two of them to walk in. Damn, both of them sucked in a cold gasp of air. They were in a giant room, so big that they couldn't see the other side. This room was filled with skeletons. They were lying on the ground, limp, but the auras they gave off made their hair stand on end. Those were the skeletons of giant beasts. Looking closely, there were 36 skeletons, but they filled this giant room. It was impossible to tell what their original forms were like or their level. Their bones were pitch black like cast iron. Even the runes on them contained the aura of darkness. Most likely, they were species specific to the netherworld. Based on their auras, they are probably above the nether passage realm, said Mo Nian, smacking his lips. Even though they were just skeletons, they still gave off a feeling of mortal danger to them. Most likely, but their crystal cores are intact, and their skeletons aren't damaged. How did they die? Wondered Long Chen. Look, up ahead, what kind of diagram is that? Mo Nian pointed suddenly. Long Chen looked over, only to see another door with a bizarre diagram on it. At the center of it was a winged person holding a sword. It seemed that the 36 beasts were prostrating toward it. Long Chen came to a sudden realization. This was a sacrificial ceremony. These beasts were sacrificed. Having learned some fundamentals about formations from Sha Chen, Long Chen managed to vaguely recognize a sacrificial formation. It was no wonder these beasts had their skeletons in perfect shape. Their flesh had been sacrificed, but their energy remained locked in their bones and crystal cores. I want these corpses, said Long Chen a bit excitedly. For what, Stu? Can't you just take their crystal cores? Asked Mo Nian. No, perhaps Meng Qi will be able to control these skeletons. What? How can dead beasts still be controlled? I'm not sure either. But what if it does work? Better to try it. A light of anticipation appeared in Long Chen's eyes. If it actually does work, wouldn't you be able to sweep through the world? Exclaimed Mo Nian. If Meng Qi could have these skeletons fight as if they were alive, that would be far too terrifying. These were beasts above the Nether Passage realm. 36 beasts above the Nether Passage realm. That power was unimaginable. It was worth it to come here. Mo Nian, you study how to open the door. There's definitely something amazing behind it. I'll take these skeletons. Long Chen reached out to grab one of the skeletons. He found that even though they were just bones, they were as heavy as a star. He had to use his full power to lift and toss them into Mo Nian's astral space. Then through the demon moon furnace sending them and evil moon receiving them, Mo Nian's astral space became a conduit, allowing these skeletons to be sent back one after another. It was hard work moving them all. By the time he was done, Long Chen felt exhausted. As he recovered his breath, he saw Mo Nian had also accomplished his task. He had been pressing around on the door for this entire time and had finally managed to activate the runes on it, making it slowly open. When it was just the slightest crack open, a wave of divine pressure burst out of it, sending them both flying. They coughed up blood, their yuan spirits barely having survived the impact. When the door was fully open, the divine pressure raged in the room. It was like thunder crashing, accompanied by harsh, blinding lightning. The roaring made them feel like they might collapse. In front of that divine pressure, they felt incredibly minuscule. This is definitely a treasure. Perhaps this is the greatest discovery of my lifetime. Mo Nian was ecstatic. There was definitely something unimaginable behind this door. The divine pressure gradually stabilized, and only once it stopped blasting out of the door did they manage to walk forward and take a look inside. As soon as they did, their hair stood on end. Hong Yaoyang. Long Chen instantly recognized the person seated within the hall behind the door. He was icily staring at the two of them. Mo Nian had not seen Hong Yaoyang. He had only heard his voice. As a nether god, Hong Yaoyang had only sent his troops out to kill him. But Mo Nian had requested Long Chen to display how he had slapped Hong Yaoyang, so he knew what he looked like. The first thought of Mo Nian's was that they were doomed. They had actually walked right into Hong Yaoyang. There was no way they could fend off the god of this world. No, it's not Hong Yaoyang. It's his mortal husk, exclaimed Long Chen suddenly. Hong Yaoyang was just staring at them, not doing anything. Furthermore, his aura was different from what Long Chen recalled. Although there was divine energy surging within him, his eyes lacked any life. Through that, Mo Nian also realized something was off. Hong Yaoyang's expression didn't change at all. The two of them slowly crept in. Hong Yaoyang was seated on a throne within this room. Suddenly, Hong Yaoyang's eyes brightened. The throne shook slightly, making Mo Nian cry out. Without hesitation, he shot an arrow at him. His arrow exploded into smithereens upon reaching a distance of 3 inches from Hong Yaoyang. Don't move, it's definitely his mortal husk. Our auras stirred the runes just now, said Long Chen, stopping Mo Nian from shooting his second arrow. He pointed at the bricks beneath them. Long Chen had just stepped on one, and one of the runes on it was just barely flashing. When he took his foot off, the rune stopped flashing and faded away. Fuck, that was terrifying. Mo Nian was sweating. This shedding of Hong Yaoyang's looked just like a real person. Long Chen indicated to Mo Nian not to move. He squatted down and carefully looked at the bricks. He was just barely able to see some runes on some of the bricks. As he wasn't a formation master, he didn't know what this formation was. But clearly, those bricks could not be touched. Long Chen began to mark those bricks, indicating not to step on those. His estimate was that these runes were not used to target invaders. Otherwise, the mechanisms here should be even stronger. Hong Yaoyang had to be confident in his territory, and so he wasn't worried about the defense of this place. There's something behind him, let's go around. Long Chen pointed at the throne. The two of them carefully looped around, and they saw a large platform with a sword stabbing into it. Upon seeing that sword, Mo Nian's eyes blazed with light. We've really struck gold this time. Chapter 2413 Heaven Swallowing Sun Hunting. The sword was translucent and had multicolored light flowing within it. Bursts of divine pressure exuded from it, stabbing their souls. This sword was just lying there. If it was actually used to fight, wouldn't its power directly shatter a person's soul even before it struck? What gold? It's not like you use swords, said Long Chen. This sword was definitely a priceless treasure, but with their power, it would be a fool's dream to take it. They were unable to even approach it. Since it's a priceless treasure, it definitely has destiny with me. There's a divine pool as well over there. Mo Nian was delighted and seemed confident that it would be his. Behind the platform with the sword was a divine pool. Dark red liquid that looked like blood filled it. There were strange ripples within the pool. One scene after another appeared within it. Looking closely, Long Chen said, "This is Hong Yaoyang's tomb. He buried his past life here." All the images that were appearing within the pool contained Hong Yaoyang. They were scenes of his cultivation, or his past battles, as well as some childhood memories. It seems that the legends are true. When you become a god, you have to leave behind your past to start a new beginning. But no one is willing to erase their memories, so they bury them. Long Chen, this pool definitely contains Hong Yaoyang's experience in reaching godhood. You should take it. Then you'll have his experience and will be able to cultivate far easier. You won't have a single bottleneck, said Mo Nian. Are you an idiot? Your cultivation path will definitely be affected by him if you absorb it. Walking another person's path isn't a good thing, said Long Chen. Although it would allow a person's cultivation path to become flat and easy to traverse, another person's path would sooner or later reach an end. Long Chen's goal wasn't just to become a god. Furthermore, to tell the truth, he disdained touching Hong Yaoyang's legacy. You're the idiot. Once you become a god, you'll bury your past anyway. Then you won't be affected at all, said Mo Nian. Long Chen shook his head. My path is different from others. I definitely don't want this fellow's inheritance. You're the one who said that, so don't say that I don't give you good stuff first, chortled Mo Nian. Long Chen frowned. Don't tell me that you're really going to take his inheritance. I'm telling you, it's too dangerous. Long Chen had thought that Mo Nian was just joking at first, but now it seemed that he was serious. If he really did this, he wouldn't have a chance to regret it. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'd do something so foolish? After my years of grave-robbing archaeology, do you think all my experience is for naught? As long as I absorb his inheritance, everything of his will be mine, and everything that is mine will remain mine. They won't get mixed together at all. Furthermore, when I don't want his things, I can directly erase them. Mo Nian patted his chest confidently. Fine, since you're so confident, go ahead. Do you need me to do anything? Asked Long Chen. Mo Nian thought about it. That's a problem. The pool, sword, and husk are all treasures. The pool contains his experience in attaining godhood and can assist me in becoming a god. The sword contains endless divine energy that can help the 5-element sun hunting bow progress. The husk contains the full inheritance of that fellow, including his cultivation technique and magical arts. They're all important, but they're definitely linked to Hong Yaoyang's true body. Once we touch them, he'll definitely sense it. Most likely, the divine pool is the only thing that can be absorbed without him instantly sensing it. I can't think of anything about the rest. We're in a rush, so I'll absorb the blood pool and we'll head out, sighed Mo Nian. He was very unwilling to just leave these treasures. Wait. You said that your 5-element sun hunting bow can absorb the divine energy of the sword. Are you telling the truth? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Based on what he knew, Mo Nian's 5-element sun hunting bow might be powerful, but it hadn't reached the point of being able to take power from that sword. After all, that sword was incredibly strong. It contained Hong Yaoyang's full power from before he became a god. Although Hong Yaoyang hadn't been a god at that time, his divine item had been marked by him as a god. Ignoring whether or not the 5-element sun hunting bow was even capable of taking energy from it, even if it could absorb the energy, wouldn't it directly explode? Are you looking down on me? Just take a look at this. Mo Nian waved his hand, summoning a 3-inch long translucent bow. If Long Chen didn't recall how the 5-element sun hunting bow looked, he wouldn't have recognized it. At this moment, it was very small, but there were 9 holes on it with whirlpools on top of them absorbing energy. Since we're brothers, I'll share this secret with you. Even within the Mo family, no one but me knows this. The 2 ancestors of the Mo family had a grand plan called the Heaven Swallowing Project. Their goal was to transform the 5-element sun-hunting bow into the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow. Through my years of archaeology, I've started to turn it into the shape of the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow. These 9 whirlpools exist to absorb all kinds of divine energy. Anything that would be favorable to its transformation will be automatically sucked in. If it wouldn't help, it's rejected. Let me put it to you this way. As long as I have the right resources, I can allow the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow to grow without limit, said Mo Nian proudly. Long Chen was really shocked now. The Mo family's ancestors had truly come up with a great plan. To sum up, I'll be getting stronger and stronger, but don't worry, I'll look after you. I'll be toying with the people who have offended us every day in the future, said Mo Nian. I'm going to absorb the pool. Then let's head out. Wait a minute, said Long Chen suddenly. Since you have that ability, let's get it all. I want to as well, but it's not possible. We don't have time for anything complicated either. If they had enough time, they could study the runes around this place and think of a way to cut off their connection or screen off this place, but they didn't have enough time. They had to return for the Starfield Divine World. I will think of a way to hold back Hong Yaoyang so you have enough time to absorb it all. I'll also leave the heaven flipping seal with you so we can stay in touch. Ling will come with me, said Long Chen. He needed the demon moon furnace with him, but then he wouldn't be able to stay in touch with Mo Nian. He needed a divine item standing guard over Mo Nian's astral space in order to stay connected. Furthermore, that divine item needed to be linked to his own soul as well. With Evilmoon guarding his true body, the heaven-flipping seal was the best option. You, hold back Hong Yaoyang. Are you crazy? Demanded Mo Nian. That was the god of this world. I estimate that I can stall him for 2 hours. Work hard to take everything as fast as possible, said Long Chen. You sound serious. Mo Nian couldn't believe his ears. Of course. Don't absorb the pool for now. When I'm ready, I'll give you the signal through the heaven-flipping seal. Long Chen flew off, leaving a bewildered Mo Nian. He felt like Long Chen was about to do something crazy. Going out through the way that they had come in, Long Chen didn't see anything odd. He was about to fly out when he sensed something and hastily hid. A group of armored warriors flew through the air right above him. They flew into a spatial channel, which was where the nether passage path was according to Mo Nian. It was unknown if they were sent to hunt him down as well. It seems that those are the nether warriors that Mo Nian mentioned. They're comparable to third-step nether passage experts. It seems that Mo Nian really has some ability to be able to survive after being hunted down by them. Long Chen nodded in admiration upon sensing their power. The current Mo Nian had yet to pass his tribulation. He was still stuck in the life star realm. For him to stay alive and be able to probe the tomb of a nether god in this state showed that he was definitely a marvel. Once they were gone, Long Chen waited a bit longer and came out again. Closing his eyes and sensing the world, he smiled. If this was the netherworld, then the karmic hell flames were definitely present. He sensed their fluctuations. He began rushing over in that direction, using the celestial lightning body blink at full power to speed away. After an incense stick's worth of time, he stopped in front of an ancient pagoda. The pagoda only had 1 level, but it was unleashing an incredibly evil air. That air was something Long Chen was familiar with because he had entered it before. This was purgatory. From the outside, it looked like a pagoda. When he had escaped from purgatory back then, he hadn't managed to see this form of it. Leng Yuan said that the karmic hell flames were within purgatory. It seems that this is the place. Long Chen took a deep breath. He clasped his hands together and began to chant. The sound of a sacred scripture began to ring out. Chapter 2414 Karmic Flames Burn the Heavens. Long Chen began to circulate the Nirvana scripture. His face was serene. One note after another came out of his mouth. As peace fell over the world, one rune after another appeared, filling the air around him like shooting stars. Those were runes condensed of the world's flame energy. With these flame runes in the air, it felt like it was night, with stars hanging in the sky. Endless flame energy gathered here, forming a whirlpool of stars around Long Chen. As more and more of them appeared, Long Chen's chanting grew louder. He went from the first volume of the Nirvana scripture to the second volume. As the world's flame energy gathered around him, Long Chen managed to sense the karmic hell flames dancing within the ancient pagoda. The karmic hell flames were responding to him. It was like by gathering all these flames, he had gathered a pack of hyenas against the Lion King. It seemed that they felt provoked. The karmic hell flames were attempting to charge out of purgatory, but they were unable to break the seal. Last time I was only able to summon the karmic hell flames because Lang Yuan had opened the path to purgatory. But this time, I can rely on the karmic hell flames to come out on their own. Long Chen took a deep breath. The chanting changed once more. The words he was chanting transformed into runes that merged into heaven and earth. It was like gods were chanting, filling the world with an unspeakable divine might. With the third volume of the Nirvana scripture, the flame runes moved of their own accord, forming a pair of giant wings on Long Chen's back. Those flame runes were expressing absolute allegiance to Long Chen. They were willing to be used by Long Chen, willing to become a part of him. Such a scenario had never occurred before. Although he had previously used the Nirvana scripture to control the world's flame energy, this time, the flame energy was becoming one with him of its own accord. Before this, he had been forcing the flame energy to be his, but now, the flame energy was willingly doing what he wanted. The two were completely different concepts. The pagoda was shaking intensely. Long Chen could sense the karmic hell flames going crazy inside. It was like a king was being provoked. Suddenly, a stream of flames came gushing out of the bottom of the pagoda, and a wave of heat ignited the world. The karmic hell flames had finally broken out of their seal. Endless flames were charging out from underground. Wherever they went, the earth began to melt. Those flames roared at Long Chen in the form of giant beasts. "Big brother Long Chen, I need those flames. Toss me inside later. I'm going to refine myself," exclaimed Ling Er. It was unknown what materials had gone into making the demon moon furnace. At that time, Ling Er had yet to awaken her spirit, so she had no recollection. Now though, she was capable of sensing what would benefit her and what wouldn't. All item spirits had sharp intuitions for this kind of thing. Ling Er could sense that the karmic hell flames would be very beneficial to her. No problem, just wait a bit. Long Chen was delighted to see the karmic hell flames had finally come out. His flame wings shuddered, and one small flame lotus after another rained down from them, exploding amongst the karmic hell flames. The giant flame beasts formed of the karmic hell flames were originally holding back slightly, seemingly somewhat afraid of Long Chen. However, this action infuriated them, and like oil had been tossed onto the fire, they charged into the air, attacking him. Seeing that, without a word, Long Chen turned and ran. This seemed to further antagonize the karmic hell flames. The karmic hell flames burst forth like a dam had been broken. They poured into this world, igniting heaven and earth. "Mo Nian, you can start," transmitted Long Chen through the heaven-flipping seal in Mo Nian's astral space. Long Chen brought the karmic hell flames flying toward the Nethergod's palace. Wherever he went, the earth vanished. "Hong Yaoyang, you little ghost, get the fuck out here. Today, I, Long Chen, am going to beat the crap out of you." Long Chen announced himself as soon as he arrived. Within the palace, the icy-faced Hong Yaoyang had his hands clasped in front of his chest. He was seated on a prayer mat, a divine seal flickering on his forehead. Five-colored light was shining behind him, moving according to a set rhythm. It seemed that he was doing some kind of cultivation. All of a sudden, a knocking sound rang out, and a crack appeared in the mark on his forehead. His body shuddered and his divine energy collapsed. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which transformed into runes that merged back into heaven and earth. Courting death, Hong Yaoyang furiously waved his hand. A door suddenly opened, and an armored person was sucked toward him. Hong Yaoyang grabbed his throat, filled with killing intent. "Did I not say not to disturb me when I'm in seclusion? Do you want to die? What is your excuse?" Hong Yaoyang's voice was frighteningly cold. Just now, he had been in a critical state of his cultivation, but this person's disturbance had ruined everything. He was on the verge of killing this person in his rage, but since this person was a loyal follower of his for many years, he held back. "Master, this lowly one had no other choice but to disturb you. Just now, someone has challenged you to battle," babbled the person in his grip. "Challenging me? They're really courting death. I'll go take a look. My mood isn't good today." Hong Yaoyang tossed that person aside. He started walking, and his expression suddenly changed upon seeing the karmic hell flames surrounding his palace. Hong Yaoyang immediately activated the palace's protections. Divine light enveloped it. How did the karmic hell flames get here? It was too sudden. We have no idea what is happening. If there wasn't any other option, I wouldn't have dared to disturb you," reported his follower. Hong Yaoyang's expression grew dark. The karmic hell flames were flames from purgatory. They burned all things possessing karma, which included mortals and gods. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hong Yaoyong clenched his teeth. The karmic hell flames had enveloped the palace. He needed to maintain the defenses and was unable to go investigate what was going on in purgatory. If he left, the palace would be incinerated. If his throne was destroyed, he would be done for. For a moment, he was unable to come up with any way to handle the karmic hell flames. He flew out of the palace and stood on the peak. Suddenly, he saw a black-robed man standing atop a pill furnace smiling at him. "It's you." Hong Yaoyong's eyes almost popped out of his head. He couldn't believe that Long Chen was here. "Hong Yaoyong, you have some guts. Instead of being grateful for the lesson I gave you, you actually dared to harbor resentment. Today, I'll make sure that the lesson sticks. Prepare a diaper because I won't be leaving without beating the crap out of you." Long Chen and the pill furnace were completely covered in flames. They were like a lonely boat within an angry sea. The beasts that the karmic hell flames had manifested were crazily attacking him, but the other flames had formed a giant barrier around Long Chen, protecting him. With the support of the third volume of the Nirvana scripture, other than the karmic hell flames, all other flames had to listen to him. Those flames were helping him block the karmic hell flames of their own accord. At least for a short time, the karmic hell flames were unable to touch him. Long Chen's guess was that he should be able to control the karmic hell flames, but his current power was too low to make them submit. That was why they were fighting against him for supremacy. The demon moon furnace had grown to many times its original size, appearing like an island floating within the sea of flames. Ling was absorbing the karmic hell flames for herself. When he asked her what she was doing, Ling was unable to say. Long Chen's guess was that the demon moon furnace was originally created with the karmic hell flames. Most likely, there hadn't been enough karmic hell flames at the time, resulting in many areas of her body being improperly refined. That was why Ling was using them to refine herself again. Standing within the sea of flames and staring at the shocked Hong Yaoyong, Long Chen felt a sense of pride. Perhaps the only one who dared to challenge a god in his realm was him. Regretfully, there was no way to use a photographic jade to record what was happening here. Otherwise, if he could spread it throughout the martial heaven continent, it would definitely terrify his enemies. Hong Yaoyong's expression was gloomy. He suddenly snorted and pointed a finger. As a result, divine light condensed into a sword and pierced through the air. However, in that instant, Long Chen vanished, hiding himself within the demon moon furnace. The demon moon furnace sank within the flames. As a result, his sword pierced through the karmic hell flames, blasting a hole through them. Hong Yaoyong turned green. The karmic hell flames began to rage. They crashed upon the palace like a tsunami. Chapter 2415. Do you dare to fight me? The sea of karmic hell flames seemed to have been provoked by Hong Yaoyong. They crashed against the Nethergod Palace. Long Chen, you despicable fellow, if you have the guts, come out and fight. Roared Hong Yaoyong, clenching his teeth furiously. He knew he had been conned by Long Chen. The karmic hell flames were flames beyond his power as a god. Anything within the cycle of reincarnation could be incinerated by the karmic flames. In his fury, he had attacked Long Chen. Originally, he had locked Long Chen down with his divine power and had been confident that his blow would kill him. However, he hadn't expected Long Chen to easily escape his lock by being sucked into the demon moon furnace. As a result, he had planted the seed of karma between himself and the karmic hell flames when his attack struck them. Now, he would have to reap the consequences. The karmic hell flames currently viewed Long Chen and Hong Yaoyong as mortal enemies. With Long Chen hiding inside the demon moon furnace, the karmic hell flames couldn't reach him. He didn't even need to defend against them. Seeing the karmic hell flames attacking Hong Yaoyong, Long Chen laughed. Hong Yaoyong, you weak coward, if you have the guts, come out and fight. If you don't come, I'm your granddaddy. Hong Yaoyong was so infuriated that his hair was standing on end. Seeing Long Chen hiding within the demon moon furnace with the karmic hell flames powerless to touch him, Hong Yaoyong was completely enraged. He didn't dare to charge into the sea of karmic hell flames. If he attacked the karmic hell flames again, that would plant more karma between them. If it was just this amount of karmic hell flames, then that wasn't too worrisome. However, with too much karma, all of purgatory's karmic hell flames would come out, and he would be doomed. Long Chen, do you think a turtle shell will protect you? Idiot, the karmic hell flames can only be unleashed for a limited amount of time. After 4 hours, they will be summoned back by the laws of purgatory. Then I'll make you regret coming to this world, declared Hong Yaoyang. 4 hours. Did you hear that, Mo Nian? You have 4 hours, transmitted Long Chen. All right, I'll do my best to be quick, replied Mo Nian. Mo Nian had also run into trouble on his side. The sword's power was so great that it was taking a great deal of effort for the 5-element sun-hunting bow to absorb it. He needed to suppress it as his bow absorbed it. His original plan was for the 5-element sun-hunting bow to absorb the sword's power while he absorbed Hong Yaoyang's mortal husk's inheritance. But now he could only go one at a time. Just from that reply, Long Chen knew that Mo Nian was having trouble. He needed to think of a way to stall. Hey, that little brat called Hong Yaoyang, do you have no ability at all? Get over here and fight. My blade has long since grown thirsty for your blood, called out Long Chen arrogantly. Hong Yaoyang sneered, you want to provoke me into attacking the karmic hell flames again? How childish. When the karmic hell flames retreat, we'll see if you can still be so arrogant. Hong Yaoyang refused to fall for it. If he attacked the karmic hell flames, he would draw more karma over. Their power would also increase. At the time I started being arrogant, you were still in diapers, sneered Long Chen. But as soon as he said this, he felt like he had gone a bit too far. That was a god of this world, an existence that had been living for who knew how many millennia. Ha ha ha, a little. Just as Hong Yaoyang laughed derisively, Long Chen came shooting out of the karmic hell flames, slapping him in the face. Hong Yaoyang hadn't had any defenses against Long Chen, someone he viewed as an ant. As a result, Long Chen's slap landed solidly on his face. Moreover, Long Chen's hand was enveloped by the karmic hell flames, setting Hong Yaoyang's face on fire. Hong Yaoyang roared and punched Long Chen. Even before the punch arrived, Long Chen felt like his body would crumble from the pressure. Long Chen vanished, reappearing within the demon moon furnace. This was a trick he had drilled in advance with Ling Er. With his mind connected to the demon moon furnace, he was able to instantly enter the demon moon furnace when it pulled on him. Such a thing wouldn't work on the martial heaven continent. But here in the netherworld, he was just a yuan spirit and not restricted in that way. Even a god's lock was escapable using this method. Long Chen's vanished, resulting in Hong Yaoyang's furious punch tearing through the karmic hell flames. Seeing the devastation resulting from this one punch, Long Chen smacked his lips. Damn, if that hit, not even 100 lives would be enough. Fortunately, they had been fast enough to get away. But Ling Er was afraid. Big brother Long Chen, don't play around anymore. If I was the slightest bit slower just now, you would have died. It's fine, having fun is stimulating, laughed Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, do you really have such faith in me? Asked Ling Er. Of course, you're my partner. I've entrusted my life to you when refining pills, so I can do it now as well, replied Long Chen as he looked through the karmic hell flames at the furious Hong Yaoyang. Big brother Long Chen, Ling Er's voice shuddered. She had never had anyone that had any faith in her. Every one of her masters had simply used her to their own advantage. She was always viewed as a tool. Even if she was something so important that others would view her as important as their own life, she was just something to benefit others. She had never tasted what trust was. But working with Long Chen, she felt his absolute trust in her. That made her feel a gratitude that she had never felt before. Hong Yaoyang's expression changed. This punch of his was even stronger than his previous attack. The karmic hell flames were enraged. You bastard! Hong Yaoyang roared furiously. He hastily formed hand seals and then slammed his hands on the palace. He needed to raise the palace's defenses if he wanted it to survive. A wave of fire came crashing out of the flames as his hands slammed on the palace. Hong Yaoyang ignored it, allowing it to sweep over him. Just at that moment, a hand reached out from within the flames and struck him in the face. You shameless brat, do you dare to fight? Hong Yaoyang had never expected Long Chen to dare to attack again. As a result, another handprint appeared on the other side of his face. Hong Yaoyang was enraged. His hand reached out like a bolt of lightning to grab Long Chen. The clothes on Long Chen's shoulder were torn off, and several bloody holes appeared there. His blood gushed out. Hong Yaoyang had reacted so quickly that Long Chen hadn't had time to retreat. Fuck off. You even dared to scratch me. Long Chen twisted back, following the flow of the karmic hell flames to fall back. He said goodbye by landing a foot on Hong Yaoyang's nose. Hong Yaoyong felt a sour feeling on his nose, and tears streamed out. Although he was a god, in order to avoid karma, he had not summoned his strongest defenses. His more powerful defenses would cause a backlash to the karmic hell flames, which would increase the karma. As a result, by taking advantage of this, Long Chen managed to slap him twice and stamp his nose. Hong Yaoyong went crazy. In his rage, Hong Yaoyong didn't care about any consequences. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The entire netherworld shuddered when that sword appeared. Sword Chi cut the sea of karmic hell flames in two. This sword was capable of destroying an entire world. However, Hong Yaoyong was still one step too slow. As soon as Long Chen's foot had landed, he returned to the demon moon furnace without waiting for Hong Yaoyong's reaction. Long Chen reacted even faster than Hong Yaoyong because he knew that in terms of speed, he couldn't compare to the god of this world. "Big brother Long Chen, please stop playing around. It's too frightening," exclaimed Ling Er. If Long Chen had been the slightest bit slower, he would no longer exist in this world. "Hee, okay, I'll stop playing." That was enough. Long Chen smiled. Karmic hell flames came gushing over, enveloping the sky. The flames were coming from every direction to attack the palace. "Long Chen, you bastard, you won't have a good death." Hong Yaoyong let out a bestial roar. He had been conned by Long Chen once more. This attack of his had fully provoked the karmic hell flames. The defenses outside of the palace had been incinerated, and the flames were now attacking the palace itself. "Hey, how can you curse people like that? It's classless." This time, Long Chen stayed right next to the demon moon furnace, simply looking at Hong Yaoyong in a carefree manner. "Just wait." Hong Yaoyong roared and ignored Long Chen. He sat on top of the palace, an image of a throne appearing. Behind him, he was finally activating the power of the Nether God's throne. If he didn't, the palace would be incinerated. Divine light filled the palace, creating a barrier that blocked the karmic hell flames. However, he had barely stabilized the situation when his expression completely changed. He once more looked at Long Chen, his eyes full of killing intent. "You bastards, you're stealing my mortal husk." Chapter 2416 Collecting the Karmic Hell Flames. "Why does your tone suck so much? What do you mean, steal? We're not stealing, we're taking. Understand?" Long Chen lazily smiled at the furious Hong Yaoyong. With his connection to Mo Nian, he was able to sense that Mo Nian had finished absorbing the energy of the sword and had moved on to the mortal husk. However, Long Chen had told him to wait for a moment. The reason he had taken the risk to attack Hong Yaoyong again was to force him off his throne. Based on Long Chen's understanding of Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu, he knew that the throne was the foundation of their power. If he didn't kick Hong Yaoyong off the throne, then perhaps it would have been possible for him to stop Mo Nian from taking his mortal husk. After seeing how infuriated Hong Yaoyong was, Long Chen guessed that he had been correct. The blood pool and divine sword had lost most of their connection to him before this, but his mortal husk was different. It was his past life. Although he had buried it, it wasn't completely severed. So he had sensed it when Mo Nian began to touch it. Unfortunately for him, the karmic hell flames were crazily assaulting his palace. Long Chen's ability at causing trouble had brought a calamity upon him, while Long Chen was hiding inside the demon moon furnace. Since he didn't attack them further, the karmic hell flames were focused on Hong Yaoyong. The karmic hell flames had been provoked by Long Chen at the beginning due to him using the Nirvana scripture to control all flames. They didn't want to listen to his orders due to how weak he was. Even with the Nirvana scripture, they were unwilling, so they fought. Now that Long Chen was simply hiding and not further antagonizing them, the karmic hell flames lost a great deal of their hostility toward him. Their attacks were concentrated on Hong Yaoyong. These karmic hell flames are terrifying, but they aren't united. If used properly, then even a god could be incinerated in an instant. Long Chen sighed emotionally as he watched the karmic hell flames attack the palace. At this moment, Hong Yaoyong focused entirely on blocking the assault of the karmic hell flames. He had no time to bother with his mortal husk. That was precisely the result that Long Chen had been looking for. The demon moon furnace slowly floated above the sea of flames. Long Chen poked his head out. The flames protecting him dissipated. When he stopped using the Nirvana scripture, the karmic hell flames no longer felt that he was trying to control them, and they stopped targeting him. Now he even dissipated the other flames to express his sincerity. Showing that he posed no threat to them, the karmic hell flames didn't bother him. Hong Yaoyong, work hard. I look favorably upon you, encouraged Long Chen. Hong Yaoyong almost died from rage. His palace was surrounded by karmic hell flames, and he was only able to bitterly hold on. He couldn't even stop his mortal husk from being stolen. Normally, a single strand of his divine power sent to his mortal husk could wipe out Mo Nian, but now he had to focus entirely on the karmic hell flames. He didn't dare to get distracted. If his palace was incinerated, then his throne would be vulnerable. His throne was the foundation of his power. If it was damaged, he would lose his power. If his throne was damaged, his divine energy would fade away. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation would be gone in an instant. He should be able to wipe out Long Chen with a smack, but he didn't dare to at this moment. Seeing him standing there so carelessly, Hong Yaoyong felt like he might explode. All he could do was focus all his power on blocking the karmic hell flames. Once they used up all their energy, they would return to purgatory, and then he could wipe out Long Chen and Mo Nian. He was in a race against time. It would just be up to who could achieve their goal first. Hong Yaoyong was a bit regretful that he had been too careless. He had provoked the karmic hell flames. How had that landed him in this plight? Mo Nian, hurry up. This fellow has seen through our goal, messaged Long Chen. Don't worry, I'm almost done, replied Mo Nian. Hearing that, Long Chen relaxed. Looking around, he asked Ling Er, when you absorb the karmic hell flames, can you help me absorb a bit for myself as well? Not much, just a tiny bit. Long Chen returned to within the demon moon furnace. Huo Long was currently in slumber within the heavenly flame orb. He wanted a bit of the karmic hell flames for it to absorb in the future. With Huo Long's constant growth, he felt that it would be possible for Huo Long to gain the power of the karmic hell flames if it devoured some of them. If Huo Long could transform its flames into karmic hell flames, just how terrifying would that be? Ling Er assented and a ball of dark red liquid slowly condensed within one of her runes. Amazing, praised Long Chen. The demon moon furnace was actually able to draw in some of the karmic hell flames so easily. Furthermore, its innate will had weakened. The demon moon furnace was truly a supreme treasure. Long Chen formed a hand seal, and a translucent flame wrapped around the karmic hell flames. The karmic hell flames actually ignited the inverse Dao water spirit flame. Huo Long is still in slumber, so the flame energy I can control is much weaker. Long Chen shook his head. With his current flame energy, it seemed that it would be very difficult to subdue even a single drop of the karmic hell flames. Time to risk it all. Long Chen clenched his teeth and directly sent the karmic hell flames into Mo Nian's astral space. Mo Nian's astral space was instantly set ablaze. What are you doing? Are you trying to incinerate my astral space? Mo Nian's voice rang out from the other side. The drop of karmic hell flames vanished in the next moment. The heaven-flipping seal had sent it into the primal chaos space. It had only been in Mo Nian's astral space for the blink of an eye. However, in that blink of an eye, Mo Nian's giant astral space became a barren land. Black space twisted just from its passing. Long Chen hadn't even alerted Mo Nian in advance, making him jump. If his astral space was destroyed, he would be doomed. Ignoring Mo Nian, Long Chen waited for Evelmoon's reply. Very quickly, it replied that the karmic hell flames had been suppressed. Niece, the primal chaos bead has never disappointed me. Long Chen clapped his leg excitedly. The primal chaos bead was truly amazing. Ling Er, help me absorb some more, but do your best not to disturb them too much to avoid them targeting us. One drop after another of the karmic hell flames passed through Mo Nian's astral space, making Mo Nian cry out. He demanded an answer. Long Chen replied that he had to focus on his own work and absorb the mortal husk. Nothing else was worth his attention. Using Mo Nian's astral space as a conduit, he sent more and more of the karmic hell flames into the primal chaos space. As he moved more and more of them, he found that as long as he was fast enough, the damage to Mo Nian's astral space was almost negligible. Furthermore, any damage slowly recovered in time. It wouldn't affect his combat power. Big brother Long Chen, I'm finished. I've completely removed all the impurities in my body, said Ling Er excitedly. Hehe, excellent. Then help me absorb more of the karmic hell flames. This is very useful to me. Alright, Ling Er began to help Long Chen absorb more and more of the karmic hell flames. They gushed out of her runes and condensed into a foot-long ball. Nice. Long Chen's heart pounded excitedly. If such a large amount of karmic hell flames were not controlled properly, then they would blow up Mo Nian's astral space. If that happened, Mo Nian might just come for his life. He pushed his spiritual strength to the max to maintain the stability of that sphere. He passed it through Mo Nian's astral space as fast as possible. The flame sphere didn't even land on the ground, but it left a mass of violently twisting black space within Mo Nian's astral space. However, it didn't damage his astral space. Seeing that, Long Chen was at ease. He began to absorb more and more. Last time, he hadn't had a chance to gather any of them. Just thinking about how he had missed that chance filled him with regret. This time, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Fortunately, there were so many karmic hell flames outside that they didn't seem to feel any sense of alarm with him stealing a bit. An incense stick's worth of time later, Long Chen suddenly sensed that the power of the karmic hell flames was starting to decline. Mo Nian, are you done yet? There's not much time left. Previously, Hong Yaoyong had said that it would take 4 hours for the karmic hell flames to retreat. However, it had not even been 2 hours, and they were already showing signs of declining. It was unknown what trick Hong Yaoyong had played. Haha, I just finished. Now what, should we find a place to meet up? Asked Mo Nian. No need, I'll send the demon moon furnace into your spiritual space. You summon her and enter, and then the heaven flipping seal can send you to my side. Long Chen covered himself in his flame protection. He left the demon moon furnace's protection and sent it into Mo Nian's spiritual space. Within the sea of karmic hell flames, Long Chen felt like he was going to be incinerated. He estimated that he would be dead within 3 breaths' time. Fortunately, Mo Nian was quick. Long Chen summoned the demon moon furnace again and immediately entered. Damn, you did all this. When Mo Nian arrived, he stared in amazement at the scene before him. Chapter 2417 Taking a Door Bolt. Hong Yaoyong. Haha, so a bastard like you has fallen into such a state. With the demon moon furnace floating above the sea of flames, Mo Nian came out and laughed at Hong Yaoyong. Hong Yaoyong was pale, and the divine light coming out of him was showing signs of fading. It seemed that he had also reached his limit. Bastard, you dare to steal my inheritance. Raged Hong Yaoyong. What do you mean, steal? I took it. At best, you can consider it plundering. Hee, little brat, you chased me down for so long. What's wrong with me taking a little bit back? Don't like it, bite me. Mo Nian laughed. Seeing Hong Yaoyong's current plight made him want to dance in excitement. Alright, stop messing around. We don't have much time left. Once the karmic hell flames retreat, even if that fellow's exhausted, he can kill us with a single attack. Long Chen pulled Mo Nian away. It seemed that he had forgotten their current situation and simply wanted to enrage Hong Yaoyong to death. Fine, we got our revenge and some treasures. We can go. There's nothing to stay for. The only regret I have is that I didn't get to slap him as well. Ah, it's so regretful. How about I go and try it right now? Asked Mo Nian unwillingly. Hong Yaoyong coughed up a mouthful of blood. The multicolored blood faded into the air in a wave of divine power. Damn, what a pretty sight. Brother, I'll give you money if you show me that again. As a hick, I have never seen such a sight. Exclaimed Mo Nian. You. Hong Yaoyong clamped his mouth shut. Blood leaked out. If you have to, just cough it out. Holding it in must be painful. Furthermore, if you just hold it, it won't go anywhere. Well, if you don't want it to go out from the top, you can let it go out from the bottom. But if you pull down your pants, it won't be as nice of a sight, sighed Mo Nian. Hong Yaoyong didn't reply. When Mo Nian was about to continue antagonizing him, Long Chen stopped him. He cut off his divine sense. He can't hear you. Let's go. Fine. Although I didn't get to piss him to death, I've gained enough, chortled Mo Nian. Suddenly, he saw that Long Chen was sending the demon moon furnace to the direction of the palace. Hey, where are you going? It was so hard for us to come here. How can we not take a little bit back before leaving? This door bolt is a treasure. Long Chen pointed to a certain set of gates in the palace. You can't be serious. Mo Nian looked at those gates. His face twitched. They were so tall that he couldn't see the top of them. The 2 doors had a notch between them with a giant door bolt keeping them closed. The doot bolt was pitch black and emitted a hair-raising aura. Even without Long Chen saying anything, Mo Nian knew that it was a treasure. But no matter how big his guts were, there was no way he would dare to do such a thing. Is this even possible? Demanded Mo Nian. It's fine, I've done a similar thing twice. This time, we'll even have the protection of the karmic hell flames, said Long Chen, completely relaxed. Bastards, what are you doing? Demanded Hong Yaoyong, his expression changing. We're going to leave, but you're pretty rude not to send us off with a gift. So we'll be taking one ourselves. Long Chen and Mo Nian arrived at the gates. There was a strange force around the gates that prevented the karmic hell flames from approaching. Long Chen and Mo Nian no longer needed to block them. Looking at the giant door bolt, Mo Nian felt a fire light up within him. He had no idea what material it was made of, but the energy it gave off was incredibly evil. He wondered if the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow could absorb it. Mo Nian tried to lift the bolt, but even with his full power, he wasn't able to budge it. Damn, it's too heavy. On the other side of the bolt, Long Chen also lifted with his full power. As a result, the door bolt did quiver slightly. However, that was all. He was far away from lifting it. It's no good. We can't lift it, said Mo Nian. We can. Come over here. We'll lift from the same direction and make the bolt lose its balance and fall off, said Long Chen. Mo Nian flew over. Long Chen took a deep breath and summoned the Azure Dragon battle armor. Mo Nian also used his full power. Slowly, the door bolt began to rise. Rumbling sounds rang out. Stop. Those are the holders of evil. If the gates are opened, you'll be instantly killed, shouted Hong Yaoyong. This slight distraction caused the palace to quiver, and the karmic hell flames got even closer, causing him to jump and return his focus on them. What are the holders of evil? They look pretty evil themselves, asked Mo Nian spiritually. He didn't have the energy to open his mouth. It has nothing to do with us. Work hard. The karmic hell flames are getting weaker. They'll probably vanish in a little bit, replied Long Chen as he lifted. Stop, roared Hong Yaoyong. Long Chen ignored him. The door bolt slowly began to slide off. Hong Yaoyong was roaring, but Long Chen chose to ignore him. Eventually, after sliding off a certain extent, the dude bolt fell. Now, Long Chen flew after it and grabbed a corner. Space twisted and the door knocker vanished, reappearing in Mo Nian's astral space. Boom! The door bolt landed on the ground and a wave of earth exploded. Cracks filled his astral space. Mo Nian cried out, "Are you trying to kill me?" His entire astral space was cracked. It was just one step from exploding. Mo Nian was drenched in sweat. Just at that moment, the doors rumbled and a sinister air came out of the crack in the doors. A terrifying sensation of death filled Long Chen and Mo Nian. Without hesitation, the two of them hid within the demon moon furnace. A burst of mysterious energy exploded out of the gates. Following that, black chi gushed out, filling this world. Even the karmic hell flames were blasted away by that black chi. The impact caused them to retreat back into purgatory. It's over. This netherworld is done for. Seeing the black chi invading this world, Hong Yaoyong's expression was one of hatred and despair. Long Chen and Mo Nian had vanished, and he was just foolishly staring at the open gates. He suddenly roared, "Long Chen and that other bastard, just wait. I will definitely find you." Following that, the palace split apart in the middle. Hong Yaoyong grabbed the upper half and flew away, vanishing across the horizon. It wasn't long after he left that the black chi filled the entire netherworld. Countless dark creatures came out of the gates. They roared, their voices full of resentment. Within the Mo family's ancestral land, the family head, Mo Yi, and Lu Zongying were silently standing there like statues. Every blink of an eye felt as long as a year. Long Chen's life force had faded away, but there was still the slightest aura of his spirit. However, those spiritual fluctuations would occasionally fade, making their hearts clench. They didn't even dare to take a deep breath. They were waiting for a miracle. It had been 7 days, but there were no signs of either of them waking up. Suddenly, Long Chen's body twitched. He began to breathe, delighting them. Lu Zongying cried out, "Long Chen, you're awake." Mo Nian, is he? Long Chen had been planning on teasing her a bit, but seeing how nervous she was, he decided against it. Don't worry, he's fine. You can sense that his soul is back. At this moment, they realized that Mo Nian was no longer dead. However, he was still unconscious. Lu Zongying immediately grabbed Mo Nian and wept tears of joy. Even Mo Yi's eyes grew wet. "Long Chen, what's wrong with Mo Nian? Why isn't he awake?" asked Mo Yi. Long Chen was embarrassed. It was because Mo Nian was focused entirely on repairing his astral space after the door knocker had damaged it. If it wasn't repaired quickly, there was a chance it could shatter. He would only wake up once his astral space had recovered from that crisis. It was Long Chen's miscalculation, so he didn't know how to explain it. Just at that moment, alarms began to blare from above. Mo Yi and the family head's expressions changed. Chapter 2418 A Strange Sneak Attack. Senior, you should stay here to prevent the worst-case scenario. I'll go up, said Long Chen. The family head nodded. All right, Nian'er's safety is number one. I'll leave things to you. Although this was the most hidden part of the Mo family's ancestral land, the family head had to be careful. He and Lu Zonggying stayed behind, while Long Chen and Mo Yi flew off. They passed through the layers of blockades. The Mo family's grand formation shattered. A giant arrow shot toward the Mo family's main palace. Someone really was attacking the Mo family. Seeing that giant arrow, Long Chen appeared beside it and grabbed it. This was an exploding arrow that had reached the heart of the Mo family. If it exploded here, it would kill quite a few people. Long Chen was about to send it into the primal chaos space, but just at that moment, his expression changed. Killing intent raged in his eyes. The arrow exploded. It was actually being controlled by someone, so it didn't need to crash into something to explode. Countless fragments shot out of it, but those were blasted into powder by Long Chen. Despite that, a chi wave spread in every direction. The closest buildings were crushed, and countless experts of the Mo family coughed up blood, with some who were too close directly dying from the shockwave. This exploding arrow was an extremely terrifying killing tool. Protect old man Mo Yi, ordered Long Chen, already shooting off in a certain direction. In a single step, Long Chen saw a group of people in a giant flying boat rushing away. The people on that flying boat were wearing robes of the ancient family alliance. Upon seeing Long Chen, they didn't hesitate. All the giant ballistas on the flying boat pointed toward him. One arrow after another shot through the air. Explosions shook the sky as they exploded on contact with Long Chen. Let's go. The elder who had given the order to fire immediately ordered them to retreat without even looking at the result. The flying boat transformed into a streak of light. However, that flying boat was suddenly cut in two by black saber light. The experts at the center of the flying boat were wiped out of existence. Want to go? Leave your lives behind first. Long Chen sneered and flew toward the elder. This sneak attack against the Mo family was bizarre. This leader of theirs was only a third-step netherpassage expert. They didn't have the power to attack the Mo family. This was clearly courting death. Suddenly, the surrounding land exploded. Sword chi shot out from every direction at Long Chen. A formation. Long Chen was surprised. This was a trap. Every ray of sword chi was on par with the attack of a fourth-step netherpassage expert. This killing formation had been set up far in advance. Long Chen, your death is at hand. The elder laughed. His terrified expression had been an act. The dozen rays of sword chi intersected with Long Chen at the center. A blinding light filled this place. Thousands of experts began to come out of the surrounding mountains and rush over. Quick, see if you can find Long Chen's corpse. It would be best if he's still alive, shouted the elder. The elder took out another flying boat. At this moment, the Mo family's experts were rushing over. Space was still twisting violently from the formation's attack. People didn't dare to get close. It would be best if I was alive. Then you can die. Long Chen's icy voice suddenly rang out. Like a curse from hell, those experts froze. Then, without a second thought, they fled. At that moment, a pill furnace slowly appeared within the twisting space. This was the Demon Moon Furnace. Those attacks weren't something that Long Chen's physical body could endure, so he had simply summoned the Demon Moon Furnace. Having been tempered by the karmic hell flames, it blocked those attacks without any effort at all. Are you in such a rush? I'll send you on your way quickly. Long Chen snorted. The runes on top of the Demon Moon Furnace lit up. Flame arrows shot out. The experts flying were rapidly struck and incinerated without being able to scream. As for the elder on the flying boat, he had fled as soon as Long Chen's voice had appeared. By the time Long Chen was done killing the other experts, the elder had vanished. His flying boat was very fast. Long Chen put away the Demon Moon Furnace. Lightning wings appeared on his back. Long Chen, you should not chase a cornered enemy. Mo Yi's voice rang out from behind him. He was worried that there would be even worse traps up ahead. He had also realized that the sneak attack on the Mo family had occurred only because their real target was Long Chen. Don't worry about me, I'm confident. Long Chen vanished. A cornered enemy? No, it was a rich enemy. Long Chen accelerated, quickly managing to sense the flying boat. However, he chose not to charge onto the flying boat. Instead, he maintained a distance where he could sense the flying boat, but it couldn't sense him. Since their target was him, there wouldn't be a follow-up attack on the Mo family. What he wanted to know was what drug his enemy had taken to do this. Following the flying boat, he realized that they were going straight to the headquarters of the Ancient Family Alliance. Di Feng, your guts are getting bigger. The Ancient Family Alliance's headquarters was located in a desert within the Central Plains. This desert had a certain oasis that was like an island within a sea of sand, and it was covered by a giant formation. The flying boat reached the oasis and slipped through the formation. Ripples appeared on the barrier before it accepted its pass. When Long Chen arrived, the formation rumbled, and countless runic swords condensed on top of the formation, pointing at Long Chen. Who goes there? Countless experts of the Ancient Family Alliance appeared, their weapons pointed at Long Chen. I want to say that I'm your dad, but I feel like that would be insulting myself. Do you not know who I am? Why ask? Long Chen looked coldly at the head of these guards, who was a Nether Passage disciple. Perhaps there might be some members of the senior generation who didn't know him. Some old monsters would go into seclusion for decades or centuries. It was normal for them to not know of him. However, a young disciple of the current generation, it was impossible that he didn't recognize Long Chen. Long Chen, what are you doing here? Demanded that disciple. To say that he wasn't afraid in front of Long Chen would be a lie. He was a figure that terrified the martial heaven continent the most. Once he was enraged, he dared to do anything. Many people who had thought themselves powerful had died to him. Although they were also new Nether Passage experts just like Long Chen, compared to him, they were as weak as ants. Long Chen could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. However, as members of the Ancient Family Alliance, they refused to look too weak. I won't make things hard on you. Tell Di Long and Di Feng that Daddy Long has come. If they don't come out, I'll go in myself to find them. But my temper is not very good, so I might kill some people I don't like on the way. I'll give you 10 breaths time. As for what they choose, I don't care, said Long Chen coldly. In truth, there was no need for these disciples to report it. Someone had to have reported it as soon as he arrived. But Long Chen was still giving them some time to prepare. After a moment, Long Chen slowly walked closer to the formation, causing those disciples' expressions to change. Long Chen, what are you doing? Time's up. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Of course, if you want to become martyrs, I don't mind helping you achieve that goal. Long Chen raised Evilmoon, a giant saber image condensed in the sky. Those disciples instantly fled. They didn't dare to block Long Chen. Long Chen, don't you think your bullying has gone a bit too far this time? A group of people flew over, with Di Long and Di Feng at the front. There was another person with them that surprised Long Chen. A flash of comprehension appeared in his eyes. It was Feng Fei. She was frowning at Long Chen, seemingly disgusted with his current actions. Long Chen indifferently spat out, killing people. Chapter 2419. Something wrong with the brain. Killing people. The Ancient Family Alliance's experts began to curse at him, infuriated by Long Chen's attitude. Long Chen, what are you trying to do? You came to the headquarters of the Ancient Family Alliance to kill people. What an absolute tyrant. When did the Ancient Family Alliance provoke you? Do you really think no one can handle you? Senior Feng Fei is here right now, and you still dare to act so arrogant. Di Long waved his hand, causing them to shut their mouths. Long Chen, I don't know how my Ancient Family Alliance has offended you, but please tell me. If we really did something wrong, I will immediately apologize. But if you came here just to cause trouble, then although we are weaker, we will not allow anyone to humiliate us. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen laughed as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. What are you laughing at? Demanded Di Long. Long Chen stopped laughing and looked at the father-son duo. I'm laughing at how interesting you are. You are actually playing such a childish game with me. You want to use someone else's blade to kill me. What nonsense are you spouting? If you have something to say it directly. Shouted Di Feng coldly. Long Chen lazily said, you launched a sneak attack on the Mo family and laid down a trap for me. If you killed me with that trap, then good. If you didn't, then you would draw me here and act innocent so that someone else would help you. Not bad, not bad. Very interesting. Di Feng's expression sank. Long Chen, you're too arrogant. If the Ancient Family Alliance wishes to deal with you, then I am enough on my own. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Feng don't waste words with him. He's just trying to cause trouble. Di Long said, Long Chen, if you want revenge, you should just do it directly. Don't make up such immature excuses. Today, we'll show you that the spine of the ancient family alliance will not bend to anyone. Di Long turned to Feng Fei and apologized. I am truly sorry, Senior Feng Fei. You only just came, but I have failed as a host. This is a personal problem of my ancient family alliance, so I will have to ask you not to interfere. Even if every person within the ancient family alliance must fight to the death, we will not accept other people's insults. Feng Fei frowned. She looked at Long Chen and coldly said, Long Chen, can you not cause trouble? The martial heaven continent is starting to enter the dark era. Is there a point in killing our own people? Long Chen looked at Feng Fei and shook his head. He sighed, although I know that a conflict with you is precisely what these two want, I have to say that you really irritate me. Did you get water in your head? Without even determining the truth, you call me someone who stirs up trouble and kills allies. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? Long Chen was angry. This Feng Fei was really stupid. Di Long and Di Feng were putting on a show for her to see, and it seemed that she didn't notice at all. He had originally been hoping to explain things to her, but now he didn't even have a desire to try. Long Chen understood their plan now. They had attacked the Mo family to draw him out. As for their killing formation, they didn't have much hope for that. If it failed, that would definitely infuriate Long Chen and draw him over here. He didn't know why Feng Fei was here, but it definitely wasn't a coincidence. The Di family definitely didn't have the power to invite her here. Most likely, the Yi family was behind it. With Feng Fei visiting, the Di family would definitely go all out to receive her and give her a good impression. Perhaps that included some rumors about Long Chen that created lots of hostility toward him. Although he didn't know the exact course of events, he found this general plan to be not bad. Feng Fei was incredibly powerful, but as someone from the divine families, she had been respected from a young age, so no one would dare to use schemes like this against her. As a result, such a simple plot had worked wonders on her. She was directly against Long Chen. Brazen Long Chen, you dare to disrespect Senior Feng Fei. In the distance, Feng Fei's attendants cursed at him. They had followed her for many years and had never witnessed someone be so rude to her. He even called her a brainless woman. Senior Feng Fei, as long as you give the word, I will immediately kill him for you. Feng Fei's attendants had taken out their swords. What, if you have an illness, you should accept it instead of killing people who bring it up, sneered Long Chen. Did I say something wrong? This is such a clear trap, yet Feng Fei has jumped into it to be used by them. If that doesn't mean that there's a problem with her brain, what does it mean? Long Chen, Di Feng shouted, you can insult me, but you can't insult Senior Feng Fei. Immediately kowtow and apologize. Kowtow and apologize. I've never seen such a thing before. Why don't you teach me how by doing it yourself? Sneered Long Chen. You. Di Feng gasped, not knowing how to respond. Feng Fei stepped forward. Are you forcing me to kill you? Just your disrespect toward me is enough to give me countless reasons to kill you. The Long family wouldn't be able to protect you. My disrespect to you. Long Chen had an inconceivable expression on his face. Why would I have to respect you at all? Respect must be mutual. You don't respect me, so why should I respect you? Are you a sovereign? Well, not even a sovereign forced everyone to respect them. Do you think you're someone even above the sovereign? The more he spoke, the more Long Chen felt that this term, disrespect, was incredibly laughable and nauseating. Long Chen, you've antagonized me multiple times now. If I keep being accommodating to you, you'll think that I'm afraid of you. Come, I'll give you a chance. Use your full power so I can see if you can last even 10 exchanges against me. Feng Fei was finally enraged. Her eyes were icy. His aura began to unfurl, filling the air with an invisible pressure. Feng Fei hadn't even fully unleashed her aura. This was just her aura starting to leak out from her anger, but the pressure she gave off was not at all inferior to any fourth-step nether passage expert. Once her full power was unleashed, just how terrifying would she be? Di Long and Di Feng exchanged a glance. They were both shocked at how powerful Feng Fei was. But within that shock was also some delight. Things were going much smoother than they had anticipated. They had arranged many backup plans that they no longer needed. Give it up and put away your intimidating aura. Even if you are powerful, you don't really intend to kill me, so it's meaningless. If you just want to teach me a lesson, then let's skip it. I'm specialized in killing people. As for exchanging blows, I don't have the time nor energy to waste on that. Long Chen shook his head. Although Feng Fei was enraged, Long Chen didn't sense much killing intent. She just wanted to defeat him to vent. Precisely due to that, Long Chen didn't care to fight with her. His specialty wasn't in exchanging blows but in killing. If you're afraid, then you're afraid. Making up some grand lie to cover up your cowardice is shameless. Since you've admitted you're not a match for Senior Feng Fei, kneel and apologize. Senior Feng Fei is magnanimous and will definitely let you off, said one of Feng Fei's attendants disdainfully. I've heard that Long Chen is domineering and arrogant, but this is it. Rumors are just rumors. His true face has been shown today. He likes to provoke Senior Feng Fei, but once she's mad, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. What kind of crap is this? This is the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 expert of the junior generation. Trash. The ancient family alliance's experts began to add in their own taunts, doing their best to anger Long Chen. Suddenly, a pill furnace appeared behind Long Chen's back. Its runes lit up, and a strange fluctuation spread. Long Chen, you. Feng Fei jumped. She recognized that pill furnace to be a demon furnace. The experts who had just mocked Long Chen suddenly felt something pounding in their heads. Following that, their heads exploded. In an instant, hundreds of the ancient family alliance's experts were slain. They died without even understanding how they died. As a result, an uproar exploded amongst the ancient family alliance's experts. A group of ants dares to make a racket. You should quiet down. The demon moon furnace's runes were emitting a bewitching light that illuminated Long Chen. That light was sinister and frightening. Both Di Long and Di Feng were shocked. They had no idea that Long Chen possessed such a terrifying move. No one, including Feng Fei, had been able to stop it. Breaking open the demon heart to consume a person. I didn't think that you had merged your soul with a demonic weapon. No wonder you're so arrogant. Fine, since you have such a powerful demonic weapon, you should be qualified to have a battle with me. After a moment of shock, battle intent rose within Feng Fei. The appearance of the demon moon furnace made her want to fight Long Chen even more. Chapter 2420 Competition of Spiritual Strength. A demon heart eruption. That was the technique that the demon moon furnace had just used, and it was the first time that the demon moon furnace had ever employed its ability to kill for Long Chen. The fact that Feng Fei was able to tell what this technique was surprised Long Chen. As expected, she really was knowledgeable. Her fighting spirit had been ignited with the appearance of the demon moon furnace. However, Long Chen shook his head. I don't have a reason to fight you. It would be best if you didn't make trouble for no reason. I don't want to be played for a fool by others. No matter if he won or lost, as long as he ended up in a fight with Feng Fei, it would be falling for Di Long's plot. By fighting with a figure as powerful as Feng Fei, he would have to expose his trump cards. That's not up to you. Feng Fei stepped forward. No manifestation appeared, no aura erupted. But with a simple wave of her hand, the void twisted. The location that Long Chen was in collapsed. Up, down, front, back, left, right, there was nowhere to run. This simple wave of her hand was like a dome covering Long Chen, forcing him to receive her attack. Long Chen was infuriated. This Feng Fei really did have something wrong with her brain. Even though she was clearly being used, she was still doing it. Long Chen also snorted and waved his hand. Just the same as her, he didn't summon his divine ring or battle armor. It was a simple exchange of palms. However, as he unleashed his palm, the divine gate within his mind sea opened and spiritual strength exploded forth. Feng Fei had used her powerful spiritual strength to twist the laws of space, so Long Chen returned the blow with his own spiritual strength. When their two palms intersected, there was no massive explosion. Instead, a tempest of soul energy erupted. Screams rang out. The closest experts felt like their souls would be torn apart. Di Long, Di Feng, and the other experts of the ancient family alliance were all startled. They hadn't expected the two of them to instantly start competing in spiritual strength. The stronger experts protected the weaker ones, dragging them back until they were far enough away. The spiritual tempest created strange spatial abnormalities. Startled cries rang out. They were all shocked to see a formless power like spiritual strength damage the void to such an extent. Spiritual strength was formless. It was difficult for it to cause damage to physical objects that didn't possess souls. But with Long Chen and Feng Fei's palms still connected, the people saw wild vortexes of power raging behind the two of them. Those vortexes seemed to contain sharp blades that were cutting through the void. Everyone present was a powerful expert in their own right, but they had never seen such powerful spiritual strength. They continued to retreat, because even at this distance, they still felt sharp pain in their souls. The spiritual tempest continued to spread. Heaven and earth changed color. You refused to fight with me and want to compete in just spiritual strength, but you didn't realize that spiritual strength is my strongest area. I'd advise you to go for a real fight, or you won't have the slightest chance of winning, said Feng Fei like an arrogant phoenix. Spiritual strength is your strongest area. Then let's compete in it, snorted Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to have a real fight with her, but this foolish woman was forcing him to. Since Feng Fei had said that her spiritual strength was her strongest aspect, Long Chen used words to trap her into just competing with spiritual strength. That way, he wouldn't need to reveal more trump cards. Fool, did you think being an alchemist would give you an advantage? Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me if you die. Feng Fei was angered by his indifference. She suddenly retreated. As she fell back, she quickly formed 17 hand seals in one breath. Heaven and earth quivered. A giant illusory figure slowly condensed. A phoenix cry rang out, shaking people's ears. Even after having retreated to a great distance, the ancient family alliance's experts felt like their souls would be crushed. Feng Fei had condensed a giant phoenix. It looked alive, with its divine radiance filling the world. With a flap of its wings, the laws of heaven and earth shook. What is that? The phoenix's wild aura was even more frightening than the aura of a fourth-step netherpassage expert. However, it didn't have any of the aura of a magical beast or Zon beast. Summon your life soul beast. We'll finish this in one move. Feng Fei floated into the sky, her phoenix behind her. It illuminated her in a peerlessly beautiful light, but her voice was chilling. My life soul beast. Long Chen suddenly recalled Meng Qi mentioning that there was a method to condense a soul beast within the myriad spirit diagram. However, condensing a soul beast required a powerful beast soul. The higher the quality of the beast soul, the stronger the soul beast that could be condensed. Meng Qi had never found a suitable beast soul, so she had never condensed a soul beast. Condensing a soul beast required a huge amount of soul energy, and a life soul beast required ripping away a portion of the body's soul seed to condense it. A person could only have a single life soul beast. It was both a tool for battle as well as an assistance to cultivation. Due to possessing the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill, Meng Qi had never thought of condensing a soul beast. However, the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill wasn't for battle. Seeing this terrifying soul beast, Long Chen's heart sank. His soul energy was powerful, but he had never spent his time practicing soul arts, let alone condensing a soul beast. Beating you doesn't require me taking out my life soul beast. If you have the ability, force it out. Long Chen thickened his face to boast. Feng Fei was further enraged. Long Chen was actually looking down on her. Her gaze turned cold, and her hand seals changed. The phoenix behind her let out a sharp cry and charged at Long Chen. Wherever the phoenix passed, a vortex of collapsed space was left behind. Despite clearly being condensed of spiritual strength, it was no different than if it was alive. It possessed its own killing intent that filled the air. As expected of senior Feng Fei, this spiritual attack is practically impossible to block. Feng if you were facing her, could you receive this blow? Di Long transmitted to Di Feng. If it was before, I definitely wouldn't be able to block it. However, now I've fully awakened my Blood Emperor bloodline and merged with the Blood Emperor's soul. With the Blood Emperor's soul assisting me, I should have no problem against this move, said Di Feng with a smile. Good. Remember, you can't expose your current power. Once you enter the Starfield Divine World and can control Samsara power, the Emperor's power will be fully within your grasp. At that time, Long Chen will be nothing, but for now you must endure. Long Chen is no longer your target. Your targets are those like Feng Fei. The divine families are using us, but why can't we use them as well? You just need to keep sucking up to that mother of yours. Sooner or later, the Yi family will be ours to control, understood? I married that idiot woman and endured so much over the years just to assist you. Don't disappoint me, said Di Long. Father, don't worry, your child won't disappoint you, promised Di Feng. Just at that moment, an explosion interrupted their silent conversation. A giant pill furnace had appeared to block the phoenix. That was the demon moon furnace, however, it was not its true body. It was something condensed of Long Chen's spiritual strength. Long Chen had been hesitating over what form he should use to block, and so he had randomly decided on the form of the demon moon furnace. Unexpectedly, when he used his spiritual strength to imitate the demon moon furnace, the actual demon moon furnace lit up and assisted. Big brother Long Chen, I don't really understand this technique. At best, I can give you 20% of my power, said Ling Er apologetically. The demon moon furnace had gone through countless masters, and she remembered a bit about every master. She had encountered someone who had used this kind of technique. After flipping through countless memories, she had only found this one way to assist Long Chen. But that master's soul arts were not that powerful. Ling Er, well done. That's amazing, praised Long Chen. With 20% of the demon moon furnace's power, that could make his spiritual strength many times more solid. Long Chen was not skilled in fighting with spiritual strength. Summoning his soul outside his body was different from refining pills. It was a completely different style that he had not practiced before. With Ling Er's assistance keeping the form that he had summoned stable, Long Chen just needed to fully display his spiritual strength. He was confident that his own spiritual strength would not lose to anyone. Your spiritual strength is this loose, and you dare to be so arrogant. Feng Fei snorted. Energy suddenly poured out of her and into the phoenix's head. The phoenix's eyes began to glow. Golden light shot out of them. 2 cracks appeared within the pill furnace that Long Chen had summoned. Following that, the entire thing crumbled. Chapter 2421 The Divine Gate's Anger, both sides injured. The demon moon furnace that Long Chen had condensed with his spiritual strength was instantly destroyed. It was unable to block a single attack from the phoenix. Long Chen was shocked. Feng Fei's spiritual attack was incredibly sharp. Despite their spiritual strength being relatively even, with Long Chen feeling like his spiritual strength was actually somewhat stronger, when it came to using that spiritual strength, he was far inferior. Feng Fei's attack continued without pause, crashing into Long Chen's mind sea. Long Chen's body turned rigid. Feng Fei herself jumped. She had thought that with Long Chen's arrogance, he had to have some power. But his spiritual furnace was instantly broken, and her attack had continued into his mind sea. He would definitely die. She had only been angry with Long Chen for being so disrespectful to her and cursing her for being stupid. She had wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. Who would have thought that despite having such powerful spiritual strength, he had no idea how to use it? She didn't even have time to recall her attack. She felt a trace of remorse inside, but it was too late. Just at this moment, the divine gate star within Long Chen's mind sea shuddered. A ray of light shot out of it, tearing apart the spiritual attack that had entered his mind sea. The divine gate star seemed to have been provoked and unleashed its own attack. This attack not only combined all of Long Chen's spiritual strength, but it possessed its own law. It shot out of Long Chen's head, transforming into a ray of light that pierced toward the phoenix. A light sword shot out of the phoenix, but it was blasted apart like rotting wood. The divine gate star's attack continued to strike the phoenix. The light entered through the phoenix's head and traversed through its body, tearing through it and causing it to explode. The light then continued and struck Feng Fei. Feng Fei tottered and retreated a few steps, turning pale. A trace of blood flowed out of her mouth and dripped onto the ground. Senior Feng Fei is injured. Feng Fei's attendants hastily charged forward. They supported her, shocked to find that her aura had plummeted. As for Long Chen, he was also ashen, the light in his eyes having grown dim. Just now, the attack of the divine gate star had not just taken all his spiritual strength, but it had also taken the energy of the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Star, and Enlightenment Palace stars. Only the Nethergate star had remained silent. The energy of the 5 stars had been sucked away. Long Chen also didn't know what that energy was precisely. In any case, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Bastard, Senior Feng Fei showed mercy on you, and you took advantage to launch such an insidious attack. I'll slaughter you, one of Feng Fei's bodyguards roared. Seeing Long Chen's aura was much weaker, he charged over. The other bodyguards followed. Idiot, do you think that I can't handle you just because I'm injured? Long Chen snorted, killing intent blazing in his eyes. He took out the door knocker he had taken from the gates of hell. He held it behind his back. Just at this moment, Feng Fei's voice rang out. It was clearly weak, so her injuries must be severe. Those bodyguards instantly stopped, although they knew that this was their best chance to kill Long Chen. Since Feng Fei had given them an order, they couldn't disobey. They didn't realize that Feng Fei's single word had pulled them back from the gates of hell. Once those people retreated, Long Chen put away the door knocker. No one saw his movements. He indifferently looked at Feng Fei. Feng Fei was also looking at him. She coldly said, I underestimated you. This time, it can count as a draw. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Just now, the attack had come with no warning, not giving her a chance to prepare. But Feng Fei had her own pride, and she didn't want to keep going. She had also seen that Long Chen's injuries should be worse than hers. I hope that there won't be a next time. If you do attack me next time, I might kill you, said Long Chen coldly. This foolish woman wanted his life because of her own foolishness. Even if their enmity was just a result of her stupidity, Long Chen viewed her the same as his mortal enemies. He could not be soft toward his enemies. Even if she was a peerless beauty, he would still kill her. Long Chen, you've been rude to Senior Feng Fei multiple times now. I'll teach you a lesson today. At this moment, Di Feng suddenly stood up, pointing at Long Chen with condemnation. Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed. People all say that a weakened tiger can die to a dog, but a dog is still a dog. Understand this. No matter how weak the tiger grows, it can still kill you with a single slap. Even if your aura is different, even if you've obtained more from the Blood Emperor, if you dare to attack, I will still turn you into a dead dog. You. Di Feng's heart shook. It seemed that Long Chen had seen through some of his secrets. It felt like he was being seen through, making him feel uneasy. Long Chen had beaten him several times now. Every time he saw Long Chen, he had heart palpitations. Long Chen could already be considered his heart devil. Don't worry, I won't take your dog life today. That's because your life isn't mine. In the future, someone else will properly settle debts with your Di family, said Long Chen. What shameless boasting. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Feng Fei. Despite lacking some confidence, he saw how badly injured Long Chen was. This was an incredibly rare chance. As long as he could kill Long Chen, he could wipe away all his humiliation. Furthermore, he even had a good excuse so people wouldn't be able to laugh at him over taking advantage of Long Chen's condition. Adding on that this could curry favor with Feng Fei and test some of Long Chen's trump cards, he stepped forward. Just as Di Feng was about to attack, Feng Fei snorted, "No one is permitted to make things hard on Long Chen today. I will personally defeat him next time." But Senior Feng Fei, Di Feng grew alarmed. Feng Fei didn't even look at him. She was looking at Long Chen. Although you're arrogant, you are qualified to be that way. You can go. Next time, I will make sure you are thoroughly convinced of your defeat. Since Senior Feng Fei has already spoken, shouldn't you hurry and scram? Shouted Di Feng, enraged. Long Chen indifferently smiled. He also ignored Di Feng, saying to Feng Fei, "I've already said what I had to say. The choice is up to you." Long Chen took out a flying boat and left just like that. Watching him leave, Feng Fei snorted and turned back. "We're going back to the divine families." Those attendants hastily took out her carriage. She quickly got on and sped off, vanishing. "Di Feng, if you go find Long Chen after I'm gone, I will kill you." Even though the chariot had vanished, Feng Fei's icy voice rang out. "That woman!" Di Feng clenched his teeth and punched the void. He had been planning on immediately chasing Long Chen, but she had noticed. "Feng endure it. Who cares about Long Chen? Compared to the big plan, he's nothing. Furthermore, Feng Fei is a heavenly genius. You have to maintain the appropriate mannerism around her. Perhaps one day," indicated Di Long. Di Feng was startled but then shook his head. He was well aware that Feng Fei was too arrogant. She didn't care about any man. He could also be considered an expert in this regard. Unless he could suppress her with absolute power, she would not be tame to him. "What, now? We're going to leave things just like this? We're going to waste such a heaven-sent opportunity?" Di Feng was unwilling. Di Long shook his head. "Don't do foolish things that aren't worth it. We just have to clean up." Di Long led everyone back into the headquarters of the Ancient Family Alliance. "Big brother Long Chen, I'm curious, why didn't you tell Feng Fei what happened?" "Just falling into someone else's scheme is quite irritating," said Ling Er. Long Chen shook his head. "A scheme requires idiots to cooperate. My explanation would be useless. Di Long arranged this long in advance, and they wouldn't give me any chance." "I don't understand," said Ling Er. "It's simple. Even if I explained everything that happened clearly, Di Long would immediately apologize and then go investigate. This investigation might take 10 days, a month, or longer. Do you think that I'd wait? They know my temper, and who knows how many backups they had to create a conflict between me and Feng Fei. Even if they couldn't get her to kill me, they would make us mortal enemies. I immediately explained their plan to Feng Fei, but that idiot woman still went with it. There's nothing else to do, sighed Long Chen. What about that old fellow? Are we going to let him escape so easily? Demanded Ling Er, still not willing to let things go. She felt very bad about letting the elder get away in his flying boat. Why bother with someone who's definitely dead? Long Chen shook his head. Chapter 2422 Returning to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Someone about to die, Big Brother Long Chen, did you give him medicine? Exclaimed Ling Er. Long Chen almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Between laughter and tears, he said, Ling Er, after living for so many years, can you be more accurate with your words? Are you asking if I poisoned him? Yes, that's right, said Ling Er. Big Brother Long Chen, I've lived for countless years, but my soul has always been independent. I have never merged with those people's souls, because if I did, I would no longer be myself. I only went through their spiritual memories when I needed to in order to search for something, or sometimes I used their souls to adjust my voice and intonation. Long Chen nodded. This was why Ling Er's voice had sounded like that of an ancient existence when she had first spoken to him. The way she spoke was also a bit strange. As Long Chen sped off in the flying boat, he didn't sense any danger. Most likely, he had no pursuers. At this moment, Ling Er materialized into a cute young lady sitting beside him. She looked at him in anticipation for an explanation. Long Chen rubbed her head. You were correct not to merge with those souls. You would have been lost within them and unable to find yourself. People will do anything in pursuit of their ultimate goals, but once they achieve them, they will naturally clean up any vestiges that look unfavorable to them. That old man was used by Di Long and will definitely be eliminated now that I'm gone. Why? Ling Er cocked her head. Because, once he's dead, the proof will be gone. They can find any random excuse to cover it up. For example, perhaps that person hated the Mo family, and the attack was entirely due to his personal enmity. Thus, it has nothing to do with the Ancient Family Alliance. The Ancient Family Alliance will naturally execute him upon finding that out in order to maintain their own dignity. They will explain this all very clearly to Feng Fei. The truth is covered up just like that. So, do you think there's any chance he's going to survive? Long Chen smiled. Big Brother Long Chen, you saw through all this, so why did you jump into the trap anyway? With how smart you are, I'm sure you could have thought of a way to expose their plan. Without harming your relationship with Feng Fei, right? Asked Ling Er. That's a good question. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Why does your smile look so odd? Long Chen sighed. I can see through others but not myself. Or, rather, even if I can see through myself, sometimes I can't control myself. What was the point of just understanding? It was all too possible for him to secretly send a message to Feng Fei. He might even be able to show her a recording of the sneak attack. However, with Feng Fei's icy and arrogant manner, Long Chen had instantly lost interest in explaining. Perhaps if everyone was amicable, explaining would have been an option. But when trying to explain himself to someone looking down on him, it felt too much like begging. Long Chen was unable to do it. Sometimes Long Chen also felt very conflicted. There were many times where his intelligence was useless. Instead, his temper controlled everything. Big Brother Long Chen, your face is pale. I can fly for you while you rest, said Ling Er worriedly. It's fine, we're almost there. Long Chen shook his head. He knew his current state was bad. He had not only exhausted his spiritual strength. His 5 stars were also out of energy. The most difficult thing was that he didn't know how his 5 stars were injured, so he didn't know how he could help them heal. He could only hope for them to recover on their own. He wasn't too worried about it though. The 5 stars had always managed to operate on their own. They should be able to fully recover in no time. Although his battle with Feng Fei had ended in a draw this time, Long Chen knew that he was the loser. He had been hoping to use his powerful spiritual strength to exhaust Feng Fei, focusing only on defense and making her run out of spiritual strength. However, in reality, Feng Fei was much more frightening than he had anticipated. Her spiritual strength was only the slightest bit weaker than his, but her control over spiritual attacks was many times greater. Regretfully, the Pill Sovereign memories were limited to alchemy techniques when it came to controlling spiritual strength. This resulted in him having powerful spiritual strength but not being able to use it in battle. It was a pain. He wished he could have Meng Qi teach him some soul arts, but he didn't have the time to train in them. It was a distraction. Let alone training in soul arts, he didn't even have time to refine pills to increase his cultivation base or satisfy the Nethergate star. He didn't have time. Long Chen, you were injured. When Long Chen returned, Mo Yi was shocked upon seeing his current state. Just who had managed to harm Long Chen? It's fine. Just a little surprise. I'm going to check on Mo Nian. Long Chen brushed it off and returned to see Mo Nian. Mo Nian was starting to thrum with vitality once more. Most likely, his astral space was fine, and his soul was starting to return. His soul had been separated from his body for so long that he needed a bit more time. But he wasn't in any danger. It seems he'll wake up within a day. If you wish, you can stay here. I can help you heal. As I see it, your core has been damaged. My samsara power should be able to help, said the Mo family's head. As a fourth-step nether passage expert, his samsara power could heal most injuries. In truth, doing so came at a price to himself as well. Based on Long Chen's heavy injury, it would harm his own core. But any price was alright considering Long Chen had risked his life by entering the netherworld to save Mo Nian. Long Chen shook his head. There was no way the 5 stars would be able to recover from him. Thank you, but I can handle my injury myself. There are still 3 days until the Starfield Divine World opens. Mo Nian should be able to reach his peak state during that time. We can reconvene there, said Long Chen. Despite the family heads urging him to stay, Long Chen entered the Mo family's transportation formation. After 2 transports, he arrived at the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Little fellow, where did you run off to? Who injured you? Upon seeing Long Chen, the old man almost blew up. Long Chen's face was still pale. It looked like he was close to death. Hu Jianying and the others also jumped. Long Chen's aura was incredibly weak, and his eyes had lost any luster. It's fine, it's fine. I'm slowly recovering, said Long Chen. He really was feeling better. In just this short time, his 5 stars had started to recover and nourish his body. He estimated that the 5 stars would be fully recovered in just another day. Speak, which shameless old fellow actually dared to attack you? Demanded the old man. In his view, this was definitely done by a 4th-step nether passage expert, and one who had reached the pinnacle of that realm at that. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Don't mention it again. I lost face this time. I was injured by someone of an equivalent cultivation base. The old man and the others refused to believe it. Within the same realm, who could injure Long Chen? Was it Di Feng or Tian Xiaozi? In their eyes, those were the only 2 possibilities. Last time, during Long Chen's tribulation, he had made them flee for their lives, and since then they hadn't dared to come out again. Had they run into some miracle that allowed their combat power to soar? It wasn't them, it was someone from the divine families. Her name is Feng Fei, said Long Chen. Feng Fei, you actually fought with her. You know of her? Asked Long Chen, surprised. Of course, 3 days ago, she came to the Martial Heaven Alliance and asked how many spots we wanted for the Starfield Divine World. Heavens, she is definitely the one closest to becoming a sovereign right now. You actually fought with her. Hu Jianying and the others were shocked. Hu Jianying demanded, you fool, how did you end up fighting her? Are you happy now that you were defeated? What are you saying? Who cares about some Feng Fei? Why can't he fight her? The old man's expression immediately sank upon seeing Hu Jianying scold Long Chen. Long Chen naturally had to have no other choice but to fight her. Even if he lost, who beats a dispirited child like this? Hu Jianying's anger also surged, but the old man's last words made her feel like she had gone a bit too far. Long Chen naturally must be feeling bad and blaming himself already for losing. She was about to comfort him a bit when Long Chen said, actually, it wasn't a defeat. Her injuries are no lighter than mine. It can be considered a draw. What? Everyone's jaw dropped. Chapter 2423 Netherbeast. Brat, are you bragging? Ha ha ha. No, you're definitely not, ha ha ha. The old man patted Long Chen's shoulder forcibly, laughing extremely proudly. Hu Jianying, Li Tianxuan, and the others were also shocked and delighted. Although they had not witnessed Feng Fei fight, her aura had been enough to terrify them. These fellows that had lived for several centuries all had a sharp vision. They knew that Feng Fei was a terrifying existence, and also knew that the divine families had sent her to intimidate them and make them aware of the divine family's power. Feng Fei made all other heavenly geniuses lose their splendor. They were like fireflies trying to compare to the moon. When Feng Fei had arrived, all the disciples had come out to take a look. But Feng Fei had found them too unworthy for even a second glance. Only the Dragonblood Legion had made her eyes brighten for a moment. She had said that they were worthy of being the continent's #1 legion. After that, she received the numbers that Ku Jianying had supplied and then left. She had been there for no more than a few minutes but had still left behind an impression of an insurmountable mountain. Her power made others despair and give up hope of ever reaching the top. Adding in her peerless beauty which made others submit, they wondered if this was the model of a sovereign. Compared to Feng Fei, other heavenly geniuses like Di Feng and Tian Xiaozi were nothing. Hearing that Long Chen had actually eked out a draw with her was something difficult to believe, but they knew that he disdained lying. Haha, Long Chen, you're back. We've already started climbing in the Nether Passage realm. Damn, what happened to you? Just at this moment, the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance heard that Long Chen had returned and began congregating. Yi Lingshan, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao came in. Bao Buping jumped in shock upon seeing Long Chen's current state. Seeing them, Long Chen also jumped. Are my eyes more damaged than I thought? You've reached the 3rd step of Nether Passage. How did you do that? It was Long Chen's turn to be filled with disbelief. They clearly possessed the death chi of a 3rd step Nether Passage expert. Not only that, but they were able to easily keep that aura inside, which meant that they had reached that realm a while ago. How did they advance so quickly? When he had left, they had clearly just started attempting to reach the 2nd step. At this moment, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Lu Ruyan, Cloud, and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion came over. Long Chen jumped once more. Every single one of them had reached the 3rd step. Even the lazy Guo Ran had done it. But his aura was still fluctuating, showing that he had just reached that realm and was still unable to fully control it. Upon hearing that Long Chen had fought to a draw with Feng Fei, the Dragonblood warriors cheered. Guo Ran even began to brag. Do you see? My boss is unrivaled. If she dared to be arrogant, my boss would make her cough. Guo Ran had his mouth covered by Long Chen. This fellow was unable to control his own mouth once he opened it, and it would end up conning him instead. Meng Qi and the others involuntarily laughed. They knew Guo Ran's character and knew that he wasn't saying it out of malice. He just liked bragging. Feng Fei's arrival had given them immense pressure. Yu Zifeng had even said that she was stronger than Long Chen. Although it was a simple intimidation tactic, it was truly effective. Yu Zifeng had said that he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword against Feng Fei. When speaking about pure combat power, Yu Zifeng had always been the most terrifying one aside from Long Chen. Furthermore, he was a sword cultivator with his own undefeatable will. But he was unable to find any weakness within Feng Fei. Drawing his sword would be meaningless. Feng Fei was just that much stronger than he was. Boss, what were you doing? Your cultivation base didn't increase at all. Ji Yuyong frowned upon sensing that Long Chen's cultivation base was still at the initial entry to Nether Passage. Don't even mention it. I've been so busy that I didn't have time to cultivate. But how did your cultivation bases grow so quickly? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi explained, it's because we occupied the largest qi flow stream during the qi flow eruption. The heavenly Daos have started to change. We can clearly sense the heavenly Daos supporting us and helping us cultivate many times faster than before. Furthermore, the blessing of the heavenly Daos ensures that we won't have to deal with heart devils. We don't need to suppress our cultivation bases for fear of our foundations. Growing unstable, Long Chen suddenly understood, so the effect of the qi flow eruption was manifesting itself now. We've heard word from the other powers, and although they've also been blessed by the heavenly Daos, the effect is not as great as ours. Tang Wan giggled. Long Chen nodded and looked up at the dark sky. It looked like a curtain of darkness was about to descend. The aura of the heavenly Daos had changed. It seems that this phenomenon is closely linked to the Dark Era. The Martial Heaven continent wishes to protect itself, so it is blessing the heavenly geniuses in hopes of them growing stronger and driving off those enemies. This is not just a battle for the Martial Heaven continent's lifeforms but a battle for the very survival of the Martial Heaven continent. Correct. The current state of the heavenly geniuses of the continent is incomparable to any other era. This dark era will definitely be on an unprecedented level. However, there is still no sign of a sovereign being born, said Ku Jianying. Feng Fei might possess the qualification to become a sovereign, but the heavenly Daos have not manifested the crown around her, so she has not received the continent's approval yet. With a sovereign still not being apparent, dark undercurrents are flowing. No one has confidence in being able to survive the upcoming battle. Only a sovereign who had received the approval of heaven and earth would be able to earn everyone's faith. It didn't matter what side they were on, they would follow a sovereign. A sovereign was the only one capable of uniting the various powers against the invaders. However, a sovereign had yet to appear. That worried people even more. Without a sovereign, the continent would not be united. How would they face their enemies? Guo Ran said, "What is there to fear? As long as my boss is present, there's no problem. Once my boss's realm reaches that level, Di Feng and Feng Fei will be nothing. Plus, the brothers of the Dragonblood Legion aren't just window dressing. No matter how strong Feng Fei is, if the entire Dragonblood Legion is present, we won't fear her." Guo Ran seemed to have even more confidence in Long Chen than Long Chen himself. He had absolute confidence in him, as well as in the Dragonblood Legion. They had also gone through a transformation during this time. "Don't brag. Take advantage of this time to increase your realm as much as possible," said Long Chen. He then bade farewell to the old man and the others. After that, Meng Qi brought Long Chen to a secluded area. This was an isolated mountain that was the best place for entering seclusion within the Martial Heaven Alliance. The entire mountain was covered in spirit formations that linked together. Holding Meng Qi's hand and looking at her beautiful face, Long Chen suddenly felt full of confidence. He had to protect them. He couldn't let them worry. Perhaps this was his greatest motivation to continue forward. "Meng Qi, I brought you back some things. See if you can use them." Long Chen summoned a giant skeleton. Meng Qi exclaimed, "A netherbeast. You recognize it?" asked Long Chen. "No, all I know is that the netherworld has its own demonic beasts. The marks on the bones are specific to those beasts. I saw an introduction about them in a badly damaged bone shard, but it didn't explain the various types." "Where did you get this?" As a beast tamer, Meng Qi was constantly looking for more information relating to her profession. With the Huayan sect's help, she had looked through many ancient tomes that others had never had a chance to peruse. That was what allowed her to recognize the origin of this skeleton. "Hehe, this is something that Mo Nian and I dug out of a grave. Do you think it's useful? I remember you saying that there was a technique to control beast corpses," said Long Chen. "That technique is for the Martial Heaven continent's magical beasts. But it also requires the crystal core to be fully intact and still contain a trace of soul essence. These nether beasts, Meng Qi didn't feel much confidence in this. If she failed to control it, the crystal core would shatter. Such a priceless treasure would be gone in an instant. It's fine. It wasn't bought with money, so losing it wouldn't be painful," said Long Chen. Seeing how nervous she was, he waved his hand, bringing out more skeletons. "There's plenty even if it's a failure. Even if they all break, they can be used as food for wild." Long Chen took out 36 skeletons at once to lighten the pressure on Meng Qi. After all, if crystal cores on this level were embedded into certain armor or weapons, it would bring them immense power. Meng Qi was shocked but also comforted. With so many of them, she wasn't too worried about losing one or two. She formed a hand seal, and a flower mark appeared on her forehead. As she reached out, a gentle light landed on one of the skulls. The beast's body shuddered, and following that, a berserk aura rose. Long Chen's expression changed, and he immediately appeared in front of Meng Qi. "It's going to explode." Chapter 2424 Refining Pills Together. This was a netherbeast above the nether passage realm. Although its flesh had vanished, the detonation of its crystal core could blast this mountain to pieces. Suddenly, 9 lotuses bloomed above Meng Qi's head. Divine light flowed out, enveloping the crystal core and pacifying the berserk energy within. The 9 lotus soul condensing pill had come out at this critical moment, using some unknown method to suppress the explosive energy. "I understand." Meng Qi suddenly laughed. Just now, the technique of the 9 lotus soul condensing pill had made her realize that her method was wrong. After all, she didn't have experience in this regard and was trying to control it like controlling demonic beasts. But that didn't work on this. Now, her spiritual strength once more gathered, and she used a different technique to enter the netherbeast's crystal core. This time, there was no explosive reaction. After an incense stick's worth of time, the skeleton shuddered for an instant before becoming motionless once more. Was it a failure? Although he had expected this, Long Chen couldn't help being a bit disappointed. No, it was a success. Meng Qi wiped away a trace of sweat and smiled excitedly. "Then why? Long Chen pointed to the motionless corpse. I've managed to stimulate the energy within the crystal core. However, after so many years, there's less than a tenth of the original energy within the core. In other words, once I activate it, it will only be able to keep fighting for at most 2 hours. After that, the core's energy will run out and it will no longer be usable. So summoning it now would be a waste, explained Meng Qi. Ah, I see. Then you're right, don't waste it, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I've also found a trace of these netherbeasts' soul essence within their crystal cores. I'm going to extract it and condense a life soul beast. Your soul energy is also strong enough to condense one, said Meng Qi. Her eyes were shining brightly. The soul essence of these netherbeasts was incredibly powerful and the perfect choice for condensing a soul beast. Long Chen shook his head. I don't walk the path of a soul cultivator. I don't have the energy to raise a soul beast. It's not worth the distraction. The soul beast didn't just require nourishment from the soul but also constant communication to erase its violent will. Long Chen didn't have that patience or time. Then I'll go ask Wan and Chu Yao, said Meng Qi. Long Chen once more shook his head. No, Chu Yao and Wan have powerful spiritual strength, but they have their own specialties. Unless they can find soul essence containing powerful wood essence or wind essence, there's no point in them raising such a soul beast. In fact, even if one of these beasts is of the right attribute, due to coming from the netherworld, their core energy will definitely have some differences. Transforming that energy will take more time than it's worth. Meng Qi nodded. Maybe I'm just too excited. A soul beast was a powerful helper, capable of offense and defense. For herself, with her pure spiritual strength of no other attribute, she was a true beast tamer. Because she had no other attributes, she could control beasts of all attributes. A beast tamer with the flame attribute wouldn't be able to control water attribute magical beasts. That was not the same for other people. You can take them all. Pick out the strongest one to condense your life soul beast. You can turn the rest into ordinary soul beasts. Hehe, I really look forward to seeing how strong you are. Big sister Meng Qi, you'll have to look after this little brother in the future. Long Chen smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist. Meng Qi kissed Long Chen lightly on the cheek. Alright, don't make a fuss. You should focus on healing and cultivating. You're the one with the lowest cultivation base now. I also have to go activate these skeletons one by one. Hehe, don't worry, your big sister will definitely protect you. Meng Qi winked and left, taking the skeletons with her. Long Chen sorted out his feelings. Activating the formation, he isolated himself from the rest of the world. It was time to refine pills. Long Chen began taking out one medicinal ingredient after another. After counting them all, he nodded. He had all 317 ingredients that he needed. Huo Long is still in slumber. I don't know whether I'll affect it if I use its flames. Huo Long had gone into slumber after devouring the heavenly flame orb. Long Chen could clearly sense it undergoing some kind of transformation, but now he needed to refine pills. If he used Huo Long's energy, what if that affected it? Big brother Long Chen, I can help. I haven't fully recovered, so my core flame can't be used for battle, but it should be alright for this, said Ling Er. Won't using the core flame damage you? Asked Long Chen. If the core flame is constantly exhausted without being replenished, then there will definitely be damage. But just refining pills for a few days shouldn't have an effect. My core flame has recovered immensely from the trip to the netherworld. If it's not an incredibly strong pill, and you support me with your spiritual strength, I don't foresee any issues, said Ling Er very confidently. Excellent. Ling Er, it's up to you. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on using the moon and star refining furnace because it had refined countless pills and had immense experience. However, it had yet to fully recover. He had no idea how many years it might take if he was constantly using its core energy. Since Ling Er could help, Long Chen didn't take the risk of using Huo Long's energy. Although refining pills with Ling Er required some breaking in due to her lack of experience, she was quite talented. Ling Er, I will refine the yin-yang merger Dao pill twice without your help. Watch closely, said Long Chen. Long Chen began to send medicinal ingredients into the demon moon furnace. A flame ignited within and enveloped those ingredients. Last time when they had refined pills, Long Chen had left his spiritual mark within the demon moon furnace. That was why he was able to communicate so easily with Ling Er. Ling Er's core flame was no longer the old color. Now, it was a light green color. It was extremely pure and stable. Using this core flame, Long Chen formed 137 flame furnaces within the Demon Moon Furnace to refine these ingredients. Big brother Long Chen, you're so amazing. Ling had never seen such powerful alchemy arts. This could no longer be considered to be on the same level as doing two things at once. Ling do your best to learn this. The more demonic pills that you refine, the stronger you'll grow. Long Chen taught her with his full abilities. The more she learned, the happier he was. As Long Chen controlled the flame, he also explained things to Ling things such as how to control the temperature, what to pay attention to while purifying the ingredients, what kind of color the ingredients should have, etc. As an item spirit, Ling memorized everything that he said. The runes inside her also memorized the way that Long Chen's flame changed. She truly learned quickly. Once the refinement of all the medicinal powders was complete, Long Chen sent them into Ling storage space. That way, she could directly use them to refine pills on her own without asking him for more ingredients. Following that, Long Chen truly started the refinement of the Yin-Yang Merger Dao pill. This was a pill used for those who had just entered the Nether Passage realm. It was used to balance the life and death energy within the body. Long Chen refined it twice, each time refining 9 high-grade pills. Because it was just a display, Long Chen didn't waste too much energy on them, resulting in them not being top grade. After finishing, he tossed them away. Ling you try now. You can use your demonic runes. Ling assented. Her runes lit up as she worked together with Long Chen to refine the next furnace of pills. This time, Long Chen also sent in more spiritual strength. Ling cooperation was excellent after the 2 refinements, and there were no big mistakes. In just a few minutes, the first furnace of pills was complete. The lid opened, revealing 9 black and white pills. They charged out of the furnace ferociously, going straight toward Long Chen. These were demonic pills that were naturally fierce. They were very difficult to subdue. Long Chen waved his hand, tossing them into the primal chaos space. There, Lei Long devoured them. They crazily bounced around within Lei Long's mouth, trying to escape. But their struggle was useless. Well done. However, there were 3 small flaws. Although they were top grade, quite a bit of their medicinal energy slipped away. Let's go again, said Long Chen. They refined 3 furnaces of pills in a row. Ling finally fully mastered the refinement of the Yin-Yang Merger Dao pill. Long Chen praised Ling delighting her. Refining demonic pills could be considered a form of cultivation for her, so she had gained quite a bit. Long Chen had Ling refine pills on her own, while a pill wrapped in lightning appeared in his hand. Time to test the effect. Long Chen tossed the Yin-Yang Merger Dao pill into his mouth. It instantly exploded and sent a wave of berserk energy throughout his entire body. Chapter 2425 Second Heaven Stage of Nether Passage. It was as if millions of wild lions were running rampant within Long Chen's body. The medicinal energy was erupting like a volcano, wanting to explode Long Chen's body. A demonic pill really is demonic. They're both powerful and vicious. Not just anyone would be able to endure this energy. Long Chen was shaken inside. Last time, he had refined a giant pill and learned of the terrifying medicinal effect of demonic pills. However, this time, it wasn't a giant pill, but its effect was still more ferocious than he had expected. Most likely, this was the result of Ling trip to the Netherworld. She had gotten stronger, resulting in stronger demonic pills. Demonic pills earned their namesake due to the violent demonic energy within them. They possessed a berserk will that had an immense burden on not just the physical body, but also the soul and mind. Orthodox alchemists viewed demonic pills as evil entities due to their strong side effects. Occasionally, eating 1 or 2 might not be a problem, but if consumed over the long term, they would create a dependence that a person wouldn't be able to extricate themselves from. The mind would become twisted. That was why demonic pills were not recognized according to the normal alchemy world. However, Long Chen disagreed. Everything existed for a reason. There was nothing meaningless within the heavenly Daos. A sword had 2 edges. Whether it was used to kill enemies or cut one's own neck was based on the user, not the sword itself. Those so-called side effects were because the ones consuming the pills didn't have strong enough bodies or firm enough wills, resulting in the demonic pills invading them. The dependence on the pills was due to seeking greater medicinal effects while ignoring the burden to their body. However, it was true that a demonic pill was really not something an ordinary person could consume. Long Chen wasn't planning on giving even the Dragonblood warriors this kind of pill. Long Chen consumed 3 demonic pills, and an endless torrent of medicinal energy was raging throughout his body. His originally messy spiritual yuan gradually began to clear up. Black and white specks appeared as the medicinal energy violently crashed through his meridians. The messy spiritual yuan represented an initial entry into the nether passage realm. It could not even be fully considered the first step. Only when life and death energy started to manifest would it be considered the first step. When the spiritual yuan was turbid, it represented that the life and death energy had yet to separate and was still unusable. Now Long Chen was starting to separate them. With the assistance of the yin-yang merger Dao pill, his life and death energy began to differentiate. For others, they required heavenly Dao energy as a reference and to corroborate this process. Normally this was very slow, but due to the current era, everyone's cultivation speed had increased. The Dragonblood Legion in particular had the aid of Lu Ruyan. She had absorbed the comprehension of the yin-yang immortal grass. Her life and death domain had become a perfect place for everyone's cultivation. Adding on the blessing of the heavenly Daos, the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had reached an unimaginable speed in terms of their cultivation. However, even that speed could not compare to Long Chen. He had no need to comprehend life and death. He didn't need the heavenly Daos. He didn't need a reference or someone to corroborate his understanding. The 9-star hegemon body arts cultivation method was to simply eat more and more pills. As he consumed one pill after another, his spiritual yuan gradually became 2 colors, one black as ink, one white as jade. Ling there's no need for more yin-yang merger Dao pills. I'll teach you to refine the tiger bone life spirit pill now, said Long Chen. While Long Chen was busy consuming pills, Ling had refined 2 more furnaces of pills. That was enough. Any more would be a waste since no one else could consume these pills. After that, he took out more ingredients and taught Ling another pill formula. Ling ability to work together with Long Chen grew smoother as they gained experience. They quickly finished another furnace of pills. The lid opened and a tiger roared, shaking the room. One giant tiger after another came charging out at Long Chen. The runes of the demon moon furnace lit up, and those tigers vanished. They transformed into pills that were white as snow. Inside of these pills was a milky light emitting boundless life energy. Even with the formation around him, Long Chen noticed the vegetation in the surroundings starting to grow faster. The tiger bone life spirit pills effect actually reached out of the formation. The surrounding vegetation greedily absorbed the life energy filling the air. What a powerful medicinal effect! As expected of top-grade demonic pills. Even without undergoing a tribulation, it is so powerful, praised Long Chen. He refined 2 more furnaces of this pill before having Ling refine them on her own. He then went to finish consuming the yin-yang merger Dao pills. When all of them were consumed, his body rumbled. He sensed the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars shudder. His 108,000 astral spaces grew once more. The primal chaos whirling around them also split into black and white parts. The Divine Gate star flashed repeatedly. Long Chen felt his mind start to change. It began to grow rapidly. He could sense his spiritual strength growing along with it. Advancing to the first step of Nether Passage actually resulted in my spiritual strength transforming as well. Damn, my mind has doubled in size. I wonder if I would be able to block Feng Fei's attack now with just this spiritual strength. Long Chen was astounded by this pleasant surprise. However, when he thought about it, he shook his head. No matter how strong his spiritual strength grew, the quality of his techniques hadn't. He couldn't bring out the full potential of this immense spiritual strength. But it was still a nice surprise. Long Chen began to laugh in delight at reaching the first step, but he suddenly shut his mouth. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, even a lazy slacker like Guo Ran had reached the 3rd step. His first step didn't seem so dazzling. Gotta keep going. Long Chen took out the tiger bone life spirit pills. Upon consuming one, a tiger roar rang out. The milky white medicinal energy surged through his body like lava. The cloud-stepping tiger is the only magical beast that doesn't consume flesh, but only consumes various spirit fruits to extend its life. If refined into an ordinary pill, it is so gentle that even someone in the Shantian realm would be able to consume it without a problem. But once refined into a demonic pill, even such gentle medicinal energy becomes violent. This world really is full of marvels. Long Chen sighed inside. This world was full of things that he didn't know. The pill sovereign's memories contained the refinement techniques for demonic pills, but there were many principles involved that he didn't understand. He just had the knowledge without the why. The pill Tao, the martial Tao, and every other Tao were boundless. It was possible to spend a lifetime studying one without learning even a tenth of its profundities. It truly made a person sigh. Long Chen discarded those distracting thoughts and focused on absorbing the medicinal energy. As he absorbed the energy of the tiger bone life spirit pill, his originally equal life and death energy changed. His life energy gradually began to suppress his death energy. When the life and death energy separated, it marked the first step. When the life energy suppressed the death energy, it marked the second step. The death energy grew smaller and smaller. It gradually approached a 60-40 proportion. Long Chen found that even when the life energy occupied 60% and his death energy was clearly compressed, there was still a kind of balance between the two sides. The death energy becomes more condensed as it is pressured, strengthening it. So that's how it goes, realized Long Chen. He continued consuming pills. Other people needed to borrow the world's life energy to suppress their death energy, but Long Chen had no need to do so. He had a feeling that the heavens might even strike him down if he tried to absorb its life energy. When his life and death energy reached a 70-30 proportion, his body shuddered, and his astral spaces grew once more. Is this the first heaven stage of Nether Passage? Long Chen smiled. Based on the martial heaven continent's cultivation rules, only upon reaching the first step did one's cultivation truly start. The third heaven stage was considered the second step, the life realm. The sixth heaven stage was considered the third step, the death realm. The ninth heaven stage was considered the fourth step, the samsara realm. Long Chen suddenly felt something was off. The 9-star hegemon body art had more heaven stages than others. Was there a fifth step? His confidence flagged. He was still a blind man groping around when it came to the 9-star hegemon body art. Whatever. There has to be a path. If there's not, I'll create one. Long Chen clenched his teeth and decided not to think so far in advance. He continued consuming pills. Ling was truly amazing. One furnace of pills after another entered Long Chen's mouth. These top-grade demonic pills that would cause others to explode were eaten like candy. He never stopped, and his life energy rapidly grew. Another explosion came from within Long Chen's body. He entered the second heaven stage of Nether Passage. Chapter 2426 Moving out for the Star-Field Divine World. At this moment, the life and death energy within Long Chen's body had reached an 80-20 proportion. His life energy was growing stronger, compacting the space of his death energy. However, although his death energy shrank, it grew more condensed. It was as if the pressure of the life energy was refining it. Upon entering the second heaven stage of Nether Passage, Long Chen sensed his 5 stars and 108,000 astral spaces transformed once more. His astral spaces in particular had grown larger and stronger. The most unbelievable thing was that despite his spiritual space not growing again, his spiritual strength grew more solid. It was now much stronger than before. The downside of entering the second heaven stage was that he found that his life energy was now finding it very taxing to compress his death energy, even with the help of the tiger bone life spirit pill. His death energy had reached a certain level of density that it was resisting any further compression. Fortunately, he had Ling giving him an unending supply of pills. He was consuming demonic pills one after another. If the outside world saw this, they would definitely die of shock. A top-grade 12th tier demonic pill could make a Nether Passage expert instantly explode. Ling was even more excited than Long Chen. She didn't pause. She finished each furnace of pills in just a few breaths' time. That made Long Chen jump. Was this really alchemy? It seemed more like she was cooking meatballs with how fast she was going. Long Chen had Ling slow down a bit. She was in such a rush because this process of refining demonic pills was activating many inactive runes on her body. The more demonic pills that she refined, the more demonic spiritual energy she absorbed from the air. That energy was the crux of awakening those runes. Long Chen was worried about Ling growing too excited and damaging her core in her hurry. Then it would take a long time to recover. However, Ling said that she knew what she was doing and kept her energy recovery in the back of her mind. Since she was so sure that she wouldn't injure herself, Long Chen didn't bother her further. Hours flew by. Long Chen estimated that he had consumed over 3,000 tiger bone life spirit pills since reaching the second heaven stage. Finally, another explosive sound rang out. A wave of chi erupted out of Long Chen, breaking through the formation and whirling into the sky. Life energy made greenery cover the mountain in an instant. Withered trees once more germinated. Long Chen felt a youthful energy pulsing within him. It felt as if he could nourish all things within this world. It was an indescribable feeling. In that instant, Long Chen felt like he had been reborn. He felt completely different from before. My life energy has reached 90%, with my death energy having been compressed to the pinnacle. I can freely control life energy. Long Chen clenched his fist, excitedly sensing the changes in his body. He almost cried out upon sensing the changes to his body. His mind had started to give rise to soul runes. Those runes were as tiny as specks of dust, but they were definitely present. Before this, his spiritual strength had been formless, but now, he found that these runes were moving as he wished. Although he hadn't used them in battle yet, he was confident that if he gathered all his spiritual strength once more, he definitely wouldn't have his defenses instantly pierced by Feng Fei's life soul beast. I really want to fight her again. Long Chen clenched his fist. Last time, he had lost in the soul competition. If the Divine Gate Star hadn't taken action, the consequences would have been unthinkable. But now that he had reached the second step of Nether Passage, his spiritual strength had also grown. The Nether Passage realm was truly inconceivable. Perhaps the reason my spiritual strength lost to Feng Fei's was because of my realm. Feng Fei has never revealed her own realm. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he didn't truly know Feng Fei's realm. He looked toward his astral spaces. Life spiritual chi filled them. When he linked them together, he felt endless energy within his body. He had an urge to find a powerful expert to fight. It had been a long time since he had felt his energy grow so explosively. Just as Long Chen was immersed in his delight at advancing, Guo Ran came rushing in due to the disturbance. You've advanced to the second step so quickly. Guo Ran was shocked. Long Chen had only been back for 2.5 days. He had yet to even reach the first step when he had arrived, with his life and death energy still not being separate, but he had now reached the second step. The Dragonblood warriors had the blessing of the heavenly Daos and Lu Ruyan's yin and yang energy. Their cultivation bases could only be described as soaring daily. Hu Jianying and the elders could only sigh when they saw that. However, Long Chen had progressed even faster than them. That was beyond monstrous. This is pretty slow. My goal was to reach the third step. Long Chen shook his head. Damn, Guo Ran almost coughed up blood. That was far too arrogant. Long Chen's goal had truly been the third step, but he was requiring far more medicinal pills than he had anticipated. Before this, when he had calculated that he had enough pills, he had Ling stop refining the Tiger Bone Life Spirit pill. He could sense that her aura was flagging. In her excitement, she hadn't noticed. Now, he had a few leftover Tiger Bone Life Spirit pills. He tossed them into the primal chaos space. Even if he had no use for them, he couldn't sell them to others. That might cause a calamity. Originally, Long Chen had wanted Ling to refine some death spirit pills, but Ling was too excited. He was afraid of her secretly refining beyond her limits, so he decided to put a pause on things. Has the time come? Asked Long Chen. Yes. The Martial Heaven Alliance's people have gathered. The Alliance head had me come get you, said Guo Ran. Long Chen nodded and left toward the palace with Guo Ran. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples gathered in the plaza in front of the palace. Cheers rang out when those disciples saw Long Chen. The news that he had fought to a draw with Feng Fei had reached all their ears. When Feng Fei had come, almost all of them had personally seen her peerless beauty and power. She was someone venerated like a god, an unrivaled existence, but Long Chen had still drawn with her. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Lu Ruyan, Cloud, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng were leading the Dragonblood Legion's warriors. All of them were like sharp divine weapons ready for combat. Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the rest of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were present. Meanwhile, Hua Xiu and Zhao Zian were leading the elites of the Xuantian Dao sect. The disciples from the various sects of the Martial Heaven Alliance were all here, waiting to move out. They looked at Long Chen emotionally. Long Chen, it's almost time. Do you want to say a few words? Asked the old man. The Alliance head would be more suited to such a thing, said Long Chen. Jianying has spoken. You can add a few more words. After all, upon entering the territory of the divine families, everyone will be listening to you. You can state any plans you have now, said the old man. Hu Jianying had said some encouraging words before Long Chen had arrived. If nothing else, she wanted them to cherish this opportunity. They were to be careful and not cause unnecessary trouble. Alright, then I'll say some simple words. Long Chen nodded and stood before everyone. Overlooking the hundreds of thousands of disciples, his voice rang out loud and clear. Brothers and sisters of the Martial Heaven Alliance, we will be entering the Starfield Divine World in search of chances to increase our realms and change our fates. You're all aware of the tribulation approaching this world, so I won't talk about that. You know how serious this situation is. What we need to do is use our limited resources to get as strong as possible. We cannot give up the slightest chance that will allow us to survive the upcoming tribulation. Every bit stronger you get is a bit more hope for the Martial Heaven continent. So, what I want to tell you is, we will not be causing trouble in the Starfield Divine World, but if anyone dares to provoke us, whether they're from the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, or even disciples from the divine families, you still need to slap them in the face. The old man smiled, while Ku Jianying sighed. This little fellow was always like this. She asked everyone not to cause trouble, while Long Chen encouraged them. Ku Jianying glared at the old man and suddenly reached out and viciously pinched his waist. She realized that he was dissatisfied with her words from before, and rather than say it himself, he had used Long Chen to speak. Long Chen continued, I am not joking. At this time, even the slightest chance can determine whether you live or die. This relates to the very survival of the Martial Heaven continent. We won't take opportunities from others, but if others want to take your opportunities, then it's not just bullying at this point, it is murder. You don't need to be courteous to such people. As long as you are not in the wrong, then don't be afraid. Beat them. If you can't beat them, call for me and I will beat them. Remember, anyone who is against us is our enemy at this time. Mercy and compassion are not for enemies. We will definitely encounter many trials within the Starfield Divine World. The pickings are slim, and there are many people fighting over them. Conflicts will definitely occur, so remember to be united. Only by being united can we avoid being picked off one by one. That is the only way to increase our chances of survival and win more opportunities, understood? The disciples roared with passion. Hearing that they didn't need to give face or concede to anyone, not even to the divine families, lit a blazing fire within them. Long Chen shouted, and the disciples poured into the transportation formation. Chapter 2427 The Senior Generation's Commitment. Watching as the disciples entered the transportation formation one group after another, the various sect leaders nodded and waved toward their disciples. Perhaps it was because of the impending Dark Era, but they had temporarily set aside all their personal grievances. At this point in time, the Martial Heaven Alliance had reached an unprecedented level of unity. Both the senior generation and the junior generation were profoundly aware that if they still didn't unite at this time, the Dark Era would be the end of the entire Martial Heaven continent. The Martial Heaven Alliance was founded due to the righteous path being scattered grains of sand. They united in order to protect themselves. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance had returned to that state. Back in the time of the senior generation, Ku Jianying had led the Martial Heaven Alliance in a successful campaign against the corrupt path, fighting battle after battle. But not everyone was won over by her. Ku Jianying was willing to spill blood for the alliance, and it was true that she was powerful. But in the cultivation world where power was respected, an overwhelming power that could suppress others was the only way to get people to worship you. Moral character was not enough. So while the senior generation's people all acknowledged her, only a few actually worshipped her. Due to this, some people's morality had grown lacking, but she still had a group of loyal followers. As cultivators, the strong were worshipped. As long as you were strong enough, everything that you said was right. Ku Jianying had not reached that level of power in her era. But now, the Martial Heaven Alliance had such a figure. That figure was Long Chen. Although he was not the future alliance head, everyone knew it was because he disdained that position and would rather have his freedom. Long Chen had previously said that he would have to obediently listen to Yi Lingshan's orders. Although it had contained a slight joking tone, everyone knew that he was expressing that as long as he was present, Yi Lingshan's position could not be shaken by anyone. In title, Yi Lingshan was the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance. But in reality, Long Chen was the true mental pillar of the disciples. They felt even greater admiration for Long Chen due to this decision to purely focus on the martial Dao and not abandon it for some status or position. They understood that true experts disdained such a thing. That was why they all listened to Yi Lingshan's orders without hesitation. They knew that Yi Lingshan's orders represented Long Chen's. A total of 800,000 disciples were moving out at the same time. It was a grand sight. The Martial Heaven Alliance's transportation formation was constantly flashing as disciples entered one group after another. Seeing those disciples' fearless gazes, quite a few of the elders felt sour inside. The star-field divine world was considered a remnant from ancient times. Hence, there were people from the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and other powers entering as well. Even the sea demon race was entering. Ignoring the dangers of the actual star-field divine world, with so many enemy experts inside, it was unknown how many people would be returning alive. They were extremely unwilling to let their disciples go, but this era was not theirs. They could only smile and wave in encouragement. In the end, the last batch of people left were the Dragonblood Legion as well as the various lead disciples such as Yi Lingshan, Chong Hao, Bao Buping, and the others. Let's go. Long Chen cupped his fists toward the old man and led that group into the transportation formation. Seeing them about to leave, Ku Jianying was about to speak when she was stopped by the old man. Don't. Telling them to be cautious is unnecessary. The children have grown, and they know what to do. We have to trust them. Ku Jianying had no children, but she viewed her disciples as her children. With those children leaving, she felt hollow inside. Li Tianxuan added, "Don't worry, with Long Chen present, they definitely won't be on the losing end." Ku Jianying nodded, "Yes, I trust them. If the children are working so hard, the adults can't slack off. Long Chen left some barrier-breaking pills for me. Anyone who has reached the third step of Nether Passage and wishes to attempt reaching the fourth step can take one. Barrier-breaking pills? Yes, 12th tier top-grade barrier-breaking pills. As long as your death energy has not proliferated, you can consume one," said Ku Jianying. Yan Nantian and the other Grand Elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. They hadn't been born in the right era. These barrier-breaking pills would not help them. Yan Nantian added, "You should think about this. These barrier-breaking pills will instantly stimulate your death energy. Since each person has different aptitudes and some people have been stuck at the third step for too long, this stimulation may be too much for your life and death energy to ever balance again. You would be unable to reach the samsara realm, and your life and death energy might solidify. You would never be able to use your life and death energy again." Yan Nantian was warning them that these barrier-breaking pills were not risk-free. They had to think about it before using them. One of the elders suddenly said, "Alliance head, please give me one. If I still don't take this chance, I'm going to be buried in the ground before long. So what if I'm crippled? This era isn't ours. If I don't break through, I won't be able to do anything. But if I succeed, perhaps I can do something on the battlefield. Even if I can't do anything big, perhaps I can save at least one child." The other experts couldn't help being moved. This person was a sect leader. He was willing to take this risk. These elders who had missed this era had managed to advance to the third step due to the change in heaven and earth. However, the third step was the limit. The heavenly Taos did not assist them in advancing any further. A top-grade barrier-breaking pill gave them a slight chance of reaching the fourth step. But even then, their combat power would not compare to a true fourth step Nether Passage expert. The lack of talent and aptitude could not be made up for with this pill. Normally, such a risk would not be worth it. However, this sect leader was clear. At the very least, if it succeeded, he might be able to become a sacrificial meat shield on the battlefield at a critical time. If he didn't make this breakthrough, then he wouldn't even be qualified to do that. This heroism affected all of them. "Alliance head, are there enough barrier-breaking pills? Can I have one? I want one as well." All those who had reached the third step began to step forward, a determined light in their eyes. Ku Jianying was moved. Who said that the righteous path's experts were all selfish? When a great calamity descended, their light shone just as bright. There are plenty of pills, so don't rush. Think it over before coming to take one. Ku Jianying began to distribute the pills. She felt a trace of warmth inside. This era was not theirs, but they could use their actions to show that the senior generation had their own courage and determination. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the Martial Heaven continent. This was a kind of pride. "Old man, do you want one?" asked Ku Jianying. "No, leave it to someone else. I believe that I can break through with my own power," the old man spoke confidently. The years that his cultivation base had been stuck at the Life Star realm benefited him now. As the world changed, he ended up being more blessed by the heavenly Taos than the others of the senior generation. He wanted to use his own power to reach the fourth step. That determined light moved Ku Jianying. This old man with a temper that irritated her so badly had perhaps attracted her precisely due to this aspect of him. Let's go into seclusion for our breakthroughs. The old man waved his hand, and everyone slowly scattered. Hundreds of flying boats shook the sky as they whistled through the air. They were packed with the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The lead boat belonged to the Dragonblood Legion. All the Dragonblood warriors were high-spirited and filled with excitement. What are you so excited about? You look like you're going to a fight. Long Chen looked at them curiously. They were rubbing their fists in anticipation. One of the squad leaders said, "Boss, Guo Ran told us that we have to work hard to capture Feng Fei for you." "Boss Guo Ran, what are you pinching me for?" "Guo Ran, if I don't give you a proper massage this time, it seems that you won't learn just who your boss is." Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. This fellow's head had definitely been damaged. Even if you had to con someone, who would con them like this? Meng Qi and the others were all on the boat, looking oddly at him. "Boss, this is just to boost morale. I was wrong, I wouldn't dare, save me." The sound of a pig being slaughtered began to come from the Dragonblood Legion's flying boat, causing the disciples on the other flying boats to stare at each other oddly. Ji Yu Yong and the others' laughter followed. "You deserve it, you start misbehaving as soon as you forget your last beating," laughed Tang Wan turning a blind eye to Guo Ran's plight. "Long Chen, we've arrived," said Meng Qi suddenly. Chapter 2428 The Arrogant Mo Nian. Heavens, there's so many people. When they arrived, they saw a veritable ocean of people. Everyone's hearts thumped. The number of people present was truly monstrous. Up ahead was the entrance to the divine families. The experts of all the various powers had long since arrived. Originally, Long Chen had thought that the Martial Heaven Alliance would have brought the most people. But upon arriving, he saw that it wasn't the case. The Martial Heaven Alliance had had over 1 million elite disciples, but while attacking the Nether Passage realm, half of them had failed. These remaining 800,000 disciples were the full power of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The numbers advantage that they had assumed they would possess was not so obvious any longer. An initial estimate of the experts present was around 5 million. Long Chen and the others were stunned. Those experts saw Long Chen's group arriving. Some people amongst the crowd beckoned toward him, creating a path for him. The ones greeting him were those from the Baidang family, the Nangong family, the elusive Music Immortal Palace, and the Zan Beasts. Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, and Ziyan were leading their respective groups. They had long since arrived and had helped occupy space for Long Chen. "It's been a long time. Your radiance is as blinding as ever. Here, let us have a pure hug for each of you." Long Chen walked off the flying boat, laughing as he greeted them. Regretfully, the three of them ignored him, brushing past him and instead warmly greeting Meng Qi and the others. "Boss, while your cultivation base grew during this time, your pickup arts have clearly regressed," snickered Guo Ran. "Brother Long, it's been a long time." Suddenly, a man walked out of the crowd. The first thing noticeable about him was the giant Dai behind him. This person was the heir to the gambling heavenly Tao, Hu Feng. It almost felt like he had vanished during this time. It had been a long time since there was any news of him. At this time, Hu Feng didn't even appear to be a cultivator. He seemed much more like a refined scholar. "It really has been a while. I see that you've profited quite a bit recently. I wonder if you can guide this little brother to profit as well." Long Chen smiled. He had never sensed any hostility from Hu Feng. "Brother Long is joking. I'll probably be the one following you this time in the Star-Field Divine World." "I'll be hoping for your guidance," said Hu Feng humbly. "Oh, do you know more about the Star-Field Divine World?" asked Long Chen curiously. Hu Feng shook his head. "I am not clear about the Star-Field Divine World. However, I did some divination, and I know that a tribulation is coming for me, one that will decide my life or death. I have found that if I have a certain person's help, I will be able to benefit immensely from this tribulation, but I was unable to find any clues about who that person is. But after pondering over it, I believe that Brother Long is the one most likely to be able to help me during my time of crisis. You know divination, brother, can you help me tell when I will become a famous figure?" asked Guo Ran excitedly. "Brother Guo is joking. I can only gamble against the heavenly Taos myself. This divination is limited to myself. Furthermore, Brother Guo, You have created an unprecedented cultivation path with your armor. You've long since become a famous figure. Ha ha ha, although I know that you're just being polite, I don't know why, but it really feels good. Guo Ran gave him a thumbs up. Brother Hu, what is there to say? We naturally should help each other out in the Starfield Divine World. If the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples are in trouble, I trust that you won't just stand to the side and watch, right? Said Long Chen. Of course not. Hu Feng nodded. Who would have thought that the world's #1 alliance would have so few people? It seems that quite a few lives were lost on the Nether Passage path. Just as they were conversing, a sinister voice rang out above the chatter of the crowd. Things fell silent. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples' expressions sank. This was a clear provocation. They looked over to find that the voice came from the side of the corrupt path. The corrupt path's experts opened a path, revealing 2 people. One of them was the corrupt path's #1 heavenly genius, Tian Xiaozi. Beside him was another person, but that person was covered in a black cloak that concealed his face. There was no aura coming from him. Without looking at him, it was impossible to sense his existence. Black chi whirled around Tian Xiaozi as if he was a god of death. The death chi within him was incredibly powerful. He had reached the 3rd step of Nether Passage, and his death energy was extremely dense. It also contained a corrosive aura. Just looking at him made people feel like they were being invaded by death energy, as if they were rapidly aging. Tian Xiaozi had grown far stronger during this time. That wasn't just his cultivation base but something else. His voice was full of arrogance. However, Long Chen wasn't even looking at him. His gaze was on the person beside him. That person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. That feeling was a bit familiar. Long Chen suddenly realized what was so familiar about it. You're that person on top of the Lotus Throne in the Corrupt God Cemetery. When he had charged into the Corrupt God Cemetery while chasing Tian Xiaozi, he had been drawn into the depths of the cemetery by the Corrupt Emperor. The Corrupt Emperor had only had a wisp of his remnant soul remaining and had been unable to kill Long Chen. He had tried to use the mechanisms of the cemetery to kill Long Chen. There had been a black lotus throne between the 16 coffins. Long Chen had tried to attack the person sitting there, but he had triggered a formation and almost died. At that time, he had only seen his back, but the instant that he had attacked, a trace of this person's aura had leaked out. Although it had just been a trace, the 9-star hegemon body art had memorized it. Despite the fact that this man wasn't releasing any aura now, Long Chen could still guess his identity. However, the man didn't move or reply. It was as if he hadn't heard Long Chen. Long Chen, your death is at hand. The Starfield Divine World will be your burial ground. Tian Xiaozi laughed arrogantly. This fellow's a bother. Boss, how about we just kill him now? As long as you give the order, I'll immediately bury him, said Guo Ran. Tian Xiaozi was truly arrogant. The Dragonblood warriors were bristling. If Long Chen gave the order, they would immediately attack. The killing intent of the Dragonblood Legion filled the air, shocking the other experts. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a great distance, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Everyone's attention was drawn over. Mo Nian appeared, the hood of a cloak covering his face above his nose. A faint smile of contempt was the only thing revealed. Mo Nian was standing at the front of a flying boat, and he had a multicolored bow on his back. It went without saying that this arrival was quite flashy. He slowly took off his hood, revealing his face. Overlooking the experts, he laughed. Rookies, tremble in fear. I am no longer the old Mo Nian. My friends, unleash your cheers. I will be your strongest support. As for my enemies, unleash your cries, because I will be your nightmare. You can spend your final moments living in terror. Has Mo Nian gone crazy? Is he not afraid of a beating? Guo Ran looked at Mo Nian in disbelief. Mo Nian's aura clearly showed that he had just entered the Nether Passage realm. His life and death energy was still fluctuating. He had yet to even balance it, meaning that his tribulation had just finished. Someone who had just advanced to Nether Passage was acting this arrogant. No, he wouldn't be Mo Nian if he wasn't arrogant in his current state, said Long Chen with a smirk. The current Mo Nian truly looked like he needed a beating. But his realm was simply bait. Cultivation base wasn't the only indicator of power. Mo Nian was truly evil. He was intentionally releasing the aura of his cultivation base, acting like a pig to eat the tiger. Di Feng, where are you? Your daddy Mo is here to settle our debts. Mo Nian swaggered off the flying boat, shouting at the distant experts of the ancient family alliance. Chapter 2429 Mysterious Man. Mo Nian's arrogant challenge made Di Feng sneer. He no longer viewed Mo Nian as a real opponent. He didn't even care about him. In his heart, his only real opponent was Feng Fei. He was about to say a few mocking words to Mo Nian about learning his place when Mo Nian suddenly pointed to Tian Xiaozi. Little fellow, you dare to cause trouble for my brother. Have you grown tired of living? Do you not know that Long Chen is under my protection? If you anger me, I'll crush you in an instant. Do you want to test me? Mo Nian's arrogance shocked everyone. Just what gave him this confidence to challenge Di Feng and then say that he could crush Tian Xiaozi? If you want to die, I don't mind helping you out. Tian Xiaozi was enraged by this provocation from someone who had just entered the Nether Passage realm. Tian Xiaozi already had a bellyful of anger due to being defeated by Long Chen and was looking for a way to wipe out that humiliation. During this time, he had been taught by the corrupt emperor and the heroic spirits of the past peak experts of the corrupt path. It could be said that he was now a completely different person. With his power having grown explosively, he was confident in being able to kill Long Chen, so he hadn't been able to hold himself back from taunting him. It was to anger Long Chen, as well as to announce to everyone that he wanted revenge. Mo Nian suddenly laughed. You'll help me out, ha ha ha, excellent. I have never encountered a real opponent in my years of domination. I have started to grow tired of this life. This world is full of bitterness and vexation. Come, I've lived enough. Come kill me. Long Chen smirked. Mo Nian's ego had grown. Only a sovereign was qualified to say something. Come out and face your death then. Tian Xiaozi stepped forward, but the silent cloaked man beside him suddenly grabbed his arm. You aren't a match for him. This mysterious man's voice was only audible to him. Tian Xiaozi was filled with disbelief. You're saying that I can't beat him? You've misjudged him. You are a divine son, but he is also one. The divine seal in his body is over 10 times denser than yours. But that's impossible. Didn't you say that my divine seal can be considered outstanding amongst divine sons? How could his divine energy be so much greater? Demanded Tian Xiaozi. His divine seal is very strange. According to reason, this level of divine energy isn't something that he should be able to control. However, he is. Perhaps only he knows the secret of why. Due to both of you possessing divine seals, he will absolutely counter you. You don't have any chance of beating him. Then, Tian Xiaozi clenched his fist and ground his teeth. He had been looking for a chance to wipe out his disgrace now that his power had grown, but instead he encountered someone who was a perfect counter for him. That feeling made him want to cough up blood. Don't worry, I will kill Mo Nian. You just have to handle Long Chen, said the mysterious man indifferently. Hey, what are you two whispering? If you're afraid, I don't mind going 2 against 1. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, it's all the same to me, said Mo Nian loudly. Tian Xiaozi coldly said, Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for now. Once we enter the Starfield Divine World, I will kill you and all the Righteous Path's disciples. Suddenly, an arrow blasted toward Tian Xiaozi like a bolt of lightning. It came without any warning. Tian Xiaozi snorted and raised his hand, catching the arrow. But in that instant, the runes on the arrow lit up, and a ferocious aura erupted. Tian Xiaozi's expression changed. The arrow exploded. Black chi covered Tian Xiaozi, having protected him. However, the hand that he had caught the arrow with was a bloody pulp now, making people gasp. They turned toward the Dragonblood Legion just in time to see Guo Ran slowly lowering his arm. There was an arm protector with 4 cylinders attached to it. That attack had come from him. Guo Ran sneered, since we're all enemies, why wait to enter the Starfield Divine World? We can settle things right now. The army of the Martial Heaven Alliance can have a fight to the death with your corrupt path right here and now. Anyone who doesn't want to get impacted should leave. Killing intent suddenly raged through the air. This was a killing intent that terrified the surrounding experts. When the Dragonblood warriors unsheathed their swords, their killing intent made it feel like they were seeing a sea of blood. The Martial Heaven Alliance's experts followed suit, taking out their weapons. The other experts retreated, not wanting to get caught in between. If they died to some shockwaves from this battle, it would be a far too meaningless death. The most shocking thing was how unified the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance were. They had never possessed such cohesiveness. Under Long Chen's lead, the Righteous Path's sleeping lions have finally awoken, praised Nangong Zheyu upon seeing the sharp light in the eyes of the righteous disciples. The name of the number 1 alliance wasn't for nothing. When the alliance was first formed, they dominated the continent. But after the crisis, the will of the people scattered, and no expert that could subdue everyone else appeared, resulting in the righteous path becoming scattered sand. Now though, with the dark era at hand, they have no choice but to work together to unleash their full potential. Also, they have an outstanding figure like Long Chen to lead them. The number 1 alliance of this world has finally regained its own nature. Baitang Rushuang nodded along with Nangong Zheyu. This time, the Nangong and Baitang families had brought 100,000 disciples each, while the Dongfang family and the Examen family had brought 120,000 disciples each. The 4 everlasting families had brought over 400,000 people altogether. They could be considered a terrifying force. Meanwhile, the ancient races had only sent 200,000 disciples. The ancient races were the ones in the most awkward position. They had originally relied on the Zon beasts and became enemies with Long Chen. Now that the Zon beasts had accepted the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race as their leader, the ancient races could be considered to still belong to the Zon beasts in title, but the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race never gave them a second glance. The other Zon beasts also looked down on them, viewing them as opportunists who fled at danger and only came for benefits. As for the human race, the ancient races had long since burned any goodwill with them. Even the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance didn't care about them. There were no outstanding disciples amongst the ancient races any longer. 200,000 pieces of cannon fodder were not viewed as important. Therefore, the ancient races no longer had any value and could only continue being humiliated as they stayed beneath the Zon beasts. The Zon beasts had sent 300,000 experts. Although it looked to only be 100,000 more, they were true elites amongst elites. Previously, Kei Yuzhu had asked Long Chen about this. The Zon beasts had possessed 550,000 people qualified to enter the star-field divine world, but Long Chen had proposed sending only 300,000. The focus was on quality, not quantity. Furthermore, the focus was on those with better brains. Fools would only slow the others down. Because of a single person's foolishness, a whole pile of people could be dragged down. The ancient family alliance had sent 400,000 disciples, which could be considered astounding. But the inexplicable thing was that the corrupt path had sent over 600,000 disciples. Their numbers were only second to the righteous path. The most frightening thing about the corrupt path was that their people all had a level of faith that made them fearless in battle. Now, they also had numbers. With Long Chen and Tian Xiaozi going against each other, the righteous and corrupt paths were poised to start a battle right here and now. Everyone's hearts shook, but they were also feeling anticipation for this battle. It would be a world-shaking battle that they would witness. Foolish brats, do you really think that the corrupt path is afraid of you? The mysterious man beside Tian Xiaozi finally spoke up. He slowly walked forward. Since you want to die, you can die right now. This man was clearly the true leader of the corrupt path now. Tian Xiaozi was just an accompanying character, so just who was this person? Had he really come from the corrupt god cemetery like Long Chen had said? Mo Nian, when the battle starts, you and I have to beat that fellow immediately. Don't hold back in the slightest. We have to eliminate him as fast as possible, transmitted Long Chen. No need, I can handle him myself, said Mo Nian confidently. Don't be stupid. If my guess is correct, he should be a sovereign sprout that the corrupt path has been nourishing for tens of thousands of years. His power is definitely no less than Feng Fei's. Chapter 2430 Turn the tables. The knowledge of existences known as sovereign sprouts had spread throughout the continent thanks to Feng Fei's descent. A sovereign sprout was someone with a chance of becoming a sovereign. Even if they didn't become a sovereign, as long as they didn't die, they would definitely reach the realm of emperors. Mo Nian had inherited a nethergod's mortal husk and absorbed the energy within the divine pool. All the experience that Hong Yaoyong had before becoming a god and all his peak techniques were in Mo Nian's possession. It could be said that the current Mo Nian possessed a terrifying power. However, he couldn't instantly master all those techniques. He needed to gradually grow accustomed to them before being able to unleash his full potential. Hearing that this mysterious man could be a sovereign sprout, Mo Nian was startled, but he also had an urge to fight. He had the combat experience of a nether god, which was enough for him to be arrogant. Long Chen, leave him to me. I want to test him myself. Mo Nian's eyes blazed with a desire for combat. He never had the justification to fight Feng Fei, so he had never had a chance to fight someone on that level. But this mysterious man was from the corrupt path. He didn't need an excuse to fight him. Mo Nian knew Long Chen's intent was to avoid extra casualties by immediately eliminating this man as a threat, but he wanted to fight him by himself. Long Chen was hesitant. Once they entered the Starfield Divine World, if this fellow were to hunt down the righteous disciples, then other than he and Mo Nian, no one would be able to stop him. He hoped to eliminate him now to remove this threat, but since Mo Nian wanted to test his power, he was caught in an awkward position. Just at this moment, a beautiful carriage broke through the void and appeared in front of everyone. It's Feng Fei. This carriage was well known to be Feng Fei's carriage. How regretful. In the distance, a muscular horned man spat on the ground irritably. This person was the prince of the six-horned sea serpent race who had fought against Long Chen over the largest chi flow stream during the chi flow eruption. Long Chen had beaten him and made him flee. When the sea demon race had later tried to cause trouble for him, Long Chen had poisoned the martial heaven sea ring, forcing the sea demon race to lower their heads to him. At that time, he had even made conditions for their surrender, ordering them to break Dongfang Yuyong's legs. The sea demon race really had followed his orders and given a beating to Dongfang Yuyong, which had raised quite a fuss at the time. However, after that matter, the sea demon race had fallen silent. They only resurfaced now that the Starfield Divine World was opening. Not only were they participating, but they also had 1,500,000 experts. They were the ones who had brought the most people. The sea demons found beneath the sea were more numerous than the lifeforms on the continent. This time, they had brought out all their elites. Every one of them could be considered a true expert. Due to not having a good relationship with the races on the land, they were standing in their own region at one of the edges. When the prince saw Long Chen and the corrupt path about to start fighting, he got excited. But now that Feng Fei had come, this battle would definitely be stopped. It wasn't just the sea demon race that was disappointed by this. The ancient family alliance's people were the same, especially Di Feng. Feng Fei's carriage was surrounded by her bodyguards and attendants. They opened the door, and the beautiful and icy Feng Fei walked out. She looked over at the crowd. Upon spotting Long Chen, her eyes brightened ever so slightly. She nodded toward him. It seems your recovery went well. You even have the energy to stir up trouble. Very good, very good. Her voice was emotionless. The two very goods that she said made some people wonder what she meant. Last time, Long Chen and Feng Fei had fought with their spiritual strength, resulting in both sides being injured. Therefore, Long Chen's reputation had risen throughout the entire continent. After being injured, Feng Fei had said that they would have another competition once they both recovered. It was unknown whether Feng Fei's words indicated that they might fight right now. Where did you see me stirring up trouble? You just give verdicts without knowing what happened. Calling you stupid is really not wrong, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen hated Feng Fei's arrogance. It was as if she thought that whatever she said was right, and others couldn't argue. As soon as she arrived, she labeled him a troublemaker. Long Chen, you really are brazen, shouted one of the attendants furiously. Fuck, can you not change your phrases? I feel my ears rotting from hearing the same thing over and over and over again. Did your teacher never teach you any other words? Long Chen looked at that bodyguard. It seemed that he had a rather special status amongst the bodyguards, as he was always the one to speak. Every time he did speak, he never said anything new. If it weren't for the distance between them, Long Chen would definitely slap him. That bodyguard was actually the strongest amongst Feng Fei's bodyguards, and he was even further enraged. Feng Fei raised a hand, cutting him off. Looking at Long Chen, she said, words are meaningless. We will have a battle sooner or later. Hopefully, you can find some miraculous encounters inside the Starfield Divine World, or it would be too boring. Long Chen shook his head, not even feeling an urge to speak to this woman. Feng Fei, why are you targeting my brother so much? Have you fallen for him? Asked Mo Nian suddenly, looking from Feng Fei to Long Chen with a sudden realization. Long Chen twitched with a desire to slap Mo Nian. This fellow really was cut from the same cloth as Guo Ran. He conned him just the same. Meng Qi and the others were standing right there. You dare to blaspheme Senior Feng Fei? Someone like you should be tossed into the tongue-ripping hell. Feng Fei turned pale from rage. She clenched her fists, never having been insulted like this in her life. She was so enraged that she couldn't speak, but her attendants took her place. As if not seeing Feng Fei's killing intent or Long Chen's furious gaze, Mo Nian laughed. Don't be embarrassed, it's far too normal for men to have multiple wives in this day and age. Who doesn't want to go around hugging girls left and right? Suddenly, a gong appeared and struck Mo Nian in the back of his head. The clanging sound made everyone jump. Mo Nian had been in the midst of rattling when that gong struck him. His head was ringing. He furiously demanded, "Who hit me?" However, Mo Nian instantly deflated upon seeing who had hit him. He awkwardly said, "Zongying, what's wrong? What's wrong? You also want to be like a certain womanizer. Having multiple wives is normal, so you're not normal. You want to go around hugging girls left and right. Speak, who are you planning on hugging? What, am I not enough for you? Tell me who you're planning on hugging." Lu Zongying began banging the gong on Mo Nian's head, dumbfounding people. As Mo Nian protected his head, he just allowed her to hit him. "I was talking about Long Chen. You were talking about him, but are you saying that you never thought about it yourself? You're pretty envious, huh? You're jealous of him." The sight of Mo Nian being scolded by a woman, who had clearly just entered the Nether Passage realm and had a weak aura, was startling and funny to the various experts present. "You deserve it." Long Chen clapped. Retribution had finally come. Who had asked Mo Nian to con him? Now, he ended up having conned himself. Feng Fei and the others also looked at Mo Nian oddly, not knowing how to react to this. "Dear wife, there's so many people here. Give me some face. If you want to hit me, wait until we're home and there's no one around," implored Mo Nian. HMPH. Lu Zongying snorted and turned away, temporarily letting Mo Nian off. Upon seeing Long Chen's satisfied smile, Lu Zongying walked over to Tang Wan. She handed the deformed gong to her. "You can't indulge men. If you can get past things, then get past them. If you can't, turn the tables on them." Long Chen's expression instantly darkened. What was that supposed to mean? Tang Wan smiled and received the broken gong, even thanking her. After this, Mo Nian hid in the crowd, no longer as arrogant as before. Feng Fei took a deep breath and calmed herself. "The time has come. Everyone, follow me." Feng Fei took out a pitch-black object. Before they could see what it was, she made a cut with it through the air. A world-piercing divine stone. The divine families actually have an existence from legends. Sha Chen cried out in shock. A giant crack appeared in the void. Feng Fei walked in first, followed by everyone else. Once they entered, they found themselves in a world completely different from the martial heaven continent. Even the laws present were subtly different. Everything was dark and dusky. It was like they were passing through a channel of spacetime. They felt their bodies twisting. Those with weaker cultivation bases were revealed. Lu Zongying was pale, and Mo Nian reached out to support her, lessening the pressure on her. Suddenly, the channel vanished and they appeared atop a giant platform. When they looked around, countless startled cries rang out. Chapter 2431 Ghost Ship. Everyone found that they had appeared on a giant island floating in the void. There were countless stars around them. Where is this place? It felt like they had been transported into the boundless cosmos. Furthermore, there were already millions of experts present. They outnumbered the total experts of the martial heaven continent. Those experts were wearing robes of the divine families. Amongst them, some waved to Long Chen. Long Chen recognized them to be the warriors from the 8th Legion. Long Chen waved back, but the warriors of the 8th Legion were drowned out by the countless disciples of the divine families that were present. There was a veritable tide of them. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples whispered amongst themselves. "Everyone, don't panic. This is the entrance to the Starfield Divine World." An ancient voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see two towering stone pillars. The space between them was in constant flux, and it was impossible to see past them. In front of this strange gateway was a white-haired elder. Senior Pill Doyen. Long Chen was startled. This elder was actually the Pill Doyen from the Divine Pill Division. He quickly realized the reason that it wasn't someone from the 4 divine families was due to the hostile relations between them. They needed an unbiased party for this to avoid any suspicions of favoritism. The Pill Doyen's position within the divine families was extremely high, but he did not belong to any of the 4 families. So he was the one most suited to this task. Let me make the introductions. This senior is the Pill Doyen of the divine families. His status is equivalent to the leaders of the 4 divine families. Don't miss anything he says, because it could determine whether you live or die. A heaven elder gave an introduction to those who didn't know the Pill Doyen. Long Chen hadn't seen this elder before, so he didn't know what family he came from. He was rather cold, and everyone's whispering fell silent. Seeing that no one was talking or privately speaking spiritually, the elder nodded. He bowed toward the pill doyen and indicated that he could continue. The pill doyen smiled and stepped forward. The star-field divine world can be considered the path that connects the martial heaven continent and the divine world. It is also a place that people often claim to be the pathway to immortality or the staircase to godhood. A ruckus exploded. Even Long Chen was shocked. The pathway to immortality, the staircase to godhood. Didn't this mean that one could become a god or an immortal here? Silence, shouted the elder. His voice was like thunder piercing people's ears. The pill doyen waved his hand. It's fine. Everyone will react like this when they hear such a thing. You don't need to be so strict. You're going to scare them. If there are any questions, please go ahead and ask. Seeing no one ask even after the pill doyen permitted questions, Long Chen finally opened his mouth. Senior pill doyen, this little one is curious. The era of gods and immortals has passed. Isn't it impossible for anyone from the martial heaven continent to become a god or immortal in this era? How does that relate to the pathway to immortality and the staircase to godhood? The pill doyen laughed. This is a good question. Hopefully everyone can relax slightly. If no one asked anything, it would have been awkward for me. In my old age, I don't know what things I should talk about and what I shouldn't. If I just prattled on and repeated the same thing a dozen times, it would be embarrassing. The pill doyen's amicable air made everyone feel better. The reason no one had dared to ask anything was because of his high status. He was an existence equivalent to the 4 leaders of the divine families. They were afraid of asking the wrong question and offending him. Long Chen's question made them sigh in relief. Long Chen was really the one with the biggest guts on the martial heaven continent. They didn't know that Long Chen had already had an interaction with the pill doyen. His competition with Yi Qian was nothing honorable to the divine families, so while the pill doyen was fine with it, the divine families had locked down that information, making it forbidden to spread. So while people knew of Long Chen's competition with Feng Fei, they didn't know about his pill battle with Yi Qian. The pill doyen said, Long Chen's question is something I'm sure many people are also wondering about. From historical records, everyone knows that since the battle of the immortal era, the cultivation path has been severed. Gods and immortals still exist, but there are no longer cases of people being able to reach that realm. There are still inheritances of gods present, but they were left behind from that time. Any divine decrees that come are sent from an unknown world. The world of the gods isn't something that we know about. This star-field divine world was the only path for the martial heaven continent's experts to become a god or immortal before the battle of the immortal era. But after that battle, the star-field divine world was broken. It is now ruined, and what is left are its remains. So using this place to become a god or immortal isn't very likely. It was just some ruined wreckage. Hearing that, people were disappointed. So the stories of that time were not just myths. People really had been able to become gods or immortals, enjoying the same lifespan as the very world. The pill doyen continued, however, you don't need to feel discouraged. Although the star-field divine world has crumbled, there are still relics left behind by countless experts. If you can obtain them, they can change your entire life. The star-field divine world was what connected the martial heaven continent to the divine world. Before being broken, countless treasures and inheritances were left behind. After being broken, even sovereigns and emperors have gone through it and left behind their own marks on it. If you are lucky enough, you could obtain one of their inheritances as well. After hearing that, people's blood ignited once more. Sovereigns were supreme existences. Even the slightest inheritance from them would be enough to turn someone into a peerless genius. During Long Chen's tribulation, everyone was stunned by Sovereign Mo Li's combat prowess. That was their first time seeing a sovereign fight. Although they had ended up injuring each other in the end, and the sovereign had dissipated, allowing Long Chen to pass, who could say that Sovereign Mo Li hadn't appeared incredibly domineering? Even doing his best, Long Chen hadn't been able to block him. He had barely managed to pass. Sovereign Mo Li had called Long Chen brother, so letting him pass was within reason. Even blind people could guess that Long Chen's passing wasn't based on actual power. Within his generation, Long Chen was undefeated. But he hadn't even been able to retaliate against a sovereign who had been in the same realm as him. At that time, Sovereign Mo Li hadn't even unleashed any shocking techniques but had still completely suppressed Long Chen. It could be seen just how terrifying sovereigns were. On the martial heaven continent, Long Chen could be considered unrivaled, but he still wasn't a match for a sovereign. How could they not be excited that they could encounter the inheritance of a sovereign? Senior Pil Doyen, this disciple has a question. Please excuse my rudeness, Nangong Zayu suddenly spoke, bowing toward the Pil Doyen. You're too courteous. Please ask. As long as I know the answer and can speak of it, I will answer, said the Pil Doyen. I have heard that the star-field divine world is not just the path that connected the martial heaven continent with the divine world, but is also one of the paths of reincarnation of the heavenly Taos. I have heard that you can encounter a ghost ship within it. May I know if this is simply a rumor or a fact? Asked Nangong Zayu. Many disciples had heard of a ghost ship as well, and their hearts pounded. There was a legend that within this world there was a kind of extremely bizarre existence, something that floated through the realm of yin and yang, past and future. A ghost ship was also called a cursed ship or a ship of calamity. Anyone who had seen one was struck by misfortune. Worst of all, they couldn't even mention it, or those who heard of it would also be cursed. It was an existence found only in legend. There were no actual records of it recorded. In the current era, they were considered stories people had dreamed up. They were stories used to scare children, not real things. However, as a peerless heavenly genius of the ancient era, the top expert of an everlasting family, Nangong Zayu would not bring up nonsense, especially not here. For her to mention such a thing, she had to know something. The Pil Doyen smiled and nodded. As expected of an everlasting family. You even know of the ghost ship. I'll explain a bit about the ghost ship. The stories about it are just stories, but the ghost ship truly exists. Not just that, but there was someone from the martial heaven continent who once forcibly stopped such a boat. Chapter 2432 Legend of a Sovereign. How is that possible? Ghost ships exist between reality and fantasy. They manifest the very orbit of the cosmos as they shuttle between past and future. Stopping a ghost ship would be equivalent to stopping the movements of the very cosmos. Let alone a human, not even a god could do that. Suddenly, the mysterious expert from the corrupt god cemetery opened his mouth. He did not believe the Pil Doyen. His words surprised people. It seemed that he had an even greater understanding of the ghost ships. Just who was he? The Pil Doyen looked at him and smiled faintly. Having experienced reincarnation, what it means to swim between life and death, and training within the crack between the worlds of yin and yang, I am sure you are aware that there is a kind of power separate from life and death. That power is the Tao of your existence. This world has always had a kind of person that transcends all bindings to exist outside the laws. The mysterious man shuddered as if everything about him had been seen through by the Pil Doyen. The other experts were even more shocked. Just who was this mysterious man? He was an existence that swam between life and death, something that existed between yin and yang. What did that mean? Mo Nian and Long Chen exchanged a glance. No wonder they had felt this person to be strange. It felt like they had sensed his aura from somewhere. Now, they realized that this aura was nether chi. No one else could remember this aura because those memories were wiped out upon returning to the netherworld. Even Meng Qi and the others who had retained their memories when they had first come out had gradually lost them as time passed. Only Long Chen and Mo Nian still recalled that aura, and that was why they were shocked. Then may I ask who that person was? Asked the mysterious man. The Pil Doyen worshipfully said, he was Sovereign Yun Shang. Sovereign Yun Shang. That name shook the crowd. No wonder. It felt like the only one capable of stopping a ghost ship was Sovereign Yun Shang. Long Chen had been prepared for such an answer. The only one who possessed such power was probably a sovereign. But he hadn't expected it to be Sovereign Yun Shang. In the distance, a white-robed man with a bamboo hat. Amongst the crowd quivered ever so slightly. His white robes were untouched by a single speck of dust. He gave off a feeling of transcendence, but curiously, despite clearly standing out amongst the crowd, no one seemed to sense him. Senior, can you explain what a ghost ship is exactly? Asked Baidang Rushuang, bowing respectfully as she did so. The Pil Doyen shook his head. This question is difficult. Ghost ships are very mysterious. It is said that they bring misfortune and disasters. Back in the day, Sovereign Yun Shang managed to stop a ghost ship, but he did not mention any of the secrets of the ghost ships. He even warned his descendants to get out of the way of any ghost ships that they encountered in the future, but he did not explain further. There is only one thing that can be certain. The ghost ships have their own orbits, and the star-field divine world just happens to be a node of those trajectories. As for how many nodes there are or where the ghost ships come from, no one knows. The saying that they pass through the past and future is just a guess. There are some historical records of ghost ships appearing. Some people said that they saw immortals singing, some saw gods transmitting the Tao, some saw ghosts snarling, and some saw demons howling. Other than Sovereign Yun Shang, some people have set foot on a ghost ship, but they never returned alive. As for those who saw a ghost ship firsthand, of those who got closer to hear the sound of the Tao, a terrible calamity always befell them and they died miserably. Even if they fled the martial heaven continent, they couldn't escape that calamity. Ah, speaking of which, I recall that there was an expert from the Heavenly Sea sect who encountered a ghost ship. Did his descendant come today? A righteous disciple stepped forward from within the crowd, sighing. This disciple is from the Heavenly Sea sect. My ancestor truly saw a ghost ship. Upon returning to the sect, he was tormented by nightmares of devils and demons consuming his body. Even when he closed his eyes, he saw bizarre sights that no one else could see. 3 months later, he died suddenly. On the eve before his death, he warned his descendants to immediately flee upon seeing a ghost ship. After his death, the sect encountered 3 separate tribulations and was almost destroyed. It only began to slowly recover 1,000 years ago. This matter was always considered a secret of the sect that only a few core members were informed of, because the disciple suddenly shut his mouth. The Pill Doyen was the one who continued for him. Because they are afraid of the curse continuing, correct? In truth, this is no curse. This is karma. The karma has passed now, so there is no need to be so fearful. However, everyone should take note to flee upon seeing a ghost ship. Something filled with so many unknowns is very frightening. Of course, if you feel like you can compare yourself to a sovereign, you can pretend that I never said anything. Hearing all this, the experts present felt a chill. It was unknown how many peerless geniuses throughout history had been attracted to the stories of ghost ships and been drawn over. But Sovereign Yun Shang was the only one who had survived. The rest had all died. Although those that were qualified to come here were all elites amongst elites, which genius would dare to claim to be on par with a sovereign? Even Long Chen had been crushed by a sovereign during his tribulation. The idea of a ghost ship had now become a nightmare in their hearts, so they definitely wouldn't touch one. Why are you two looking at each other like that? Are you intending to do something to a ghost ship? Lu Zongdiang suddenly turned to Long Chen and Mo Nian vigilantly. No, of course not. Who would want to get something so terrifying? Said Mo Nian. Long Chen's face darkened. This idiot had just expressed what they were thinking. You idiot, you've gone mad. Lu Zongdiang viciously pinched Mo Nian. He and Long Chen really were planning on getting a ghost ship for themselves. On the other hand, Meng Qi and the others were rather calm. They understood Long Chen far too well. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted. But they weren't too worried about that. Ghost ships weren't something that someone could run into just because they wanted to. The Pill Doyen laughed. It seems that everyone is rather shy, so I'll do my best to explain. Some powers with long inheritances have some understanding of the star-field divine world, but most people don't. When you enter, you will find that it is not exactly its own world. If you wish, you may consider it a river of stars. This river of stars was broken, leaving astral fragments everywhere. Some of those fragments have become their own worlds, with the smaller fragments being minor worlds, while some of the large fragments are even bigger than the martial heaven continent. Many of the laws in those worlds are different from the continent. Other than that, some ancient lifeforms still exist within those fragments. Those lifeforms are not friendly. You may even encounter existences above the Nether Passage realm. Opportunities are important, but your lives are even more so. To desire to grow stronger to protect the continent is correct, but if you lose your life, everything will be meaningless. The star-field divine world still has some remnant pools of energy. That energy is very beneficial for those reaching for the 4th step. The source of energy within the star-field divine world is constantly changing. Whether or not you can find the best spot is up to your own luck and power. That's all I have to say. It will be up to yourselves if you can survive or increase your power inside. The elders behind the Pill Doyen began to work. The 2 stone pillars started to rumble, with the spatial fluctuations growing even more intense. Senior Pill Doyen, may I ask how long the time limit is to stay inside the star-field divine world? Asked a woman. This woman instantly drew everyone's attention, as she was Pill Valley's Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy no longer looked the same as before. She was wearing a veil and hidden amongst the disciples of Pill Valley. Those disciples were also very low-key. How can her divine energy fluctuations be so terrifying? Mo Nian only noticed her now, and he jumped in shock. He had absorbed a nether god's power from before becoming a god. Although he hadn't digested it all, he could clearly sense that Tian Xiaozi, who was a divine son, had merely a fraction of the divine energy that he had. However, the pill fairy had much greater divine energy than he did. Mo Nian could clearly sense just how much vaster her divine energy was than his. Long Chen sighed inside. The pill fairy's aura was growing more and more different from the past. She could already be considered a manifestation of divine energy. Even her spiritual fluctuations were different. Looking into her eyes, he no longer saw a trace of her old kindness. Her eyes were icy with disdain and indifference. The pill doyen clapped his forehead. I really have grown old. I forgot to mention something so important. You have 10 days within the Starfield Divine World. 10 days? Everyone was startled. What were 10 days possibly enough for? To get a quick view of the scenery. Chapter 2433 Flow of Time. There's no need to panic. The 10 days I am referring to is the time that will pass on the Martial Heaven continent. The flow of time within the Starfield Divine World is different from ours. If it hadn't been ruined, the time proportion would have been 1,000 to 1 based on the ancient records. The flow of time is much faster inside of it. It can be considered just like when you use a transportation formation. The longest transportation formations of the Martial Heaven continent can make it feel like several minutes have passed while you sit in it, but in reality, not that much time will have passed. Although the damage to the Starfield Divine World has altered the flow of time, 10 days on the Martial Heaven continent will be like a year within the Starfield Divine World. That is the only reason we dare to let all of you inside. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to send the continent's greatest forces inside at such a dangerous time, said the pill doyen. This explanation made people relax. 1 year was a decent amount of time at least. 10 days wasn't enough to do anything. The various questions inside people's hearts had been answered. They were now itching to enter. Their worries about the sovereign seals breaking while they were inside were also settled. Only now did they realize that the divine families had taken that into consideration from the start. Furthermore, the seniors from the divine families would most likely be standing guard over the dangerous areas on the continent during this time. Once you enter the Starfield Divine World, it will be recorded by the laws inside. When time is up, you will be automatically transported outside. Of course, this only refers to those still alive. The dead will not be coming back. Prepare yourselves. Enter your optimal states. The Starfield Divine World is in constant flux, so no one can predict where you will end up upon entering. If your luck isn't good, you might just fall into a spatial crack and be instantly devoured, said the pill doyen gravely. What? That dumbfounded quite a few people. This was all dependent on luck. If they really did end up right inside a spatial crack, that would be far too unlucky. No power would save them then. That is why it is said that luck is also a kind of power. Draw lots to decide who will enter first. 50,000 people can enter at a time, so the various powers will have to enter in batches. The heads of each power should come up to draw the lots, said the pill doyen. Lingshan, you should go for me, said Long Chen to Yi Lingshan. He then turned to the warriors of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Everyone, form up into teams of 50,000. I will make arrangements in a bit. Don't worry about the spatial crack, the chances of that happening are very low. The karmic luck of 50,000 people will make it essentially an impossibility. The pill doyen's final words really frightened people. They couldn't help being apprehensive about their own bad luck, but they were comforted to hear this. Big brother Long Chen, what about the Zon beasts? Asked Cloud. Cloud was the current leader of the Zon beasts. Although she was powerful, she didn't have much experience in this regard. Go pick lots for now. I'll arrange things, said Long Chen. The Zon beasts had been completely unified under the rule of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Furthermore, due to the myriad spirit diagram, they had been completely won over and no longer held any wariness toward Long Chen. When the lots were drawn, the order was the Corrupt Path, Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Divine Families, the Zon Beasts, the Sea Demon Race, and then the other powers such as the Bloodkill Hall. Those other powers were not even allowed to pick. This ordering wasn't actually important. Entering first wasn't necessarily a good thing, and entering last wasn't necessarily a bad thing. No one grumbled about it. Long Chen, I'll wait for you. Inside the Starfield Divine World. I will personally cut off your head. The Corrupt Path walked past, with Tian Xiaozi making a throat-cutting gesture at Long Chen. Courting death. This insulting action enraged the Dragonblood warriors. Leave it be. A defeated general also dares to say such big words. Save your energy. You should prepare a will and make sure you can die in peace, said Long Chen lazily. Tian Xiaozi was not a match for Long Chen when it came to a battle of the tongues. He was half killed just like this. Let's go. Fighting with words here is meaningless. The mysterious man beside Tian Xiaozi spoke up. Tian Xiaozi immediately shut his mouth and walked in. The first batch of 50,000 corrupt experts vanished. Following that, the second batch of corrupt experts entered. They quickly passed through. Dragonblood warriors, split yourselves into teams of 500 and join the other groups, said Long Chen. Long Chen, won't splitting up your Dragonblood Legion be dangerous? Asked Yi Lingshan, surprised. Don't worry about it, the current Dragonblood Legion is no longer the old Dragonblood Legion. 500 people is the perfect amount. Once we enter the Starfield Divine World, we will use our own special communication method to quickly link up with each other. That's the best way to preserve everyone's safety, said Long Chen confidently. The current Dragonblood Legion was not only all at the third step of Nether Passage, but their equipment had also been remade by Guo Ran and Sha Chen. Their condition was perfect. Other than that, when Long Chen had infiltrated the Yin-Yang world, he had saved experts from the Blue Star continent. Luo Chuan and the others had given him their strongest techniques as thanks. During this time, the Dragonblood warriors had been training hard in mastering those techniques. With the Dragonblood body tempering art as their base, they were able to use all of those techniques. Now, every one of them had mastered dozens of amazing divine arts. Most importantly, those divine arts had never appeared on the Martial Heaven continent, so they could easily catch an enemy off guard. 500 people was a base unit within the Dragonblood Legion, and their killing power was definitely astounding. So Long Chen was confident in letting them split up. As long as they didn't encounter the likes of Tian Xiaozi or Di Feng, they were more than strong enough to protect themselves. Since everyone was being transported to different places, the chances of encountering each other were very low. The first thing to do upon entering was to think of a way to gather back together. That was the most important thing. The 800,000 disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance when added to the 300,000 disciples of the Zon Beasts meant that they had a total of 22 groups. The Dragonblood warriors were easily split up, and any groups that appeared rather weak were personally led by Ji Yu Yong and the others. Meng Qi joined Cloud's group, while Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, and the others on that level split up. There was no way around it. They had no choice but to take risks. The Martial Heaven Alliance needed the Dragonblood Legion, but the Dragonblood Legion also needed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Once they were split up, Meng Qi looked at Long Chen worriedly. Are you coming with us? Long Chen shook his head. No, my luck has always been bad. I'll go by myself to avoid implicating anyone. Long Chen also wished to go with them, but he decided to go by himself in the end. That would be more beneficial for everyone. No one else was more confident than him in his bad luck. Wild, you go with big sister Wan. Don't get lost, said Long Chen. Wild's body had grown even larger. He was like a monster in human form. His skin was covered in strange lines, and it felt like a beast was sleeping within his body. Once he erupted, he could destroy the world. Even the Dragonblood warriors no longer quite dared to get close to him, because his current aura was absolutely terrifying. Brother Long, I want to go with you. Despite growing more and more frightening, Wild's character had not changed. He was still the same simple, foolish oaf as back then. He had been apart from Long Chen for a long time, and after finally reuniting, they had to separate once more. His pure reaction was heartbreaking. We will end up together. Our first goal is to reunite within the Starfield Divine World. Big Sister Wan needs your protection, understood? Said Long Chen. I understand. I'll protect Big Sister Wan. Whoever dares to come, I'll smash them to death. Wild thumped his own chest, causing the air to vibrate. Some people in the distance jumped in shock. Wild had been within the original Devil Race's world during this time to gather food. His body was constantly growing. Even Long Chen felt a frightening feeling coming from him. Of the top-class experts of the Dragonblood Legion, Tang Wan was slightly weaker, so he had Wild go with her. Everyone, the goal is to gather into one group as fast as possible upon entering, understood? As for hidden treasures, they are secondary. Even if you obtain any treasures, you need the power to keep them, said Long Chen. Everyone replied in unison. Long Chen had no need to worry about them growing greedy for treasures. After all, this was the star-field divine world, a place filled with unimaginable dangers. They were all grateful that Long Chen would take the risk of splitting up the Dragonblood Legion to keep them safe. Alright, then it's almost our turn. Line up, Long Chen, we might end up in very different places with Cloud and the others. The divine families will be entering between us, said Meng Qi worriedly. Yes, I know, but there's nothing that we can do about it. You'll have to gather the Zon beasts and then join the Martial Heaven Alliance. The divine families probably won't make things hard on you, but you can't discount all of them. There's no need to be courteous to them, warned Long Chen. 5 million experts of the divine families were entering. Although he had offended the Yi family, they were just one of the 4 families. In this scenario, to vent that personal enmity with him upon the Zon beasts and the Martial Heaven Alliance should be a very unlikely scenario. The Yi family wouldn't dare to publicly lower themselves to that extent. It's our turn, let's go. Long Chen nodded goodbye to Meng Qi and Cloud. He and the rest of the Martial Heaven Alliance's warriors started walking toward the portal. Chapter 2434 Unknown Lifeforms. Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and the others all led their groups through the portal one by one. Senior Pil Doyan, I wish to enter on my own. Is that possible? Asked Long Chen. Of course, it's no trouble at all, and there's no need to wait to store up spatial energy. However, entering on your own means less karmic luck. Something bad might be waiting for you on the other side, warned the Pil Doyan. Yes, I've thought it through. Long Chen nodded. He knew that even if he had other people supporting him with their karmic luck, something bad would still be waiting for him. As if understanding his misgivings, the Pil Doyan said, then be careful. After the next batch, you can directly enter. With every batch of people, a brief pause was required for the spatial gate to store up energy. But one person entering didn't require that much energy, so Long Chen could directly enter. Many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists and bowed slightly toward the Pil Doyan. He exchanged a glance with Mo Nian behind him. He had discussed it with Mo Nian already. Mo Nian would stay behind until the last batch. Once half the Martial Heaven Alliance's warriors had entered, Long Chen stepped inside as well. As soon as he did, he felt a violent suction pull him in. The pull was so strong that he felt like his physical body was about to be torn apart. By entering on his own, the pressure was concentrated on him. Without others sharing the pressure, it was unknown just how many people would be able to survive this like him. He felt like he had been sucked into the eye of a hurricane. Space was twisting around him, pulling him through a channel. Suddenly, the force vanished. He found himself falling into an unknown world. The fluctuations of this world were extremely foreign. They were berserk and chaotic. He was falling so fast that he couldn't even stabilize. He smashed into the ground, leaving a giant hole. What's this? Long Chen realized that he had smashed into something specific. When he looked around, his hair stood on end. There was a giant spider beneath him. He had landed on its head. A peak 12th rank magical beast. Long Chen's heart thumped. This beast's aura was filled with decay and darkness. It was different from the magical beasts, demonic beasts, or even the nether beasts that he knew. But the feeling it gave off was definitely terrifying. Kulagwala. Suddenly, strange shouts rang out. Long Chen's divine sense swept out, only to find that there was a group of strange lifeforms around him. They looked similar to humans, but they had bone spurs growing out of their backs. They had no hair, their upper bodies had no flesh, and their skin was black. They were pointing bone spears at him. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he had fallen onto a sacrificial altar on the spider's head. These strange lifeforms were shouting at him, and based on their furious expressions, they weren't friendly. What are you shouting for? I am a god who came to lead you to godhood. Shouldn't you kneel and accept my guidance? Shouted Long Chen, putting on an untouchable air. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook. Long Chen was flung into the sky. The spider beneath him was enraged. Lagu. Those lifeforms shot toward him furiously. Idiots, do you not want to become gods? Shouted Long Chen. Either these lifeforms didn't understand him, or they didn't believe him. In any case, their spears were an instant away from piercing his body. Long Chen punched the closest bone spear, and the lifeform holding it had his arms explode. Long Chen wrested the bone spear away from it. Stop, shouted Long Chen, but those lifeforms ignored him, their attacks continuing. He hadn't wanted to slaughter them, but he was unable to communicate with them. Their killing intent was also starting to enrage him. Hence, he swept the bone spear in the air in front of him, sending a wave of power that blew away those lifeforms. They were startled, seemingly not having expected him to be so powerful. In truth, they were very powerful. Even though he couldn't sense their auras, their power was comparable to an average third-step netherpassage expert. Long Chen had no idea how they cultivated. He had no way to use the martial heaven continents methods to deduce their cultivation bases. Luyiba, one lifeform covered in flickering golden marks suddenly rushed over. Long Chen snorted and smashed the spear down. His spear exploded, but he managed to knock that lifeform away. Surprisingly, its spear was completely fine. Long Chen guessed that their bone spears were their special weapons. He couldn't unleash its full power. "Stop, I don't want to fight you," shouted Long Chen, gesturing to stop. However, that lifeform didn't care. Seeing that he didn't have a weapon, it pounced once more. At the same time, dozens of other similar lifeforms came rushing over, surrounding Long Chen. "Fine, if we can't talk reasonably, we can talk with our fists." Long Chen was finally enraged. His first instinct was that these lifeforms were capable of intelligent communication, but they refused to do so. He had endured it several times, and now he was done. These golden-marked lifeforms could just barely be counted as having reached the level of a fourth-step netherpassage expert. Long Chen didn't view them as opponents. Long Chen directly reached out and grabbed the first spear to reach him. The wielder's eyes changed color, and some strange syllables came from its mouth. Long Chen guessed that it was cursing him. In any case, Long Chen first grabbed the spear and then slapped it in the wielder's face. That lifeform's face collapsed, and it was sent flying. Long Chen was startled. He realized that all their power was concentrated into their skeletons, or more accurately, their marrow. Now he knew why their weapons were these bone spears. They must be their life weapons. Long Chen grabbed the bone spear and swung it at the other lifeforms. This time, he used the power of his astral spaces. As a result, the bone spear exploded midway. Despite that, a wave of power erupted, sending the other lifeforms tumbling back. He was about to continue speaking when his expression suddenly changed. He instinctively dodged to the side. A black bone spear pierced through the space that he had just been. It grazed his ribs, leaving a long wound. Even before his blood began to flow out, it began to congeal. The wound also turned black, with the surrounding skin becoming petrified. Poison. Long Chen was startled and even further angered. He had been hoping to scare them off at first, but now he wanted their lives. This bone spear had come silently, but Long Chen knew that it had come from the spider. He recognized its aura. The other lifeforms cheered upon seeing Long Chen injured. Hundreds of them attacked at the same time. "Fools! Since you all want to die so much, I'll grant your wish." Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he cut off the flesh that was being petrified. It was as hard as stone now. This was a strange energy. If the spear had struck his vitals, it would have been troublesome. "You deserve it." Evilmoon actually added oil to the flames of Long Chen's anger. It would rather have killed all these lifeforms on first contact. Everything would have been over. Split the heavens 8. A saber image swept through the air, going horizontally. Any lifeforms touched by it were blasted to smithereens. Blood mist filled the air. Chapter 2435 Two Races Fight. Long Chen had reached the point where he no longer cared to settle things with words. Evilmoon unleashed a wave of black light. With one blow of split the heavens, the lifeforms attacking him were all wiped out. The distant lifeforms were dumbfounded, clearly not having expected him to be so powerful. Suddenly, one particular lifeform with a face full of wrinkles appeared. Its spear shook the world as it pierced toward Long Chen. Long Chen was startled. Not daring to tarry, his divine ring appeared along with 5 stars in his eyes. Evilmoon slashed down. The old lifeform was sent flying, and this sight shocked the other lifeforms. This elder was most likely the strongest amongst them but was still unable to defeat Long Chen. The elder was truly powerful. Long Chen felt his arms tingling. These lifeforms possessed a strange power that he had not encountered before. A dozen black rays of light shot over at Long Chen just after he had sent the old lifeform flying. Evilmoon danced through the air, knocking aside those black lights. They were the same black bone spears that had struck him before. Suddenly, the elder flew toward the spider's head. A mark appeared on the spider's head, and it swallowed the elder. A ferocious aura suddenly exploded out of the spider. The earth crumbled as its 8 legs bent. It pounced toward Long Chen. The spider was like a war fortress shooting toward him. Its attack was both powerful and fast, reaching Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon, only for sparks to fly upon striking it. It was like metal, and he was knocked back. The spider's fangs then descended upon him as quick as lightning. Long Chen was startled. This is most likely an earth attribute beast. Some things were the same about this world. He was able to deduce its essence. But within this earth essence was some black energy that did not exist in the martial heaven continent. Long Chen's foot stamped down on the air, and he flipped back, narrowly dodging the spider's attack. Its fangs snapped shut on where he had been, creating a visible ripple in the air. The spider opened its mouth, shooting out a ball of light. The ball quickly spread, forming a giant net. Multicolored liquid dripped off that net, emitting a sweet scent. Long Chen hastily closed his pores. Even just smelling it could disturb his yuan spirit. This spider should be a contractual magical beast. That old fellow is controlling it, deduced Long Chen based on the sharp attacks and quick reactions that most magical beasts didn't possess. A spider beast in particular had low intelligence and wouldn't unleash attacks at this tempo. At the start, it had clearly been a dumb beast, but now it had suddenly grown smart. That was clearly caused by the elder. With a flick of his finger, flames shot out and incinerated the net. It was weak to fire. Just at that moment, bone spurs shot out of the spider's legs, filling the air and leaving him with nowhere to go. The sharp whistling sounds hurt his ears. The elder was clearly enraged and wanted to crush Long Chen as fast as possible. A pill furnace appeared in front of Long Chen. The bone spurs exploded upon contact with the demon moon furnace. With how many of them there were, he couldn't use Evilmoon to block them all. Being struck by any one of them would be troublesome. Die. Long Chen put away Evilmoon and grabbed the demon moon furnace. It was as big as a mountain, and he smashed it at the giant spider. The spider had just unleashed such a huge move when it was struck head-on. However, Long Chen was shocked to find that its body was extremely tough. With its legs stuck in the ground, it was absorbing the earth's energy. He had thought that this blow would smash it half to death, but now he found that it wasn't injured at all. In that brief moment of contact, he sensed the earth's energy being consumed by it. A golden mark lit up on its head. Ling take it in. Seeing it preparing another big move, Long Chen snorted. The demon moon furnace's lid suddenly popped open, and it devoured the giant spider. The lid slammed shut. Rumbling rang out as it tried to refine the spider. The spider struggled crazily inside the furnace, but it was unable to escape. As more and more flames enveloped it, it was quickly roasted. Having been separated from the support of the earth, it was unable to stop the demon moon furnace. As soon as Long Chen captured the spider, the other lifeforms went mad, howling at Long Chen crazily. They charged at him. You want it back? Here. Long Chen sneered. The lid popped open once more, and flames gushed out along with a giant corpse. Those lifeforms were instantly set ablaze and incinerated. Their cries echoed through the air. Along with the spider's corpse, another figure flew out. However, Long Chen had been waiting. He extended a single finger, stabbing it through the elder's head. A flood of strange information entered his mind. There were no memories for him to peer through. He only saw a few fragmentary scenes. Soul search techniques weren't very effective on these lifeforms. Perhaps Meng Qi would have some method, but he didn't. So this sacrificial altar is used to summon these spiders, but they only just managed to summon one before I ruined it. Although the information was incomplete, he was able to piece together what had happened. No wonder they were so angry. They had perfectly prepared their altar to summon these spiders, but he had destroyed it. Suddenly, rumbling rang out along with some fierce shouts. Long Chen saw a group of dark-skinned lifeforms rushing over wearing beast hides. These lifeforms looked almost identical to the human race, but their auras were completely different. They held bows in their hands and immediately started shooting upon seeing the lifeforms that had attacked Long Chen. Those arrows were exceptionally sharp and capable of twisting through the air. Each of them struck their target. Despite being the most primitive wood arrows, they easily cut down these lifeforms. They seemed poisoned and had a special effect on these lifeforms. Every arrow seemed to pain them immensely. If struck by more than a few, their movements turned sluggish. Any more than that and they would only be able to wail while crying on the ground. Tens of thousands of the human-like lifeforms had appeared, but the other side also had numbers. They had equal numbers, but the strange lifeforms also had to be wary of Long Chen behind them. Caught in between them, the strange lifeforms collapsed. Some of them charged toward Long Chen, only for the demon moon furnace to unleash a wave of fire that incinerated them. Did I interrupt a battle between races? Wondered Long Chen. On one side, he was incinerating anyone who approached him, while the other side had rain of arrows falling. One of these archers came straight through the battlefield. Long Chen deduced that this creature was a woman, but it was difficult to tell. All of them looked similar to him. Without looking closely, he wasn't able to tell if they were male or female. The woman maintained a safe distance upon arriving in front of Long Chen. She spouted some strange syllables at him. I don't understand what you're saying. Long Chen shrugged. The woman seemed to be in a panic. She pointed at the other lifeforms, said a few more strange things, and began gesturing. Long Chen was lost. Realizing that he didn't understand, she began rushing away. Seeing that he wasn't following, she beckoned. Long Chen had no idea what she wanted, but he didn't sense any hostility from her. With the demon moon furnace out as protection, he followed her warily. They passed through the battlefield. The other lifeforms glared at him venomously and tried to attack him, as well as the woman. The woman was nimble and easily dodged their attacks. She only blocked a small number of those attacks and easily weaved her way through. Long Chen had the demon moon furnace smashing around. Those lifeforms were smashed to pieces, but more continued to charge at him. An explosive sound rang out, and the woman pointed in that direction. Another explosion echoed. The earth began to sink, and space twisted wildly. As the void was torn open, a giant spatial crack spread rapidly. The woman let out a startled cry and hastily fled. Long Chen also jumped in shock. These lifeforms have decided on mutual destruction. Chapter 2436 Spatial Crack. The heavens were torn apart. It was unknown what these lifeforms had done, but the very world collapsed. A giant crack spread through the air. A powerful suction force followed it, causing space to distort. Long Chen felt as if he was within a sea, with the water crazily pouring into the crack. His expression instantly changed. Watch out. If you are sucked into the spatial crack, you'll be dead, warned Evilmoon. Fuck, how am I this unlucky? Cursed Long Chen. Just before entering this place, he had been praying not to encounter a spatial crack. Long Chen flew away as fast as he could, but the suction force was so great that his speed was impacted. The other lifeforms weren't as powerful as him and were rapidly sucked into the crack. Even before those creatures reached the crack, their bodies were torn apart. It was like invisible teeth were rending them asunder. Those broken pieces then vanished into the crack. Suddenly, one of those lifeforms came rushing over, stabbing its bone spear at Long Chen. It was quite insidious to try to drag Long Chen down right before its death. Long Chen's body flickered, dodging its attack. He was currently swimming against the tide. Any blockades could push him past the point of no return. More and more lifeforms were sucked toward the giant spatial crack, and some of them just so happened to be flying by Long Chen. Those were the ones to unleash crazy attacks. Fortunately, these strange lifeforms' attacks were quite primitive, allowing Long Chen to easily dodge them like a fish swimming in water. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out ahead of him. The woman in front of him had been struck by an attack, resulting in her speed dropping. She was then struck more and more, with one attack in particular knocking her backward. With the suction force growing stronger and stronger from the rear, she was greatly impacted. The others from her race had managed to flee to the edge of the suction force and weren't affected. As time passed, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. Their shouts toward her were useless. Even Long Chen's speed was impacted. There were some experts around the same distance as him, but they were unable to escape the pull and were sucked into the spatial crack. Their screams were all cut off in a hair-raising manner. The woman finally started to be pulled backward, causing the others from her race to cry out. When she was sucked back near Long Chen, he grabbed her arm. As a result, his speed, which had been extremely slow, was further impacted. The woman looked at Long Chen gratefully, and she shouted something that he didn't understand. He focused on flying forward. However, because Long Chen was dragging another person behind him, every meter was difficult to progress. The spatial crack was still continuing to grow larger. There was still a great distance before he could escape the spatial pull. The distant lifeforms wearing beast hides were shouting in a panic. Some of them began taking off their belts and tying them together, forming a long rope that looked quite sturdy. Fools! Seeing their panicked actions, Long Chen cursed. They had tens of thousands of people. Why were they not splitting up into multiple groups to increase their efficiency? If only one person did all the work, How long would it take? The powerful pull of the spatial crack caused the earth to be sucked inside. Giant boulders flew through the air, unable to resist the pull. Long Chen didn't even have a place to grab a foothold like this. He also didn't dare to summon his lightning wings. If he did, the drag from them might just pull him back in an instant. Toss that useless thing aside and you'll still have a chance of getting away, shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't reply. He now understood that this woman had charged through the battlefield to tell him to leave because she had realized the danger. It was because of him that she was caught this close to the spatial crack. How could he toss her aside now? Long Chen suddenly tossed the woman forward. She cried out in shock, shooting through the air straight toward the rope that her fellow people had formed. Those lifeforms were so slow that even with so many people, they hadn't managed to reach the two of them. If they had been working efficiently, they would have long since managed to reach the two of them. The woman just barely managed to reach the end of the rope and grab hold of it. Her people immediately pulled, bringing her to safety. Upon reaching safety, she looked back to see that Long Chen was starting to be pulled backward toward the spatial crack ever so slowly. She cried out, but there was nothing that she could do. She could only stand there in a panic. Fool, Evilmoon cursed Long Chen repeatedly, unable to believe him. To save some woman that he didn't know and might even be an enemy, he had fallen into desperate straits. It's not like that's a surprise to you. I've been a fool for more than one day. Don't tell me to do things that I can't do, or it'll wound our relationship, said Long Chen. Wanting Long Chen to abandon someone that was only in trouble because they had wanted to save him was impossible. Back in the day, below the 9 springs of the Netherworld, he had saved Xianxia in a similar situation. He was unable to make a different decision now either. With the suction force growing stronger, he was being pulled back faster and faster. There was no time for those lifeforms to bind a long enough rope for him. Let's see just what a spatial crack is. Long Chen clenched his teeth and suddenly allowed himself to be pulled back. The startled cries of those lifeforms rang out in his ears. Long Chen's body became covered in white dragon scales. The power of his astral spaces roared through his body. When he got close to the spatial cracks, he felt pressure like giant teeth tearing at him. The heavenly Taos had collapsed here. It was like the jaws of a giant beast were devouring heaven and earth. Rumbling filled his ears. To resist this invisible pressure, he allowed himself to be like a floating log being sucked into a whirlpool. His skeleton creaked at how immense the pressure was. Big brother Long Chen, I can help you block it. This kind of pressure is no problem for me, said Ling Er. For now, I want to experience it personally, said Long Chen. What is there to experience? This spatial crack was created by those lifeforms shattering the core of their ancestral land. They've broken the wall between worlds to bring forth the chaotic flow of space. You can think of it as an embankment by the side of a river that someone has now pierced. The chaotic flow of space is pouring in, destroying all life. It's filled with death energy, and once it has saturated this space, you will be wiped out. Entering the main flow is death. If you want to live, the only way to get out would be to suddenly become a sovereign. Obviously, that's a pipe dream for you, said Evilmoon coldly. Death energy. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Er, I'm going to teach you how to refine the heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pill. Listen well, we're refining pills now, exclaimed Ling Er in shock. Yes, but I'll need to focus on resisting the energy here, so I won't be able to show you. You'll just have to listen, said Long Chen gravely. But is there enough time? Asked Ling Er nervously. Evilmoon had just said that they were in a hole within the barrier separating life from the chaotic flow of space. If they were sucked in, then there would be no way to escape. Who knows, but we can't just wait for death. I don't have any time. I'll transmit the technique and ingredients. Long Chen tossed the medicinal ingredients to Ling Er and then taught her the pill formula. Right now, he had to focus on stabilizing his body, so he didn't have time to teach her like before. Fortunately, she had managed to build an alchemy foundation during this time. This heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pill shouldn't be outside her abilities. Long Chen could feel the pressure growing. His body was almost deforming. Within the darkness, he could only see the slightest glimmer of light from the crack. He was unable to hear the cries of those lifeforms. This was a terrifying darkness. Even Long Chen was no exception. His chest was tight because of nervousness. However, he had no choice but to relax and carefully sense his surroundings. Just at that moment, the first furnace of pills was finished. But there were only 3 trash pills and the rest were merely low grade. Long Chen's heart grew a bit heavy. Chapter 2437 Fortune Found Within Danger. Big brother Long Chen, I'm sorry, said Ling Er, almost crying. You managed to succeed in refining the pills the very first time. That's amazing enough. There were 9 changes in the flame that you didn't control properly. Don't panic, take it slow, we still have plenty of time. Long Chen's heart sank. The more nervous Ling Er was, the easier it was for her to make mistakes. She was unable to even bring out her normal alchemy skills. Although Ling Er was smart, she was nervous and under pressure. If he expressed any panic, she would only panic more. Long Chen pointed out the few mistakes that she had made in her refinement, putting on a relaxed air. Ling Er started her second refinement, keeping a mind on the corrections. Long Chen continued to sense his surroundings. A scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. It felt like he could see an endless black river flowing rapidly. At the edge of this river was a small hole. The side of the river had been pierced, and a whirlpool had formed there. Long Chen was like a speck of dust spinning within that whirlpool. If I'm sucked into the bottom of the whirlpool, I'll be inside the black river. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. That black river that he sensed was endless. The whirlpool that he was in was like a drop in the ocean compared to it, while he was like a speck of dust compared to the whirlpool. A pair of lightning wings appeared on his back and he tried to pull out of the whirlpool. You're crazy, you'll only get sucked in faster. You're also using up your energy, shouted Evilmoon. This is the only option. Long Chen continued trying to charge out. But every time, he was sucked back in. He started panting. Within this spatial flow, his spiritual yuan was dropping quickly. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen tried charging out once more. A wave suddenly struck him, sending him flying into the air. Long Chen was flung into the distance and smashed into an invisible wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling like his body would collapse. But he was delighted. He had finally managed to escape the core of the whirlpool. He could now be considered to be on the outer edge of the whirlpool. He did his best to continue swirling around this outer edge, moving at an arc to avoid being sucked back into the bottom. At this moment, Ling Er finished her second refinement. There was improvement. There were 3 low-grade pills and the rest were middle grade. Good, keep going. There were 3 areas with some mistakes. I'll share the energy here with you. Absorb the death energy here and it will cause the heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pill's quality to soar. Work hard, Ling Er. You're doing amazing, encouraged Long Chen. The heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pill required the laws of death to be refined properly. On the martial heaven continent, refining it required the cooperation of the heavenly Taos to absorb their death energy. Although Long Chen had his black soil that possessed death energy, it wasn't pure death energy. It also contained the Tao of ruin and the air of decay. Stripping those away for the death energy was not efficient. There was also the death energy of the yin-yang immortal grass, but that was lacking the element of the law that he required. This black hole was perfect on the other hand. Its death energy was like a sea filling this world. This was a pit of death, and extracting the laws of death from this place was very simple. There was so much of it that he needed to control how much he used. As he expected, with the death energy, Ling Er's refinement resulted in 9 high-grade pills. There was even one that showed signs of reaching top grade, delighting her. Excellent, Ling Er, it'll be up to you today. Long Chen didn't hold back with his praise. He was also excited. He took one of the pills and swallowed it. Medicinal energy exploded inside of him. The death energy that had been suppressed as much as possible within his body seemed to awaken. Demonic pills really are amazing. Although it's just high grade, it's incredibly effective. Long Chen was delighted. However, he then let out a startled cry. The spatial pressure suddenly increased, drawing him deeper into the whirlpool. Long Chen's lightning wings spread as he tried to charge out. However, after 2 attempts, he no longer had the spiritual yuan for a third attempt. Fortunately, these 2 attempts had gotten him a bit further from the core. He could relax ever so slightly, although he had yet to reach the same distance. In the remaining time, I should have enough for one more attempt. Sensing the little bit of spiritual yuan that he had left, Long Chen's heart turned cold. Everything was up to Ling Er. He began devouring the heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pills one by one. The death energy within his body slowly awakened, but it still didn't have enough energy to suppress the life energy. The death energy had been compressed to the pinnacle, while his life energy had reached a level of saturation at 90%, making it difficult to force it back. If he wanted to break this equilibrium, he would need his death energy to explosively force the life energy back. The only thing that could provide his death energy with that power was the death spirit pills. Another furnace of pills was finished, this time resulting in 3 top-grade pills. Long Chen was delighted that Ling had finally got the hang of refining this pill. Ling keep working hard. It's all up to you. Long Chen cried out excitedly, sending in more death energy into Ling Ling replied confidently and continued refining. Evilmoon finally understood what Long Chen was doing. Little fellow, you're quite smart. You want to make a breakthrough in this place. Once your death energy resonates with this place's death energy, it will have less effect on you. Why else would I say that I'm unlucky? If I had reached the 3rd step, I wouldn't be sucked into this place. I would have easily escaped, said Long Chen helplessly. With his life energy taking up 90% of his body, and this place being filled with death energy, he felt a much greater drag. But if he reached the 3rd step, he would be like a fish in water swimming away. Raising the death energy inside of him was the only way to escape this predicament. Even if you reach the 3rd step, having been sucked into this place, you won't be able to escape. The crack is easy to enter but difficult to leave, sighed Evilmoon. What? Why are you trying to jinx me? Cursed Long Chen. Haven't you ever heard that when you get to a mountain, there will always be a way through? Long Chen cursed Evilmoon. Even if it didn't encourage him, it shouldn't be discouraging him. Was that what a comrade did? As for Evilmoon, it didn't feel like it had said anything wrong. Long Chen continued consuming the death spirit pills. His death energy began to rumble, forcing back his life energy. After consuming the 3 top-grade pills, Ling finished her next furnace of pills. This time with 6 top-grade death spirit pills. Long Chen began consuming them 2 at a time. With the help of these medicinal ingredients, his death energy truly started to push back. Ling also grew more experienced, in the end refining full furnaces of top-grade heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pills. His death energy reclaimed its territory, and his life and death energy finally reached an 80-20 proportion. With death energy thrumming within him, Long Chen attempted to fly out once more. This time, he reached the outer edge of the whirlpool in one leap. Ha 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 ha, success! Ling we succeeded! Long Chen cried out in mad joy. Just as he had predicted, when the death energy within his body grew, the resistance of this flow lessened. In one go, he reached the point that he had needed 3 attempts to reach before. Ling was even more excited than Long Chen. She continued refining the death spirit pills. After consuming 100 pills, Long Chen's body rumbled once more. As expected, fortune is found within danger. I'll break through to the 3rd step of nether passage right here. Long Chen gradually came to be able to control his body within this flow of space as his death energy grew. He called back the demon moon furnace and began to refine pills himself. Chapter 2438 Escaping Back into the World. As the death energy grew within Long Chen's body, the surrounding pressure on him lessened. Long Chen could now control the demon moon furnace and refine pills with Ling When Ling body appeared within the black whirlpool, she was able to absorb the laws of death directly, injecting it into the heart-corroding bone-rotting death spirit pills and increasing their quality. Long Chen hadn't expected to run into such an opportunity here. It should have taken him at least half a year to even over a year to refine enough pills to raise himself to the 3rd step. That was because the laws of the martial heaven continent possessed far greater life energy than death energy. Extracting the death energy was very difficult, and it took a great deal of time. At this moment, Long Chen had practically forgotten just how precarious his current situation was. Ling was continuing to refine the pills, but he was now focused on the details, fixing many minor imperfections. The pills were refined rapidly and with even greater quality. Refining this pill with endless death energy was incredibly easy. The top-grade pills were tossed into lightning to temper and then into his mouth. Long Chen continued to crazily eat pills, increasing his cultivation base. Around a month passed. Finally, his death energy fully suppressed his life energy and had reversed his life and death energy ratio to 1090. His life energy was now incredibly pure and condensed. His cultivation base had reached the 6th heaven stage of nether passage, and his death energy now occupied 90% of his body's energy. At the same time, his life energy had reached the pinnacle of purity. Since he had reached the 6th heaven stage, he had set foot into the 3rd step of nether passage. In the instant he reached that level, he had a feeling of absolute control. His death energy made him feel like he possessed the power to take the life of all living beings. His primal chaos space and astral spaces had also grown, giving him greater power. It's time to leave. Long Chen took a deep breath. He began flying toward the distant crack in space. Within this spatial whirlpool of death energy, he was like a fish in water, easily moving through it. However, when he got close to the crack, a powerful wave of power sent him flying back. This spatial crack will only allow you to enter, but not leave. Your chances of getting out are very remote, said Evilmoon. There must be a way. Long Chen shot forth like an arrow, summoning his divine ring and battle armor. He slashed the invisible barrier that he felt. Cracks appeared in the void, showing signs of bursting. There is a chance. Long Chen was delighted despite being knocked back once more. However, his expression fell when he saw the spatial cracks vanish in just a moment. Again, Long Chen used the full power of Split the Heavens this time. The void once more cracked, on the verge of exploding, but just that little bit meant that he was unable to get past. Evilmoon, help me out, shouted Long Chen. Fine, this should convince you, replied Evilmoon helplessly. Not knowing what Evilmoon meant, Long Chen attacked once more. These two attempts had exhausted half his power, and now he used up everything left. Evilmoon's runes lit up as well, and it joined forces with Long Chen to strike the invisible barrier. Once the barrier shattered, Long Chen passed through, laughing maniacally. His laughter was cut off though when another wave of power sent him flying straight back into the heart of the whirlpool. What? Long Chen was shocked and enraged. He hadn't managed to get out. He also saw the broken barrier was now restored. What is going on? I told you, it's only possible to enter, but not leave. There are 9 barriers. Unless you have the power to pass through all 9 barriers at once, you won't be able to leave. Evilmoon sighed helplessly. 9 barriers. Even Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit of despair. Just one barrier had used up all his power. There was no way he could break through all 9 in one go. Even a sovereign would have to have reached the Samsara realm in order to have a chance at breaking through. But this place only has death energy. You could train here for tens of thousands of years without reaching the Samsara realm, said Evilmoon dispiritedly. Although Long Chen wouldn't die now, there was no hope of leaving. He had run out of energy, and this news gave him a serious blow. There must be a way. Long Chen clenched his teeth, restoring his energy as he tried to think of something. But he was unable to come up with anything effective. Am I really going to be trapped here until I die? Long Chen clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. At first, he thought it was just a misperception due to his nerves, but he quickly realized that the void around him was quivering. He suddenly noticed a giant black object moving against the whirlpool from behind him. Get out of the way, it's a ghost ship, shouted Evilmoon. Only then did Long Chen realize that it was a giant black ship, which had a sail riddled in holes. An aura of immense decay came from it. The entire boat was pitch black. As soon as he saw it, goosebumps raised upon Long Chen's entire body. For some reason, he had a feeling of absolute terror. Although Long Chen had always thought that his guts weren't small, for some reason, he felt an icy chill. The ghost ship was about the size of a medium flying boat. He had no idea why it would appear here, but it was coming straight toward him. Ripples appeared in the air in front of it wherever it passed. Those ripples shattered any laws of space. Don't just stand there, run. If you're hit by it, your entire body will disintegrate, shouted Evilmoon. Only then did Long Chen recover and dodge to the side. The ghost ship flew by his body, and a wave of power struck him, making him cough up blood. He was shocked. Despite clearly dodging it, he was still affected. The ghost ship was too fast for him to get a clear look at. It was already shooting past him. However, at the last moment, Long Chen saw a long chain hanging off of its rear. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen grabbed that chain. The instant he grabbed the chain, his soul shook. It felt like it was about to be torn apart. However, Long Chen bitterly endured, hanging onto it for his life. He felt like he could hear the sound of spatial walls exploding, but he no longer had the power to sense his surroundings. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. It felt like he was passing through space-time. There were scenes of people within an immortal world, scenes of hell, scenes of bloody battlefields, scenes of people being intimate. They transformed in an instant as if he was undergoing some kind of reincarnation. He saw many lifeforms that he didn't recognize. He also saw fierce fiends staring at him. Some pounced on him, While some fled, but without doing anything, they were blasted apart. It felt like a dream, but it was incredibly lifelike. Long Chen, let go. A panicked voice rang out within Long Chen's dream. He had already submerged within his dream, and his reactions were sluggish. That voice was indistinct and sounded as if it came from a great distance. Suddenly, a sensation of absolute terror woke him up. He realized that this voice came from Evilmoon. Without a second thought, he let go. After that, he felt like he was dropping into a bottomless abyss. He was sinking and sinking. Long Chen, can you hear me? Within that darkness, a familiar voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. It was a voice he had heard several times before. Every time, it only spouted riddles at him. I suppose so. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He had heard this voice several times, but it was always talking to him without him being able to reply. Your position has been locked onto. The heavenly devil race's hunters will find you soon. If you still don't get stronger, everything you have will be stripped away. The ancient voice contained a sigh as well as a tone of urgency. But mostly, it just sounded helpless. Who are you, and who am I? Can you not talk in riddles? Demanded Long Chen. I am your guide, but we are too far apart. I can only sense you when you are at death's door and the ripples of your heart are at peace. As for who you are, do you not know? You are the heir of the 9 stars. Your shoulders carry the mission of saving the 10 planar worlds. Give up on me. I can't even save myself, so how am I supposed to save others? You are currently weak because you have not found the key to unlocking your potential. You have to. Suddenly, Long Chen's soul shook. The voice vanished as if cut off by some power. After that, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a bed. There was a woman sitting beside him. It's you. Long Chen was startled upon seeing the woman. Chapter 2439 The Luo Spirit Race. This woman was the one who had led Long Chen away from the spatial crack at the start. Only later had he realized that she had recognized him as an enemy of the foreign race. Under the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, she had informed him that he had to leave. When the spatial crack had appeared, he had realized that the race that he had been fighting were mortal enemies with her race. They would rather destroy their own territory and bring forth a giant spatial tear rather than submit. The woman had most likely noticed something, which was why she had tried to lead him away. But the enemy race hated him and launched suicidal attacks just to drag him down with them. You, awake, now. The woman smiled and began to speak the language that Long Chen understood. However, it was still stiff and sounded a bit off. Thank you. Were you the one who saved me? Asked Long Chen. Most likely, this woman had studied his language but didn't speak it fluently, so he began gesturing as he spoke. The woman seemed to be making a great deal of effort to understand him. After a moment, she shook her head. You, boat, fell. The woman followed Long Chen's way of gesturing, indicating that when he had fallen off of the ghost ship, they had picked him up. This method of communication was too laborious. Long Chen hesitated and then extended a finger, slowly reaching out to touch her forehead. The woman backed up a bit, but seeing that he was indicating not to move, she also hesitated but allowed him to touch her forehead. Long Chen's spiritual strength slowly entered her mind. He found that her spiritual strength was extremely weak. Based on human realms, it hadn't even reached the Shantian realm. Long Chen slowly placed his spiritual seal within her mind. Her body shuddered and she winced. This spiritual seal contained his language memories of the martial heaven continent. This would allow her to communicate with him easier. However, perhaps it was because her own spiritual strength was so weak or the laws here were different, but this seal that should have settled easily was causing some pain. Suddenly, a figure charged in and smashed a fist at Long Chen, shouting something that he couldn't comprehend. Long Chen raised his hand and blocked it. However, a sharp pain racked his entire body, and he was punched off the bed. The thing that shocked him the most was that he wasn't wearing any clothes. When the beast hide blanket slipped off, he hastily pulled it back on to cover up his privates. The newcomer was a large man. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't wearing any clothes, he was even further enraged. He took his bow off his back and had an arrow pointed at Long Chen in an instant. Ka-A-Li. The woman hastily blocked him, enraging him. He pointed at Long Chen, shouting something. Looking at Long Chen, the woman seemed to realize something, but the man was still furious. He stamped his foot and left. Long Chen looked around and found that he was in a simple tent. Based on the arrangement of the tent, it seemed that it was a woman's residence. Then adding on that man's furious reaction, it seemed that this was her private abode. Sorry, Lawei is too hot-headed, said the woman. She was able to speak much easier, but her voice was still a bit rough. Is he your fiancé? Asked Long Chen curiously. The woman nodded. His temper's pretty good then. If it was me and I found my fiancé had a naked man in her bed, I'd have killed him. Long Chen slowly rose, only for a bout of dizziness to almost knock him down. He found that he was exceptionally weak. The woman tried to support him, but Long Chen declined. That was definitely not a good situation to be in. What is going on? Long Chen asked Evilmoon. You were corroded by the power of time from the ghost ship. That ghost ship has drifted through the river of time, weaving through the cracks between worlds. When you grabbed the ghost ship's chain, your mind was too befuddled to resist the power of time. Anyone else would have been turned to dust, as no one can resist the encroaching of time. It was your primal chaos space that blocked a portion of it, or you would have turned into an old man in just a breath's time. Your body is still seriously injured though. Since you've woken up, it shouldn't be long before you recover, said Evilmoon. Long Chen recalled when he had grabbed the chain. At that time, he had fallen into a dream with countless scenes. Perhaps those scenes had been reality. Ghost ships had always been mysterious existences. No one had ever understood them. No one knew where they came from or where they were going. What a pity I didn't get to step onto one and see, said Long Chen regretfully. At that time, he had run out of energy from trying to charge through the spatial barrier. If he had been in his peak, perhaps he would have been able to get onto it. Miss, can I ask you to leave for a second while I put on my clothes? Asked Long Chen. The woman blushed slightly and retreated, leaving him alone. Long Chen investigated his body, finding that his skin had split open in countless places. It was as if he had been cut by thousands of blades. Those wounds had yet to heal, and moving caused more blood to flow out of them. The blades of time have left a strange energy in these wounds. Long Chen found that the recovery of these wounds was going extremely slow. He put on new clothes and tidied up his hair. He also began to use the life energy within the primal chaos space to heal. When the life energy entered his body, it resonated with his own life energy, nourishing him. The primal chaos space's trees quickly withered. Even after withdrawing all their energy, he had only recovered halfway. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. The primal chaos space's trees had to be switched out. They were no longer able to keep up with his needs. He started moving, finding that he was now at least able to move without bleeding, although he wasn't in a state to do battle. Long Chen walked out of the tent to find himself in a tribe. Let me introduce myself. I am Qi Li, the daughter of the Luo spirit race's leader. I'm very grateful to you for helping us defeat the Thorn Devil race. We will always remember your favor. The woman suddenly knelt down on one knee toward Long Chen solemnly, her right hand over her chest in a strange etiquette. You're too courteous. Long Chen hastily lifted her up. To tell the truth, I wasn't there to help you. They wanted to kill me, so I had to defend myself. If thanks are necessary, I should be thanking you for risking your life to get me out of there. May I ask where you picked me up? Qi Li informed him that they had all felt bad upon seeing him sucked into the spatial crack, thinking that he had died. They had been cleaning up the battlefield to see if there were any of their enemies that were still alive when a giant boat had flown out of the spatial crack. Then they had seen him fall off of it. At that time, he had been covered in blood and unconscious, so they had brought him back. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help being embarrassed. It couldn't be that she had been the one to clean up his wounds, right? But he couldn't ask. Come, I'll bring you to see my father. Qi Li beckoned, and Long Chen nodded and followed. Looking around, Long Chen saw that they were living in a very spacious plain. There were many tents set up of varying sizes and colors. They were all made of beast hide. This seemed to be a very ancient tribe. He saw people wearing beast hides and carrying bows on their backs. Behind the tribe was a flourishing forest that extended beyond the horizon. Curiously, this tribe seemed to follow the forest. Qi Li led the way, and quite a few people bowed toward her, along with some strange etiquette that Long Chen didn't know. They looked at Long Chen curiously but also with some unease. Do you have no children here? Asked Long Chen. He didn't see a single child in this giant tribe. Our young tribesmen are training in the forest. Only the grown-up members are qualified to walk out of the forest, explained Qi Li. This is one of our frontline strongholds. We've been mortal enemies with the Thorn Devil race for hundreds of thousands of years. They were launching a sneak attack on us that we managed to successfully stop. They took heavy losses, so they activated the sacrificial altar to summon devil kings for support. We wouldn't be a match if they summoned hundreds or thousands of them, so we had prepared ourselves to retreat into the forest to use the beneficial terrain for a battle to the death, but you interrupted them. You managed to stop them, preventing the loss of many of our lives, so you really are our benefactor. My father will definitely thank you. Long Chen hadn't expected such a coincidence. Qi Li seemed very grateful. The two of them continued walking, when suddenly, thousands of her people appeared in front of them, all of them pointing arrows at Long Chen with killing intent raging in their eyes. Amongst them, he saw Qi Li's fiancé. Long Chen shook his head. It seems that your people aren't very welcoming of me. Chapter 2440 Life Spirit God. Their bows and arrows were of the most primitive wooden type. However, Long Chen had personally witnessed their power. They were stronger than average divine items. In the face of the hostile gazes of thousands of the Luo spirit race's experts, Long Chen remained calm. He believed that Qi Li would settle things. As he expected, Qi Li immediately shouted something at those people, and they shouted back. Even after a long time of arguing, there was no sign of them retreating. It wasn't just Li Qi's fiancé. The others were also not moved. Qi Li suddenly took out her bow furiously. She knocked an arrow and pointed it at her fiancé. This action caused a startled cry to rise from the others. Her fiancé turned ashen but still remained standing, pointing at Long Chen and shouting something. Qi Li coldly said something, causing him to turn pale. Although Long Chen didn't understand them, he could guess that this was no welcoming party. Miss Qi Li, thank you for your kindness. There's no need for me to see your leader. If we have a chance, we can meet again in the future. Long Chen had his own pride. If they didn't want him here, he wouldn't stick around. It was ridiculous to cause a betrothed couple to have a falling out over him. Long Chen turned to leave, not giving Qi Li a chance to stop him. However, the sound of a horn suddenly echoed, and a group of people came rushing over aggressively. Amongst them was a tall, grim old man. The crowd parted to allow him through. This person is powerful. Long Chen's heart shook. This old man was the only one amongst these people that gave him a sensation of mortal danger. Qi Li exclaimed her delight, running over to him. She pointed at Long Chen and then her fiancé, saying something. Her fiancé tried to interject, but with a glare from the old man, he fell silent. After Qi Li finished her explanation, the elder nodded. He took out a black stone and handed it to her. Upon seeing the stone, the other experts began to shout once more. However, with a cold snort from the old man, they fell silent, not daring to say anything. Qi Li happily gave the stone to Long Chen, saying, "My father has permitted you to use our soul communication stone. Here, send your spiritual strength inside, and you will be able to speak to us normally." Long Chen hesitated before nodding. He sent his spiritual strength in, and a bright light suddenly erupted from the black stone. The brighter it grew, the more shocked the others were. As his spiritual strength entered, information poured into his mind. This was the Luo spirit race's communication tool. However, this stone did not just contain their language. That was just a small portion of it. With how enormous his spiritual strength was, he fully activated the stone in an instant. Even the elder's expression changed. Long Chen's spiritual strength quickly exited the stone. He only merged with the part containing the language, not having looked at the rest. This made the elder's expression soften, and he nodded, seemingly satisfied. Long Chen passed it back to Qi Li, saying, "I'm sorry for having caused an internal fracture in your tribe. The matter of the Thorn Devil race was entirely a coincidence. They wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill them. You have no need to thank me. Furthermore, you saved me when I escaped from the spatial crack, so we can count as even. I have things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer." Now that he knew their language, he could communicate with them directly, and what he said made them feel a twinge of shame. "Everyone, don't fall for it. The invaders are always crafty and despicable. He's trying to pluck our sympathy. We have to be vigilant," shouted Qi Li's fiancé. "Lo Wei, he is a benefactor of our Luo spirit race. You have been going against him this entire time. Are you even a warrior of the Luo spirit race? Is this how you treat people who help us?" demanded Qi Li furiously. "You've been fooled by this little white-faced pretty boy. Did you forget just how much pain those invaders have brought us? Just how many of our people have they killed in the past?" shouted Lo Wei just as furiously. Little white-faced pretty boy. Long Chen's expression grew odd. His face was manly, and while it couldn't be called extraordinarily handsome, it didn't have the slightest relation to that description. However, when he compared himself to the men of the Luo spirit race who were very tanned, he supposed he was rather white in comparison. You bastard! Qi Li furiously slapped Lo Wei across the face. Lo Wei didn't even bother dodging. His expression didn't change. It seemed that this wasn't particularly out of the ordinary. Stop it. Whether or not he came here with his own intentions, he has yet to say anything, and the two of you have entered such a state. Is that not foolish? Said the stern-looking old man. Lo Wei and Qi Li fell silent. The elder walked over to Long Chen. He was a head taller than him and still imposing in his old age. He was like a fierce lion. Little fellow, I don't care if it was a coincidence or not, or if you had other intentions. The Luo spirit race is not one to forget its debts. You saved Qi Li at that time, and based on our rules, she is your woman, and you are my son-in-law. Even if you were sent here by our enemies, as long as you continue to remain here peacefully and not betray us, you will be one of us, said the elder. The others were all dumbfounded. Qi Li's eyes widened, while a vein popped on Lo Wei's forehead. No, no, no. That's completely unnecessary. Long Chen's head shook like a rattle drum. I have a fiancé already. More than one actually. So, this crazy turn caught Long Chen completely off guard. He didn't know how to express himself. Oh, if you decline, you would be looking down on us. That would prove you're a spy sent by our enemies. Do you want to die? Demanded the elder. He raised his hand. Over 10,000 arrows were instantly pointed and ready to shoot at Long Chen. With a single word from the elder, he would be turned into a pincushion. Father, shouted Qi Li, shut your mouth. It is not your place to speak here, shouted the elder. He turned back to Long Chen. Life or death, you decide. Long Chen shook his head. Asking me to marry Qi Li is impossible. However, my life or death will not be decided by you. You can keep being king of the mountain here. I'm leaving. Long Chen walked away. Although the Luo spirit race's arrows were powerful, they weren't enough to threaten him. You can come back. It was just a test. The elder's harsh expression vanished and was replaced by a faint smile. Long Chen looked back at the elder oddly. Young friend, please don't be angry. Throughout our history, we have been tricked multiple times by people from outside this world, so we have to be wary. The elder walked over to Long Chen and bowed, performing one of the Luo spirit race's strange etiquettes. Thank you for your help. You've prevented many casualties amongst us. No, I already said it was a coincidence, said Long Chen hastily. The Luo spirit race was one of the indigenous peoples of this place. In other words, every time the star-field divine world opened, humans descended and must have had conflicts with them, so they had naturally grown cautious of humans. Long Chen understood why they were so afraid of him. Even if he isn't a spy, he came off of the cursed ship. He's going to bring us misfortune, said Lo Wei. His hostility toward Long Chen had lessened, but not completely. The cursed ship had to be the existence known as the ghost ship on the Martial Heaven continent. Even the Luo spirit race was afraid of it. So many of us saw the cursed ship, and at a close distance at that. If it really causes misfortune, we won't be able to escape it, so don't bring it up again. What will come will come. We will not be able to avoid it by turning this young friend away. The elder waved his hand, indicating Lo Wei should not bring up the topic again. Turning back to Long Chen, he asked, May I ask what you are called? I am Long Chen. Long Chen cupped his fists. I do have a matter I could use your help with. Is it all right for me to ask? I wish to obtain a map of this world, the bigger the better. Does the Luo spirit race possess one? We do have maps, but they only cover the surrounding territory. If you want one covering more territory, you'll have to go ask the Life Spirit God. The Life Spirit God, may I go see them? Long Chen was startled. This world had a god within it. Chapter 2441 Golden Scale Blue Eye Eagle. I wonder if you dare to go see the Life Spirit God, sneered Lo Wei. The Life Spirit God will instantly see through your intentions. So, are you going? Lo Wei still didn't trust Long Chen. Either he thought he was still an enemy, or he was jealous. Qi Li glared at him, but Lo Wei ignored it. Everyone else also wanted to see how Long Chen would respond. Long Chen took out a small compass, which had a small needle quivering slightly. Long Chen pressed a button on the edge, causing the needle to move in a new direction. After a few more pushes, Long Chen shook his head. This was something that Guo Ran had made in order to sense the position of the Dragonblood warriors from a great distance. Due to the dragon blood flowing within their veins, Guo Ran and Sha Chen were able to make this compass capable of sensing their positions. The compass had pointed in multiple directions, indicating that there were groups of Dragonblood warriors in every direction. But the color was still a faint orange, indicating that they were extremely far, about as far as the eastern wasteland was from the western desert. On the Martial Heaven continent, that distance wasn't too immense. But in the Starfield Divine World, it was unknown just how many dangerous areas separated them. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid? It seems that you are really scheming something against our Luo spirit race. Lo Wei's rambling came to a sudden stop. In the instant that Long Chen glanced at him, he felt like a wild beast was glaring at him. His whole body stiffened, and an overwhelming sensation of death made him unable to move. Shut your mouth. If it wasn't for Qi Li, you would be a corpse right now. If I wanted to kill you, not even your leader would be able to protect you, said Long Chen frostily. In that instant, his killing intent was unleashed. However, this person was Qi Li's fiancé, and there had been a slight misunderstanding between them, so Long Chen was willing to let some things go. But he had pushed Long Chen too far. Lo Wei, you brainless fool, keep your mouth shut. How was I so blind as to fall for you? Cursed Qi Li furiously. Long Chen, do you wish to see the life spirit god? Asked the race leader. Is it very far? If you ride the cloud-soaring falcon, you should arrive after 1 day and night of travel. Then yes, I would like to see them. Long Chen nodded. 1 day and night was an acceptable amount of time. If he really could get a good map, it would be worth it. Without a map, just blindly stumbling around might end with him running into something like the Thorn Devil race again or something even stronger. Other than just wasting time, it could be dangerous. Lo Wei shut his mouth. Qi Li snorted and walked over to Long Chen. To the race leader, she said, Father, let me guide Long Chen to the life spirit god. The race leader nodded. You can accompany Long Chen. Lo Wei, you will be accompanying them as well. It is very far, so look after them. But started Qi Li. This is an order, said the race leader coldly. Qi Li sniffed and pulled Long Chen away to the rear mountains. Seeing her holding Long Chen's hand, Lo Wei ground his teeth. The race leader suddenly kicked him in the butt, sending him flying over there. Fool, if you don't follow, your wife is going to be taken. Lo Wei quickly caught up. At the rear mountains, Long Chen saw an ancient forest thrumming with vitality. It was an extremely peaceful life energy. There was a giant falcon waiting for them inside. It flew over to Qi Li and cried out happily. The cloud-soaring falcon is one of our protective spirit beasts. We're very close to them. The cloud-soaring falcon is extremely fast, and even stronger beasts can't catch up to us, explained Qi Li, patting the falcon. Isn't this forest your territory? Why would you encounter stronger beasts? Asked Long Chen. This forest is too big. It's not occupied by just us. You'll understand later, said Qi Li. The two of them jumped onto the falcon's back. At that moment, Lo Wei caught up, and he also jumped on. Qi Li didn't even glance at him. She and Long Chen stood on the falcon's head. It let out a cry and soared into the air. Lo Wei sat by himself on the falcon's back, glaring furiously at the two of them. How is it? Isn't the cloud-soaring falcon fast? Asked Lo Wei, unable to hold back. Long Chen curled his lips. This cloud-soaring falcon seemed to be on par with a mid-12th tier magical beast. Its speed was truly not bad for that level, but it was a far cry from Cloud's speed. If the two of them were side by side, with a spread of her wings, the cloud-soaring eagle would only be able to see her tail for an instant before she vanished from sight. Let alone Cloud, even compared to Long Chen, as long as he summoned his lightning wings, he could throw it into the distance. This level of speed was nothing extraordinary to him. Ignore him, he's infuriating, said Qi Li irritably. Long Chen shook his head. Actually, I'm quite envious of the two of you. Envious of us? What is there to be envious of? Asked Qi Li curiously. I'm envious of how young and carefree you are. You can still have fights and arguments. I can't. My wives and I don't even have time to fight. We don't even have time to talk, said Long Chen somewhat bitterly. In the past, Tang Wan had often liked to be petty and cause some trouble for him so that he would pay attention to her. But now, all of them were racing against time in order to survive. Nowadays, he felt that having Tang Wan tease him a bit was an enormous luxury. He is simply a fool, and an infuriating one at that, said Qi Li, vexed. He's foolish because he cares. I would be even more of a fool than him. His mind goes out the window only because he loves you. If he could stay calm over such a matter, it would mean he didn't care about you. You should be grateful, said Long Chen lightly. Really? Qi Li glanced back at the gloomy Lewei. I've been around the block for a few years. I can tell that it is because he truly loves you. That's why I let him insult me. Otherwise, I'd have slapped his face into a pig's head, said Long Chen. Qi Li smiled, amused by his way of speaking. However, at that instant, the sky darkened. The cloud-soaring falcon let out a sharp cry and dove from the sky and into the forest. It's a golden scale blue-eye eagle, shouted Lewei, his voice trembling slightly. I told you that this fellow would bring us misfortune after falling from that cursed ship. We actually encountered a fully matured golden scale blue-eye eagle. We're dead. A giant golden eagle descended from the sky. Its feathers were covered in scale-like patterns, and its aura was comparable to a peak 12th rank magical beast. We're not a match for it. Its target is the cloud-soaring falcon, so we'll split up and pounce on it while the cloud-soaring falcon draws its attention. Its weak points are its eyes, the bottom of its beak, its abdomen, and, Long Chen, what are you doing? Qi Li was in the midst of coming up with a battle plan when Long Chen shot into the sky straight at the eagle. Suddenly, a square object was flung out by Long Chen. It rapidly grew larger until it was the same size as the eagle and struck it head-on. The golden scale blue-eye eagle fell to the ground, smashing a giant hole in it. A wave of earth covered the giant trees. Qi Li and Lewei were both dumbfounded. The golden scale blue-eye eagle was a terrifying beast whose speed was even greater than the cloud-soaring falcon. Such a terrifying monster was something only their race leader possessed the power to defeat. Their best option would have been to think of a way to somehow get away from it. However, if they ran, then they would have to sacrifice the cloud-soaring falcon. Qi Li was unwilling to do that, so she wanted to take the risk of fighting for a bit. But even then, she was aware that their chances of victory were extremely remote. Their arrows were unable to pierce its defenses. Now, they saw Long Chen crush it with one attack. Lewei's jaw dropped. He was filled with disbelief. The giant cyan brick vanished. The earth shook a few times as the giant eagle struggled out of the earth. It let out a heaven-shaking cry. It's not dead. Qi Li and Lewei's expressions changed, and they hastily retreated. Chapter 2442 Towering Tree. The two of them dove into the forest, as that was the only way to keep themselves alive. However, they suddenly found that the golden scale blue-eye eagle wasn't attacking after struggling out of the ground. It was just standing there. Long Chen walked over to it, and it crouched down, allowing him to walk onto its back. Lewei and Qi Li couldn't believe their eyes. Long Chen beckoned. Let's switch to a new mount. You can have the cloud-soaring falcon return. Qi Li and Lewei slowly walked over. Qi Li nervously asked, did you subdue it? Come on up. It'll be a bit faster, said Long Chen. Qi Li had to first run over to the cloud-soaring falcon because it didn't dare to get close to the golden scale blue-eye eagle. She told it to go back. After that, all three of them stood on the golden scale blue-eye eagle's back, and it took off, transforming into a streak of light shooting through the air. It was much faster than the cloud-soaring falcon. This golden scale blue-eye eagle was powerful, but its spiritual strength was not strong. After being knocked unconscious, Long Chen had directly placed a slave seal on it. Qi Li was amazed by Long Chen's power, and her praise made Lewei upset. However, he had now witnessed Long Chen's power, and like a beaten rooster, he was silent. Qi Li, you should go to the front and direct it so that it doesn't fly off in the wrong direction, said Long Chen. Qi Li ran over to its head, pointing. Her excitement was like that of a child who had just obtained a new toy to play with. Now, only Long Chen and Lewei were left on the back of the eagle. Long Chen looked at the dispirited Lewei and shook his head. You really are a coward. You're going to surrender just like this. I can't beat you, and I'm not a white-faced. If you call me that again, I'll slap you, raged Long Chen. You see the woman you love being stolen by someone else, and you're not going to fight for her. If someone dared to do that to one of my wives, I'd throw my life away to stop them. But you don't even have the courage to do that. Are you a coward? Lewei glared at Long Chen but then deflated. He wished he could fight Long Chen, but he couldn't even muster the slightest will to do so after seeing him fight. Coward. If I were such a coward, my wives would have slapped me into the wall, said Long Chen disdainfully. You get hit by your wives? Asked Lewei, surprised. So what? All of my wives have stronger arms than me. Their punches can shatter mountains and their feet can tear the earth asunder. Do you know why? Asked Long Chen. No. Lo Wei shook his head. It's from beating me all day. When they beat me, I'm even encouraging them. If I dared to misunderstand their intentions like you have with Qi Li, well, let me tell you that if you were in that position, you would regret being born in this world. You would learn what a life worse than death is, sighed Long Chen. If your wives are so terrifying, why not leave them? Asked Lo Wei. This fellow's head clearly wasn't too agile. He actually believed Long Chen. Leave? Then how am I supposed to get stronger? Their beatings can temper my flesh, refine my bones, strengthen my internal organs. Stabbing the soul, burning in oil, well, it sounds frightening, but it's all beneficial to me, said Long Chen. His grateful expression scared Lo Wei. Qi Li is a lot gentler than your wives. Lo Wei was terrified at the thought of Long Chen's fiendish devil wives. Qi Li really is a nice girl. Long Chen looked toward Qi Li's back, causing Lo Wei's heart to tense. However, I don't have that blessing. So, little fellow, I suppose a fool like you has a fool's luck to have such a good partner. You should cherish her. Her heart has yet to change, but your suspicions toward her are a blasphemy toward her pure emotions. Go and apologize, said Long Chen. While Long Chen had previously had an urge to slap Lo Wei, he decided not to take the foolish oath personally. However, Lo Wei hesitated. How am I supposed to apologize so that she forgives me? You could castrate yourself to show your loyalty, suggested Long Chen solemnly. Ah, Lo Wei almost jumped off the eagle, causing Long Chen to have to grab him. Long Chen almost laughed. This fellow was really simple. If a woman is angry and scolds you, it shows that she's not really angry. If she was really angry, she wouldn't even bother scolding you. At that time, if you tried to apologize, she wouldn't immediately forgive you. But if you don't apologize, she will never forgive you. You should prepare yourself for a long battle. Time will be your best weapon. In any case, as long as you apologize, her anger will fade over time, said Long Chen. It was unknown if Lo Wei had fully comprehended his words or not, but he slowly walked over to Qi Li. As soon as he arrived beside her, Li Qi's excited expression from directing the golden scale blue eye eagle vanished and was replaced with iciness. She turned back to see Long Chen seated in meditation. Despite being unfamiliar with the martial heaven continent's cultivation techniques, she knew that he didn't want to be disturbed at this moment. She could only sit there and listen to Lo Wei's apology. Long Chen was circulating his life energy. Under the pressure of his death energy, his life energy had been compressed to just 10% of his life and death energy. He needed to keep it active and vigorous, or it would start to solidify. If that happened, it would be more difficult to activate his life energy in the future, let alone actually elevate his life energy to the point of being able to balance with his death energy. The 4 Grand Elders of the martial heaven continent were unable to use medicinal pills to break out of their current predicament because if they did try to activate their remaining life energy, it might create a chance for their death energy to break through and kill them. If they had not been stuck in the death realm for so long, it would have been possible to use medicinal pills to balance their life and death energy, allowing them to reach the 4th step. But due to their life energy having been stagnant for so long, they no longer possessed the ability to circulate it without their death energy potentially taking over. Not only did this represent that they were weaker than death realm experts in their peak, but they would never be able to advance again in their lifetimes. This was the most painful thing to a cultivator, which was why Ku Jianying had warned everyone to think it over when she had distributed the barrier-breaking pills. Long Chen's death energy had reached a powerful state, so Long Chen needed to constantly circulate his life energy to keep it lively. He also slowly absorbed the world's life energy to invigorate his body. As he cultivated, Long Chen had a faint smile. Upon absorbing the outside world's life energy, his astral spaces resonated and their life energy also circulated within his body. With those 2 sources of life energy, his life energy was not in danger of being overwhelmed. Long Chen had an extra layer of protection compared to other people. This forest was abundant in life energy. It was the perfect place for him to cultivate. For most people, they would need to take some time to adjust and stabilize their life energy and their death energy, but Long Chen had no need to do so. That was because the primal chaos space possessed its own life and death energy. Long Chen had been familiar with that kind of energy from the start, so he didn't need to get used to it. Upon reaching the 3rd step, he directly began activating his life energy in preparation for advancing to the 4th step. The fourth step of nether passage was to balance one's life and death energy once more. This was a slow process. He would need to slowly absorb energy. Qi Li coldly directed the golden scale blue-eye eagle, while Wei was sitting beside her miserably. He was silent, not even daring to let out a fart. They quickly flew through the forest. There were other fierce beasts, but they all fled upon sensing the golden scale blue-eye eagle's aura. Qi Li's excited expression slowly came back. Ahead of them, the ancient trees grew even more majestic, and they were thriving with life energy. Long Chen eventually saw one particularly giant tree, which soared into the sky. The stars seemed to hang amongst its branches. Long Chen, we've arrived. This is our life spirit god, announced Qi Li. She jumped off, kowtowing from the peak of a tree toward the giant tree, muttering some ancient scripture. Chapter 2443 Bone Tile. This aura. Upon seeing the giant tree, Long Chen was shocked. Why was it that this tree had such a similar aura to the spirit world's life god tree? Qi Li and Wei both piously kowtowed. The giant tree unleashed a gentle light from its leaves that illuminated the forest. A group of experts from the Luo spirit race came over. They wore slightly different clothes than Qi Li and the others. Upon seeing Long Chen, their expressions changed. Before they could say anything, the giant tree quivered ever so slightly, and a shocked expression came over them. This is Long Chen. He started Qi Li. An old man walked out of the crowd. The spirit god has ordered for this precious guest to be brought inside. He beckoned welcomingly. Long Chen nodded and followed them inside. The closer he got to the giant tree, the more familiar he felt it to be. Its aura was extremely similar to the spirit world's life god tree. The spirit world had been invaded, and the life god tree had been damaged. However, Long Chen had given it the life soil of his primal chaos space, so it should be mostly recovered by now. When Long Chen got closer, he saw countless experts of the Luo spirit race looking at him vigilantly. They were as numerous as ants. They had to be counted in the millions. Qi Li explained that their Luo spirit race was spread out, and the stronghold that they had been at was just one tiny branch. He was surprised. Now Long Chen understood why Wei had previously said that he wouldn't dare to go see the life spirit god. There were countless experts here. If he really had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. There were at least thousands of experts on the same level as Qi Li's father here. Furthermore, there was a feeling of even greater pressure from the towering tree. Despite already being beneath the crown of the tree, it took them a full hour of going in a straight line before they arrived at its trunk. The bark had scale-like patterns. Life Qi invigorated Long Chen. More and more of the Luo spirit race's experts appeared. They jumped down from the branches. It seemed that they viewed its leaves as stairs. There's no need to cause such a huge disturbance, right? Long Chen felt the pressure increase. More and more experts were gathering here. Qi Li and Wei were also nervous. They had never witnessed something like this. They didn't know why bringing Long Chen over to see the life spirit god would shake the entire Luo spirit race. Those who could remain by the side of the life spirit god were all elite figures of the Luo spirit race. Qi Li's heart pounded hard. Someone like her was only qualified to spend half a month every year cultivating here. Only those with excellent talent or those who had made outstanding contributions were allowed to stay here longer. Every single person here could be said to have a higher status than her. Suddenly, an old man with a white beard slowly descended. Long Chen was startled to find a pair of emerald wings on his back. They looked like two giant leaves. The elder held a wooden staff, and although he was not large, he gave off a tranquil feeling. Greetings, great prophet. Every single member of the Luo spirit race fell to their knees. Qi Li and Wei were startled and hastily knelt as well. This was a legendary figure that they had never seen before. This prophet was the emissary of the life spirit god, the one who gave them the god's decrees. He was the only one who could communicate with the life spirit god, and the strongest existence within the entire Luo spirit race, someone above the nether passage realm. Long Chen's heart shook. He couldn't sense any aura coming off of this old man, but he could sense a majestic life energy that shook him deeply. Hello, expert from another world. Let me represent the entirety of the Luo spirit race in welcoming you. The old man solemnly bowed with his left hand holding his shoulder. Long Chen hastily said, I wouldn't dare to accept. This little one didn't manage to bring any gifts. Long Chen was unable to understand why someone as powerful as the prophet would be so respectful to him. You're too courteous. Your arrival is the greatest gift to the Luo spirit race. You are from the martial heaven continent, correct? Asked the prophet. Yes. Long Chen's heart shook once more. How had he known? Was it because he was actually a prophet capable of seeing the future? No need to be surprised. There was once an expert who left behind something for us to give to you, said the prophet. A bone tile appeared in his hand. The bone tile was around the size of a fist. It sparkled brightly like a gemstone, but it gave off a very frightening pressure. All the experts of the Luo spirit race involuntarily stepped back, turning pale. There were blood-colored marks flickering inside of the bone tile. It was like it was pulsing with demonic blood. Long Chen carefully received it. When he held it, he could clearly feel an immense, slumbering power. Senior, have you gotten the wrong person? Asked Long Chen. How could someone have left this thing for him? The prophet smiled. As long as you came from the martial heaven continent, you are the right person. That senior from back then said that as long as someone from the martial heaven continent came here, we were to give this to you. Who was that person? Asked Long Chen. He was surprised to hear that this prophet was even calling them senior. The senior shook his head. It's unclear. This was told to me by the last generation prophet, who was told this by his predecessor and so on. No one knows the details. It's from so long ago. Long Chen was now deeply shaken. Was this left behind by someone who was also from the martial heaven continent? If so, then what power did they come from? Were they not afraid of this item ending up in the wrong person's hands? May I ask what this thing is used for? Probed Long Chen. The prophet shook his head. We were only in charge of passing it to you. As for the details, I apologize, as we really don't know. Long Chen could only put aside the bone tile for now. Senior, I wish to obtain a detailed map. Is that possible? Of course. The prophet waved his hand. A leaf fell from the tree, shrinking down until it was only the size of a coin. Press this against your head and use your soul to sense it. You will obtain the information. Long Chen pressed the leaf against his forehead. He instantly felt like he was flying. The higher he went, the more that he could see. He saw the tree crown he was beneath. He flew higher and higher until he saw the stronghold of the Luo spirit race that he had been in. He also saw the spatial crack in the end of the giant forest. On the other side was a barren desert. Then he saw the end of the desert. He found that he was on an island. There were many other islands nearby. As he saw further, he suddenly found that this world was like a jigsaw puzzle that had been smashed. Is it really as the Pill Doyen said? This place was fragmented after an immense battle. If that's true, who could have done such a thing? Long Chen was stunned. This place was huge, far surpassing his imagination. He didn't know just how many times larger it was compared to the martial heaven continent. One fragmented world after another appeared in his mind. Many places were filled with crossing spatial cracks that were like gaping maws. What is that? Long Chen suddenly noticed a black river in the distance. It stopped this world from extending any further. It was as if someone had intentionally cut this place in two. It felt like there was more on the other side of the Black River, but he couldn't see anything past it. The Black River was so wide that he couldn't even begin to estimate how wide it was. The star-field divine world was formed of its own star field. In other words, it was formed of many worlds just like the martial heaven continent. No wonder it is so huge. The leaf fell from his head. It quickly withered, vanishing without a trace before it even touched the ground. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen then turned to Wei and pressed a finger against his forehead. Wei, I have yet to give you anything from our chance encounter. I will transmit how to control the golden scale Blue-Eye Eagle's slave mark to you. Wei was shocked that Long Chen was passing it to him and not Qi Li. He quickly understood though. Senior, I still have things to do, so I'll leave for now. Many thanks for the map. Long Chen cupped his fists. However, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He took out the compass once more. It was dinging. One of the groups of the Dragonblood Legion was releasing a distress signal, and it was of the utmost urgency. Chapter 2444 Violent lightning devours the heavens. Long Chen's heart thumped. Considering the distance, he knew that even at full speed, it would take 6 hours for him to reach the location of the distress signal. However, the map had shown him a giant spatial crack on the way, requiring him to go around it. That would add another 2 hours at least. This urgent distress signal meant that everything was hanging by a thread. There was no time. Great Prophet, my friends are in trouble. I must leave. Long Chen started off, lightning wings appearing on his back. Where do you want to go? "Perhaps I can use the power of the spirit god to send you on your way," said the prophet upon seeing his rush. Delighted, Long Chen spread his hand, causing his spiritual strength to condense into a translucent map. "I want to go there." Long Chen pointed. He could only give a general location, as Guo Ran and Sha Chen had sacrificed some precision in order for the compass to sense even further. "No problem." The prophet smiled. A leaf fell from the sky and enveloped Long Chen. He vanished. After Long Chen was gone, the prophet turned solemn. He shouted to the Luo spirit race's experts, "Gather everyone and prepare for battle. Our chance to reclaim the mother tree has finally arrived." The Luo spirit race's disciples let out a heaven-shaking cheer, a raging battle intent soaring out of them. The leaf on Long Chen's body crumbled, and he flew out, finding himself on top of a large mountain. Taking out the compass, he shot out in the direction it indicated. In just a few seconds, he heard rumbling ahead. After going around a final mountain, he saw tens of thousands of people fighting. A squad of the Dragonblood warriors was currently leading the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples in a battle against the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's experts. The Dragonblood warriors attempted to charge out of their encirclement with the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, but they were unable to get through. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were occasionally cut down one by one. "Bastards, come at me if you have the guts," roared one of the squad leaders of the Dragonblood Legion. Their enemies were intentionally avoiding the Dragonblood warriors to kill the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. They did their best to avoid fighting them directly. The Martial Heaven Alliance's side was at an instant disadvantage considering the numbers advantage their enemies had. In just the first clash, thousands of them had died. The first loss fractured their morale, and the Dragonblood warriors were unable to recover. Once the rest of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were killed, the Dragonblood warriors would be surrounded by 100,000 people and ground down. "Ancient Family Alliance, you really have big guts." Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out that made the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's disciples feel like they had been dropped into an icehouse. "It's boss." The Dragonblood warriors were all ecstatic to hear that voice. Endless lightning domain, violent lightning devours the heavens. Long Chen clapped his hands together, and a sea of lightning spread throughout the battlefield, completely sealing it. This place became a lightning hell filled with the air of annihilation. "Kill them all," shouted Long Chen. After setting up the lightning domain, he personally joined the fray with Evilmoon in hand. "Run, Long Chen's here." The Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance's experts began to flee. However, Long Chen's rage meant that they didn't have the slightest chance to escape. When they tried to flee through the lightning domain, they were annihilated. That wasn't enough to quench his fury. He was personally hacking them apart with his saber, with no one being able to stop him. If it was just the Corrupt Path attacking, he wouldn't be so furious. After all, they were fated enemies. Such a thing could not be avoided. However, the Ancient Family Alliance had no excuse to attack them. Even if they were no longer allies, they should not be killing each other with the Dark Era descending. Long Chen's grievance was with Di Feng, and it was a personal one. He had not taken out his anger on the Ancient Family Alliance. But the Ancient Family Alliance had not just attacked the Martial Heaven Alliance now, they had even joined forces with the Corrupt Path. The biggest slap in Long Chen's face was that he had told his side not to take out their anger on the Ancient Family Alliance just because of him. As long as the other side didn't press them, then they shouldn't provoke them. As a result, it was the Ancient Family Alliance's people that first attacked them, and in an incredibly vicious manner without the slightest hint of mercy. This lightning domain had completely locked down this area. Lei Long was standing guard within it with tens of thousands of split bodies. No one could escape. As for Long Chen himself, he was like a tiger trapped with a group of sheep. Even screams of terror could not stop his blade. With Long Chen's addition to the battlefield, the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's disciples were terrified out of their minds. With the arrival of a Devil King, they sank into profound despair. They hadn't expected Long Chen to arrive so quickly. Their minds were blank, as they all knew that no one could save them. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance's side, they were reinvigorated and pounced on their enemies. "Don't kill me, we're innocent. We had to listen to orders. I'll tell you what's happening. No matter what they said, the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path's experts were cut down without hesitation. The Corrupt Path's experts crazily fought back, but their fierce faces were a facade to cover up the terror in their hearts. With Long Chen present, the Dragonblood warriors were free to fight as they wished. Fighting for themselves, their enemies fell in swaths. As for the ancient family alliance's experts, they weren't as bloody as the corrupt path. As they fought back, they pleaded for mercy. Idiots, did you ever think about letting us off? Did you think about our families? Die. The only reply to their pleading was a butcher's blade filled with anger. The battlefield was in chaos now, with everyone trying to avoid Long Chen, but still being unable to escape. Some who were further away from him thought that they would be temporarily safe, only for a lightning arrow to pierce them from behind. The people fleeing had been killed, and no one else was trying. Lei Long had nothing else to do but to attack. It didn't want to injure any allies, so it only attacked those who were close to the edges. Ha ha ha, what's so amazing about you, Long Chen? I really look down on you. Can you kill me twice? One of the ancient family alliance's disciples laughed crazily. It seemed that he had gone insane. Without any hope, he began to publicly provoke Long Chen. His laughter didn't manage to draw Long Chen's attention before he was killed by one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. You'll never be able to achieve that in your lifetimes. I curse you all to die here. Another one of the Ancient Family Alliance's disciples suddenly chose to kill himself. The Ancient Family Alliance's disciples were the first to be eliminated. Now, only thousands of the corrupt experts were left. Although knowing that they were going to die, they wanted to drag down a few more of their enemies with them. In order to avoid unnecessary deaths, Long Chen ordered the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples to retreat to the edge of the lightning domain. The 500 Dragonblood warriors were cleaning up the survivors. There was no suspense. The Dragonblood warriors formed a killing formation and slaughtered them. The corrupt experts were unwilling to be killed for nothing, and they tried to charge past to the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. However, before they could reach them, they were killed by lightning arrows. In just a few breaths' time, the remaining corrupt experts were slaughtered. This battle ended without a single fish managing to escape the net. This battle had been extremely fierce, and the corrupt path experts in particular had been vicious. The Martial Heaven Alliance had lost 13,000 disciples. If Long Chen hadn't arrived in time, they would have been wiped out. Although the Dragonblood warriors might have managed to band together in the end and charge out, as the leader of this group, having all their comrades be killed while they escaped by themselves would have been a stain that they would never be able to wash away. Even after victory, the Dragonblood warriors weren't happy. They still felt immense hatred and guilt. Sorry, boss, we were suddenly attacked with no warning, said the leader of this group. They had been entrusted by Long Chen to protect everyone. Long Chen shook his head and patted the squad leader's shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault. Long Chen turned back to the surviving disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. His gaze swept through them coldly. You can come out and kill yourself. I will protect your family in your stead. Chapter 2445 Spies. Everyone present was startled. Did they really have spies amongst them? The Dragonblood warriors came to a sudden understanding. No wonder this sudden attack had felt so strange. Even now, they didn't know how their enemies had managed to find them. The Dragonblood warriors were closer than brothers, so they hadn't considered this possibility. Now everyone was filled with indignation. I'm sorry, I, Zhang Zhengfeng, can only use my death to apologize. Suddenly, one person walked out. Upon seeing him, quite a few people were shocked. Those people were rather familiar with him. Zhang Zhengfeng, you, how could you do this to your sect? What about senior apprentice Sister Lingshan's trust? One of his close friends pointed his sword at him, his eyes red. It was precisely due to how close they were that he was unable to accept this. Zhang Zhengfeng bitterly smiled. All those things are meaningless now. No excuse can make up for my sin. He then suddenly knelt toward Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I entrust everything to you. Zhang Zhengfeng slammed his own head with his hand, and his body collapsed. He had shattered his soul. You fool, why? The disciple who had pointed his sword at him openly wept. Zhang Zhengfeng was a man. But there are some who are really despicable. Long Chen suddenly pointed his finger. One person in the crowd twitched. Before he could say anything though, his head was pierced by a lightning arrow. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Another person tried to speak, but Long Chen snorted. Now it was too late. Another lightning arrow flew out, killing him. There were a total of 4 traitors. One of them was killed in the chaos. Of the remaining 3, one could count as a man and admitted his sins. He can count as having atoned. Those who know them should gather their corpses for their families, said Long Chen. Boss, what is going on? Asked a Dragonblood warrior. When I killed the ringleaders, I investigated a portion of their memories in their fragmented souls. So I knew about the traitors, but I can't blame them. Their families were being used as hostages to control them. If the person you cared the most had their life in someone else's hand, what would you choose? So this matter can end here. As for them, you can tell their families that they died in a battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. After all, in the eyes of their families, they are their pride. But for us, although we can sympathize, we cannot forgive them. Death is their best choice, said Long Chen helplessly. These traitors had caused thousands of deaths. But while they felt immense hatred for them, people were unable to fully blame them. If their positions were switched, what would they choose? Who did it? We have to avenge them, said someone hatefully. So many people had died. They had to extract a price from someone. Compared to these 4 traitors, the ones who had caused this were the ones extorting them. Based on their memories, I wasn't able to find out the entire truth. But it will be revealed soon, said Long Chen. Long Chen suspected that it was done by Di Feng, but there was no concrete proof. He didn't want to immediately accuse him, because he was sure that the truth would be revealed in just a short time. Clean up the battlefield. I want to be ready to move out again within half an incense stick's worth of time, ordered Long Chen. After giving orders, Long Chen took out the compass and began to search for other groups of Dragonblood warriors. He found 3 other groups that were getting closer. Most likely, they had rushed over upon receiving the distress signal. The first group quickly arrived with their original group of 50,000. They were delighted to see Long Chen but shocked to see the corpses. This group hadn't encountered any attacks yet. In fact, things had been going very smoothly. They had killed a scarlet blood drake, allowing them to obtain quite a bit of dragon blood. That dragon blood was actually of a decent quality. It wasn't rejected by the evil dragon essence blood in their veins, and they believed that it was possible for them to refine it. However, they hadn't done that yet. They were waiting for Long Chen's approval to do so. Long Chen explained what had happened, causing their expressions to change. Long Chen announced, "There is no going back from certain things once you've done them. The previous 3 people are the best example. I know there must be people that are being controlled in every group. You still have time, so come out now." The disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, they aren't just threatening my family. They put a slave seal on my soul. One disciple nervously stepped forward. He had only spoken halfway when black lines spread across his face like a wriggling centipede. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen snorted and pointed a finger. His spiritual strength surged out, and this sinister mark spread across his arm. Long Chen actually absorbed the curse. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, cried out that disciple. Lightning suddenly flickered across his arm, causing the mark to fade away. When it was about to vanish, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He allowed the mark to grow back, and then he sealed it in one place. Long Chen felt that destroying these curses might be sensed by their enemies. But sealing them shouldn't raise an alarm. In any case, they were unable to threaten him. Seeing him so easily handle the curse seal, over 10 people stepped forward. "Don't say anything. Eat this pill first. Its medicinal energy will temporarily stay within your souls, but don't activate it. Once you activate it, it will destroy the curse, and that might be sensed by the other side. We'll have to beat them at their own game. As for your families, don't worry. As long as we're alive, no one will dare to touch them," said Long Chen. He hadn't expected there to be 17 people here being controlled, so he distributed medicinal pills to them. This kind of spiritual curse was unable to cause him any trouble. At that time, the other 2 close groups arrived. Long Chen once more explained, and another batch of experts stepped forward for him to give them medicinal pills. In order to be safe, Long Chen unleashed his spiritual pressure and questioned whether or not there were more traitors. As a result, 2 people were unable to endure the pressure and cracked. They were immediately killed by Long Chen. Those people weren't being controlled, they were true spies. There was no need to keep them. Their souls had restrictions that would cause their souls to shatter if they were investigated. The 4 groups were now united, with 2,000 Dragonblood warriors and 180,000 experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although they didn't have any top experts guiding them, they were no longer worried about an attack. "Join our compasses together to spread the word," said Long Chen. It went without saying that Sha Chen and Guo Ran were geniuses. Their compasses could be linked together by multiple users to be able to sense others better. It could even transmit some simple information. The fact that there were traitors made Long Chen sigh inside. It seemed that Yi Lingshan hadn't done a good enough job. Or perhaps the people that she entrusted felt that others would also be sincere. However, in such a giant group, who could guarantee that no one had been bought? Even if that wasn't the case, it didn't represent that everyone was of one heart. Long Chen hadn't had time to deal with such a thing, nor had he thought that Yi Lingshan would make such a mistake. As a result, things were going badly. Originally, Long Chen was planning on using the tools that the spies were using to sniff them all out, but he found that the other side was very crafty. He was unable to sense where their enemies were, as the communication tools that they had were only one way and used for sending information to their enemies. Whatever. Wasting time with the weaklings isn't worth it. Long Chen shook his head. If they just waited around, they would waste too much time. Hunting down their ambushers would use up too much of their valuable time here. They did their best to transmit the information as far as possible, but it was unknown if it was received. Those people only had one compass that was unable to reply to them at such a distance. It was up to luck. Curious, if they didn't enter at the same time as us, why would they appear here? Asked one person suspiciously. Did they have maps? They were looking for a specific spot, and they just happened to run into us. That's not likely, right? No one has a map of the star-field divine world. A map? Long Chen nodded. The Martial Heaven Alliance doesn't have, but perhaps ancient existences like the Everlasting Families possess some information. However, there is one power in particular that has a complete map of the star-field divine world. The Divine Families. Everyone's expressions changed. Could it be? Chapter 2446 Huolong Awakens. The star-field divine world was a place that the Divine Families had stood guard over a long time. No one believed that they didn't have a map of it. But the Divine Families did not share that map with the other powers. Now, the main problem wasn't that the Divine Families had a map, but that the Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance's experts had strategically and accurately attacked the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance. There was definitely some kind of scheme present. Fuck, it's definitely the Divine Families that gave them a map. Cursed one of the Dragonblood warriors. Considering Long Chen's enmity with the Yi family, it was most likely them. If that was the case, and the Yi family had given their enemies a map, why had the Long family not given Long Chen one as well? It's too early to say that, nor is it the time to deliberate. Long Chen took out several pieces of soul jade and passed them to the Dragonblood warriors leading their groups. This is the map that I obtained. It's the most complete map possible, but we still can't be sure of what exactly is going on in many regions because we haven't gone there personally. Based on the spots we came from, it does seem like a coincidence that the Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance's disciples intersected with us. Take a look. Long Chen summoned an image of the map in the air. He had managed to look through quite a few soul fragments in the previous slaughter, and so he knew the path that the Corrupt Path and Ancient Family Alliance's disciples had been traveling. They were going in a straight line, while we were randomly roving around and just so happened to run into them. That is why they chose to attack us. Long Chen drew two paths on the map. Boss, you mean that they had a target? Asked one squad leader. Long Chen nodded. Look, we were wandering around searching for our own opportunities, but they were going in a straight line. According to their path, they were going toward. Long Chen extrapolated their path, ending up in a certain spot. It's there. Based on the map, that was a giant lake. It looked like a long and narrow eye. When he had first seen the lake, he had been quite shocked because it was truly just like an eye. At the center of the eye was some kind of energy, but at that time, he had only managed to get a brief glimpse from the life spirit god. Then are we going there? This was their target. The Divine Families definitely gave them some special treatment, so you should go take a look as well, said Long Chen. I'm going to look around in some other areas. I'll also be looking for the other groups, said Long Chen. As long as each group had the power to protect themselves, it would be better for them to split up so that they could have more lucky encounters. Alright then, we're going to move out. The Dragonblood warriors brought their groups over to that area. There were now 2,000 Dragonblood warriors present. They were much more confident in their force. Long Chen looked at the compass and saw 4 tiny spots of light indicating the groups that had just left. He then looked in the other direction. There was another place with 2 light spots, indicating that 2 groups had joined together. Searching further, he found a solitary light spot. He rushed over in that direction. As he flew through the air, his body suddenly shuddered. Flames began to rage within the primal chaos space. Huo Long had finally awoken after devouring the heavenly flame orb. The intense flame energy made Long Chen jump. It seemed that Huo Long was unable to perfectly control its power that had suddenly soared. It looked like the entire forest inside the primal chaos space would be incinerated. Long Chen hastily pulled Huo Long out of the primal chaos space. As a result, Huo Long let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was like a volcano exploding, with wild flames filling the surrounding space. Anything touched by it, trees, stone, earth, was instantly incinerated. A giant hole was left in the ground, and Long Chen even saw red liquid flowing at the bottom. That wasn't lava but a mineral deposit that had been melted by Huo Long's power. Even Long Chen was shocked. After devouring the heavenly flame orb, Huo Long had reached a level of power that even frightened Long Chen. Its power had undergone a qualitative change. As Huo Long roared, Long Chen realized that this roar was one that contained pain. Startled, he tried to sense what was going on. Huo Long's body suddenly began to rapidly inflate. It grew larger and larger, and its aura was climbing so ferociously as if it was a cultivator that was breaking through a bottleneck. Boom! Huo Long's body exploded. Huo Long! Long Chen let out a startled cry. Had the advancement been a failure? Big brother Long Chen, I'm fine. A young voice rang out from within the flames, dumbfounding Long Chen. In the center of the explosion, countless flame runes were burning. As they burned, Long Chen sensed their power growing purer. Those runes looked like colored glass. All their impurities were being burned away. Those runes slowly gathered, condensing into the form of a young lady. At first, the form was very indistinct, but as more of the runes condensed, her appearance grew clearer until she appeared to be a pretty maiden of about 15 to 16 years old. She had long hair that reached her waist, and a fiery dress. Her eyes were like two rubies. After that, her delicate mouth curved into a beautiful smile, and she suddenly spread her arms and hugged Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, I've finished my metamorphosis. This girl with flames surrounding her excitedly cried out. Flames condensing a spirit, heavens, this has to be the legendary divine flame spirit that automatically takes human form. Long Chen was shocked and delighted to see this. Within his pill sovereign memories, there were recollections of flames with spirits that were born from heaven and earth and could transform. However, those transformations were always in the form of various beasts. As humans were the most spiritual of all lifeforms, flames were unable to condense into human form, unless that flame had a divine attribute. For Huo Long to have transformed into human form indicated that it possessed the quality of a divine flame. Big brother Long Chen, are you happy? Asked the girl excitedly. I'm happy, of course I'm very happy, said Long Chen, also excitedly. Having transformed, Huo Long now had more human feelings, and its intelligence had grown once more. That heavenly flame orb was truly a priceless treasure. As a spirit of flames, I'll call you Huo Linger then, said Long Chen, giving Huo Long a new name in this form. Hee, thank you, big brother Long Chen. Huo Linger excitedly hugged Long Chen's neck with a pure smile. Suddenly, a pill furnace flew out. Linger was seated on top of the demon moon furnace, giggling. Little girl, let's be good friends. Linger was unable to wait now that Huo Linger had awoken. Her immense flame energy filled her with anticipation. If they worked together to refine pills, it was unknown just how much stronger their pills would be. You're small too. Why are you calling me little girl? Asked Huo Linger. Linger's body was also like that of a girl. Who is small? Look again. Linger's body transformed, becoming an elegant, fully grown woman. Furthermore, everything about her had matured. Long Chen was dazzled. Look closely, who's small? Linger intentionally stuck out her chest proudly, along with an alluring voice that was not how she usually spoke. Linger, don't mess around. Don't corrupt this girl, said Long Chen. He knew that this was most likely one of her past masters. That master had been extremely bewitching. Every look, every word could seduce a person. Hee, don't men like this kind of woman? Asked Linger, lightly nibbling on a finger. Linger, Long Chen's expression sank. Only then did Linger return to her original form. To Huo Linger, she said, in any case, I'm bigger than you. I'm Linger and you're Huo Linger. You have 3 characters in your name, but I only have 2, so I'm definitely bigger. So you have to listen to me. Huo Linger was confused by this logic, but she nodded obediently. Hehe, good, let's go refine some pills. Ling Er opened the demon moon furnace, bringing Huo Linger inside. Huo Linger can't refine pills with you yet. She needs to help me refine something first, said Long Chen. Can't I help you with that? I don't eat the pills afterward, so what's the difference? Asked Ling Er. This is different. This pill isn't something that you can refine. Long Chen waved his hand, summoning the moon and star refining furnace. Chapter 2447 Sea Demons block the way. This time, I'll have to trouble you, said Long Chen to the moon and star refining furnace. I want to refine the nethergate pills and hopefully ones on the level of giant pills. I've been waiting, responded the moon and star refining furnace. Its voice was ancient and steady like an elder that had experienced the totality of life. Big brother Long Chen, why can't I refine them? Asked Ling Er dejectedly. Not all pills can be refined into demon pills. The nethergate pill isn't suited for it, or I wouldn't forget about you, comforted Long Chen. While Ling Er was quite childish and competitive, the moon and star refining furnace was unflustered. Even though Long Chen had been using the demon moon furnace this entire time to refine pills, allowing it to recover quickly, the moon and star refining furnace had not said anything or expressed any displeasure, despite refining pills being the only way for it to recover. Ling Er pouted and returned to the primal chaos space. Long Chen shook his head. Evilmoon, I'm pressed for time, so you fly us over. I have to get accustomed to the laws of this place, said Long Chen. Refining a giant pill was much more complicated and required absorbing the laws of heaven and earth, or the chances of failure would skyrocket. The moon and star refining furnace already knew the method to refine the nethergate pill. Huo Linger was also clear on it and didn't need any instruction. The only thing to do was to let the moon and star refining furnace get used to the outside world's laws and for Huo Linger to get used to her new power. Long Chen held onto the moon and star refining furnace as they sped through the air. Its runes lit up, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Huo Linger returned to the primal chaos space to condense her new power. After transforming, Huo Linger's body now had some runes that she didn't understand. She had to get used to her new power. The current Huo Linger was many times stronger than the old Huo Long. However, while powerful flame energy was simple to use in battle, it was different when it came to refining pills. After 2 hours, the moon and star refining furnace returned to the primal chaos space and began to refine pills. Long Chen left a stream of energy open between the primal chaos space and the outside world so that the outside world's energy could be absorbed. The moon and star refining furnace and Huo Linger slowly started to refine pills, but just as Long Chen had anticipated, Huo Linger's new flame energy was too powerful for her to control. There were several failures, resulting in Huo Linger starting to feel agitated. However, the moon and star refining furnace was extremely steady, teaching her how to control her flame energy bit by bit. It was very patient. Long Chen nodded. This matter could not be rushed. With the moon and star refining furnace guiding Huo Linger, it shouldn't be too long until she got used to things. After comforting her a bit, he was about to focus on the outside world again when Linger ran over to cause trouble, saying that since Huo Linger couldn't refine the nethergate pill, it was better that she helped her refine pills. With a glare from Long Chen, she fell silent. The moon and star refining furnace had said that even if the refinement was a failure, the experience from the process was beneficial. This girl Linger clearly didn't understand such things. Long Chen left refining the nethergate pill up to them. After 6 hours, he reached another group of the Dragonblood warriors. However, they weren't leading the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance, but the Zon beasts. Boss, Long Chen's arrival delighted the Dragonblood warriors. They were already in the midst of joining forces with another group. That group had sent out a signal for them to come over. Let's talk on the way. Running into the Zon beasts was a happy surprise. This group had both the Dragonblood warriors and the non-flying Zon beasts on the back of the flying Zon beasts. They were extremely fast. They said that they hadn't encountered any dangers. They did fly over some kind of race's territory once and were attacked, but they had simply run off without taking any casualties. There had been some powerful beasts as well, but due to their numbers, those beasts only roared angrily when they passed by and didn't attack. Those beasts didn't seem to have anything valuable in their territory, so there was no point in attacking them either. This group had received the distress signal and had been moving over there only for Long Chen to send word that things were over, so they had chosen to link up with another group of Dragonblood warriors. That group had also sent out a request for assistance, but that wasn't an urgent distress call. It was just a call for reinforcements, most likely indicating that they had found something good but felt that they didn't have the power to obtain it on their own. Long Chen nodded. After splitting into so many groups, some of them had to encounter something good. But it was unknown what they had encountered. As they flew through the air, Long Chen continued to investigate the situation of the other groups. He found that other than these two groups that were in the midst of linking up together, the others had at least managed to join forces into groups of 2. The biggest group now had 7 squads. That relieved Long Chen. Once they joined forces, the danger levels dropped. In truth, Long Chen had also been somewhat worried about splitting the Dragonblood Legion, as it would be dangerous if they encountered experts on the level of Tian Xiaozi or Difeng. The Zon beasts were extremely fast. They almost arrived at their target in just over an hour. Long Chen also saw several other groups approaching that area. Suddenly, dinging sounds rang out. Long Chen and the other squad leaders' compasses were ringing. Not good. The request for reinforcements has become a distress signal. That meant that they had been attacked. Long Chen immediately summoned his lightning wings, speeding off on his own. Long Chen quickly saw a group of countless giant figures. His gaze turned cold. The Sea Demon race. The Sea Demon race mostly didn't like to transform into human form. They liked to keep their giant bodies and look down on others. Many of them would put on a half-human and half-demon form. Long Chen saw hundreds of thousands of sea demons attacking the group of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Their leader was precisely the young king of the six-horned sea serpent race that Long Chen had previously defeated. His aura had grown much more powerful during this time. He was more muscular, and his 6 horns were shining with divine light. It was like he had a halo. He coldly smiled as he watched the sea demons attack the Dragonblood warriors and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Right now, you have 2 options. Either scram, or die. Why waste words with them? Let's directly kill them, said another expert behind him. He had scale armor draped over him and a whip in his hand. Exactly. Have you forgotten what Long Chen did to our sea demon race? As long as we kill them all and make sure there are no witnesses, no one will know that we did this. Even if people suspect, so what? The Yi family has said that as long as there's no proof, no one can touch us. This is our best opportunity for revenge, said another sea demon expert. This one had a metallic luster to his entire body. The sea demons roared together, killing intent raging in their eyes. There were at least 300,000 of them. They were entirely capable of crushing the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The sea demon race had always been warlike and had never had a good relationship with the creatures of the land. Long Chen in particular had humiliated them twice, and this opportunity to vent was rare. Seeing so many of them roaring together, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were infuriated. They had no choice but to put everything on the line at this moment. There was no chance of them getting out with their own power. Amongst them, the squad leader of the Dragonblood warriors sneered, "You really have forgotten your lesson. You were forced to flee like a dog during the Chi Flow eruption, and then later my boss went to the Martial Heaven Sea Ring and made you beg for forgiveness. You think you can bully us because you have numbers now? I guarantee that if you dare to touch us, even if we all die here, my boss will turn the Martial Heaven Sea Ring into a sea of death. You're trying to scare us. Long Chen has offended so many people. He's like a rat being hunted down. He could die at any time. Let's not hesitate any longer and kill them right now. They are insulting us like this," sneered the armored sea demon expert. The young king of the 6-horned sea serpent was still hesitating though. However, he then smiled cruelly. "Do you really think that Long Chen is a god and that we don't dare to kill you? I'll send you to hell for now, but don't worry, because I'll quickly send Long Chen along as well." He waved his hand. "Kill them all." The sea demons roared and charged forward like a furious tide. "Die." The armored sea demon expert smiled and charged toward the Dragonblood warriors. When he unleashed a punch, his aura shocked the Dragonblood warriors. He was actually another peak expert that they had never seen before. In the very first exchange, the ground beneath the Dragonblood warriors crumbled, and in unison, they coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Idiots, not even your boss is necessarily a match for me. As for you, you think you can block me? Die." The armored sea demon sneered, once more unleashing a punch. This time, an image of a giant scorpion appeared behind him. The Dragonblood warriors' armor lit up as they joined forces again to block this attack. Before the punch landed though, a sneer rang out. A little crab dares to run rampant in front of me, Long Chen. Chapter 2448 Magic Trick Transformation. At the same time as his voice rang out, the person speaking also arrived. A fist covered in dragon scales smashed down with a clap of thunder. An explosion of power shook the void and caused the earth to tear itself apart. The armored sea demon felt a sharp pain in his fist. With his whole arm numb, he realized that his hand had been split. He fell back. However, a hand grabbed his wrist. Long Chen snorted coldly and sent a lightning-like kick at his limb. A cracking sound rang out along with a grunt. The armored sea demon had his arm severed at the shoulder. As soon as the arm left the body, it transformed into a giant crab claw. The crab claw was covered in dark gold runes and looked as if it had been cast from metal. Its aura was comparable to a divine item. However, at this moment, this giant crab claw also had a giant hole in it that caused cracks to spread throughout it. No wonder it was so hard. Long Chen shook out his tingling hand. It seemed that this fellow's hardest aspect was right here. Long Chen. The sea demon's expressions all changed. None of them had expected Long Chen to suddenly appear. Boss. The Dragonblood warriors and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples cheered. Kill Long Chen with them. He can't change the tides just by himself, shouted the sea demon with a severed arm. A new arm quickly grew out, but it was clearly much weaker. Long Chen, since you want to die so badly, don't blame me. The six-horned sea serpent recovered from his shock and smiled. There was no turning back at this point. Just at this moment, the other group of Dragonblood warriors leading the Zon beasts entered the fray. The six-horned sea serpent man summoned his manifestation, and a sea appeared around him. He attacked with his bone trident. This attack seemed to possess some kind of law, and it froze the space around Long Chen. The six-horned sea serpent man had launched one of his sharpest killing blows right at the start, not wasting time on any probing blows. Beside him, the snake-eyed man and the armored man also attacked from two different angles. It's not me who wants to die, but you. Long Chen sneered. Evilmoon slashed toward the bone trident, but just as they were about to clash, Long Chen flipped his blade, receiving it with the back of his saber. He then let go of Evilmoon. Sparks flew along with an ear-shaking explosion. Evilmoon was sent flying straight toward the snake-eyed man. The snake-eyed man had been attacking at the same time with a sword, and upon seeing Evilmoon spinning toward him, he slashed his sword at it. Upon seeing that, the six-horned sea serpent's expression changed. Get out of the way. He suddenly found that Long Chen had managed to condense his power within his blade while also drawing in the power of his bone trident when he struck it. That explosive power could be considered a combination attack containing both his and Long Chen's power. However, his warning was too late. Evilmoon had already spun into the snake-eyed man's sword. The sword and the wielder exploded in an instant. He was killed without any suspense. This attack contained both Long Chen's power and the six-horned sea serpent's power. Even Long Chen himself wasn't able to receive it just like that. Long Chen could let go of Evilmoon because Evilmoon could control itself. At the same time, Long Chen faced his third opponent, the armored man. As soon as the armored man saw Long Chen's gaze turn toward him, he had a bad feeling. Seeing that his comrade was instantly killed, he decided to retreat instead of following through with his punch. You really are stupid, sneered Long Chen. Watch out. The six-horned sea serpent gave another warning. At some point, a giant hole had appeared behind the armored man. This sudden warning made the bad feeling inside of the armored man intensify. Without thinking, he summoned his true form. However, as he summoned his giant body, the hole grew larger as well, devouring him. The hole then sealed itself. The demon moon furnace had materialized outside. The demon moon furnace rumbled as the armored man fought to get out. Bastard! Release my heavenly crab general! Roared the six-horned sea serpent. The snake-eyed man and the armored man were his left and right hands, second only to him within the junior generation of the sea demons. The two of them were the cornerstones of what he was going to use to crush the Martial Heaven continent, and the two geniuses he had the highest hopes for. In the blink of an eye, his left hand was dead without a corpse, while his right hand was sealed within a furnace. He felt like he was going crazy. The two of them were extremely powerful, but they had yet to be able to show any of their true power before Long Chen conned one to death and trapped the other. The six-horned sea serpent's trident smashed into the demon moon furnace, sending it flying. However, it wasn't damaged. There wasn't even the slightest mark left. At that moment, Evilmoon flew back into Long Chen's hand. The six-horned sea serpent continued to attack the demon moon furnace, each attack causing huge ripples to spread throughout the void. It could be seen how powerful his attacks were. Watching him attack, Long Chen smiled oddly. The six-horned sea serpent wanted to save his right arm, all the while not realizing that every one of his attacks was being transmitted directly into the armored man inside the furnace. Every time he attacked, the armored man would cough up a mouthful of blood. He was howling, not knowing what was going on outside, but he couldn't be heard anyway. Long Chen ignored it as the six-horned sea serpent attacked the demon moon furnace. Instead, he summoned Lei Long. Lei Long transformed into millions of lightning dragons that ran rampant across the battlefield, completely suppressing the sea demons. Those who could enter the star-field divine world were geniuses amongst geniuses. After splitting its power so much, Lei Long was unable to directly kill them. However, just paralyzing them for a moment was enough. Lei Long's lightning was their natural bane. Their resistance toward thunder force was far lower than that of the lifeforms of the continent. Both humans and Zon beasts had greater tolerance to thunder force than the sea demons. With their movements turning sluggish on the battlefield where a single blink could cause death, they began to be slaughtered. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples and the Zon beasts were only mildly affected by the lightning in the air. It was at an acceptable level. Hence, the sea demons were instantly hard-pressed, with any superiority they had due to their numbers advantage vanishing. Long Chen just stood there, not attacking the six-horned sea serpent or the other sea demons. He also didn't allow Ling to kill the armored sea demon that she had trapped. He wanted to see just how long the six-horned sea serpent would continue like this. In just a short moment, the six-horned sea serpent had attacked the demon moon furnace over 100 times. The tempo of his attacks and their power truly showed his power. However, the demon moon furnace was still completely unharmed. Now the six-horned sea serpent was starting to run out of breath. He finally gave up. He couldn't break the furnace, so he turned back to Long Chen. He realized that Long Chen was trying to exhaust him so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Long Chen, release my heavenly crab general, or the Martial Heaven continent will face a bloody retribution from the sea demon race. I will use our full power to get revenge. Don't doubt my determination, said the six-horned sea serpent furiously. His eyes had strands of blood in them, giving him a frightening appearance. With a wave of his hand, the sea demons on the battlefield retreated, running behind him. They looked at Long Chen in terror. The battle had lasted for less than an incense stick's worth of time, but a third of the sea demons had been obliterated. Lei Long had caused countless casualties amongst them. The Dragonblood Legion also stopped. They swung the blood off their blades and walked over to Long Chen, staring coldly at the sea demons. Long Chen beckoned, and the demon moon furnace flew back to his side. Looking directly at the six-horned sea serpent, he said, "You want your crab general? How about I show you a magic trick instead?" "What are you talking about?" demanded the six-horned sea serpent. "I can turn him red. Do you believe me?" Long Chen opened the lid. An enormous figure came out, one that caused the six-horned sea serpent's eyes to turn scarlet. Chapter 2449 The Power of the Third Step of Nether Passage. A crab even bigger than a mountain came out of the demon moon furnace. It fell to the ground, its body fully cooked and bright red. Something yellow was coming out of its belly, giving off a strong scent. "Sorry, the fire was a bit strong," said Long Chen apologetically. A peak expert of the sea demon race had been cooked by Long Chen. This was a giant slap in the face to the entire sea demon race. The sea demons were gnashing their teeth furiously. "You really are too courteous. You know that it's been a long time since I've had meat, so you gave me such a nice crab. Speaking of which, did you bring any hot peppers for flavor?" asked Long Chen. "Long Chen, you will regret this." The six-horned sea serpent man's words came from the space between his clenched teeth. "Regret it? No, you will be the one regretting it. I let you off in front of the yin-yang world and then again in the Martial Heaven Sea Ring. I'm telling you, I'm not used to letting things go like that. This time, I'm not letting you go again. I'll show you who is going to regret it." A cold light appeared in Long Chen's eyes. The sea demon race was really stupid. It seemed that the Yi family had incited them as well. This time, Long Chen wasn't planning on having mercy on them. A race with such low intelligence would never forget about an enmity. They would only remember that others had done things wrong to them without ever considering their own actions. Long Chen had endured them twice before, but now he had cooked that peak expert to show his determination. "Long Chen, You've now created an undying enmity between the sea demon race and your martial heaven alliance," declared the six-horned sea serpent. "All right, I feel like rather than just shouting, you should use that trident in your hand to speak," said Long Chen lazily. The six-horned sea serpent man furiously waved his hand, giving the signal to retreat. "You guys should retreat as well. Ah, don't forget to bring the crab. Don't eat him yet. We'll save the feast for when I cook this little fish serpent as well," said Long Chen to the Dragonblood warriors. Die! The six-horned sea serpent man suddenly attacked. The horns on his head lit up one after another. His aura multiplied in power. This could be considered his strongest divine ability. Every horn on his head was like a seal containing his power. Now that all six horns lit up, a wave of power spread in every direction. Both the sea demons and the martial heaven alliance's disciples retreated. "Long Chen, I wasn't going to kill you because you aren't my target. My targets are those like Feng Fei. But since you're in such a rush to reincarnate, I'll show you the six-horned sea serpent race's forbidden power." The six-horned sea serpent man suddenly vanished. It was as if he had teleported. He appeared in front of Long Chen, his trident slashing down like lightning. The power of this attack had reached the pinnacle. Even the Dragonblood warriors sensed a feeling of death coming from that attack. "Just brute power. I've never been afraid of that," Long Chen snorted. This divine ability was just pure power. Hence, Long Chen slashed his saber out. His astral spaces sent their power circulating through him. His Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and even the slumbering Nethergate star that had yet to fully form began to shudder. 6 stars appeared in his eyes. Although he could only summon the 5-star battle armor, the 6th star was definitely there. His life and death energy erupted. Even as the six-horned sea serpent unleashed his full power, Long Chen used just one hand, meeting his bone trident with Evilmoon. A powerful explosion unleashed a tempest with the two of them at the center. Astral winds were flung out chaotically. The two of them were still locked at the center, neither of them budging. However, the surrounding space was being continuously wrecked. "You've improved, but you want to challenge Feng Fei with just this level of power? You must be joking," sneered Long Chen. The six-horned sea serpent man was shocked. Even after experiencing his race's blood baptism, he was still unable to beat Long Chen in power. In truth, Long Chen's calm expression was just cover. He was shocked inside. He had previously thought that life and death energy was more of a law and not a power. But upon reaching the 3rd step of Nether Passage, he realized that when he used his world energy, his life and death energy was the key to controlling his world energy. This was something that he had not noticed or heard of before. Life and death energy could be considered a law for others. The life energy could be used to heal oneself or others, while the death energy could be added to weapons or magical arts to give them the power of a law. However, the 9-star hegemon body art was different. Now that he had reached the 3rd step, his astral spaces had opened, giving him an unending source of explosive power. Without even realizing it himself, Long Chen had grown in power. No matter how the 6-horned sea serpent attacked, Long Chen didn't budge. This infuriated him. "Bastard!" A giant manifestation appeared behind him, rapidly growing solid. It was a giant sea serpent. Water chi filled the air, turning it sticky and misty. It was even possible to smell seawater. His manifestation roared. The mist condensed into water droplets that turned this place into a giant sea. Within this sea, the 6-horned sea serpent's power continued to rise. It could no longer be considered pure power, as it now contained the strongest laws of the sea. This was a domain. "I didn't think that you'd force me to use my heavenly water domain. Long Chen, you can be proud even in death. This was what I was preparing to use against Feng Fei." Within the raging sea, the 6-horned sea serpent sneered at Long Chen. His voice was full of anger, as well as unwillingness. This was a technique he had never exposed in front of outsiders. As long as he was given enough time, he could suck in the entire world's water chi to support himself. This was the divine ability that allowed the 6-horned sea serpent race to stand amongst the top ranks of the sea demon race. Every technique had its own flaws, including this heavenly water domain. He needed to condense mist, then condense droplets, condense water, and then turn it into a sea. Furthermore, it needed to be completed over a large area to be effective, or the opponent would escape out of it. This technique took a great deal of time to set up. Now that it was exposed, his enemies would simply flee as soon as the mist appeared. Then he would never be able to use this trump card again. This was what he had been planning on using against Feng Fei, but now Long Chen had forced it out. This technique would now probably be useless against Feng Fei. What a useless technique. After one use, it no longer has any effect. There's no need to use it against weak opponents, while strong ones will be prepared. You really do underestimate Feng Fei. You think that this could trap her. How naive. Long Chen shook his head contemptuously, still not counter-attacking. Big words, but you won't be able to escape alive now, sneered the six-horned sea serpent. His domain continued to grow larger, and the pressure increased. If he allowed this domain to continue growing limitlessly, in theory, he could control this entire world. Of course, the precondition was that he could control it without it devouring him first. Even as the six-horned sea serpent's domain increased in power, he didn't unleash any fierce attacks. Long Chen slowly smiled. What, are you stalling for time? Sorry, my time is limited. I'm going to attack. Long Chen suddenly slammed the back of Evilmoon's blade with his other hand. A fierce power created a typhoon within the sea. Chapter 2450 Crushing Through Power. Long Chen had previously been using the power of the 5-star battle armor to get accustomed to the new power of his astral spaces. Having gotten used to the power of the third step of Nether Passage, he summoned the Azure Dragon battle armor. His body became covered in dragon scales. His 108,000 scales matched his 108,000 astral spaces, their power mixing together. A volcanic power erupted out of Evilmoon, sending the six-horned sea serpent shooting back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying straight out of his heavenly water domain. Long Chen's power stunned him. Bubbles began to rage within his domain. It was like it was boiling. The very laws of his domain were being destroyed by Long Chen's aura. Physical strength which surpasses that of Allah. The six-horned sea serpent was appalled. However, he then roared furiously and slammed his hands onto his domain. Heavenly water twining sea serpent. 2 giant sea serpents appeared within his domain, twisting around Long Chen. The water roared as the void began to spin along with them. Blood lines appeared on the six-horned sea serpent's face. Blood began to ooze out of his body and merge into his domain. The 2 sea serpents inside grew even stronger with that blood. Long Chen, die, the six-horned sea serpent roared, pouring all his power into the 2 sea serpents. It was impossible to see Long Chen within the twisting space. Break. A roar rang out from within the broken space. The 2 giant sea serpents exploded along with the very water domain. Within the rain, Long Chen appeared. However, his scales were no longer pure white. They were now half white and half black. Evilmoon was in his hand. The current Long Chen was much more frightening. It was as if he wished to devour all life within this world. It went without saying that the six-horned sea serpent was powerful. This water domain of his was something that might truly possess the power to kill Long Chen if he hadn't reached the third step. The ability to control an entire domain and concentrate all power into destroying the laws of space in one area was truly shocking. Long Chen had only managed to break it with the combined power of the Azure Dragon and the Evil Dragon. He also knew that if they were on the Martial Heaven continent, then with the support of the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, this technique's power would be even greater. Kill them all, shouted Long Chen. He charged toward the six-horned sea serpent. Roars rang out from every direction. What? The six-horned sea serpent was shocked. At some point, 4 more groups of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had arrived under the direction of the Dragonblood warriors. They collapsed upon the sea demons. Just at that moment, Long Chen's saber hacked down upon him, not giving him a chance to give any orders. Despite blocking, he smashed into the ground, hacking up blood. Long Chen was one with his saber as he continued attacking. The six-horned sea serpent coughed up more blood, his arms breaking. Before he could heal, Long Chen stabbed his saber at him. The six-horned sea serpent hastily took out a tortoise shell that transformed into a giant shield. This tortoise shell's aura was extremely ancient. It was a divine item of the sea demon race. Long Chen's arms quivered. He managed to stab a hole into the tortoise shell, but he was unable to pierce through it. Despite that, his power was enough to cause the ground to sink once more, and a wave of earth rose. My black tortoise heavenly shield. The six-horned sea serpent let out a pained shout. That was a divine item of the heavenly black spirit tortoise race, a relic left behind by one of their ascenders. Not only was its defensive power amazing, but the secret arts of its race were recorded on top of it. The heavenly black spirit tortoise race had vanished from the Martial Heaven continent. This was the only divine item left behind by them. This treasure recorded the Ascender's will, so its value was impossible to estimate. It was something that the six-horned sea serpent used to gain comprehension into the heavenly Taos, not for battle. Compared to its value in terms of comprehension, its amazing defensive power was second. No one would be willing to risk it. However, in that critical juncture, he hadn't had time to hesitate. He had taken out this treasure, which was now damaged by Long Chen. Its runes began to dim. The runes specific to the will of the Ascender also faded, causing the six-horned sea serpent's heart to almost rip apart. Even if he was a young king of the six-horned sea serpent race, this shell belonged to the entire sea demon race. He was not qualified to use it for battle. Now he had no idea how he would be able to explain himself once he returned. "I'll tear you to pieces." Suddenly, the earth exploded beneath Long Chen, knocking him back. The six-horned sea serpent stabbed 2 fingers into his own forehead. Blood dripped into his hand. After that, the giant sea serpent within his manifestation multiplied into 6. His manifestation grew larger and suddenly began to give off an ancient aura. Ancestral power, descend. The six-horned sea serpent's horns lit up once more, forming a halo. Behind his head, blood continued to pour out of the hole in his head. It was a frightening appearance, but the 6 giant sea serpents were now sending a mysterious energy into him that made him seem like a completely different person. "Even if you brought out every ancestor from your race, I wouldn't be afraid." Long Chen slashed Devilmoon. The two of them began to exchange blows equally. After 16 attacks where neither side was able to force the other back a single step, the webbing between Long Chen's thumb and forefinger split open. The six-horned sea serpent was using a self-destructive technique to boost his own power. By sacrificing his essence blood, he summoned the power of his ancestors to support him. Although Long Chen had suffered a minor injury just now, the six-horned sea serpent was being injured with each attack inside. His aura was starting to dramatically drop. The six-horned sea serpent risked a glance at the battlefield. The sea demons were broken up and being slaughtered. Without his left and right arms, they were divided. "Retreat." The six-horned sea serpent let out an unwilling shout. Even in this state, he was unable to beat Long Chen. They had to retreat before they were wiped out. The sea demons instantly fled. With their huge bodies, other than a few unlucky fellows at the front, the rest managed to blast through by using their fallen comrades' corpses as shields. "Long Chen, just wait. I will make you regret this," roared the six-horned sea serpent, falling back. However, just at that moment, he sensed something wrong. The tortoise shell came out once more. A pill furnace smashed into the tortoise shell. It had just been a bit away from sucking him inside. The six-horned sea serpent shivered. The demon moon furnace was far too demonic. It appeared silently with no warning at all. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have been doomed. Dragonblood Void Extinguisher. Suddenly, the Dragonblood warriors charged at him. All 6 groups of 500 people attacked at once. This was a weakened version of Guo Ran's Dragonblood Cross Slash. Even 500 people were able to unleash it, but its power was still immense. Under normal circumstances, perhaps the six-horned sea serpent would look down on such an attack. However, it was coming from 6 different directions, and he was also in an injured state. 5 Ancestor Protection. 5 sea serpents vanished from his manifestation, and then a 5-color shield appeared around him. He had transformed his ancestral power into a shield. 6 rays of sword chi shattered at the same time. They were unable to even rattle this shield. A saber image suddenly slashed down, instantly blowing apart the shield. Half of the six-horned sea serpent's body exploded. Not giving him a chance to breathe, Long Chen attacked again, this time aiming for his head. Chapter 2451 Death Substitute Talisman. Long Chen had been waiting precisely for this moment. His goal wasn't to defeat the six-horned sea serpent but to kill him. Although they might sound similar, there was an immense difference between them. Beating him required being just 1 level stronger. But killing him was much more difficult, because no one who was beaten would silently sit there waiting to die instead of fleeing. In order to kill an expert on this level, Long Chen had to first exhaust all their trump cards and energy before an opportunity would present itself. Now, that chance had come. Using the celestial lightning body blink, Long Chen appeared in front of him and unleashed a full power slash. The six-horned sea serpent took out his tortoise shell once more. However, in its damaged state, it was no longer able to block Long Chen. It shattered. Nonetheless, it still managed to win him a chance to breathe. He hastily retreated, trying to get between 2 squads of the Dragonblood warriors. However, the Dragonblood warriors were prepared. They once more combined forces and attacked, their goal not being to kill him but merely to block him. Suddenly, the six-horned sea serpent's body transformed. He returned to his original form, that of a giant sea serpent. 2 rays of sword chi landed on his body, tearing through his defenses and leaving 2 giant wounds. However, in his true form, those giant cuts were still acceptable. He charged through, unleashing a wave of power as he passed to knock the Dragonblood warriors back. With him putting everything on the line and using his full power, the Dragonblood warriors were unable to prevent him from getting past. But they did delay him. In that instant, Long Chen caught up to him from behind, a giant saber image condensing in the air. "Long Chen, you'll regret it if you kill me," shouted the six-horned sea serpent as he fled. Even in his true form, he wasn't faster than Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's saber about to fall on him, he cried out, panicked. Long Chen ignored him. Talking with such a brainless person was a waste of time. He continued to accumulate power, wanting to kill him with this final blow. The six-horned sea serpent had exhausted enough of his power for Long Chen to kill him. There was no way the former could maintain his peak form in this state. Long Chen's response to his threat was to slash down the attack that he had been condensing. "Long Chen, you bastard!" The six-horned sea serpent cried out furiously, his voice hoarse. It almost sounded like he was wailing. The six-horned sea serpent suddenly took out a strange bone. It was like a mountain and sparkled like jade, but it was also filled with a violent and bloodthirsty aura. "Long Chen, you've made me use up my six-horned sea serpent race's divine bone. Just wait, I swear that I will avenge this enmity," roared the six-horned sea serpent. Long Chen's attack landed on the strange bone. He had expected it to be an incredibly tough shield, but he was confident in his attack. Unexpectedly though, the bone instantly exploded. Evilmoon slashed through the six-horned sea serpent's body with almost no resistance at all. Cheers started to ring out, but the cheering fell silent a moment later. No blood splashed. The six-horned sea serpent's aura also didn't vanish. A death substitution talisman. I didn't expect the sea demon race to possess such an object. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This kind of death substitution talisman wasn't a divine talisman. It was more like witchcraft. This kind of witchcraft had long since vanished from the martial heaven continent. No one knew how to use these techniques. It was said it had been part of the human race's techniques, and this talisman allowed them to control a puppet to take their place at a critical moment. Such witchcraft was extremely mysterious. When the puppet died, the master would enter a temporary state of being in the void. In that state, they could not be attacked. It was as if in that moment, they were no longer part of the world or even time and space. It was inexplicable. The instant that Long Chen's attack shattered the bone, the six-horned sea serpent had vanished from his lock. Despite seeing him right there, he was no longer present. For a certain amount of time, Long Chen couldn't touch him. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder, looking at him without any sign of discouragement. Instead, he had a faint smile. "Ah, based on your painful expression, it seems that this death substitution talisman is your final life-preserving trump card. Ah, how regretful. Such a divine object is probably one of a kind. Another one will not be born in this world. Such a treasure could probably protect the user's life even against an emperor. Wow, you actually wasted such a thing on me." "Shut up." The six-horned sea serpent went crazy upon seeing Long Chen's pitying expression. If he hadn't taken out this bone, he would have died just now. However, Long Chen's guess was correct. This was the only death substitution talisman amongst the sea demon race, and it had been passed down for an unknown number of generations. The sea demon race had only allowed him to take it because he was entering the star-field divine world. This was a priceless treasure that could protect his life no matter what kind of terrifying opponent he ran into. This treasure was something that would allow him to enter some dangerous areas in search of treasure. Even if things took a bad turn, he would still be able to protect his life. But now, that plan was ruined. He had actually used this one-of-a-kind treasure not on some supreme expert, but on someone within the same generation as him. "Long Chen, you destroyed my tortoise shell and wasted my precious substitute bone. I'll make you pay for this. I can't kill you, but I can kill all the ants beneath you. Just wait." The six-horned sea serpent began to fade away until he vanished without a trace. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. In the end, he had failed to kill him. Geniuses like the six-horned sea serpent had the karmic luck of an entire race concentrated on them. They also had priceless treasures that made killing them extremely difficult. Despite knowing all this already, Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. It's fine, I'll use your snake skin to make some boots for myself. I refuse to believe you have another treasure like that. Long Chen put away Evilmoon and calmed his emotions. Looking back at the battlefield, he saw that all the sea demons had fled. Boss, the sea demons had 300,000 experts here. We killed 170,000. The rest fled. On our side, over 10,000 people died, reported a Dragonblood warrior. Long Chen nodded. To only lose 10,000 while killing 170,000 was an amazing combat achievement. A portion of that was thanks to Lei Long. Lei Long was their bane and had greatly weakened them, not to mention lowering their morale. There were now 6 squads gathered, 5 from the Martial Heaven continent and 1 from the Zon beasts. That was a powerful force. Boss, that fellow escaped. The other groups are now probably in danger, said one Dragonblood warrior. If one squad were to encounter him alone, they would probably be wiped out. This place isn't the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, so it probably will take a while for him to recover. As long as we use this time to gather the squads so that each group has a captain-level combatant, we'll still be able to fight upon encountering someone like him. Let's link our compasses and transmit the news. In the future, if you encounter any sea demons, don't waste any words. If the situation is suitable, just directly kill them, said Long Chen. They linked up 6 compasses, allowing them to reach even further. Boss Guo Ran has reached back to us, asking if we want to meet up with him. He's about half a day's travel from us and has 2 squads, reported a squad leader. That's a good idea. If we're so close, we can even pass a bit of the map to him. He can link up everyone and transmit the map bit by bit, said Long Chen. Guo Ran was with Sha Chen. The main goal right now was to pass the map to everyone. Long Chen gave the orders, and everyone got to work. Transmitting all this information didn't just require multiple compasses, but it also required the power of their dragon blood. Some of the Dragonblood warriors took charge of that, while the others cleaned up the battlefield. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what do you want to do with these corpses? The Nidans within the sea demons were valuable, but the actual corpses weren't so useful. But just tossing them aside would be wasteful. I'll take the corpses. Long Chen sent them into the primal chaos space. This meat was probably too low level for wild, and if he didn't want them, he could use them as fertilizer. An incense stick's worth of time later, the work was done. They had also received word back from Guo Ran that they had received the map. Boss, let's go. We found a potential treasure house. The sea demons came over here precisely for it, said one of the Dragonblood warriors. Chapter 2452 Black Marsh. An incense stick's time of travel away from the battlefield was a black marsh. Within the depths of the marsh was a strange, flickering divine light. Sometimes mist would surge out of that area, and the surrounding vegetation would distinctly light up. That was a bizarre phenomenon. One of the squads of the Dragonblood warriors had noticed it first. After some observation, they had concluded that it definitely was not an ordinary place. There was very likely a treasure within. However, this marsh seemed to be its own world, and it was impossible to fly inside. Once they fell into the marsh, they would be sucked inside. They had captured a 12th rank beast to try crossing the marsh, only for that beast to die without any struggle. It was then swallowed by the marsh as if being devoured. Water element and earth element cultivators had tried to control the marsh, only to get zero reaction from the water and earth. They had tried countless things but were unable to figure out how to cross. Anything they tried to send through the marsh sank. It was as if the water did not allow anything to float on top of it. Feeling that this place was too sinister, they had been wondering whether or not to send out a request for reinforcements, when suddenly, the mist reappeared, and this time it was far greater than any other eruption. Within it, it was possible to see an immortal abode. They could see figures moving within the immortal abode, but it wasn't possible to see who they were. The mist began to spread, even reaching them outside of the marsh. When the mist approached them, they felt their pores fully open. Some of them cried out in amazement. This was immortal mist capable of extending a person's lifespan. There were many things capable of providing a person with life energy, but things that could extend a person's longevity were heaven-defying existences. A person's lifespan was related to their cultivation base. But all people, regardless of cultivation base, had a limit to their lifespan. Once they reached that limit, if they failed to break through to the next realm, the only thing left to them was death. Most people were unable to sense their own remaining lifespan. They would only sense their limit once they were already deteriorating. However, amongst them were some people with special cultivation arts who were capable of confirming that the mist could increase a person's longevity, so everyone began to absorb it. The immortal mist continued to spread, unleashing radiant light that ended up attracting a new group of people. Those people were the sea demons. The Dragonblood warriors had hastily hidden themselves. They only had 50,000 people, while the other side outnumbered them. The sea demons also had that young king of the six-horned sea serpent race, so the Dragonblood warriors could only temporarily retreat. Now that they had confirmed that there was a priceless treasure present, they sent out the request for reinforcements, hoping for enough people to come to fight off the sea demons. However, later, when the mist started to fade, the sea demons that were searching for a way to enter the marsh noticed signs that others had been there recently. Their large-scale search resulted in them finding the Dragonblood warriors. At first, the six-horned sea serpent had only been planning on making them scram, but with the urging of his left and right arms, he had given the order to kill them. That was when Long Chen had arrived. It could be said that the reason the sea demons had taken such immense losses was due to fighting over this marsh. When they arrived at the marsh, Long Chen reached out and touched the water. "Boss, be careful, it's toxic." Long Chen's fingertip touched the black water. His finger instantly turned black, and it rapidly spread up his arm. Everyone's hearts clenched. They had tested the water, but of course, when they tested it, they didn't use themselves to do it. They had used a magical beast to touch the water, only for its claw to instantly corrode. They had cut off its claw before it could spread, but despite that, the rest of the magical beast also turned black. It then transformed into a glop of black water that dissolved into the marsh. The corrosion of the black water rapidly spread, but it came to a stop before it could extend further than Long Chen's hand. It then began to be forced back until his finger returned to its normal color. This black water has a law to it. It's not poison but a power similar to aging. It invades a person's physical body and also their soul. Cutting off the flesh is useless because the soul will quickly age and die, said Long Chen. The star-field divine world was filled with extremely bizarre phenomena. It was difficult to explain them using the knowledge of the martial heaven continent, so Long Chen had personally tested it. Then doesn't that mean that we can't get through it? Everyone was disappointed. Long Chen took out a divine item and stuck it into the marsh. The runes on the divine item quickly faded until they vanished. After that, the divine item became covered in cracks and exploded. Everyone was stunned. Not even a divine item could block this law, let alone the physical body. "Big brother Long Chen, let me try it. I'm not afraid of this law," said Ling Er. Long Chen shook his head. "Perhaps you can resist it, but the conflicting natures of water and fire will result in you burning up too much energy. You might not be able to last until the center of the marsh, but even if you can, we might encounter something bad there, only for you to be out of energy to retreat." Long Chen could sense something powerful at the center of the marsh. However, he had no idea whether it was friendly or not. Long Chen took out a bronze bar. He carefully placed it on the water and was delighted to see it remain unaffected by the water. This treasure he had taken from the gates of hell was immune to the black water. He made it larger and let it float on the water. He then jumped on and found it to be very steady. Everyone was delighted. "Guard this place. I'll go in to take a look," ordered Long Chen. He slowly started floating over to the center of the marsh. There was sludge and silt everywhere emitting a corrosive aura. Just smelling it could make a person dizzy. It seemed that countless corpses had been rotting inside this marsh for numerous years. Even if you didn't breathe, even if you closed off all your pores, this corrosive aura would still try to invade your body. It's actually exhausting my spiritual yuan quite quickly. Sending the bronze bar floating through the marsh should have been a simple task, but it was surprisingly taxing. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to last for an hour. Within this mysterious marsh, his speed was very slow. He began to take breaks, making sure to keep his spiritual yuan above 70%. Eventually, he reached the center of the marsh. Looking back, he was unable to see the other side. Long Chen grew ever more wary and continued going deeper. He eventually reached the mist area and found that it really did possess some strange ability. With just a breath, he felt invigorated. With his vision and divine sense limited within the mist, he did his best to continue going straight. However, it was all too easy to end up going in the wrong direction. All of a sudden, he came to a stop. He squatted down, sensing some almost imperceptible fluctuations coming from the bottom of the marsh. When he went silent and suppressed all of his aura, those fluctuations faded. Only then did Long Chen continue onward carefully. Even after another 2 hours, he didn't sense that strange phenomenon again. But as he went deeper, the mist grew denser. Suddenly, the bronze bar shook. Long Chen almost jumped off, but then he laughed. He had reached an island within the marsh. Long Chen jumped onto the land. The mist on the island began to clear up, revealing a world of greenery and flowers. There was an ancient forest on the island. Giant vines were hanging from the trees, and the leaves covered the sky. Despite that, the forest didn't seem all that sinister because there was a strange kind of grass that emitted its own light and illuminated the forest. Some small beasts were running around within the forest. They didn't seem to be afraid of Long Chen upon seeing him, looking at him curiously. This evil marsh is hiding such a wonderland. How surprising. Long Chen couldn't help smiling. With just a glance, he had seen several precious medicinal ingredients. Those were ingredients that had reached the level of priceless treasures on the martial heaven continent. He wondered what treasures could be found even deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a gust of wind made Long Chen raise his hand. A splinter appeared in his finger. The splinter was 3 inches long and black other than some white lines on it. There was some dew on it as well. Long Chen raised his head, only to see a figure vanish within the forest. There are people here. Startled, Long Chen followed. Just at that moment, the peaceful air became sinister and dark. The giant vines hanging on the trees suddenly shot toward him. At the same time, tiny needles rained down from the leaves. Startled, Long Chen retreated. However, he found that the scenery behind him had been replaced by wooden stakes that were shooting out from the darkness. So it's tree demons. Long Chen snorted. Evilmoon appeared in his hand, and with a single slash, wooden fragments filled the air. The earth exploded, and giant tentacles soared into the air, preparing to attack him. Stop. Suddenly, those tentacles froze in midair. Chapter 2453 Friend of the Human Race. Those tentacles had sharp barbs with a golden luster to them. They looked chillingly sharp. However, those tentacles now slowly retreated back into the earth, vanishing without a trace. My apologies. I hope that you won't take offense. An ancient voice rang out. The forest began to move, the trees parting to create a path. At the end of the path was a large mountain with an ancient tree growing on the top of it. This tree was not much smaller than the Luo spirit race's life spirit god. The light flowing within it made it appear to be a divine tree from the immortal world. Please, come and have a chat. The ancient voice rang out once more. This time, Long Chen clearly heard it come from the ancient tree. Then I'll disturb you. Long Chen cupped his fist slightly and walked over. Once he arrived, he saw an old man seated beneath the tree. He appeared to be a hardy elder who seemed to exude the aura of an immortal Taoist. Behind the elder were a dozen maids in white dresses. They had various fruits in their hands that they were arranging on the table. My sincere apologies. These children have been trapped here for countless years, and we are often invaded. Let me apologize on their behalf. There's not much within this wilderness, but I have some fruit that I hope can make things up to you, said the elder. Even before tasting any of the fruits, their fragrance had reached Long Chen, almost making him drool. Senior is too courteous. It was rude of me not to visit without a gift, said Long Chen courteously. However, his hands weren't courteous at all. He immediately grabbed one of the fruits and ate half of it in one bite. It was an apple-like fruit whose juices were exceptionally sweet. It also contained concentrated life energy, and it was even more effective than top-grade healing medicines. With an apple in his left hand and a melon in his right hand, Long Chen began to chomp down while praising them. They truly were delicious and extremely satisfying after the taxing journey. Ha ha ha, I'm glad that you like them. I don't have much else other than this to offer you, so eat up, said the elder happily. Then many thanks. Long Chen consumed dozens of the various fruits, only stopping once his stomach was full. With a satisfactory belch, he said, Senior, I suppose you must be one of the aboriginals of this place. Do you know what happened in the battle back then? The elder sighed. Yes, we are the original inhabitants of this place. That battle back then shattered our peaceful lives. It was a battle of gods that resulted in a calamity for us who live on the bottom levels. It's a long story. Here, I know the human race likes wine. I've learned many wine-making arts from the human race. Would you like a taste of my abilities? One of the maids brought over some wine cups and poured for the two of them. The wine was amber and gave off a strong fruit wine fragrance. I don't even know how many years it's been. Probably tens of thousands of years. Back then, one of the experts of your human race saved my life. I also learned how to make wine from them. It can be said that the human race is our greatest benefactor. The tree demon race here will always be grateful to the human race and welcome you, said the elder happily. You're too courteous. Here's to a long friendship between the human race and the tree demon race. Cheers. Long Chen laughed and drank the cup of wine. He used an ancient form of wine etiquette, holding it with the sleeves of both hands. After drinking it, Long Chen smacked his lips and frowned ever so slightly. What is it? Is my wine still lacking some maturity? Asked the elder, a smile in his eyes. Forgive me for my directness. The fruit was good, but this wine was lacking. Perhaps you might not believe me, but it just so happens that I have some fruit wine made by a Grand Master of the Wine Dao. Normally, I'm not even willing to drink it, but I'll take it out today to discuss the Wine Dao with you, said Long Chen. Long Chen took out a jug of wine. Opening the seal, a dense wine fragrance instantly filled the air. Just the scent was able to intoxicate people. Good wine. The elder's expression changed. Of course, otherwise, would I dare to bring it out? Long Chen smiled. Here, to the friendship between the human race and the tree demon race. The elder drank it and was instantly filled with praise. This is truly good wine. Haha, this is. Long Chen suddenly shut his mouth. What is it? Asked the elder curiously. Nothing. Long Chen waved his hand. Maybe I drank too quickly. I feel a bit off. Long Chen's face began to grow pale. His aura also started to fluctuate chaotically. Do you feel like your bones are rotting? The elder's smile grew twisted and sinister. You poisoned me. Long Chen cried out in shock. Ha ha ha, I didn't do anything. Any air of an immortal Taoist vanished. The elder's face was now like a crafty old fox. As for the maids behind him, they transformed, becoming malevolent fiends. You poisoned the wine, demanded Long Chen. Ha ha ha, wrong. The wine isn't poisoned nor is the fruit. But if you drink the wine after eating these fruits, well sorry, but it's toxic to your human race. Do you feel like your bones are being stabbed? Do you feel your soul being pierced? Even having your blood flow within your body should be painful. The elder slowly rose. How despicable. Didn't you say that the human race is your benefactor? Cursed Long Chen. It was a bastard from your human race that made me fall to this place. I wish I could slaughter your entire race. The elder suddenly roared furiously. If it weren't for that bastard destroying my true body, my Yuan spirit wouldn't have been forced to struggle on death's door within this tiny world. This is all because of your human race. You, little fellow, seem to have a strong body. You're perfect for fertilizer. With you, I should be able to break through the last step and rebuild my true body. The elder laughed. The giant tree behind him shivered, and countless tentacles fell from the tree, every one of them very slender. They were like hair, and there were tiny mouths at the end of them like the mouthparts of mosquitoes. You came at the perfect time. I was just lacking a little bit of blood chi to rebuild my body, and you came right to my front door. It seems that this is the cycle of karma. A bastard from the human race destroyed my physical body, and now another human came to rebuild my body. The old man began to form hand seals. The elder's expression suddenly changed. A black mark appeared on his forehead. It quickly spread until it covered his entire body. The elder suddenly found that he couldn't move his body. You wanted to poison an alchemist. Your brains must be made of wood. The kneeling and pale Long Chen slowly rose, chortling. The fiendish tree demons immediately surrounded him. What did you do? Demanded the elder. I did what you did to me, said Long Chen with a bright, mischievous smile. The wine was poisoned. No, this wine truly came from the wine god palace. I would never poison the wine from the wine god palace, or the high priest would look down on me. If you want to see the poison, look down, said Long Chen. At some point, the soil beneath their feet had turned black. None of the tree demons had noticed. Just as your focus was on making sure to poison me, I gave you my own gift. How do you like my surprise? Is it a nice one? Asked Long Chen. The earth suddenly exploded. The elder vanished, and the ancient tree shook, sending Long Chen and the black soil flying into the sky. At the same time, countless roots exploded. Any of the roots touching the black soil were ejected from the main body. This bit of poison is useless against me. The elder's roar rang out from the giant tree. Not necessarily. After all, this black soil is not ordinary. I extracted its essence and had it invade your soul already, said Long Chen nonchalantly. Having reached the third step of nether passage and gaining control of death energy, Long Chen had gained a deeper understanding and control over the black soil. That was why he had been able to hide its aura and poison this giant tree. He had sent its law of annihilation into the tree demon's soul. This poison can't touch me. Life energy vibrated from within the tree. Every one of its leaves began to shine brightly. You want to disperse the poison and slowly grind it out. It's a good idea, but it won't work. Long Chen sneered. Forming hand seals, black spears began to condense in the sky. Chapter 2454 Heavenly Qilin Demon Tree. The black spears were condensed from the black soil in Long Chen's primal chaos space. As he wasn't an earth cultivator, in theory, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing, but upon reaching the third step of nether passage and gaining control of death energy, he was able to imitate the techniques of earth cultivators through the black soil's particular energy. These earthen spears were not tough at all. They smashed into the tree's divine light barrier and were blasted apart. However, they left behind patches of dark air. It was like the very void was being infected by black particles. It could be said that Long Chen had finally reached the level of being able to unleash the power of the black soil. At this moment, the other tree demons launched their attacks at Long Chen. Wooden thorns and whistling vines fell upon him from every direction. Long Chen snorted and clapped his hands together. The space behind him exploded, unleashing a torrent of black soil upon this world. The tree demons screamed upon contact with the black soil. The nearby trees quickly withered and died. The ancient tree cried out in fear. The endless black soil finally made it feel fear. Long Chen stopped pouring out more of the black soil. He had formed a small mountain of it behind him. The tree demons that had attacked him had turned to dust. Only the ancient tree was able to endure. Long Chen asked, "What is it? Is it time to negotiate?" The old man appeared once more, but this time he had black specks all over his body. Having silently fallen for Long Chen's trap, he was unable to force away Long Chen's death energy. Although it could be said that his life energy had reached an almost limitless level, the power of the black soil restrained him. If he allowed it to continue, he would slowly be killed. Now when he looked at Long Chen, his expression was extremely ugly. Clenching his teeth, he demanded, "What do you want?" "I want all the precious medicines in this place. I don't want much, just one of each." "I'm not a greedy person," said Long Chen. "Fine." This demand was acceptable to the elder. "Other than that, I want your heavenly Qilin demon fruit," said Long Chen with an evil smile. "Impossible. That is the concentration of my life's cultivation base. Don't even think about it," raged the elder. He suddenly realized, "So you knew who I was from the start." Hehe, the heavenly Qilin demon tree is an ancient species said to have gone extinct in the era of myths. How could I not know? If Long Chen hadn't realized who it was, how could he have known that this elder's act was not sincere at all? It was precisely because Long Chen had figured out that it was a heavenly Qilin demon fruit that he was sure he could handle it. There was a recording of the heavenly Qilin demon tree within the pill sovereign memories. Its fruit was a 13th tier medicinal ingredient. The fruit itself contained its own spirituality, one that would make any spirit pills refined from it craftier, but not more brutal. This kind of spirit pill was the kind that alchemists had to be on guard against, as they often acted gentle only to trick them. They were more aware of a human's weaknesses and would take advantage of an opening to flee or even devour the alchemist. This was the nature of the fruit, which stemmed from the tree. This kind of demonic tree was infamous in the age of myths. Its act of being friends with the human race was all nonsense. Furthermore, when Long Chen tested it by asking it about the battle from back then, it didn't avoid answering it. That was when Long Chen was sure it was a con. This was a question he had previously asked the life spirit god, but it hadn't answered, only saying that the karma was not something that he could endure. Since the life spirit god didn't dare to mention it, while this elder was casually talking about it while drinking, it was clear that there was a problem with the wine. That was why Long Chen had intentionally used an extremely ancient form of drinking etiquette, covering up his actions with his sleeves. He hadn't drunk the wine but simply pulled it into the primal chaos space. To avoid exposing himself, he even acted like it wasn't good wine and compared it to the wine god Palace's wine. That was to draw the elder's attention while he silently drew out the black soil whose aura he had suppressed. Now he had an absolute advantage, and so he directly extorted the heavenly Qilin demon tree for its medicines and fruit. Long Chen didn't say anything in regard to the elder's rejection. He just stared at him. Being stared at by Long Chen, the elder's hair stood on end. He clenched his teeth and extended a hand. A peach-like fruit appeared in his hand. However, it was covered in dense scales. Here, you can go now. This fruit is equivalent to 1,000 years of my cultivation. Long Chen received it with a smile. The legendary heavenly Qilin demon fruit. Hehe, this is something good. Long Chen put it away and then kept staring at the heavenly Qilin demon fruit. Once more, he didn't say anything and simply stared. You, what do you want? Don't go too far, raged the elder. No, I never go too far, said Long Chen. Then why aren't you leaving? You can go pick one of every medicine in the forest and scram, said the elder coldly. It seems that only a single heavenly Qilin demon fruit isn't very useful to me, said Long Chen, seemingly embarrassed. How many do you want? Long Chen rubbed his hands bashfully. I'm not greedy, I naturally only want as many as there are. You, die. The heavenly Qilin demon tree went crazy. Countless branches pierced toward Long Chen like sharp blades, so quickly that he didn't have time to summon the black soil. Its goal was clearly to kill Long Chen in an instant before he could do anything else. A pill furnace appeared around Long Chen, and all those powerful branches struck it. However, Long Chen still coughed up a mouthful of blood. This full power attack from the heavenly Qilin demon tree was so powerful that even with the demon moon furnace protecting him, a portion of it transmitted through and struck him. It felt like he was being struck by countless whips. Long Chen was enraged. As expected, legends couldn't be counted upon. Wasn't it said that while the heavenly Qilin demon trees were very crafty, their guts were very small? He had thought that the black soil would be enough to intimidate it into not attacking. Fortunately, the demon moon furnace was still able to block the branches. This heavenly Qilin demon tree was incredibly powerful. Even though it wasn't a fighting type of tree demon, it was still in existence above the Nether Passage realm. I gave you face but you didn't give me any. Huo Linger, incinerate it. Long Chen directly gave the order for Huo Linger to come out. The demon moon furnace's runes lit up, and flames gushed out. Flame runes soared out of the demon moon furnace, and a wave of heat startled the heavenly Qilin demon tree. Its branches were instantly set ablaze and being rapidly burned up. When it tried to suppress the flames, it was horrified to find that they could not be extinguished. Not only that, but the flames were also sucking up its vitality. Horrified, the heavenly Qilin demon tree cut off its own branches and retreated. Those flames terrified it. With the branches retreating, the demon moon furnace's lid popped open. Flames roared out in the form of a giant flame dragon. Runes fell from the leaves of the heavenly Qilin demon tree, isolating it from the flames. They formed a giant wall. The heavenly Qilin demon tree was enormous, and the giant flame dragon appeared minuscule in comparison. However, when the flame dragon struck the leaves, they were instantly incinerated, turning to ash in less than a breath's time. Rumbling rang out and black soil poured out of the void. Death chi filled the air. Stop, stop, cried out the heavenly Qilin demon tree. Why should I? You didn't give me any face. The last time I stopped, you were secretly accumulating power to kill me. If I don't teach you a lesson, who's to say that you won't do the same thing? Raged Long Chen. The black soil quickly filled up this entire island. The heavenly Qilin demon tree was surrounded by it, and its bright leaves began to show black splotches. With it blocking the flame dragon's attacks and the black soil's invasion, it was starting to find it hard to keep up. Stop, I'll give you the heavenly Qilin demon fruit. If you keep attacking, it'll harm my source, and I'll need to use them to make up for it instead. Shouted the heavenly Qilin demon tree in a panic. It was finally afraid. The flame dragon was attacking from above, while the black soil was invading from below. If this continued, he would only be able to last until all his heavenly Qilin demon fruit were used up. Long Chen finally stopped pouring out more black soil and had Huo Linger stop. However, he remained ready. Hand over all of your fruit. If I think you're holding back on me, I'll kill you, demanded Long Chen. Chapter 2455 The Miserable Heavenly Qilin Demon Fruit. With the threat of the flame dragon and the black soil, the heavenly Qilin demon tree finally submitted. Heavenly Qilin demon fruit fell from the giant tree one after another. With every single one, its aura clearly weakened a bit. When it had said that every single one of these fruits were equivalent to 1,000 years of its cultivation, it had been exaggerating slightly. However, the loss of even one of them was as painful as if a piece of it was being torn out. There were over 800 heavenly Qilin demon fruit. Once they were all taken out, the entire tree lost its luster as if it was on the verge of death. You can let me off now. The heavenly Qilin demon tree's voice was a bit hoarse. Long Chen waved his hand, pulling the black soil into the primal chaos space. He also recalled Huo Ling. Why bother? I'm a very nice person. Have your subordinates bring out all the precious medicines here. Are you going to force me to do it myself? Asked Long Chen. The old man of the heavenly Qilin demon tree had now turned black. The invasion of the black soil's death chi had reached a critical point. With its heavenly Qilin demon fruit taken away, erasing this death chi would probably take a long time. The elder helplessly gave the order for other tree demons to gather all the precious medicines in this forest. These medicines were easy to recognize for them. That was because they were used as nourishment for the tree demons. These medicines absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which aided in their own cultivation. Fortunately, Long Chen only asked for one of each. If he asked for them all, that would be taking all their food, and they would fight him to the end. Dao Heart Sword Orchid, 8 Treasure Jewel Grass, 7 Leaf Sky South Star. Ha ha ha, these are all good things. Long Chen couldn't help laughing as he received the medicines. They were all incredibly valuable, with over 10 being 13th tier medicinal ingredients. He could also use those precious ingredients to refine 12th tier medicinal ingredients. That would greatly boost their quality. He gained over 300 priceless medicinal ingredients, half of which did not exist on the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen's medicinal field was about to grow again. Old man, don't cry. To tell the truth, for you to want to kill me and me to not kill you is already an exceptional favor. I now have just one question I want an answer to, said Long Chen to the heavenly Qilin tree demon that was glaring at him hatefully. What? Demanded the heavenly Qilin demon tree icily. I'm curious, why is there a dead branch on your crown? The aura on it feels a bit similar to me. Long Chen pointed to one of the trees. That place was where the main trunk of the heavenly Qilin demon tree took a sudden turn. It was like it had been cut in two, with one half being broken away. It was the result of a bastard from your human race, roared the heavenly Qilin demon tree furiously. It was your damn human race that destroyed my true body in that battle back then. I had no choice but to transform into a seed and undergo nirvanic rebirth in my own minor world. But that minor world was also destroyed, leaving behind only this one core fragment. It fell in this godforsaken place. I was only able to slowly recover by absorbing the spiritual chi of the surroundings. After tens of thousands of years, my body was ready to return to its true form, and then that bastard came. He not only took all my heavenly Qilin demon fruit, he cut off one of my yin and yang branches, causing a huge imbalance in my body that took years and years to recover from. Now I was preparing to reform my true body again, and a bastard like you came. The work of tens of thousands of years has been ruined by you. Your human race is all full of bastards. Don't be so emotional. Do you know that person's name? Asked Long Chen. Of course I remember. He called himself Qing Shu and told me to remember it. The heavenly Qilin demon tree grit its teeth. Long Chen nodded inside. As expected, it had been a sovereign. No wonder the aura was so familiar. It was a bit similar to Sovereign Qing Shu's sovereign seal. Sovereign Qing Shu had actually also come here to pluck the fruit. Long Chen sighed. A sovereign really was a sovereign. A wound left by one of them remained after all this time, with his aura still being present. Hehe, you really are unlucky. My guess is that the same thing happened that time. You wanted to absorb the life energy of a powerful expert to help you in your final step, so Sovereign Qing Shu taught you a little lesson, snickered Long Chen. The heavenly Qilin demon tree snorted and didn't reply. Clearly Long Chen was right that it had been the one to provoke the sovereign, resulting in having to pay such a painful price. Long Chen was shocked that a sovereign possessed such power. Not only had he cut off part of the heavenly Qilin demon tree's trunk, that wound hadn't healed even after tens of thousands of years. When comparing himself, he wouldn't have been able to challenge the heavenly Qilin demon tree without the black soil and Huo Ling. Long Chen thought of Sovereign Mo Li's last words. Last time, he had let him cheat and pass, but that would increase the karma for next time. If he didn't keep working hard, he really would die to his next heavenly tribulation. You can go now. This place does not welcome your human race, said the heavenly Qilin demon tree coldly. What is there at the bottom of the marsh? Asked Long Chen. A group of lazy and gluttonous mudfish. As long as you don't attack them, they won't bother you, replied the heavenly Qilin demon tree impatiently. It seemed that he wanted him to scram so that it could recover. Long Chen nodded. He didn't have anything else to say. This fellow probably wished to never see a human again. Having obtained over 800 heavenly Qilin demon fruit and so many new medicinal ingredients, he had greatly profited. He was in a good mood as he passed through the forest again. The tree demons didn't dare to attack him. When he reached the edge of the marsh again, he looked back to see that the forest had closed behind him. He was no longer able to see the giant tree. This island was very strange. The surrounding space made it impossible for him to estimate just how big it was. He didn't overthink it. He took out the bronze bar and slowly floated off. Everything was calm. It was only once he left the mist that he sensed something wrong. He could feel the marsh trembling. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Suddenly, something below the water surged out, sending Long Chen soaring into the sky. Long Chen looked down to see an enormous figure that made his scalp turn numb. A beast above Nether Passage. It was a drake-like beast, but it had no scales or horns, or even eyes. It just had a giant mouth. Hand over the heavenly Qilin demon fruit and I'll spare your life. The huge monster actually spoke human words. Its voice was icy without any emotion. Fuck, that damn heavenly Qilin demon tree is conning me. Long Chen instantly realized that this huge monster was what he had sensed down below, but the heavenly Qilin demon tree had just said it was a group of mudfish. This monster also knew about the heavenly Qilin demon fruit. Clearly the tree had informed it. Fuck, I curse you to have someone steal your heavenly Qilin demon fruit the next time they mature as well. Long Chen cursed. Hand over the heavenly Qilin demon fruit. Long Chen was once more thrown into the sky. The huge monster repeated itself. Fuck, this is bullying. Even if I'm not a sovereign, idiots like you can't bully me. Raged Long Chen. A mudfish monster actually dared to bully him. This was intolerable. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. The monster didn't feel any misgivings about Long Chen's words. It opened its mouth, and the entire marsh heaved. Its tail suddenly whipped out of the water and at him. Unable to dodge in the air, he could only block. As a result, he was knocked into the marsh. With no land anywhere, he caused a massive explosion within the marsh. The Dragonblood warriors heard the disturbance. Boss has been blocked by a monster. The mist had been scattered by the monster, allowing them to clearly see what was happening. What do we do? The water is toxic, and there's no way to fly. A figure charged into the sky. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon at the monster's head. Its body instantly sank beneath the marsh, unleashing a wave of mud. Long Chen's attack was only able to force it back. He managed to leave a mark on its head, but no blood came out. His attack clearly wasn't enough to cause any damage to it. The monster roared. Its body spun within the marsh, and a giant arrow suddenly shot towards Long Chen. The demon moon furnace appeared, pulling Long Chen inside. They were instantly sent flying into the sky by its attack. Long Chen coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood inside the demon moon furnace, feeling like a star had just smashed into him. The demon moon furnace was only able to block a portion of the impact, while the rest of it had to be endured by Long Chen. Long Chen's body was now covered in cracks. The mudfish monster was a 13th rank beast. In its own territory, Long Chen was almost killed. Suddenly, the demon moon furnace lit up, and it stayed suspended in the sky. Big brother Long Chen, we've escaped the domain of the marsh, exclaimed Ling Er. We're out. Good, then we'll give it a vicious blow. Long Chen appeared on top of the demon moon furnace. He raised his hand, a cluster of flames appearing. Chapter 2456 7-Star World Extermination. Flames rose in the form of a lotus, growing larger and larger. Long Chen began to chant the Nirvana scripture, causing flame runes to fly out of thin air and enter the flame lotus. With each second, the flame lotus crazily grew, and a particular rune on each petal lit up, forming a star. After that, the stars changed, becoming 2, and then 2 became 3. Every time a new star appeared, the world would shudder. By the time the flame lotus reached its peak size, every petal had 7 stars on top of it, and the surrounding void was distorted by the heat. An invisible destructive energy caused the world to shake. The laws of the heavenly Taos were whining. This flame lotus possessed the power to destroy the entire world. Compared to the giant flame lotus, Long Chen himself appeared as tiny as an ant. His hand shuddered, and blood dripped down his arm. This is the limit. Huo Linger has yet to fully control her power, and the burden to my own body has increased as a result. But this is enough. Long Chen slowly released his flame lotus. It slowly fell down, but as it did, it fluctuated, clearly unstable. Long Chen grew nervous upon seeing that. Huo Linger's current power was so immense that if it exploded here, he would be blasted apart by his own technique. He carefully controlled the flame lotus, sending it toward the giant mudfish monster. The fierce mudfish monster shivered and suddenly dove beneath the marsh. I feel like we should all back up. Boss is angry, suggested one of the Dragonblood warriors. Everyone else immediately nodded and ran further away. Long Chen's hand seal suddenly changed. The flame lotus stopped swiveling and then smashed straight down with a horrifying rumbling. Even before it touched the marsh became distorted. The mudfish monster was instantly exposed. The marsh was unable to protect it as the world extermination flame lotus fell. The 9 petals had 7 stars each, a total of 63 stars. They all detonated, and that was like 63 star falls exploding. The instant that it exploded, color faded from the world. Light turned dark. For a moment, everyone felt like they had lost their sense of vision. When their vision recovered, they saw a fragmented scene. Fragments of spacetime were in the wrong place. The world that they were seeing was in chaos. Within that chaos, they could barely see a figure falling from the sky, and then they heard the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. In the next moment, the world returned to its normal state. Their vision cleared, allowing them to see a giant hole in the marsh. A giant blade was stabbed through the mudfish monster's head. It was still twitching, but that was its deathbed struggles. Long Chen stood atop Evilmoon's hilt, staring coldly at the mudfish that he had skewered. This image stunned everyone. It was only after a long time that someone let out a cheer, breaking people out of their stupor. The mudfish finally became motionless. This terrifying monster was something above the Nether Passage realm and had been able to survive the world extermination flame lotus, albeit just barely. However, after the explosion, it had not been far from death. A follow-up attack from Evilmoon was enough to end its life. The 7-star world extermination flame lotus is my current limit. It used up 80% of my spiritual yuan. Even if Huo Linger was in full control of her own power, there's no way I could use such an attack twice, sighed Long Chen. The world extermination flame lotus's power had even frightened him. The only reason the mudfish monster hadn't died instantly was because the marsh had helped block part of its power. Huo Linger's advancement has caused the world extermination flame lotus's power to grow as well. Once Huo Linger is in full control of her power, it will be time to perfect this attack. Long Chen clenched his fists proudly. This technique was something that he had made himself, and was his strongest attack. Long Chen then sucked the corpse into the primal chaos space. Although its entire body could be considered a priceless treasure, its flesh was now badly charred. There was no way to make snakeskin armor from it. Its meat would definitely be the greatest gift to Wild. It also had a crystal core, but it was a very rarely seen dark attribute core that he currently didn't have a use for. Long Chen looked back toward the island at the center of the marsh. The image of an immortal wonderland had been shattered. The entire island was charred and covered in mud. As for the giant tree, its leaves had been incinerated, and some of the smaller branches were gone. Con me and you end up conning yourself. You deserve it, snorted Long Chen. He had thought about going over to cause more trouble for the heavenly Qilin demon tree, but he decided against it. Sovereign Qing Shu hadn't killed it even though it had tried to kill him. Most likely, there was some deeper meaning to this. Sovereign Yun Shang was capable of seeing the future. Is this heavenly Qilin demon tree some kind of opportunity that Sovereign Qing Shu left for me? Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Fine, I'll let it go this time and leave this opportunity to the next person. Long Chen finally decided not to kill it. The mud and water slowly flowed back into the marsh, and the laws of space and time that he had shattered were slowly repairing. If he still didn't leave, the laws of the marsh would return and make it so that he couldn't fly. Taking advantage of the broken laws, he hastily flew out of the marsh. When he returned, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples and the Zon beasts cheered. They were filled with even greater reverence for him. Although there was no way for them to estimate just how powerful the mudfish was, based on its aura, it was definitely an existence above Nether Passage. Long Chen had managed to even slay such an existence. He was incredibly powerful, enough to inspire them and give them confidence. Boss, were there any gains? Asked one Dragonblood warrior excitedly. There was an island at the center of the swamp where I gained some precious medicines. Since none of you can really use them, I'll be taking them for myself. However, there is something that everyone can use. Long Chen took out a heavenly Qilin demon fruit. People stared at it, befuddled. They had no idea what this scaled fruit was. Could it be, is this a heavenly Qilin demon fruit from the time of myths? Asked one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples suddenly. Haha, amazing, you recognized it. Long Chen gave this disciple a thumbs up. He hadn't expected someone to really know of it. If it hadn't been for the Pill Sovereign memories, even he wouldn't have recognized it. He had never seen a recording of the heavenly Qilin demon fruit within the records of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If someone knew of it, they had to have seen it within some ancient, fragmented texts. It really is a heavenly Qilin demon fruit. It is said that eating it can allow someone to immediately ascend and become a god or a mortal. Cried out that disciple. Long Chen's praising expression vanished. He shook his head. All right, it seems you've listened to too many stories. That's nonsense. This heavenly Qilin demon fruit has a huge amount of life essence within it of a divine nature. That divine nature allows it to extend a person's longevity. Even someone on the verge of dying will fully recover with just a drop of its juice. However, that's not the main thing. The main thing is that due to how long they've been mature, they've absorbed the laws of the heavenly Taos. If a cultivator consumes one, their comprehension of the heavenly Taos will soar. It will make your future path much clearer. For us, it can greatly increase our chances of advancing to the fourth step of Nether Passage. Not only that, it will make the bottleneck above that much easier to break through. Everyone was delighted to hear this. But they quickly grew disappointed. There were so many of them and only one heavenly Qilin demon fruit. They wouldn't get a chance to have it. Haha, don't be disappointed. I gained a total of 867 fruits. The Dragonblood Legion won't be taking a portion. If we split it, each person can have 3 drops of its juice. Just 1 drop should be enough for yourselves, so you can sell the rest to others, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can't do that. If you hadn't come, we probably wouldn't have obtained any. A person can't be greedy. Just 1 drop would be more than enough for us. The rest should be left to your Dragonblood Legion, said one disciple immediately. That's right, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Don't get all weepy on me. Hurry and divide them up. We have to hurry on, said Long Chen, tossing the heavenly Qilin demon fruit to the Dragonblood warriors to extract the juice and split up. The Dragonblood warriors quickly squeezed out the juices, but the fruit pits were kept by Long Chen. Hee, this is the real good thing. Long Chen smiled and tossed the pits into the primal chaos space. Chapter 2457 Guo Ran's Luck. When the fruit pits fell into the soil of the primal chaos space, they quickly began to germinate. Tender sprouts grew out of the ground. Long Chen focused the primal chaos space's energy on one of the sprouts. After an incense stick's worth of time, it became a tiny sapling. Unlike other saplings, it only had 3 leaves. Without any further urging from Long Chen, it began to automatically absorb the life energy of the primal chaos space. Even after concentrating the full power of the primal chaos space onto just 1 sapling, the growth rate is so slow. As expected, the heavenly Qilin demon tree's life energy is astonishing. Just a single sapling contained about the same amount of life energy as a fully grown world tree. Alright, I choose you. Long Chen made his decision. He would grow a forest of these trees to replace the world trees. Long Chen planted only 300 of the fruit pits for now. The rest, he kept aside. He didn't want them competing with each other for energy, and he also had a use for the fruit pits. He was planning on using them for alchemy. Then their effect would be far greater than the juice. Now he had a use for the sea demon corpses from last time. He tossed them into the black soil, and life energy filled the primal chaos space. After a couple of hours, the tens of thousands of sea demon corpses had been devoured and the heavenly Qilin demon trees reached a height of 30 meters. At this point, they began to branch out. 2 branches at the top continued to grow. The runes on those branches were different, with Long Chen recognizing one as yin and the other as yang. Now he understood what the heavenly Qilin demon tree had said about having one of its yin and yang branches cut off. Long Chen sensed the amount of life energy within these 300 saplings. Their total life energy was already about half of the total of the world trees. That was a shocking amount. Once they were fully matured, they could offer him an extraordinary amount of life energy. However, without any more corpses to devour, their growth almost came to a complete stop. Long Chen estimated that without any fertilizer, these trees would take several thousand years to fully mature. Long Chen thought about tossing in the mudfish's corpse, but he decided against it. The growth of these trees would not be a matter of 1 or 2 days, so he shouldn't rush it. The juice was already divided amongst everyone, and there were still 2,000 drops left. Long Chen gave those to the group that had first noticed the marsh, leaving it up to themselves on how to split it. Their newfound profit filled every one of them with excitement, especially the Zon beasts. The juice of the heavenly Qilin demon fruit was even more effective on them, with no side effects. Has anyone received word from the other squads? Asked Long Chen. All of them are currently gathering or going in the direction that you indicated, reported one of the Dragonblood warriors. It seems that opportunities aren't so easy to run into. We've all benefited from the first squad. Long Chen smiled at the group that had noticed the marsh. We're the ones benefiting. Without you, we wouldn't have obtained this opportunity either, responded one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Not bad, this sucking up ability is refreshing, joked Long Chen, causing everyone to laugh. The lack of aloof arrogance from Long Chen made them all feel like he was easy to get close to. This was a rare charisma that they admired. Long Chen looked at the compass and said, "Let's go to our target destination. We have to gather with the other squads." Half a day later, they met another group. "Boss, ha ha ha, take a look at my new steed." This new group was composed of 3 squads led by Guo Ran and Sha Chen. Guo Ran called out to Long Chen excitedly. "Boss Guo Ran, where did you get a chick?" asked one of the Dragonblood warriors. "Are you blind? Is this just a chick? This is a legendary ancient beast, the 9-winged blood phoenix. It can reach the 13th rank when it is fully matured," said Guo Ran in an extremely pleased manner. A 13th rank beast. Everyone was startled. This steed that looked like nothing more than a giant baby chicken didn't strike as such an existence. "Boss Guo Ran, how did you get it?" "Of course I relied on my own power to kill 2 13th rank beasts. There were 2 chicks, so me and Sha Chen split them." "Sha Chen, don't just stand there, show them your divine steed as well," said Guo Ran. Sha Chen waved his hand. "Oh, it's sleeping, so I don't want to disturb it." Compared to Guo Ran's flashy style, Sha Chen was far more reserved. "You killed 2 13th rank beasts. Is that really true? Even boss only managed to slay a single one." "What, boss, you killed a 13th rank beast?" cried out Guo Ran in shock. "Boss Guo Ran, what are you so shocked about? You said that you killed 2 of them. Were you just bragging? Cough, are you joking? Am I such a braggart? Just ask any one of these brothers. They all personally saw it. Furthermore, the best proof is the corpses in Sha Chen's astral space," snorted Guo Ran. An experienced disciple from the Martial Heaven Alliance said, "This truly is the 9-winged blood phoenix. There are 9 folds beneath its wings that will sprout 9 differently colored feathers when it is fully mature, and that will make it look like it has 9 pairs of wings. Congratulations senior apprentice brother Guo Ran on obtaining such a terrifying steed. Ha ha ha, finally someone with vision. However, you don't need to be discouraged. As long as you continue to do good things and accumulate karma, you can also be blessed by the heavens just like me," laughed Guo Ran. Sha Chen shook his head and summoned the 2 corpses. When they appeared, everyone jumped. The aura of these 2 beasts was horrifying despite merely being corpses. "Boss, these are the corpses of 2 13th rank beasts. I've taken the crystal cores, so you can see if you need anything from them. If not, we can just give them to Wild," said Sha Chen. Once everyone retreated, they got a good look at the beasts. One was a multicolored phoenix, while the other was a 2-headed lion. The 2 corpses were covered in wounds. The lion was almost cut in 2, while the phoenix had several bloody holes in it. Guo Ran hastily put away his steed. He said, "Ah, I may have overstated it just now. These 2 beasts were fighting each other and had killed each other by the time we arrived. The 9-winged blood phoenix was probably a bit stronger, but to protect its young, it was struck by a sneak attack. To tell the truth, the reason I was able to obtain this mighty steed is all thanks to boss." Long Chen put away the corpses and asked, "Thanks to me?" "Why, it's thanks to you giving me the karmic luck reward from the Devil Slaughter rankings. My luck is now amazing. We encountered a spirit lake at first and then a vein of immortal gold with even source chi at the bottom that we absorbed. Then I ran into these 2 beasts fighting each other, easily obtaining 2 corpses and 2 young 9-winged blood phoenixes. However, it wasn't perfect. There were originally 3, but the lion ate 1, said Guo Ran regretfully. Everyone stared at him, dumbstruck. How was Guo Ran's luck so heaven-defying? He hadn't encountered any dangers and had instead run into one treasure after another. Even Long Chen was stunned. If Guo Ran's luck was so heaven-defying, why hadn't it manifested itself before now? Long Chen suddenly wondered if it was because his own bad luck had covered up Guo Ran's good luck. Long Chen sighed inside. He had fought with both his mind and body against the heavenly Qilin demon tree and then killed the mudfish monster before obtaining his treasures, but Guo Ran had just picked his up. This luck was definitely heaven-defying. Guo Ran, you should lead the way for everyone, said Long Chen. What about you? Asked Guo Ran. Me, it's better for me to go my own way, said Long Chen. After giving a few more instructions, he left on his own. Chapter 2458 Dangerous Scheme. Long Chen left on his own, speeding off toward his previous target. The Dragonblood warriors had essentially finished forming up, with each group having at least 5 squads. In each of those groups were at least 2 people on the level of captains, so they should be safe. Now, Long Chen was setting off on his own because he didn't sense any supreme experts. Guo Ran's luck had given him a reminder. His bad luck would cover up other people's good luck. By leaving them, their chances of running into treasures should increase a bit. Several days later, Long Chen arrived at his target area. The scene he saw before him made his heart shake. This was a giant spring. There were 2 mountain ranges on both sides of it, looking like an eye from above. The spring had black and white mist revolving on top of it, looking like a giant Taiji symbol. The white mist was full of vitality, while the black mist was full of death. They were blending together, yet still separate. When he descended from the sky, he found that the spring had its own laws. While it wasn't so big looking from above, when he got close, he found that it was practically limitless. This spring seemed to fill the entire world. He didn't know if he had shrunk or if it had grown. There is actually a place within this world that manifests the cycle of life and death. The divine families actually didn't share this secret with us. Long Chen couldn't help growing enraged upon sensing the power of this spring. The Long family hadn't told him about this, but the Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance's disciples had both been aware of it. The Dragonblood warriors who had already arrived came over when they saw him. Was there a battle? Long Chen saw they still had blood on them, and their auras were in a very lively state. It was dangerous. As soon as we arrived, corrupt experts attacked us. They had broken through to the 4th step. If the Zither Fairy hadn't interfered, we would have taken some heavy losses, said the squad leader. Ziyan, Long Chen sensed the surroundings. There did seem to be some mystical energy remaining in the air that belonged to Ziyan. Where is she? The Zither Fairy immediately rushed off after helping us resolve the ambush. It seemed that she was in a hurry. Boss, we were late. Everyone else who entered the Starfield Divine World rushed straight here. The Corrupt Path left behind 2,000 of their disciples to ambush us. With them being in the 4th step and controlling Samsara power, we would have been at a disadvantage without the Zither Fairy, said another squad leader. Upon reaching the 4th step, the Samsara power of a Nether Passage expert would not just increase their power, but it would also form a cycle that gave them limitless power. With the Dragonblood warriors still in the 3rd step, they were unable to hold them back. In the brief ambush, 10,000 disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance had died. The Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance knew about this. Only the Sea Demon race seems to be like us. What is the Yi family playing at? Long Chen sank into thought. He had killed the 6-horned sea serpents left and right arms but hadn't found any information about this life and death spring in their soul fragments. Could it be that the Yi family was using the Sea Demon race to slow him down? Were they being used to stall the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples? After being 1 step behind, they would only fall further and further behind. One of the groups has been attacked. Suddenly, the compasses let off a warning sound. However, the warning then stopped a short while later. It was a little sneak attack, not enough to shake the entire group. The other side fled. The report quickly came from the group that had been attacked. Have all the groups remain vigilant and rush straight here. There's no need to search for more treasures, ordered Long Chen. They had been schemed against. The Dragonblood Legion was now forced into a very passive position. With many others having broken through to the 4th step due to this spring, they were at an immense disadvantage. More groups arrived. One of them was led by Yu Zifeng and Ji Yuyong. They brought a squad of the Zon beasts and the 4 squads of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. The others also arrived quickly. Seeing everyone was safe and sound, they sighed in relief. Just as they had been approaching this area, all their groups had been attacked by small groups of experts. Those experts came from the ancient family alliance in the corrupt path. They were only in groups of 1 or 2,000, but they had all broken through to the 4th step. Meng Qi and the others were strong enough to force them to flee, but not before they killed a few people. The ordinary disciples were too weak compared to them. Meng Qi and the others naturally couldn't chase them down for fear of an ambush. They could only raise their vigilance and press onward. They faced quite a few sneak attacks from them again, and they did manage to slay a few of them before they fled, but the continuous attacks were infuriating. Against so many 4th step nether passage experts, even Meng Qi and the others were unable to fully stop them. After all, they were in control of samsara power. Their combined power was immense. Their continuous sneak attacks had been so enraging that Ji Yuyong had almost chased after them, but Yu Zifeng had pulled him back. These bastards are all hateful. Tang Wan'er stamped her foot furiously. Long Chen consoled everyone. We've fallen for their scheme. By being broken into pieces, our enemies have managed to grasp an opening. They knew that we would need some time to gather back together after entering. Adding in some sneak attacks forced us to be even more cautious, with the sea demon race in particular giving us even more pressure. Their whole plan was to stall us while they arrived here and broke through before us. But if they've managed to advance, why not stand guard over this place to stop us from coming? Asked Meng Qi. The corrupt path and the ancient family alliance had a full million experts inside the star-field divine world at the moment, with the martial heaven alliance and the Zon beasts only outnumbering them by a tiny amount. 1 million 4th step nether passage experts was more than enough to crush 1,100,000 3rd step nether passage experts. It's not so simple. The divine families are using the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance, but the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance aren't going to be used for nothing. The star-field divine world is full of treasures. Their main force has definitely moved on to the next place, estimated Long Chen. Then we're the last ones here, raged Ji Yuyong. We should be second to last. There are also the idiots from the sea demon race. Let's just hurry and make our advancements here. This life and death spring has a white area representing life energy and a black area representing death energy. To enter the 4th step, the first thing is to balance your life and death energy. After that, you can step into the core of the spring. That is where the life and death energy is the strongest. We've already been thrown behind, so we have to catch up, said Long Chen. Everyone quickly entered the spring. They went to the life area because they were currently lacking life energy in the death realm. The Zon beasts joined in as well. This life and death energy was crucial to their advancement. Although their realms were different, they still needed the life and death energy. Wild, your brother Long has brought you some good stuff. As everyone entered the spring, only Wild stayed outside. Long Chen took out the corpses of 3 13th rank beasts, delighting Wild. These corpses were so tough that even divine items couldn't pierce them. Wild's teeth were tougher than divine items, but even he was having some trouble eating them. He had to tear off pieces of flesh and chew for a long time before swallowing. It's delicious. Brother Long, you're great. Wild excitedly hugged Long Chen. In truth, Wild didn't know anything about taste. It was delicious to him only because the flesh was so strong. Seeing Wild eating the flesh of 13th rank beasts made Long Chen feel a chill. Wild had truly grown terrifying. I'm glad you like it. I'll find some more for you in the future, but you should put these away for now. Ration them while you stand watch. If anyone tries to disturb us, kill them, said Long Chen. All right, go train. Leave things here to me. Wild patted his chest confidently, but his hand was still bloody from his eating, leaving an imprint. Long Chen nodded and entered the spring as well. He began to absorb the life energy. Just at that moment, a group of people came rushing over. Rays of divine light pierced through the air toward the spring. Courting death, Long Chen furiously shot up. These people were intentionally causing a ruckus so that they couldn't focus on cultivation. Chapter 2459 Crisis Descends. With everyone in the life and death spring, they couldn't dodge. It was unknown what origins this spring had, but after entering, their bodies naturally entered a cultivation state. They would have to leave in order to enter a combat-ready state. By the time they charged out of the spring, their attackers had fled. They seemed to have transportation discs on them that brought them away as soon as they fled. Bastards! Raged Ji Yuyong. The only way for them to effectively cultivate here was to enter a state of forgetting everything else. It would take far longer now since they were furious after being attacked. How hateful. They're slowing us down while they go in search of treasures, said Tang Wan. Cloud, why don't you guard this place? Kill anyone who approaches, said Meng Qi. With Cloud's speed, those people would be killed as soon as they got close. No need, said Sha Chen. They have transportation talismans that will make speed useless. Guo Ran and I can set up a formation to kill them. I'll need 3,000 people to help me. Sha Chen and Guo Ran set off with 3,000 Dragonblood warriors to set up a formation. Long Chen ordered everyone not to fall for it. They had to calm down and use this place to advance to the fourth step. Sha Chen and Guo Ran got to work, but halfway through their setup, another batch of disciples from the Ancient Family Alliance attacked. However, as soon as they appeared, a batch of bombs that Guo Ran had set up exploded, blasting them to pieces. Following the explosions were some poison arrows. Even those in control of life and death energy couldn't ignore that poison. That batch of sneak attackers were blocked and only managed to launch a few attacks from a great distance before fleeing. But still, quite a few people were disturbed from their cultivation state, flames of anger surging in their eyes. On the other hand, Long Chen was already in his cultivation state, his divine ring open behind him. The life energy poured into him. Several attacks were aimed at Long Chen, but Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others blocked it for him. They had decided to stand guard over Long Chen so that he could advance first. As Long Chen absorbed the life energy, he tried to bring some of the spring water into the primal chaos space. But he was disappointed to find that once it exited this world, the spring water's energy completely vanished. His thought of bringing the entire spring away with him was extinguished. He could only focus on cultivating. Others were absorbing it slowly, but he was sucking the life energy in crazily. Suddenly, blinding rays of light lit up from the distance. Runic swords pierced through the air, slaughtering a new batch of sneak attackers. Sha Chen's formation was complete. He was standing guard, not even giving the sneak attackers an opportunity to attack. Several more attempts occurred, leaving behind batches of corpses on the ground. Just as it seemed that the Ancient Family Alliance's disciples had given up, corrupt experts came charging at the barrier recklessly. Using their own comrades' lives as shields, they managed to tear an opening within Sha Chen's formation and charge in. These corrupt experts were practically crazy. They launched a few attacks, and seeing that they couldn't escape, they decided to kill themselves in self-detonations. Fuck, another 3,000 warriors, get over here. We'll kill these bastards, raged Guo Ran. These experts that had reached the fourth step were too powerful. They needed more people if they wanted to keep them out. At the same time as he was infuriated, he was shocked. If the corrupt path and the Ancient Family Alliance had left their main forces here, they would probably have been wiped out. Another 3,000 Dragonblood warriors joined in. Sha Chen clenched his teeth and took out even more formation discs. In the end, the formation became a solid shield that blocked over 10 further attempts at breaking through. Suddenly, the spring began to shake. Countless bubbles began to float out of it. It was like it was boiling. Boss has balanced his life and death energy. He's ready to break through. A vertical line appeared within Long Chen's divine ring. On the left side it was black, and on the right side it was white. Neither side was able to enter the other. This was a manifestation of reaching a balanced state of life and death energy. However, for others, this kind of phenomenon would occur within their heavenly Tao manifestations. But since Long Chen wasn't an Empyrean, it occurred within his divine ring. At this moment, Yu Zifeng, Yi Ziqiu, Chu Yao, Song Mingyuan, and the others also began to enter this state. Long Chen, don't even think about reaching the samsara realm in this lifetime. Suddenly, the sky fractured. A bloody spear instantly pierced through Sha Chen's formation. Heaven and earth rumbled. Tian Ziazi. Long Chen's heart sank. This scheme was well planned. The heavenly genius of the corrupt path, Tian Ziazi, had actually appeared here. After reaching the samsara realm, Tian Ziazi's manifestation was no longer the slightest bit unclear. There was a giant divine statue of crystal clarity within his manifestation. Divine energy came from his manifestation, infecting the rest of the world. Even the laws of the world were affected. His manifestation, it's fully awakened, exclaimed Meng Qi. Tian Ziazi's aura was completely different from before. His manifestation had changed at its source. It was no longer illusory but real. The statue within his manifestation felt like a god. A feeling of inferiority and insignificance infected people's wills. Long Chen, did you think that we would allow you to advance to the fourth step just like this? How naive. We were unable to break the laws of the yin-yang spirit spring, but we won't be allowing you to take advantage of it. All of you will die today. Are you prepared? Asked Tian Ziazi disdainfully. He was just like a god looking down on them. Long Chen exited his cultivation state. As his body slowly rose in the air, Evilmoon appeared in his hand and scales were covering his entire body. You actually gave up your chance to search for treasures to disturb me. Disturb you? Tian Ziazi suddenly laughed as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Long Chen, I didn't think that you were so stupid. Do you not realize what kind of situation you are in? Tian Ziazi's spear suddenly twisted toward Long Chen. Although it was just a casual flick of his wrist, Long Chen's expression changed. He was forced back several steps. Tian Ziazi laughed. Ha ha ha, now do you understand? In this state where your yin and yang are completely balanced, your own life energy and death energy are countering each other. In this state, you are unable to achieve samsara. Your current power has now dropped to less than 80%. What are you going to use to fight me now? Guo Ran and the others all started. They didn't know about this problem. With Long Chen weakened and Tian Ziazi having advanced to the fourth step, a huge difference had been created between them. Long Chen smiled and indicated for everyone not to worry. Looking at Tian Ziazi, he said, call out that fellow from your corrupt path. You alone are unable to kill me. Tian Ziazi sneered. He raised his blood spear. Long Chen, you're too conceited. I have awoken my manifestation. Corrupt King overlooks the heavens. Killing you is simple. The instant he stated the name of his manifestation, the statue behind him quivered and breathed out a wave of evil air. In that instant, he seemed to be a disciple of a god, a representative whose will came from their god. Ha ha ha. Long Chen also laughed, his laugh full of disdain. If you really had that ability, you wouldn't have been hiding like a dog here waiting for me to balance my life and death energy, right? Tian Ziazi's expression sank. It was true. He had been hoping to have a real fight with Long Chen. He wanted to use his power to beat him and wipe away his previous humiliation. However, a certain person refused to allow him to do that, forcing him to wait until Long Chen was weakened. Tian Ziazi was infuriated, but he couldn't retort. What is it? It seems you feel aggrieved. Don't tell me that the arrogant Tian Ziazi that once swept through the world has now become someone's dog. Said Long Chen lightly, seemingly seeing through Tian Ziazi's inner heart. Fuck off. Tian Ziazi furiously stabbed his spear. It was like the fang of a fiend, containing a powerful curse as it stabbed toward Long Chen. A sharp sound made people clap their hands over their ears. Right off the bat, Tian Ziazi had used one of his sharpest killing blows. Chapter 2460 God Reincarnation. You're the one who's going to die. Long Chen sneered. He slashed Evilmoon 3 times, creating 3 saber images in front of him that merged together. However, even this triple defense was unable to stop Tian Ziazi's attack. With this manifestation, Tian Ziazi was backed by the power of a god. With your current power, you're just an ant in front of me. I'll return the humiliation you gave me tenfold. Tian Ziazi roared. Thinking of all that had happened between the two of them, he suddenly dove toward Long Chen like a hawk. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon, only to be sent flying by a simple kick from Tian Ziazi. Do you see? This is the difference between us now. Even if you weren't weakened, I could still crush you like a fly. I've stepped into the samsara realm, so the cycle of yin and yang will wear your power down until you have nothing else. What are you going to use to fight me? Tian Ziazi arrogantly stood there, looking down on Long Chen, not seeming to be in a rush to kill him. Instead, he wanted to fully enjoy the sight of Long Chen's despair. No wonder. I knew I wasn't so weak. So stepping into the samsara realm has such a benefit, sighed Long Chen. Ants like you can't stop me. Today, I will end your legend. By cutting off your head, I will show the world that your legend is nothing more than a joke. Tian Ziazi spread his hands. The blood spear slowly floated in his manifestation, and divine energy surged out of it, locking down Long Chen. Long Chen, do you know? I'm really angry that I have to kill someone as weak as you, stated Tian Ziazi. Even if I kill you, it will clearly be a case of someone powerful bullying the weak. That's an insult to me. Divine energy poured into Tian Ziazi's spear. It pointed toward Long Chen, rumbling with power. This was an attack that could destroy heaven and earth if it wished. But in the face of this terrifying attack, Long Chen smiled. He cocked his head at Tian Ziazi. How amazing. Just what kind of status does that fellow have to make you feel so aggrieved? It's shocking. Tian Ziazi's manifestation rumbled. As astral winds raged, Tian Ziazi roared, you can't do anything even if I tell you. I'm just a divine son, someone who is simply a servant of the god. But he is the reincarnation of the 7th generation corrupt god. He sealed himself for tens of thousands of years. He is a true god who will lead the corrupt path to its glory. Your righteous path will end in this era. This information shocked everyone. A reincarnation of a god. Wouldn't that be an unrivaled existence in this world? Bullshit. A god must ascend. That is in defiance of the laws. You're lying, shouted Sha Chen. Ha ha ha. Tian Ziazi laughed crazily. You damn ants, are you worth me lying to? The 7th generation corrupt god chose not to ascend and instead undergo nirvanic rebirth to become a different person. His ascension was an act to trick fools like you. He gave up his chance to become a god and instead reincarnated to start a new life. He isn't even a god now, he had to restart everything. Who would pay such a price? Demanded Sha Chen. The heights that a god could achieve were not things that people like them could imagine. But they all knew of the laws of the martial heaven continent. Anyone who reached that level would be forced to a higher plane. It was said that that plane was the undying world of gods and immortals. Even a god could not disobey the laws of the martial heaven continent. After ascending, they could not return. The 7th generation corrupt god had acted like he was ascending, only to secretly undergo nirvanic rebirth. That was in defiance of the heavens. By undergoing reincarnation, he would have to start from the beginning and could die at any moment. Just why would he pay such a price? It was to trick a sovereign, right? Said Long Chen. This statement startled people. How was that possible? There were no gods in the times of the sovereigns. The 7th generation corrupt god had existed before the sovereigns. Long Chen looked closely at Tian Ziazi and saw his expression twitch. He smiled. The 7th generation corrupt god used his body as a seed to undergo reincarnation. But that requires going down the path of reincarnation. It is impossible to immediately be reborn without walking that path. After being reborn, he found himself in the same era as a sovereign, and not daring to compete with the sovereign, he chose to seal himself. He used the corrupt god cemetery to nourish himself, waiting for years until he could finally accumulate enough power to completely transform. Now that the chief flow of the world has changed, it is the best opportunity for him to come out. As for you, the person who should have been the leader of the corrupt path, you have been demoted to a mere side character. You can only listen to his orders like a dog. I feel sorry for you. Long Chen shook his head and sighed so dramatically. Hence, despite knowing that it was intentional, Tian Ziazi couldn't help being infuriated. Shut your mouth. Tian Ziazi was the heavenly genius of the corrupt path, someone who had been sealed in his generation for years. The future of the corrupt path was supposed to belong to him, but now he had become a side character. He was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do about it. It doesn't matter who the leader of the corrupt path is. Your righteous path will still be wiped out. Master Yi Ming wanted me to only kill you, but now I've decided to kill all of you. Tian Ziazi smiled as he looked at the Dragonblood warriors. His manifestation suddenly shuddered. The power that he had been accumulating all this time blasted out toward the Dragonblood warriors. The world's #1 legion will be wiped out by my hands today. Rumbling rang out intermixed with Tian Ziazi's crazed laughter. Brothers, bring out your true ability. Don't let others misjudge you. Long Chen's icy voice rang out. The Dragonblood warriors had long since prepared themselves for battle. They all summoned their manifestations, and the dragons within their manifestations roared furiously. Their power exploded like a volcano, pouring toward the front where Guo Ran was waiting with his crossed blades. Those blades lit up like blinding suns. The Dragonblood warriors' power surged toward Guo Ran. Guo Ran's armor had been modified an additional 3 times because the Dragonblood warriors had grown increasingly powerful. If he didn't upgrade it, he wouldn't be able to endure taking in their terrifying power. The combined power of 12,000 Dragonblood warriors smashed into Tian Ziazi's spear. As a result, the sky was torn apart. Even the stars in the sky shuddered. Tian Ziazi's spear was blown back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he grabbed his spear, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and smashed into a distant mountain. He pierced straight through it and continued through the mountain range. This Dragonblood cross-slash was the only technique in this world capable of perfectly merging the power of over 12,000 experts into an attack capable of destroying heaven and earth. Nice. Guo Ran cried out excitedly. This attack was stronger than he had expected. Even Tian Ziazi had been blown back. However, that joy was short-lived as Tian Ziazi came flying out of the ground. His hair was a mess, and there was blood on his chest. That attack had been so powerful that despite circulating his samsara power and grinding down its power, he was still injured. Alright, I underestimated you. The combined power of a group of ants actually isn't bad. Since you want to resist, I'll break you one by one so you can all die painfully. Tian Ziazi was charging over, not giving the Dragonblood warriors a chance to accumulate power. This time, his bone spear was aiming to kill a portion of them in one go. A rough shout rang out, and a bone club smashed through the air. It was like a godly pestle. Wild had transformed into a giant blocking Tian Ziazi's path. Scram! Tian Ziazi furiously changed the target of his attack to Wild, his samsara power erupting. The bone club smashed into the blood spear. Following the ear-piercing sound, Wild was knocked back several steps. As for Tian Ziazi, his momentum was stopped, and his blood was flipping inside of him. He was infuriated. Corrupt king possession. Divine power shatters the heavens. The statue within Tian Ziazi's manifestation suddenly split apart. Divine light bathed him, igniting his power. The reason Tian Ziazi was igniting his divine power was because he suddenly had a bad feeling. That mysterious man, Yi Ming, actually hadn't ordered him to kill Long Chen. His orders had been to disturb Long Chen and then run once it was done. However, how could a divine son like Tian Ziazi stoop to such a lowly level? He wanted to kill all of them, so he ignored Yi Ming's orders. As the Dragonblood cross-slash and Wild's power had far surpassed his expectations, the feeling of unease grew stronger. He didn't want to stall any longer. Suddenly, the void rumbled. A giant skeleton larger than a mountain appeared in front of Tian Ziazi. It looked like the skeleton of a giant beast, but it was as if it was alive. It opened its mouth, and a giant wind blade spun out, breaking the limits of the void. Chapter 2461 Ensemble of Heroes fights the Corrupt King. Tian Ziazi was shocked. This skeleton's aura was something that even frightened him. It was clearly a terrifying existence above the Nether Passage realm. He hastily retreated and threw the bone spear at the skeleton. He didn't dare to keep hold of it, afraid that the backlash could kill him. Despite his arrogance, Tian Ziazi didn't dare to challenge an existence above the Nether Passage realm. He could only retreat. The bone spear was blown back. Amidst a storm of broken space, the wind blade exploded, unleashing a chi wave that sent Tian Ziazi flying. However, a sharp light appeared in his eyes. He grabbed his bone spear. So it's nothing more than a rotten corpse. It won't change your fate of being killed today. With this one attack, Tian Ziazi realized that this skeleton was something that had existed for countless years. It had less than a tenth of its original power left, so any fear he had just vanished. However, just at that moment, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Lightning covered his entire body, and he stabbed a giant lightning spear at Tian Ziazi. At the same time, a sea of lightning poured out behind him, and millions of lightning spears shot out of it. Tian Ziazi swung his spear, unleashing a wave of blood-colored light that shattered the lightning spears. As soon as he shattered Long Chen's attack, his spear moved to perfectly block Wild's bone club. However, Wild's pure physical power ignored all laws and sent him flying again. The giant skeleton that Meng Qi was controlling attacked once more, forcing Tian Ziazi back again. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure streaked across the battlefield. Two of its sabers hacked toward Tian Ziazi. Tian Ziazi instantly realized that it was Guo Ran in his armor. Die! Tian Ziazi was infuriated. Guo Ran was nothing more than an insignificant character to him. For him to come at him now was an insult. What shocked him though was that his full-strength attack merely sent Guo Ran flying. He wasn't injured at all. Hence, Tian Ziazi looked down to see that the Dragonblood warriors had their hands clasped together and seemed to be in a state of meditation. Their power was flowing into Guo Ran. Tian Ziazi quickly decided that his first target had to be the Dragonblood warriors. Not only would that cut off Guo Ran's support, but it would definitely cause panic amongst his enemies. However, his body had just moved when two cold rays of sword chi slashed down at him. One of them contained such a cold ice energy that it froze the space around him. Yi Ziqiu and Yu Zifeng were attacking at the same time. Corrupt Blood Seal. Tian Ziazi blocked Yu Zifeng's sword chi with his spear, while his left hand formed a seal, causing runes to condense into another blood spear that struck Yi Zichou's sword chi. Yi Zichou's attack contained such terrifying ice energy that he didn't dare to touch it directly. If that ice chi invaded his body, it would slow down his movements. Even in the Samsara realm, he didn't dare to risk it. Both rays of sword chi exploded and ice crystals hung in the air like diamond dust. As the dust settled, it revealed a long bloody cut on Tian Ziazi's cheek. His eyes were full of astonishment and fury. He had clearly blocked Yu Zifeng's attack, but some kind of invisible power had still continued straight toward his head. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, that attack might have killed him. Yu Zifeng's sword chi contained a power similar to a law, and it had almost taken his life. Despite reacting so quickly, he was still left with a deep cut on his face. It was possible to see bone through that wound. His blood poured out as he was unable to heal it. At this moment, Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Wild, Tang Wan and the others' attacks rained down on him. Yu Zifeng, Yi Zichiu, and Guo Ran prepared to unleash more attacks as well. Lightning flashed through the air, and spear images tore through the void. Long Chen's lightning disturbed the surrounding space, giving others chances to launch their own attacks. His lightning was capable of blocking Tian Ziazi's sight and divine sense, slowing down his reactions. Because of this, Meng Qi, Yu Zifeng, Yi Zichiu, and the others could unleash their long-distance attacks. Only Wild, Guo Ran, and Meng Qi's beast corpse could fight Tian Ziazi at close range. They managed to tie him down. As Tian Ziazi blocked their attacks from all directions, he sneered. The mighty Long Chen is actually hiding amongst the crowd and launching sneak attacks. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you would fall to this point? Even facing everyone, Tian Ziazi was able to remain undefeated. His manifestation was quivering, unleashing a faint bloody mist that slowly covered the entire battlefield. As the battle grew more intense, no one noticed this phenomenon. Idiot, if my boss was in the same realm as you, my boss would beat you until you cried, sneered Guo Ran, even as he was blown back by an attack from Tian Ziazi. Inside his armor, Guo Ran coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, this was nothing to him, and he instantly recovered. In truth, he had coughed up far more blood during this battle, but the armor made it so that others didn't notice. They still thought that he was completely fine, making him seem stronger than he was. Although he was currently supported by the power of the Dragonblood warriors, it was mainly focused on his attacks. If he had to switch it to defense, it would cause a lag every time and weaken it, so Guo Ran was mostly using his armor to endure Tian Ziazi's attacks, while using the Dragonblood warrior's power for offense. If it wasn't because he had no other choice, he wouldn't be fighting at such close range. It was only because Wild on his own couldn't bear this burden that he was taking such a risk. Tian Ziazi is extremely powerful. A portion of our power is being erased by his samsara energy. Only Yu Zifeng and Yi Zichou's attacks are able to pose a danger to his life. My bone beast's power is still too weak without its flesh. It cannot threaten Tian Ziazi's life. Cloud, we'll give you a chance. Use your divine ability to restrain Tian Ziazi so Yu Zifeng and Yi Zichiu have a chance to attack. Meng Qi transmitted a strategy to everyone. She found that her own spiritual attacks were absorbed by Tian Ziazi's manifestation. The divine statue was absorbing her attacks, making her uneasy. She was worried that her attacks were becoming nourishment for the statue. Right now, the only ones capable of breaking through Tian Ziazi's samsara energy were Yu Zifeng and Yi Zichiu. However, most of his attention was locked onto them, preventing them from attacking effectively. Tian Ziazi took advantage of that, forcing the two of them to defend whenever he attacked, allowing him to gradually take control of the tempo of the battlefield. Tian Ziazi unleashed 3 consecutive attacks at Yu Zifeng, sweeping away the opposition. He finally arrived in front of him and raised his spear. However, a line of black light containing the aura of annihilation suddenly shot toward Tian Ziazi without any warning. Tian Ziazi hastily blocked, only to have his arm vanish. Meng Qi and the others sighed. By working together, they had created the optimal chance for Cloud to attack, but Tian Ziazi was just too powerful. Despite this attack coming without any sound, he still managed to avoid a fatal injury. Courting death, Tian Ziazi furiously glared at Cloud. The surprises were coming one after the other. Wild, Meng Qi, Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, Yi Ziqiu, and the others had completely surpassed his expectations. He thought that he would be able to easily crush them, only to find that it had become a relatively even fight. Despite that, he still felt some satisfaction. Back then, he had joined forces with Kun Pengxi and Defeng to attack Long Chen, but now Long Chen was forced to attack him with others. He had started secretly recording this. Once he killed Long Chen, he would publicly release this recording. Originally, this recording was perfect, but now he had been repeatedly injured, ruining his splendor. His image of an unrivaled expert was being destroyed. Cloud's attack had been terrifying. If it had hit him in the head, his samsara power would have been powerless to do anything to it. He would have been killed. Tian Ziazi's arm grew back out. The only one capable of leaving lasting wounds on his body was Yu Zifang. Even Cloud's divine ability was unable to do that. Hence, Tian Ziazi continued to attack Yu Zifang as he was the most threatening one. As long as he killed him, this battle would be his to win. Sword Chi raged through the air. This was a battle of peak monsters. The martial heaven continent's disciples could only stare. Let alone them, even experts like Yi Lingshan, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi were unable to join this battle. Numbers alone were insufficient to handle an expert like Tian Ziazi. More numbers would only weaken their overall power. With Cloud's attack failing, Tian Ziazi was now on guard, and there was no longer a chance for Cloud to attack. Cloud transformed into human form, wielding her original true feather. Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan controlled the battlefield with Long Chen's lightning. Things gradually fell into a stalemate. No one dared to be the slightest bit careless because that would cost someone's life. Having entered the fourth step of the Nether Passage realm, Tian Ziazi was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, Tian Ziazi let out a cry. He actually tossed his spear aside and clapped his hands together. The world shuddered as bloody light enveloped Meng Qi and the others. Corrupt King overlooks the 9 heavens, prison. Chapter 2462 Realm Suppression. The statue within Tian Ziazi's manifestation suddenly came to life, forming its own hand seals. The manifestation swept over the world, creating a spherical domain around Long Chen and the others. This domain was a part of Tian Ziazi's manifestation. It was like they had been sucked inside of it. Everyone's expression changed. Guo Ran was the first to attempt charging out, but his attack didn't shake the sphere at all. Ha ha ha, Tian Ziazi laughed, standing atop the statue. Did you think that I only had this little bit of ability? You're naive. You have no idea just how terrifying a manifestation can be when its true name is called out. You are within my manifestation's domain. Here, I am God and none of you can compete with me. Wild, who either didn't believe him or didn't understand, attacked. His bone club smashed toward Tian Ziazi, but the statue moved, smashing a fist at Wild. As a result, Wild's incredibly tough bone club that had never been damaged in battle shattered. Everyone was startled, rushing over. Wild smashed into the wall of the domain and bounced off of it. When he picked himself up, his hands were covered in blood. Crack lines had appeared up to his shoulder. Foolish oaf, in this place, your brute power is far from enough. A fully awakened manifestation can unleash world energy through every bit of it. Your world energy can only be released through your body, but my world energy is fully unleashed throughout this entire domain. This domain is my world. Here, I can freely unleash the full power of my astral space, and it is no longer limited by my physical body. Can a person's power contend with the power of a world? Tian Ziazi swept his gaze across them. Their shocked appearances were extremely satisfactory to him. I bet you never imagined just how much power a manifestation could unleash. Although many of you are talented and have a chance of reaching this level, I won't be giving you that chance. Your lives will end here, said Tian Ziazi. Some faint rumbling rang out. It was possible to see Yi Lingshan, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others attacking the barrier. However, their power was unable to break through. They were like grasshoppers jumping into a heavy door. I have just entered the samsara realm, but unless someone's power can transcend the laws of my manifestation, this barrier will not break. Everyone, it's about time for you to die. I still have more important things to do. Long Chen, so sorry, I'm going to start with your friends. Tian Ziazi smiled at Long Chen sinisterly. However, from start to end, Long Chen remained expressionless. Lightning flickered around him, but that lightning was starting to lose its light under Tian Ziazi's suppression. It's Guo Ran, right? An ant like you isn't qualified to stand in front of me. I'll kill you first. You can consider it my favor to you. Tian Xiaozi raised his hand, and a ray of golden light shot out. Dodge. Everyone wanted to stop it, but they were shocked to find that their heavenly Tao energy had been isolated from them. The golden light had reached Guo Ran. Guo Ran summoned the defenses of his armor, only to have the runes on his armor flicker. This armor was designed to work with his heavenly Tao energy. Without it, his armor's power dropped by over half. It's over. A sense of death swamped Guo Ran's heart. The golden light was shattered by a ray of sword light. Guo Ran tumbled back, his armor growing dim. Zifeng. Everyone was delighted to see Guo Ran alive. The one to save him was Yu Zifeng, but his expression was extremely heavy. The legends say that the sword Dao can stand outside the heavenly Daos on its own. It seems that the legends are true. Tian Xiaozi looked at Yu Zifeng. Sword cultivators were the most difficult existences to judge in this world. The only one not suppressed by his domain was Yu Zifeng. Tian Xiaozi then glanced toward the lightning-covered Long Chen and shook his head. Who would have thought that the famous Long Chen would be suppressed to such an extent, but you are still able to move. Well, I don't mind showing you how outmatched you are. Tian Xiaozi formed new hand seals. After that, the statue released a wave of golden light that enveloped everyone. In that instant, Meng Qi and the others were shocked to find that they could no longer move. This is a different kind of heavenly Tao energy, or perhaps it should be called world energy. Within this domain, he is the ruler of the heavenly Daos. Our realms are suppressed, Meng Qi transmitted to everyone. On their way here, they had encountered experts in the Samsara realm, and they had killed some of them. But they had never encountered someone with such power. This was a completely suppressive power that they couldn't contend against. Zifeng. Everyone suddenly let out a startled cry. At this moment, Tian Xiaozi's spear pierced toward Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng's sword danced before him, blocking 7 of Tian Xiaozi's attacks in a row. However, on the 8th time, his sword shattered. Fragments cut into Yu Zifeng's body. As he wasn't an Empyrean, he couldn't use heavenly Tao energy to heal. Adding on the weak bodies of sword cultivators, these wounds, insignificant to others, could be fatal for him. This was Tian Xiaozi's domain, so Yu Zifeng couldn't even use his life energy to heal here. I really do admire you. You aren't an Empyrean, but by relying on yourself, you were able to reach this level. You might even give me a more threatening feeling than Long Chen. But now I can rest easy. A ray of light enveloped Yu Zifeng, making him unable to move either. Yu Zifeng was covered in blood. Watching as Tian Xiaozi slowly approached him, he didn't show the slightest fear. He just looked at him calmly. Although I admire you, I still have no choice but to kill you. Tian Xiaozi smiled faintly and pointed his spear at Yu Zifeng's head. He turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen, I will now return my humiliation to you tenfold. Right in front of you, I will kill everyone by your side. At this moment, the lightning around Long Chen had weakened to the point that it was barely flickering. At some time, even his divine ring had faded. However, his expression was still calm. Have you heard of this saying? Idiots always talk a lot before death. Finally, Long Chen spoke for the first time since entering Tian Xiaozi's domain. However, as soon as he spoke, Tian Xiaozi's expression changed. Long Chen's voice was not his voice. It was a synthetic voice of rumbling thunder. Having a bad feeling, Tian Xiaozi directly stabbed his spear toward Yu Zifeng's head. Too late. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Long Chen's body exploded, and a sinister black saber flew out of him. Evilmoon had actually blown Long Chen up and pierced straight toward Tian Xiaozi. Tian Xiaozi was shocked to find that Evilmoon was also able to ignore the laws of his domain. It contained such destructive power that he knew if he was struck, he would definitely die. With his domain unable to bind it, he had no choice but to give up on Yu Zifeng and swing his spear at Evilmoon. However, just as the two weapons were about to meet, Evilmoon vanished. His spear swept through empty air. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, slapping him in the face. Long Chen. When Tian Xiaozi stabilized himself in the distance, he saw Long Chen standing beside Yu Zifeng with Evilmoon in his hand. Moreover, as he sensed the life and death energy flowing within Long Chen's body in an endless cycle, he was dumbfounded. Are you surprised? Long Chen swung Evilmoon, causing the void to shatter. The power binding everyone was broken, so Meng Qi and the others regained their freedom. Wild staggered and almost fell. Tian Xiaozi had given him some special attention, binding him with 3 times the power of the others. Someone else would have been directly pulverized. Wild was like Yu Zifeng in that he didn't need heavenly Tao energy, but his brute power was also suppressed within this domain. After his weapon was broken, he didn't know how to unleash his power. "Boss, you succeeded," asked Guo Ran delightedly. "I finished 3 breaths time before, but I was finishing up some arrangements. Now, everything is under control." Long Chen turned toward Tian Xiaozi. "Tian Xiaozi, we can settle all our grudges today. Bring out whatever power you have, or you won't get another chance in the future." Chapter 2463 Corrupt God Underworld Spear. Long Chen was standing within Tian Xiaozi's domain, but the laws of this domain did not bind him. That was because he had also reached the 4th step of Nether Passage and controlled Samsara power. With a simple slash of Evilmoon, a tear appeared within the domain. Meng Qi and the others understood his intention and retreated from the domain. Yi Lingshan and the others also stopped their attacks, joining together with them. Meng Qi looked at her skeletal beast and shook her head. She had used up less than half of its energy, so she would be able to summon it one more time. After evacuating, everyone focused on the 2 figures within the domain. Long Chen lightly said, "Are you curious? When you saw me summon my lightning, that was no longer me but a lightning clone. That's why all my attacks were focused on long range. This clone didn't have the power to fight you in close range, and I didn't want you to sense anything. Did it feel good to be fighting against so many powerful people at one time? Did it feel so good that you didn't want it to end quickly? Did you want to enjoy that feeling of being unrivaled?" Long Chen knew that Tian Xiaozi was bewildered. His head had been muddled by his own power. Under the attacks of Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yu Zifeng, Wild, and the others, he had neglected to think about Long Chen. As everyone else had been attacking, Long Chen had entered the life and death spring to absorb its energy. Other people would need to first enter a perfect meditative state, but Long Chen had no need to do so. This spring was a natural location where life and death energy flowed with the essence of samsara. By absorbing it, Long Chen quickly came to be able to control samsara power. Other people would need several days to comprehend how to use samsara power even in the best of times, but Long Chen's mental realm had far surpassed his cultivation base, which always lagged behind. With this spring as a model that showed how samsara power was circulated, he gained control over it in just a short time. Although he had just set foot in this realm and had yet to fully comprehend it, it was enough. As for his lightning clone, he had intentionally left it within the domain so that he could find the node of the domain. Without knowing where that spot was, entering from the outside was very difficult. After finding it though, entering and exiting became much easier. Tian Xiaozi's gaze was frightening now. The feeling of unease had grown so intense that it could be considered as a kind of fear now. He didn't know if this fear was a shadow left behind by his previous defeats to Long Chen or whether it came from his sense of danger. "It seems that you're very confident. But that confidence stems from foolishness. You've just set foot into the samsara realm and don't even know how to call out the true name of your manifestation. Oh wait, you aren't even an Empyrean. If you had left with everyone else and joined forces to attack me, perhaps you would have had some chance to win. But you are too foolish. Staying within my manifestation's domain signifies that you have died due to your overconfidence." Tian Xiaozi looked at Long Chen, his spear once more appearing in his hand. "Do you know how most of my powerful opponents died? I'll tell you. They died from talking too much. If you weren't so conceited, if you didn't put on a display of overwhelming multiple opponents, if you simply weren't talking so much and instead went all out killing me from the start, perhaps you wouldn't be dying today. You are so conceited that it's laughable. I'll tell you this, even if I hadn't entered the 4th step, you would still face a miserable defeat today. However, even if I could defeat you, I wouldn't have been able to keep you here once you tried to run. Then you would have lived longer. Remember, you died to your talkative mouth," said Long Chen. "Bullshit." Tian Xiaozi's manifestation shuddered, divine light filled the entire domain, and pressure crashed down on Long Chen from every direction. That power was many times greater than what had been used to bind Meng Qi and the others. In the face of that pressure, Long Chen calmly walked forward, seemingly unaffected. His divine ring appeared behind him. However, this time, Long Chen's divine ring was different from before. A starry sky had appeared within it. It was like staring into a vast cosmos. It was mysterious and beautiful. If you looked closely, you would find that there were a total of 108,000 stars shining within the divine ring. Those were the astral spaces within Long Chen's body. They were now reflected within his divine ring. 5-colored light radiated from the divine ring, dyeing the domain in its color. Your anger comes from your fear. Your shouting is to give yourself courage. Your viciousness conceals the fear of death in your heart. What nonsense is that crap about death being a return to the corrupt God's embrace? Not even you, the divine son, believes that crap. So you are afraid of dying. Your corrupt path is simply a group of idiots lying to themselves. All your fearsomeness is to hide your own fear. Long Chen's divine ring continued to radiate light. The immense pressure crashing down on him slowly faded away. Samsara power flowed within his meridians. He knew that he was now in control of an unimaginable power. However, he himself wasn't fully clear on what this power was. When he summoned his divine ring, his astral spaces seemed to come to life, automatically linking their power to form this mysterious starry sky. Their power was being fully unleashed. In his current state, he was finally able to fully control the power of his 108,000 astral spaces. Although he didn't have a manifestation, as the power of his astral spaces entered his body, he felt filled with power. He didn't even dare to unleash that full power at once. He unleashed it bit by bit, afraid that his own body wouldn't be able to handle it. It was no wonder Xianxia dared to come here alone. This was the great divide separating the third and fourth steps of Nether Passage. Nonsense! Xianxia roared furiously. Long Chen's words had touched upon the deepest part of his heart. He was truly afraid, and that fear was only continuing to grow. He had an urge to turn and flee right now. However, he was unwilling to flee just like this. Long Chen had just set foot into the fourth step and hadn't gotten used to his samsara power. This was perhaps his final chance to kill him. Now, he regretted not immediately killing Long Chen. Perhaps then Long Chen would be dead. Even with everyone protecting Long Chen, they wouldn't have been able to stop him. Regretfully, there were not so many ifs in this world, nor was there a medicine for regret. Every single one of Long Chen's words was like a poison arrow shooting into the weakest part of his heart, trampling over his dignity and humiliating his faith. With a furious roar, his world energy erupted. Space shuddered as cracks appeared in the air around Long Chen's divine ring. However, even as Xianxia attempted to use his domain to crush him, the divine ring was unaffected. Do you need some paper? It looks like you're having trouble shitting yourself. Long Chen looked at Xianxia's constipated expression sympathetically. Xianxia suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura flew into chaos, and all the power that he had been concentrating dissipated. Boss really is boss. He can defeat enemies with just his mouth. Which other hero of this world can do that? Guo Ran clenched his fists, looking at Long Chen worshipfully. Those words definitely contained killing power. Meng Qi and the others exchanged a glance, shaking their heads. Even now, Long Chen didn't care about his own status or keeping up the air of an expert. Long Chen, I'll go all out against you. Even as Xianxia hacked up blood, he could still roar crazily. The statue behind him suddenly exploded, transforming into blood-colored runes that covered him. It was like he was encased in blood armor. Divine energy raged through the air, and the aura of a god came from Xianxia. Some of the weaker disciples had an urge to kneel. He's igniting the part of him that makes him a divine son. Is he trying to die together with senior apprentice brother Long Chen? A startled cry rang out as someone recognized what Xianxia was doing. The divine energy raging around Xianxia took the form of blazing divine flames. He truly appeared to be a god at this moment. Corrupt King Hell Spear. Xianxia's manifestation twisted around his spear. The full power of his manifestation was sucked into his spear. Everyone, hide within the spring, shouted Meng Qi suddenly. Everyone dove beneath the spring water. Die! Xianxia furiously unleashed his spear. This attack caused the world to shake. Long Chen casually lifted Evilmoon off of his shoulder with a faint smile. This grand aspiration of yours will probably never come to pass. Chapter 2464 Crushed. Facing Xianxia's attack, Long Chen raised Evilmoon in front of him and calmly waited for it to land. Endless power was circulating within his body, and it came from his 108,000 astral spaces. Upon stepping into the Samsara realm, Long Chen finally understood the essence of the Nether Passage realm. Before this, his astral spaces were like individual blocks contributing a portion of their power to him. But with his new life and death energy, it was like they had been unsealed. Their power united, circulating according to a specific rhythm. It was like they had formed into a formation, giving him incalculable power. At this moment, rather than fear, Long Chen felt a thirst for a powerful opponent to test just how strong his new power was. Tian Xiaozi's spear smashed into Evilmoon, unleashing an explosion of divine light that destroyed the surroundings. Only the life and death spring seemed protected by some kind of law. The rest of the surrounding space had been wrecked. An aura of destruction continued to hang in the air. Meng Qi and the others were still beneath the spring, not daring to come out. They were truly shocked at Tian Xiaozi's power. But when the twisting space stabilized, they saw Long Chen standing in his original location. He hadn't budged an inch. Heavens, he blocked it. Some disciples snuck their heads out and had to confirm that they weren't just seeing things. Others followed, but they remained ready to dive back at the slightest notice. This spring had become their protective talisman. Ha ha ha, boss really is boss. Tian Xiaozi's attack can't even rattle him. Guo Ran laughed so arrogantly as if he had been the one to block Tian Xiaozi's powerful attack. This is impossible, Tian Xiaozi roared. He hadn't held back in the slightest just now, but Long Chen had easily received it. He refused to believe this. The stars within Long Chen's divine ring were like a vast universe. Tian Xiaozi felt as if his attack had been launched into that universe and dissipated without causing a ripple. There was definitely something wrong. Why don't you try again? Long Chen nodded along with Tian Xiaozi's judgment. Tian Xiaozi furiously attacked once more, causing startled cries to ring out from below. Guo Ran and the others dived back down. Tian Xiaozi wasn't even accumulating power before unleashing his attack. However, they were startled to find that there was no earth-shaking explosion this time, nor was there furious divine light. There was only a muffled bang before things fell silent. Guo Ran and the others cautiously looked through the water, not daring to stick their heads up again. Tian Xiaozi stared in shock. His hand trembled. Now this shows that there wasn't a problem. I understand how to use samsara power to dissipate an opponent's attack now. Long Chen smiled. In the first attack, he had used his life and death energy to block it. At that moment, he had sensed that while a portion was blocked, resulting in a huge explosion, another portion was absorbed by his samsara power. In the second attack, he chose not to block it, instead circulating his samsara power to easily dissipate the attack without the slightest harm. This allowed him to experience the immense difference between the third and fourth steps. Originally, his 108,000 astral spaces hadn't given him the immense advantage he had expected within the life star realm. With others only having one astral space, no matter how big they couldn't be bigger than his astral spaces combined. His astral spaces had to be at least 10 times greater than other people's. However, he had never felt himself to have such a huge advantage in that regard. It was only now that he felt like he might weep from emotion. The advantage of his 108,000 astral spaces was materializing now. Tian Xiaozi's full power attack was easily absorbed by his astral spaces without causing a ripple. He wasn't even qualified to injure him. Prepare yourself. It should be my turn now. Long Chen suddenly turned hostile. The stars within his divine ring blazed with light, and a majestic energy soared within Evilmoon. Tian Xiaozi was sent flying simply by the soaring power. Without even raising a hand, just Long Chen's rising power was enough to blow him back. Tian Xiaozi was horrified. His power was still locked onto Long Chen. He hadn't loosened his lock in the slightest, but Long Chen had easily knocked him back. Have a taste of my saber. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon without any technique. It was a simple slash. However, the world fell silent, time faded away. As everything else was frozen, only Long Chen's black blade slowly moved through the air. Time, speed, they were all meaningless. Tian Xiaozi sensed just how profoundly terrifying this attack was. This attack filled heaven and earth, so there was nowhere to run. The only thing he could do was receive it head-on. With a howl, blood-colored runes ignited around his body once more. He raised his spear. Evilmoon slashed down, seemingly both incredibly slow and fast. There was no mighty hurricane following it, but when it struck Tian Xiaozi's spear, Evilmoon's power instantly erupted. Tian Xiaozi's spear exploded and fragmented runes flew out. Those runes were wailing. They were the countless resentful spirits sealed within the spear. Upon obtaining their freedom, they should have been grateful to Long Chen. However, they had been sealed so long that they had lost any rationality. They charged at Long Chen, howling for his life. A dragon's roar rang out, and Lei Long devoured those resentful spirits in an instant. With that, the world returned to calm, revealing Tian Xiaozi. Tian Xiaozi's arms were gone, and his entire body looked like fractured porcelain. He was covered in deep cracks. It seemed that he was on the verge of death. Even while igniting the divine energy of a divine sun, Tian Xiaozi was unable to block a single blow from Long Chen, who was in control of samsara power. Long Chen quickly followed up with another slash of his saber. It was a casual blow once more. Corrupt King's Shield. Tian Xiaozi summoned a giant blood-colored shield, only for it to be instantly shattered. Not even divine energy could stop Long Chen. Despite blocking the attack, the shockwave resulted in Tian Xiaozi's fractured body exploding. Through the blood, a translucent figure appeared. Long Chen, just wait. With his physical body destroyed, Tian Xiaozi couldn't fight any longer. A mark appeared on his forehead, and he began to fade away. You're overthinking it. If it wasn't to kill you, do you think I'd take the risk of breaking through? Raging Flame Prison. Long Chen sneered. With no need to form hand seals, flame chains appeared in the air and bound the surrounding space. In that instant, the rest of the world was cut off. This flame prison was not just physical, and Tian Xiaozi's fading figure returned. Tian Xiaozi spread his arms, summoning a runic spear. He struck the cage repeatedly but was unable to break through it. I won't make the same mistake twice. That six-horned sea serpent got away last time, but I can make up for it now. This flame prison is now my strongest restraining technique. It will make sure my opponents can't run after being defeated. I was originally planning on using it after injuring you together with my brothers, but I didn't expect that you would be so cooperative as to not even see through my lightning clone. If you had, you would have had a 50% chance of using your divine energy to get away. But now, your physical body is destroyed, and your divine energy is exhausted. You have no chance to run, said Long Chen. Huo Linger was Long Chen's strongest support now. She was the best option for preventing Tian Xiaozi from getting away. He had known from the start that Tian Xiaozi had to have many life-protecting talismans. Beating him was easy, but killing him was hard. Tian Xiaozi's expression was sinister. Blood runes appeared in his hand, and he began to chant a sutra. The blood runes quickly covered his whole body. Long Chen was startled and quickly made the flame prison shrink down. Too late, Tian Xiaozi sneered. When his body was fully covered in blood runes, he flew into the flame chains, his body seeming to melt and pass through. Long Chen, you cost me all the faith energy I was blessed with. Just wait, I swear I will have my vengeance. Just as Tian Xiaozi was saying some final fateful words, a translucent dagger stabbed through his back and out his chest. The blood runes covering his body rapidly faded. Chapter 2465 Killing Tian Xiaozi. A small cloaked figure had appeared in midair like a spirit of the night. Dong Mingyu raised her head, revealing her faint smile. In this state of divine protection, others can't kill you, but I can. Tian Xiaozi stared at the dagger piercing through his chest resentfully. He had actually forgotten about Dong Mingyu, a divine daughter. He had sacrificed all his divine energy for this temporary state that allowed him to escape the flame prison, only to land in Dong Mingyu's embrace. Although Dong Mingyu had betrayed the Bloodkill Hall, she possessed the power of the killing god, so she was still considered a divine daughter. Of everyone here, she was the only one capable of killing him in this state. Long Chen had a complicated expression as he looked at the motionless Tian Xiaozi. Now do you understand? Even if I hadn't broken through to the fourth step, we could have still defeated you. When you were exhausted and my flame prison forced out your remaining power, you would have used this technique to flee. You wouldn't be able to escape Mingyu's killing blow, but perhaps you would have managed to turn it into an injury instead of death. Now though, you have no chance. Divine energy flowed out of Dong Mingyu's dagger, fully erasing Tian Xiaozi's divine energy. His Yuan spirit was now completely out of energy. His world energy had been exhausted, his divine energy had been incinerated, and he no longer possessed the slightest bit of energy to resist. I didn't expect that I would be defeated here. But this time I am convinced by my defeat. In the same realm, I am not worth anything in front of you. Haha, perhaps this is fate. Even as a divine son, I'm just a supporting character to set off someone else's brilliance. Tian Xiaozi's rage faded away, and he became calm. A cluster of flames appeared on his forehead, indicating that his Yuan spirit had been ignited. Knowing that he was definitely dead, he chose to incinerate his own Yuan spirit to preserve the slightest bit of dignity for himself. Tell me where you were all going and I will permit you to have a fitting death, said Long Chen. Originally, Long Chen could have done a soul arch. With Meng Qi present, they might be able to gain quite a bit of valuable information. But he chose not to do this. At this moment, Long Chen didn't feel an overwhelming hatred for Tian Ziazi. Their enmity was the result of being on opposing sides. They were natural enemies, and there was no right or wrong. This was simply fate. Ha ha ha. Tian Ziazi suddenly laughed. Don't force me to do it. Sha Chen's formation is already set up, and Meng Qi is prepared, said Long Chen coldly. As he said, Sha Chen had 2 formation discs in his hand, and Meng Qi had her manifestation out, ready to use her spiritual arts at any moment. Tian Ziazi shook his head. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself. I cannot compare to you in talent, intelligence, and now I'm even inferior in terms of character. Fine, if there is a next life, I hope I won't be your enemy. Perhaps I can even be like your Dragonblood warriors and follow by your side. Maybe I won't be confused in the next life. Tian Ziazi raised his hand, and a spiritual arrow shot at Long Chen. Long Chen caught it, and it exploded. A torrent of information entered Long Chen's mind. Tian Ziazi's body suddenly shuddered. He began to dissipate like sand blowing in the wind. He merged into heaven and earth, vanishing. A generation's genius, someone who had dominated their era, someone who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years before being awoken, had died. Even the righteous path's disciples couldn't help sighing. His final words were especially moving. Tian Ziazi actually had questions about his belief. He was not completely loyal to the corrupt god, or he wouldn't have said such a thing. Everyone had different experiences. Perhaps Tian Ziazi had also gone through things that none of them knew of. However, everyone's experiences were personal to themselves. In the cultivation world, it was unknown just how many people were forced into paths that they didn't choose for themselves. Some choices were made because they had no other options. Even the divine son of the corrupt path was unable to be free, so what of others? Heaven and earth were like a chessboard, while cultivators were nothing more than game pieces. They didn't have a choice about whether they were black pieces or white pieces. He didn't have to die. As long as he swore to remain loyal to the righteous path, we could have accepted him, said Tang Wan'er regretfully. Others also felt a bit of regret. If Tian Ziazi had joined their side, even if he was only a Yuan spirit, he would have been a terrifying force. That would also be a serious blow to the corrupt path's morale. Long Chen shook his head. He had his own pride. Even if he wasn't controlled by a divine seed, he wouldn't submit like that. Furthermore, would you really accept someone with so much blood of the righteous path on his hands? What about other sects? Would Tian Ziazi wish to live a life cursed by others? Impossible. So death was his best ending. Everyone nodded. That truly was the case. The enmity between the righteous and corrupt paths was not something that could be erased. Long Chen, did Tian Ziazi give you any useful information? Asked Meng Qi. Yes, he told me everything he knew, said Long Chen. He was won over by your character. You let him die an expert's death instead of doing a direct soul search, said Chu Yao. That was truly a bit surprising. The reason Long Chen wanted to kill Tian Ziazi so badly was to learn his secrets. But even then, he wasn't fully confident in being able to grasp his soul fragments. Perhaps Tian Ziazi had even possessed a way to erase his memories. Based on Tian Ziazi's memories, the one behind the scenes of everything was the Yi family. They had proposed hunting down the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Zon Beast's disciples, with the goal not to kill them, but to slow them down. However, the Yi family was crafty, and while the disciples of the continent fought amongst themselves, it allowed the disciples of the divine families to progress faster. They smoothly progressed to areas with greater chances of obtaining treasures. Tian Ziazi and Di Feng were not fools. They had left markers on the experts of the divine families, allowing them to realize that they were all gathering at the spring. With the goal of the divine families exposed to them, they made a new plan, leaving behind a portion of their forces to disturb the Dragonblood legions so that they could also go search for treasures without their interference. At that time, Tian Ziazi had proposed taking on the role of disturbing them. Yi Ming had warned him not to fight Long Chen directly and only disturb his advancement before leaving. Tian Ziazi had agreed but hadn't acted according to his instructions. Have Ziyan, Lady Nangong, and Lady Baitang already advanced? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen nodded. They were all smart. Most likely, they had a way to track the divine family's experts, so their groups didn't need to waste time gathering before advancing to this location. Other than those fools from the sea demon race, the others have all reached this place before us. Even that fellow Mo Nian managed to muddle his way in here. When he mentioned Mo Nian, Long Chen couldn't help finding it a bit funny. According to Tian Xiaozi's memories, Mo Nian had been targeted by the corrupt path in the ancient family alliance upon arriving here. At that time, he had stated that if anyone dared to interfere with the advancements of the Mo family's disciples, no one else would be allowed to advance either. Yi Ming had even fought with him, and in their probing exchange, Yi Ming had been at a disadvantage. The huge amount of divine energy within Mo Nian's body had shocked everyone. They thought that he had gained some god's inheritance and become a divine son. That show of power resulted in no one daring to antagonize him further. Although he wouldn't be able to kill them all, if he caused a ruckus, none of them would be able to peacefully cultivate. As a result, they had all advanced and moved on. The only thing that made Long Chen feel slightly uneasy was that Feng Fei, the Pill Fairy, and even Dongfang Yuyong were not present amongst them. "Boss, do you know where they went?" asked Guo Ran. "I know the general direction and location." Yi Ming told those to Tian Xiaozi. Now that he's dead, Yi Ming has definitely been alerted. "I have to go over there quickly." Long Chen turned to everyone. "Finish cultivating here." After advancing, the Dragonblood warriors should not split up. The Martial Heaven Alliance and the Zon Beast's disciples should form new groups and go explore the northwest region. That is unknown territory with more treasures that others haven't found yet. As for myself, you don't need to be in a rush to join with me. Go in search of your own opportunities. Only captain-class experts within the Dragonblood Legion are permitted to go out alone. Everyone else should remain together. Yes, the Dragonblood warriors assented. They knew that in those dangerous areas, only the captains could protect themselves. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, should some of us stay behind to stop the sea demons? Asked one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. They could do the same thing that the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance had done to them. This spring possessed a heaven-defying power. It could slow down the sea demon race from using its power. No need. If we leave too few people, it would be dangerous. Too many and it wouldn't be worth it. The sea demon race has too many people, so we can't exhaust ourselves against them. If you have that time, you should go search for your own opportunities instead. Those fools of the sea demon race aren't worth wasting the time, said Long Chen. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Long Chen nodded toward Meng Qi and the others before a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back and he vanished. He had just left the region of the spring when he sensed something. He slowly flew toward a distant stone. Chapter 2466 10,000 Dragon Nest. It was a very ordinary stone. However, it appeared a bit conspicuous within this forest. When Long Chen picked it up, he found a black rock beneath it, and there were a few more pebbles around the black rock, forming an arrow. Long Chen picked up the black rock. This rock came from the netherworld. It possessed the specific aura of the netherworld. This was something that Mo Nian had brought back from the netherworld. At that time, Long Chen had even laughed at him, saying that it was just an ordinary rock with no use. However, now it was used for an exceptional purpose. Other people's memories of the netherworld were erased after returning, but due to his relationship with a nether god, he was very sensitive to this aura. As for Mo Nian, he had stolen Hong Yaoyang's mortal husk. His memories of the netherworld would never fade. No one else would notice this rock's aura, but Long Chen instantly noticed it. Mo Nian had even encased it in samsara power to cover up its aura. That way, only once Long Chen reached the samsara realm would he be able to sense the aura of the netherworld from the rock. It seemed Mo Nian didn't wish for Long Chen to chase after him if he hadn't broken through yet. That fellow's pretty smart. He definitely noticed Yi Ming's plot and snuck after them. Long Chen saw that the direction the arrow was pointing in was in the same general direction as where Tian Xiaozi's memories were telling him to go. Mo Nian definitely wouldn't have anticipated that Long Chen would know about it from Tian Xiaozi's memories. After looking around, Long Chen shot off, seeing quite a few signs of battles. It was unknown who had been fighting. After a day and night of flying, Long Chen saw a group of a few thousand searching for something. That group instantly felt despair, as they belonged to the ancient family alliance. Long Chen glanced at them and then continued flying. Those disciples who had assumed that their deaths were set in stone stared in shock. "Perhaps he disdains killing people like us," said one of them bitterly. Despite having escaped death, that feeling of disdain was not a good one. "You're wrong. We didn't attack him, so he didn't kill us. He wouldn't take out his anger on us. He doesn't actually see us as enemies, only Defeng. The ancient family alliance was once allied with the martial heaven alliance. If that was still the case, he would be a heavenly genius on our side. It's a pity. To tell the truth, I'm ashamed of the ancient family alliance for targeting him so often. Even if he killed me right now, I wouldn't feel hatred considering what the ancient family alliance did to him, said one person. That person made everyone fall into silent thought for a moment. They should have been on the same side, but things had ended up like this. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen didn't kill us, so I won't attack him in this lifetime. I think it would be best if we didn't rush toward the gathering place so we don't have to fight with our old allies, proposed one person. Good idea, I'm not going either. Let's treat it as if we are already dead. In an instant, everyone agreed to this suggestion. Once they reached the gathering place with Defeng, they would have no choice but to fight Long Chen. What could they do then? Long Chen hadn't killed them now, but they would have to fight the people on Long Chen's side. Let's go that way. Suddenly, an explosion of flames made everyone look in the distance. That's where senior apprentice brother Long Chen went. Let's take a look. They cautiously traveled for an hour before reaching a barren land that had been charred black. Despite the battle being over, flame energy had turned this place into a domain whose remnant power was so frightening that they didn't dare to get close. It was the corrupt path. One person pointed toward a broken halberd in the ground. It had practically melted, but due to it being on the fringe of the battlefield, it was still possible to sense that it was a corrupt weapon. It's the weapon of the corrupt path's expert, xianxia, exclaimed someone suddenly. The blood halberd soul reaper, that xianxia, isn't he one of the 4 generals beneath Tian Ziazi who was sealed together with him? Yes, I once saw him fight. This halberd's aura is definitely his, said that person. Everyone was shocked. Someone who had reached the 4th step and was one of Tian Ziazi's 4 generals had been slain with a wave of Long Chen's hand. They also saw quite a few fragmented weapons throughout the battlefield. Based on what they had seen, the corrupt path was traveling in groups of 10,000 people. In other words, Long Chen's attack had wiped out a squad of 10,000 corrupt experts, with even their leader being powerless to block him. For a moment, these people could only stand there in shock. They had thought that Long Chen hadn't killed them because he disdained doing so and didn't want to waste the time. But upon seeing this, it would be no exaggeration to say that he could have killed them as easily as turning a hand. Let's go. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen gave us a way to live. If we continue to fight him, it would truly be courting death. One of the leaders of this squad shook his head and brought his group away. They had given up any thought of being enemies with Long Chen. Their determination was such that even if they had to leave the ancient family alliance to avoid being enemies with Long Chen, they would do so. If they still didn't recognize this favor, they wouldn't be human. Long Chen had encountered 2 squads of the corrupt path as he traveled, and he had wiped them out with a single blow each time. Huo Linger's current power was so great that his enemies couldn't even react. She had gradually started to gain control over her own power, and her killing power even frightened Long Chen. The heavenly flame orb had not just increased her intelligence, but it also gave her a trace of power that should not exist in this world. Long Chen suspected that it was a trace of a heavenly flame's power. Heavenly flames existed above the earth flames. They were also called divine flames and immortal flames, things that should not exist in this world. It could be said that the heavenly flame orb had been a priceless treasure. A large pill appeared in Long Chen's hand. It still had flickering lightning over it, but he tossed it into his mouth. It was a recently refined top-grade Nethergate pill and also a giant tribulation pill. As a result, the Nethergate star above his dantian shuddered. The giant pill's energy seemed to have woken it from slumber. Power poured into it, with the other 5 stars also lighting up. Long Chen knew that the other 5 stars were also fighting over the energy. From the moment that he had condensed the Divine Gate star, he had noticed this phenomenon. The strengthening of the Nethergate star required the other 5 stars to be uplifted as well. This kind of cultivation method was strange, but it seemed that this was the only way to balance the power of the stars. The Feng Fu star was the first star he had condensed and also the weakest. But its current power was identical to the other stars. They had always maintained a subtle connection. Great. As long as I have an unending supply of giant pills, the Nethergate star will be fully condensed sooner or later. When the 9-star transformations are complete, I'll be unrivaled. Long Chen clenched his fists excitedly. Unfortunately, refining giant pills was not so simple. Only one could be refined at a time. Even with Huolinger and the moon and star refining furnace working together, it took an incense stick's worth of time to refine a single one. However, a single giant pill's energy was greater than 100 ordinary pills, so it was naturally more efficient. I'll be relying on the 6-star battle armor. Without it, I'll definitely be killed by the sovereign. Long Chen prayed inside for the 6-star battle armor. Without it, he would definitely die in his next tribulation. Just as Long Chen was pondering over the Nethergate star, a shout drew him out of his stupor. At some point, he had arrived at a desert, and there was a group of people attacking a giant black scorpion. Its aura showed that it was a 13th rank beast. Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen hadn't expected to encounter the 8th Legion here. Long Chen, why are you here? Why haven't you entered the deeper regions? Don't tell me you just came from the life-death spirit spring. Shen Chengfeng looked at Long Chen in confusion. That confused expression made Long Chen realize that Shen Chengfeng didn't know about the scheme. Most likely, it was a secret of the divine families that they weren't qualified to know. Either that, or the schemers were worried that Shen Chengfeng would alert Long Chen, so they had hidden it from him. Yes, I was waiting for everyone to gather, so it took some time. Hehe, it seems that your gains aren't bad. Long Chen pointed to the scorpion. You're still in the mood to laugh. You have to hurry on ahead. Another day's travel and you should arrive at the 10,000 dragon nest. Hurry up, that's where the real treasure lies, shouted Shen Chengfeng, flustered and exasperated. The 10,000 dragon nest. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.